Thinking of this, Yishiaxuan couldn't help but feel her heartbeat quicken. "See, I told you my master is just putting on an appearance." Suyi was right beside her. How could he not hear Soul's nonsense? He glanced at the soul hanging from Yishiaxuan's wrist, and transmitted coldly, "You talk a lot." The soul was immediately frightened and didn't dare say another word. Suyi had already sealed its powers, and if it made him unhappy now and had its ability to speak sealed, then it would be truly wasted. "Lao Yan, do I just stand there later?" Yishiaxuan and the others were already standing in front of the gate of the Jitty Immortal Sect when Yishiaxuan suddenly felt a bit panicky. The Jitty Immortal Secto. Once again, she was going to face that Han Jiangxian from last time. If she was recognized as bluffing, it wouldn't be fun. Lao Yan also glanced at Suyi secretly and smiled, saying, "Missy, all you have to do is just stand there. Leave the rest to me." He knew that Yishiaxuan should not be a strong individual in the ascension stage, but with Suyi by her side, what could go wrong on this trip? Most importantly, they were here today just to talk to the Jitty Immortal Sect about some ordinary matters, and he believed that Han Jiangxian wouldn't make it difficult for them. Thank you to the reader Ed to Mujpet 17,000 for your support. Suyi's reason for following along this time, in addition to Yishiaxuan's persistent pestering, was also because there are several chosen ones in this area. He didn't rush to deal with everyone yesterday. This kind of thing is all about fate. If things go as expected, the final task of these chosen ones will be to kill Suyi. Killing him is definitely not an option, as their ultimate goal is for Suyi to personally kill them. When Suyi kills someone, a portion of his luck will be taken away, which is his true purpose. Moreover, anyone with a close relationship to Suyi will also experience some changes in luck, which is why Qin Lin's task is to topple Yu Huiyan. After all, Yu Huiyan was one of the first persons Suyi interacted with after awakening. If Qin Lin manages to topple Yu Huiyan, he might indeed receive help from the Yu family, as he had imagined, thus gaining luck and reaching the peak of his life. However, the one currently closest to Suyi should be Yishiaxuan. Those chosen ones getting close to Yishiaxuan would be the best way to proceed towards a self-destructive route. They had just arrived at the gate of the Polar Immortal Sect when they were immediately intercepted by disciples of the sect. These two disciples were obviously not the same group seen the day before but were newly arrived proud sons from yesterday or today. Surprisingly, both of them had a golden and cultivation base. "What business do the three of you have here? This is already the territory of our Polar Emperor Immortal Sect. If you have nothing to do here, please leave," one of the disciples, who appeared to be a young man, said. But his gaze fell on Yishiaxuan. Lao Yang originally wanted to introduce himself, but before he could speak, Suyi, contrary to his usual behavior, furrowed his brows and said, "Who do you think you are? Get lost. If you make me unhappy, I'll wipe out your Polar Emperor Immortal Sect." With these words, the two disciples' faces turned extremely unpleasant, and both Yishiaxuan and Lao Yang looked at Suyi in disbelief. Both were dumbfounded. "Are you serious?" It didn't seem like they said anything particularly serious. Why was Suyi starting trouble? "An insignificant Czech cultivation practitioner. I have never seen you this arrogant." The disciple who first spoke looked disdainfully at Suyi. If those words had come from Lao Yang, he wouldn't have felt anything amiss. After all, he couldn't see through Lao Yang's cultivation base. He might actually be a respected senior. But when the words came from Suyi, it just didn't sit right. Suyi had lived a long time, and bored as he was, he had played to many roles. At this moment, with his arrogant and overbearing demeanor, it seemed as if those words were engraved on his face. He raised an eyebrow, smirked, and coldly said, "Well, now you have seen it." If this were a movie scene, he would probably be waiting on the entire world for an Oscar. "How dare you be so arrogant?" The disciple from the Polar Emperor Immortal Sect was somewhat cultured. Otherwise, he would have just exclaimed in disbelief, then kicked the villain in front of him to the ground and trampled on that smug face with his shoe sole. "Do you dare challenge me?" Suyi once again used his gaze to convey to the Polar Emperor Immortal Sect disciple what being arrogant meant. Finally unable to contain himself, the disciple of the sect made to draw his sword, only to find that he couldn't pull the sword out. Couldn't pull it out? How embarrassing. Just then, Hansen and Huyen Daos flew down from the mountain. The two Ascension Realm powerhouses were frightened. Thankfully, the sword didn't come out. If it had, in case they angered the seniors, the Polar Emperor Immortal Sect would truly be on the verge of annihilation, which would be quite a spectacle. Senior, I failed to educate my disciple well. Please don't argue with kids. Hansen, upon seeing Yi Shaxuan, hurriedly apologized. Although the cause of this incident was Su Yi's provocation, in the world of cultivation, strength is respected, and given Su Yi's status before Yi Shaxuan, although he was considered a waste, it wouldn't be wise to offend him. The two disciples never expected that they would be personally welcomed by their sect leader and fire cloud doused. Senior, the sect leader called this person in front of them Senior. Could this seemingly Czech cultivation realm man really be an extraordinary powerhouse? At this moment, Yi Shaxuan took a deep breath, her face cold as she said, Han, please manage your disciples. Even as she said this, Yi Shaxuan felt extremely embarrassed. Clearly her master was intentionally causing trouble, yet she was asking someone else to manage their disciples. How shameless! The two disciples of the Polar Emperor Immortal sect once again looked dumbfounded. What in the world? So, the powerful senior followed by the leader of the organization was this woman. Then what's with this Czech cultivation realm trash being so arrogant? The two disciples of the Polar Emperor Immortal sect were utterly dumbfounded. At this moment, Yi Shaxuan's mood was also extremely complicated. She couldn't understand why her master had to make such a scene. Weren't they here to discuss matters? Couldn't they just have a peaceful discussion? However, even if Su Yi acted unruly, Yi Shaxuan couldn't blame him. After this fiasco, Hansen and his group followed Su Yi up the mountain, feeling nervous all the way. Hansen had already concluded that Su Yi was acting as the face of Yi Shaxuan. A Czech cultivation realm junior daring to declare massacre on their Polar Emperor Immortal sect meant that even with Yi Shaxuan's extraordinary strength, he must have received a hint from her to behave this way. Due to Su Yi's arrogance, Hansen and Huyen Daoist were even more convinced that Yi Shaxuan was undoubtedly a powerhouse surpassing the Ascension realm. And Su Yi's attitude should also represent Yi Shaxuan's attitude. I wonder why Senior has come to our humble sect. Is there anything you wish to instruct us? Hansen secretly observed Yi Shaxuan again. He noticed that the bracelet on her wrist also seemed extraordinary. It appeared to be the tendon of some powerful creature. Yi Shaxuan also made a great effort to play the role of a peerless expert. She calmly said, "There's nothing to instruct you on. Just discuss directly with Mr. Yang." Deep down, Yi Shaxuan kept reminding herself to be arrogant. She must be arrogant. Just imagine the way Su Yi usually spoke to her and emulate his tone. Han Zhen's back chilled, thinking back to Su Yi's arrogance at the sect gate and combining it with Yi Shaxuan's current demeanor. If they had come for some business, she likely held the power to annihilate their sect if not agreed with. Hansen forced a smile on his face, looked at Liao Yang, and cautiously asked, "Mr. Yan, what do you wish to discuss with us?" A powerhouse at the Ascension realm, the sect leader of the Polar Emperor Immortal sect, actually nodded in agreement in front of Liao Yang. In the past, Liao Yang wouldn't have dared to dream of such a scenario. There was a time when Liao Yang visited the Polar Emperor Immortal sect, but he was only received by a fifth-generation disciple, indicating the sect didn't pay much attention to the 13 courts. To them, sending someone for a reception was already giving face. Now, just because Su Yi acted arrogantly at the gate, the esteemed Sword Immortal was frightened. Lao Yan only truly understood the significance of Su Yi's commotion in front of the gate up to this point. This is what real deterrence looks like. Without wasting a single soldier, not even needing to make a move, completely subdued to powerful Ascension realm experts. This can further establish the prestige of the 13 locations. Pondering over it, he felt that Su Yi is truly powerful. Lao Yang speculated in his heart, feeling that Su Yi is not only mighty in strength but also beyond the reach of ordinary people in terms of strategy. Little did he know, the main reason Su Yi acted arrogantly at the gate was out of boredom, simply wanting to cause trouble. One of the two disciples from the GD Shan sect at the gate was even the chosen one. He just wanted to provoke a response, instigate them to make a move, and then add a bit of challenge for Yi Shaxuan. It was all just a mischievous act by the master. As for the so-called deterrence, Su Yi usually acts straightforwardly, not so scheming. If he knew about Lao Yan's speculations, he would probably admire his imagination. Head Han, we came here to inform you that if the GD Shan sect wishes to recruit disciples, please inform the world of the enrollment conditions and unify the enrollment period, to prevent unnecessary social unrest with mundane people flocking in here. After Lao Yang finished speaking, Hansen nodded and asked, "Naturally, is there anything else?" Hansen couldn't help but feel puzzled. Yi Xiaoxuan had personally come and caused such a commotion. It shouldn't be about such trivial matters, right? Could they be suggesting that the GD Xian sect merge with the 13 locations? That would be going too far. As the head of a sect, if Lao Yang made such a request, he would rather die than agree. Pausing for a moment, Lao Yang said, "Also, I suggest that all major sects in this area establish a mountain protection formation on the periphery to prevent ordinary people from entering. In the past, all major sects did the same. After all, no immortal sect would want to become a tourist attraction for mundane people. It was different for the Zhengyi sect. After all, Mount Qingyu is a famous mountain in China, and the Zhengyi sect is the Orthodox Taoist sect. The Taoist deities need to be worshipped, so they didn't stop ordinary people from climbing the mountain." "Oh, that's natural." Hansen was somewhat confused and asked, "Is there anything else?" "That's all." Lao Yang's face showed a hint of embarrassment. "Just that?" Hansen raised an eyebrow. "That's it." Lao Yang nodded, confirming that the purpose of their visit today was to discuss this matter. At this moment, Yi Xiaoxuan opened her mouth and said, "Head Han." This call made Hansen mentally alert once again, as this seemed to be getting to the main point. "Elder, is there something you'd like to teach?" Yi Xiaoxuan paused and said, "How about you gather all the heads of the major sects and inform them of this matter? I can't be bothered to visit each sect one by one." Hansen was completely bewildered. In his view, this was what they would be doing over the next few days anyway. Even if Yi Xiaoxuan didn't say it, all major sects would do it, so was it really necessary for Yi Xiaoxuan to personally reiterate it? "Are you having difficulty?" Yi Xiaoxuan's heart was racing now. After all, she was talking to a powerful Ascension Realm expert. With such a bold tone, wasn't she afraid of being attacked? "No difficulty. Han will take care of it right away." Han Zhen's mind was sharp as he felt Yi Xiaoxuan might want to gather all the sect heads to announce something important. With Yi Xiaoxuan's identity, it was impossible for her to personally visit each sect, so letting him handle it was no problem. "Please wait a moment." Their Ascension Realm experts had powerful divine senses. With just a thought, they could almost spread their divine senses throughout the whole of China. Hansen used his divine sense to invite all Ascension Realm experts to the GD Xian sect. Yi Xiaoxuan and the others were in the main hall of the GD Xian sect. After informing all Ascension Realm experts, Hansen had his disciples offer them tea. During this time, he couldn't help but glance at Su Yi. After all, he just couldn't stand Su Yi, a person who takes advantage of others. If it weren't for Yi Xiaoxuan's overwhelming strength, Hansen would have loved to strike down this arrogant fellow. Su Yi was nonchalantly sitting there, picking up the tea and elegantly blowing on it, taking a sip, finding it quite ordinary. The disciples in the GD Xian sect's main hall couldn't help but curse internally at this show-off. Compared to Su Yi's leader-like appearance, Yi Xiaoxuan and Lao Yang seemed a bit restrained. Lao Yang sat there with his hands on his thighs, smiling at the tea server but not drinking the tea. With her current status as an extraordinary expert, Yi Xiaoxuan sneaked a peek at Su Yi and had to follow suit. Hansen naturally didn't want to offend Yi Xiaoxuan, but the more his disciples looked at Su Yi, the more displeased they became. A refinement minor cultivator, being more arrogant than Ascension Realm big shots. "This tea isn't good enough." Su Yi put down the teacup, finding fault. He had come this time to train Yi Xiaoxuan, but she just wanted to procrastinate, letting Lao Yang do all the talking. How could this be allowed? Su Yi's words instantly caused public outrage. The disciple in front of the gate couldn't bear it any longer, summoning his courage to step forward. He first saluted Hansen and Huoyun Dao Ren, then saluted Yi Xiaoxuan, and finally stared at Su Yi, saying, "This friend, since we have nothing to do, how about we exchange some moves?" Earlier, Su Yi had disabled Han Wenfu. Hansen already disliked him, and now, Su Yi was acting arrogantly again at the gate and even found fault while in their main hall. Even a mud bodhisattva would have some temper. Now, a disciple had stepped forward, and Hansen nearly scolded him. "Gongsheng, how can you spar with a guest?" As he spoke, he glanced carefully at Yi Xiaoxuan, only to find that she didn't show any signs of displeasure. On the contrary, there seemed to be a hint of excitement in her eyes. Gongsheng's task was to become companions with Yi Xiaoxuan. Now this pretty boy was in front of her, a refinement minor cultivator. How could he compare to him? He believed that as long as he made Su Yi lose face, Yi Xiaoxuan would no longer favor him. Did Yi Xiaoxuan not know what kind of person her master was? If you want to be disgusting, make enemies, and often get me into fights. Then go fight yourself. I think that's a good idea. Let's exchange some moves. Yi Xiaoxuan's eyes narrowed slightly. She was feeling playful and wanted to see what Suyi would do. Suyi glanced at Gongshang. This was the chosen one he had been provoking, trying to pick a fight with him. Wasn't that right? Would he kill him today, in this situation? Or should he see how he acts specifically? As a Cherifimon cultivator, you want to spar with me? Suyi glanced at Gongshang, his eyes full of disdain. Gongshang was nearly choked with anger. You still know you're at the Cherifimon stage. How dare you act so arrogantly? If you didn't know, you'd think you were a great Taoist immortal. Yi Xiaoxuan turned her head to the side, pretending to be a bystander. Her master was just an actor, still at the Cherifimon stage. Pa, shameless. Gongshang looked at Suyi with a displeased expression and said, I know you have reached the realm of Che cultivation. I don't want to bully you. You decide how we'll spar. And that's how we'll do it. Then let's spar with sword moves. Suyi knew that with the suppression of the soul cutter, these people couldn't draw their swords. Since they had lost their dignity anyway, he decided to take the lack of dignity to the extreme. Spar with sword moves. The corners of Gongshang's mouth lifted involuntarily. A junior cultivator at the realm of Che cultivation wanted to compare sword moves with him. The difference in realms, be it speed, strength, or reaction capability, was difficult to compensate for. Not to mention the disciples of the extreme Emperor Immortal sect were mostly sword cultivators. Even if Gongshang hadn't played with a sword before, the difference between their realms would allow him to easily defeat Suyi with just a stick he picked up. Are you sure you want to compare sword moves with me? Gongshang looked disdainfully at Suyi, wondering why this person in front of him was so arrogant. You dare not. Suyi stood up with a smile. The people from the extreme Emperor Immortal sect probably understood what arrogance meant now. Come on. Gongshang held onto his sword, saying, I won't draw my sword. Suyi narrowed his eyes at him. Can you even draw it? Hansen was extremely frustrated. No wonder this guy wanted to spar with sword moves. He was convinced that Gongshang couldn't draw his sword. This was clearly relying on Yi Xiaoxuan for support. How could there be such shameless people in the world? If it weren't for saving face and Yi Xiaoxuan's strength, Hansen would have wanted to strike this guy with a sword. Even if I can't draw it, it's enough to deal with you. Gongshang believed he didn't need to draw his sword. Even with just the scabbard, he could easily handle Suyi. Suyi nodded, then his gaze fell on Yi Xiaoxuan and said, Can I borrow the sword for a bit? What else could Yi Xiaoxuan say? With a thought, Soul Cutter appeared in her hand, and she handed it to Suyi. At this moment, Soul Cutter still resembled a wooden sword, but in Suyi's hand, the illusion disappeared instantly, and the sword became clear as autumn water, emanating a fierce aura. Suyi unsealed Soul Cutter completely with a casual move. The terrifying sword intent swept the entire land. Even Hansen and Huo Yundao were trembling in fear. They finally understood why their swords couldn't be drawn. How high was the grade of this immortal sword in Suyi's hand? With this sword out, all other swords would submit. The soul hunter shaking on the side released a low hum. The sky above the extreme Emperor Immortal sect was tumultuous, with an unprecedented phenomenon. Gongshang was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't draw his sword, and Suyi was simply insane, borrowing an immortal sword to spar with him. Give me 3 moves. Suyi pointed at Gongshang with Soul Cutter, looking proud. Gongshang's mindset was completely exploding. Damn you, who do you think you are? Using a top-grade immortal sword to spar with someone. Is this still a spar? The mere presence of the sword spirit's aura was pressing down on everyone in the room. How could he even make moves? Sensing the situation wasn't right, Hansen quickly said, Stop. Let's not spar. How could they still spar? How could a Che cultivating junior like Suyi use such a top-grade immortal sword without Yi Xiaoxuan's permission? Just a touch might shred them into pieces with the sword aura. Yet Suyi held the immortal sword in his hand. They realized that when Yi Xiaoxuan had confronted Hansen before, Soul Cutter's power had been completely sealed. But now that the seal was released, what did that mean? Even Hansen at the Ascension stage felt he couldn't withstand Suyi's sword. No, this was basically like Yi Xiaoxuan letting the sword spirit fight against Gongshang. How could they even fight? Suyi considered whether to kill Gongshang, hesitated for a moment, and decided to spare the bow. So, he sheathed the sword and returned it to Yi Xiaoxuan. Yi Xiaoxuan then took back Soul Cutter, turning it back into a bracelet hanging on her wrist. Hansen and Huo Yundao were still shaken. The terrifying sword intent from before had frightened even these Ascension stage experts. Now they probably understood the true meaning of a strong opponent. This was real strength. With just a sword in the hands of a cultivating junior, it was terrifying. If it had been in Yishiaxuan's hands, it could have been as easy as crushing people or gods. At this moment, Huo Yundao finally deeply experienced what fear meant and understood why Hansen had given up after one strike. Why not admit defeat? Huo Yundao was starting to doubt life now. Yishiaxuan's strength was definitely beyond the ascension stage. After all, just with this sword, she could probably slaughter all the strong in the world. Thinking of this, Huo Yundao started to break out in a cold sweat on his forehead. Let's not fight then. Su Yi returned the sword and then lazily sat on a chair, passing a message to Yishiaxuan. When the sect leaders arrive, talk to them. Don't leave everything to Lao Yan. Are you a white-collar worker? Su Yi's intention was to train Yishiaxuan. If she was weak, that was fine. But pretending to be a master while sitting there drinking tea, was it so easy to get an annual salary of 1 million? Yishiaxuan pouted, feeling a bit unhappy. Clearly, they had agreed on an annual salary of 1 million, and now she had to take up these responsibilities herself. Moreover, when the sect leaders arrive, wasn't it Han Zhen's responsibility to talk to them? How did she end up with all these tasks? Furthermore, was an annual salary of 1 million a lot? It would barely buy some clothes. Yishiaxuan was originally a wealthy woman and wasn't really interested in an annual salary of 1 million. If it weren't for Su Yi's request, she wouldn't have agreed for Lao Yang to delegate these responsibilities to her. Soon, the leaders of a dozen immortal sects arrived at the gate of the extreme Emperor Immortal sect. If Hansen had just given a message, these leaders might not have given him much face. However, the horrifying sword intent that swept across the world had alarmed all the experts. With such a sword intent, many people thought that Hansen had broken through again and had reached an unimaginable realm. Even the Supreme Linky sect, the #1 immortal sect in the world, had to reconsider the extreme Emperor Immortal sect. The Supreme Linky sect's elder Zhangji Shun, who was far away, sensed the terrifying sword intent and quickly flew over. What kind of immortal luck has Hansen obtained? Could it be that he can already ascend? Zhang Jisheng's expression was solemn. He hadn't rushed to these new lands immediately, and now he was somewhat regretful. This sudden arrival of the alien world contained endless immortal luck, and if one had good fortune, breaking through the ascension stage was not impossible. Most of the sect's leaders basically knew Han Zhen's cultivation realm. A junior in the early ascension stage, no matter how strong, shouldn't emit such terrifying sword intent unless he had obtained some immortal luck. Thinking like this, these leaders regretted coming a bit late, but also envied Hansen. To think that Hansen might become the best in the world. Zhang Zhesheng's speed of flying with his sword can be described as traveling thousands of miles in an instant. However, when he flew to a place 10 kilometers away from the Ji Emperor Xuanzong, his immortal sword suddenly trembled under his feet, directly disconnecting him from his spiritual contact. If his cultivation had not been profound, he would have fallen straight down. Hansen is quite good, but has the strength advanced so much that he dares to restrict my sword fly. Zhang Zhesheng couldn't fly with his sword and naturally thought it was a trick by Hansen. He didn't really believe that Hansen could be so strong. It's said that the day before yesterday, encountering a staff member from the 13 places directly scared him into apologizing, which was a disgrace to strong individuals aiming for ascension. Even if a strong person is not a match, at most it is a fight to the death. Admit defeat and apologize. Losing even the dignity of a strong person. How could someone like this make much progress in cultivation? Although he couldn't fly with his sword, Zhang Zhesheng still descended in front of the main hall of the Ji Emperor Xuanzong. At this moment, there were no other people in front of the hall, and Hansen and Huo Yundao felt Zhang Zhesheng's aura and hurried out to greet him. Founded in the spring and autumn period and the warring states period, the Spirit Chess sect, of which Zhang Zhesheng was the elder, had already lived for 2,500 years. Now he had not truly ascended, and his life's essence was about to dry up, nearing his final term. Zhang Zhesheng, once regarded as the strongest in the world of the strong, appeared old and frail, on the verge of decline. However, only strong individuals like Hansen knew that this old man's strength was extremely terrifying, a supreme figure in the ascension period. Yishiaxuan was naturally classified as a strong individual above the ascension period by them. Hansen, you really think highly of yourself. Zhang Zhesheng, wrinkled and spotted with age, bent over, tattered in clothes, looking like a beggar on the roadside. But as he raised his head slightly, his eyes were sharp, exuding a terrifying aura that enveloped Hansen and Huo Yundao instantly. With little time left, he acted without constraint. Even if Hansen obtained some treasures of heaven and earth, so what? Given Han Zhen's ability to restrict his sword flying, a battle was inevitable. It would just be a death. It didn't matter much to him since he had lived for so long. If he truly perished under Han Zhen's sword, his life would not have been in vain. Senior John, what are you doing? Hansen was greatly shocked, feeling the killing intent emanating from Zhang Zhesheng. This old man had a strange temper, and he didn't know where he had offended him. Zhang Zhesheng snorted, and Hansen and Huo Yundao felt a heavy blow to their hearts, both of them spitting out blood simultaneously. The disparity in strength was not small, especially when faced with Zhang Zhesheng. While Hansen couldn't even muster a hint of sword intent, he appeared like a weak child. Senior, please spare us. Hansen hurriedly spoke. This junior doesn't know where he has displeased the senior. Zhang Zhesheng raised his head slightly, somewhat puzzled. Hadn't Hansen become stronger? Why did he feel much weaker than before? In theory, if Hansen could make him lose his ability to fly with his sword, it meant that Han Zhen's strength should be stronger than his. So why did he spit blood just because of Zhang Zhesheng's snort? The sword intent just now wasn't from you. Zhang Zhesheng took 2 steps forward, frowning. Obviously, the terrifying sword intention from earlier did not come from Hansen. Hansen wryly smiled. Of course, that wasn't me. It was from that senior inside. Joking. If he could wield such strong sword intent, would he be spitting blood because of a snort from Zhang Zhesheng? Senior, Zhang Zhesheng walked into the hall, scanning the people before finally locking his gaze on Su Yi and couldn't turn away. This appearance, so similar to the person from over 2,000 years ago. No, this demeanor, resemblant of that time, his original pale old face flushed red for a moment, excitedly moving forward, and he actually knelt directly in front of Su Yi. Senior Xuanwei, little John thought he would never see you in this life. This kneeling surprised the whole hall, and everyone dared not even breathe for a moment. How could this be? Senior Xuanwei, everyone present being cultivators, they were not unfamiliar with this name. Wang Zhu, also known as Wang Chan, with the title Xuanwei Zi, was a prominent strategist, a representative figure of Taoism, a pioneer in military strategy, and the founder of the School of Diplomacy. He was well-versed in various branches of knowledge and called himself Guiguzi due to his seclusion in Guigu. Zhang Zhesheng mistook Su Yi for Guiguzi, and even called himself Little Zhang. Hansen and Huo Yundao's hearts nearly jumped to their throats. They knew that Zhang Zhesheng was a figure from the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period, so it wasn't surprising that he knew Guiguzi. Could it be that this shameless guy was truly Guiguzi? You've mistaken me. Su Yi smiled at Zhang Zhesheng. He did live a period of time disguised as Guiguzi, so he might have met him. But over 2,000 years ago, Zhang Zhesheng definitely didn't look like this. Maybe back when they met, Zhang Zhesheng was a handsome young man. Zhang Zhesheng slowly raised his head, gazing at Su Yi's face. Even if he wasn't a cultivator, he would have thought he had mistaken the person. But just by looking into Su Yi's eyes, he knew he hadn't mistaken. Such profound eyes were the same as that elder from over 2,000 years ago. Zhang Zhesheng took a deep breath. If it was that senior who had emitted such sort intent earlier, that was completely normal. There was nothing wrong with that. Senior John, you have mistaken me. Hansen finally couldn't help but step forward and say, the one next to you is, get up. Su Yi remained seated in his chair, casually saying, at such an age, kneeling down whenever you meet someone, what's that? Hansen and Huo Yundao's faces were extremely unsightly. Seeing this attitude and hearing those words, damn it, he just attached himself to a strong individual? How could a face show such arrogance? Apart from Yishak Suan, Zhang Zhesheng was the strongest, and without Yishak Suan's protection, this guy would probably have a hard time. Zhang Zhesheng then slowly stood up. He could be absolutely sure that he hadn't mistaken the person, but if the senior said he had, then he had. I'm truly sorry. My old eyes are mistaken. After standing up, the first thing Zhang Zhesheng did was bow respectfully to Su Yi. Hansen and Huo Yundao beside him looked like their eyeballs were about to pop out. Were they mistaken? Zhang Zhesheng's temper was so strange, and facing someone as arrogant as Su Yi Wouldn't he just erase him with a glance? Could it be that he also refrained from acting due to Yi Xiaoxuan's protection? Hansen quickly arranged a seat for Zhang Jishan and had his disciples serve tea. This time, he specifically instructed his disciples to remember to steep the tea properly, emphasizing the importance of attention to detail. Zhang Jishan had a peculiar temper, and he was not someone to be trifled with. The leaders of other immortal sects also entered the main hall one after another. Some of them had already arrived at the mountain gate earlier, but seeing the gloomy expression on Zhang Jisheng's face, they hesitated to approach. After waiting for a while and seeing that the hall of the Jiti immortal sect had not been overturned, they finally entered. Just as they all thought that Han Zhen's cultivation had soared, it was normal for there to be a conflict when Zhang Jishan arrived. After entering the main hall, the leaders exchanged pleasantries, and some of them also noticed Yi Xiaoxuan and Su Yi sitting there. They knew Yi Xiaoxuan's strength was extraordinary, so her presence there was not questioned. However, seeing Su Yi sitting next to Yi Xiaoxuan seemed a bit odd. They assumed that Yi Xiaoxuan favored her disciple greatly. They did not think Su Yi was Yi Xiaoxuan's Dao companion, as their strengths were vastly different, and Su Yi was likely just a plaything to Yi Xiaoxuan. The leaders of the various immortal sects tacitly understood this and didn't dare to speak up or make unnecessary remarks. As more people arrived, Yi Xiaoxuan gathered her thoughts and courageously asked, "Is everyone here?" She could have remained silent, but Su Yi pushed her into speaking up. Yi Xiaoxuan's voice was gentle and lacked any sense of authority. Due to their preconceptions, almost everyone present believed Yi Xiaoxuan was an unparalleled master, and her gentle tone was seen as an effort to avoid pressuring them. What a kind and skillful senior she was. Hansen responded, "Almost everyone is here, except for someone from the Blood Witch sect." The Blood Witch sect was said to have inherited the ancient art of witchcraft, vastly different from those who cultivated immortality. It was the most mysterious sect, and although few members ever appeared in the mortal realm, Hansen, who had narrowly escaped death at the hands of the Blood Witch sect over 1,000 years ago, naturally saw Yi Xiaoxuan's inquiry as potentially stirring up trouble and confronting the Blood Witch sect. Zhang Jisheng spoke in a low voice. "The Blood Witch sect doesn't meddle in worldly affairs. They likely won't attend." "And how did you manage to contact the Blood Witch sect?" Hansen remained silent, realizing that he had only invited experts at the ascension stage to the gathering. In his view, the Zhenyi sect was not even a first-rate immortal sect, as it lacked even a cultivator at the nascent divinity stage, and therefore was not worthy of being present in the main hall. As for the Blood Witch sect, he didn't even know where their sect was located, so how could he possibly contact them? Yi Xiaoxuan, eager to leave, cleared her throat and said, "Den, I believe everyone is here." She continued, "To cut to the chase, I hope that all sect leaders will swiftly build the mountain defense formation and publicly announce the requirements for taking in disciples in order to maintain order in the mortal realm. Likewise, I'm sure none of you want to see a crowd of mortals gathering at your sect's gates, right?" Yi Xiaoxuan, being a wealthy heiress, had experience in leading meetings, and her tone now carried the air of a leader. Hansen promptly suggested, "Let's finish the defense formation quickly, and as for the disciples' requirements, we can discuss and have Mr. Yan handle the announcements. Those interested in becoming disciples can register, and we can select an auspicious day to officially take them in. How about that?" Han Zhen's thoughts were now focused on gaining Yi Xiaoxuan's favor. Since the moment he pulled out the soul-severing sword, he had immediately understood the gap between himself and Yi Xiaoxuan. Both being sword cultivators, Yi Xiaoxuan's swordsmanship was indeed peerless. If he could earn her favor to learn her sword techniques, wouldn't that be marvelous? He had come to terms with the idea that, in pursuit of the pinnacle of swordsmanship, even if Yi Xiaoxuan demanded his allegiance as her Dao companion, he would not refuse. Agreed. Then, "It's settled," Yi Xiaoxuan said. "Please complete the mountain defense formation as soon as possible, and as for the disciples, you can discuss with Mr. Yan." After saying these words, Yi Xiaoxuan felt a chill run down her spine. She was no fool, and everyone else present were true powerhouses, yet she was the weakest link pretending to be among them. If not for Su Yi sitting beside her, she might have been intimidated. "Rest assured, Elder Yi, we will act promptly." Hansen was eager to please Yi Xiaoxuan at this moment. "Then, we will take our leave," Yi Xiaoxuan said as she stood up, stealing a glance at Su Yi, unsure if Su Yi had any other thoughts or intentions. Would he cause trouble again? Suyi raised an eyebrow as he looked at Yishiaxuan, smiling slightly, then stood up and said, "Shall we go?" Yishiaxuan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they could leave. However, old Yang suggested, "How about you to leave first, and I'll discuss disciple recruitment with the sect leaders." Suyi gazed at Yishiaxuan with a smile. Yishiaxuan blinked, understanding Suyi's implication. She cleared her throat and said, "Let's wait until the discussions are over before leaving together." Although Suyi had stood up, he couldn't sit back down. He remarked, "You continue your discussion. I'll stroll around the area." He had come today for the chosen ones, and with Yishiaxuan by his side, Gongsheng certainly wouldn't dare to make a move. Such an accommodating person like Suyi would surely give him a chance, wouldn't he? Playing the waiting game, Suyi had always excelled. Fine. Yishiaxuan naturally did not object. However, once Suyi left, she began to feel a bit nervous. Not long after Suyi left the main hall, Zhang Jishun bid his farewell. He had never considered Yishiaxuan as a threat, and as for the others, there was no need to mention them. If Zhang Jishun was taking his leave, of course, Yishiaxuan wouldn't dare to protest. With Suyi no longer by her side, how could she argue with a post-ascension expert? Did she want to live a little longer? As soon as Suyi descended the mountain, Gongsheng followed suit. Truly living up to the title of the Chosen One, Gongsheng had never considered the possibility of Yishiaxuan being a true master. Even if Suyi were just a Czech cultivator, Gongsheng wondered whether he could kill him at such close range if Yishiaxuan truly was unparalleled. Gongsheng's only consideration was to prevent Suyi from sending out a distress signal and to swiftly eliminate him, leaving no traces behind. If there is a path to heaven, why wander aimlessly? Gongsheng lurked in the shadows, unaware that every move he made was under Suyi's control. Furthermore, Zhang Jishun had also locked onto his spiritual energy. With bitterness and malice on his face, Gongsheng suddenly launched a silver needle towards Suyi 100 meters away. In the next instant, Gongsheng collapsed on the spot. Zhang Jishun directly dispersed Gongsheng's soul. The silver needle heading towards Suyi was suspended several centimeters away from him, and could no longer advance. Suyi turned around, slowly extended his hand, and took the silver needle in the air, examining it in his hand. Poison needle? He chuckled. In the past, he had tried all kinds of medicines with the clear purpose of finding a poison that could kill him. It was clear that he did not die, but instead categorized various medicinal properties and was hailed as the divine farmer by the people of that time. To think that this little poison could kill him, it was a bit laughable. At this moment, Zhang Zhesheng walked up to Suyi, his voice trembling as he called out, "Senior, it really is you." Suyi looked at Zhang Zhesheng, struggling to recall who he was. Having lived for so long, Suyi had slept multiple times, forgetting unnecessary memories. "Senior, don't you remember me? I'm Zhang." Zhang Zhesheng looked at Suyi with excitement, hoping that Suyi would remember him. It was because of a casual advice from Suyi that he had achieved his current status. Seeing Suyi again was a cherished moment for Zhang Zhesheng. Yet, Suyi couldn't recall a Zhang Zhesheng among the many Zhaos in his memory. Perhaps Zhang Zhesheng was too ordinary. "I can't remember." Suyi shook his head, not denying his identity but instead asking, "Do you need something?" "Nothing at all. Just being able to see you in this lifetime is enough for me," Zhang Zhesheng said, with a hint of disappointment in his eyes, quickly composing himself. Even if Suyi didn't remember him, seeing him again was sufficient for Zhang Zhesheng. Suyi glanced at the body of Gongsheng, whose aura had dissipated following his death. It seemed that the fortune and essence on Gongsheng's body had been divided among the chosen ones. "You killed him," Suyi said to Zhang Zhesheng with a smile. Zhang Zhesheng, with a solemn expression, said, "He dared to offend Senior. His death was deserved." Suyi remained silent, his smile unchanged. Zhang Zhesheng, having lived for over 2,000 years, immediately understood Suyi's implication. "I killed him." Suyi didn't want to reveal his true strength in front of everyone else. Gongsheng's death required him to inform Hansen and the others. Just a simple notification. If Zhang Zhesheng wasn't satisfied, he could cause trouble with the GD Xuanzan, and Hansen wouldn't be able to stop him. Through Gongsheng's incident, Suyi realized that even if the chosen ones didn't die by his hand, their essence would still disperse and eventually be distributed among everyone. It was somewhat similar to raising goo through witchcraft, where the chosen ones were like the gathered insects, and the survivor would gather the fortune of all the others, along with the power Suyi had used to eliminate the guy. How much stronger would such a reincarnation be? So he could scatter the essence and power of the deceased person. He could. But there was no need. So he had been bored. And having someone to play with was much more enjoyable than being alone. Playing with weak opponents was boring. It seems your time is running out. So he assessed Zhang Zhesheng. Even for powerful cultivators in the ascension stage, the essence of their physical bodies was limited. People were born receiving 360 essences from the heavens and earth, based on the cycle of a year, combined with 24 essences from their parents, totaling 384 essences. These essences were known as prenatal essences, and even someone like Zhang Zhesheng had only 2 prenatal essences left after over 2,000 years. It was a sign that the end was near. Zhang Zhesheng appeared indifferent, saying, "Having lived for so many years, I've had enough. I want to visit the immortal realm." With his current strength, he could abandon his physical body and ascend directly to the immortal realm, but he still had some unfinished wishes and was not ready to ascend. So he nodded slightly. Lived for so many years? Just over 2,000 years, and he was already tired of it. According to their standards back then, 4,000 years barely counted as a Dao year, and Zhang Zhesheng hadn't even lived through 1 Dao year. Strange. Suyi was not interested in dying now. Since he couldn't die, he could continue living and witness more wonders. As for ascension, Suyi was even less interested. The so-called immortal realm was simply another dimension, and everyone who created that dimension had been struck dead by Suyi. What was the point of going in there? Just to stir up trouble. "Help me kill a few people," Suyi said, not wanting to bother doing it himself, taking out a blue glowing pill and offering it to Zhang Zhesheng. "You help me kill 5 people, and I'll give you this triple-line Spirit Purify pill. After taking it, your spiritual essence will be consolidated, greatly aiding you in rebuilding your physical body after ascending to the immortal realm." Although Suyi had never been to the immortal realm, he knew that after ascending, the first thing to do was to rebuild the physical body with a strong spiritual essence. Otherwise, ascending would be no different from seeking death. By asking Zhang Zhesheng to kill for him, in exchange for the pill, there would be no karmic consequences. Zhang Zhesheng's eyes fixed on the pill that Suyi held, unable to resist his excitement. In a world where nothing could arouse him, this triple-line Spirit Purify pill sparked his desires. In Zhang Zhesheng's eyes, this pill was an extraordinary elixir, something unprecedented and unseen. After consuming it, he could ascend at any time, and his strength wouldn't diminish after ascending. "Thank you, Senior." Zhang Zhesheng knelt down and said, "I will be at your service." Suyi waved his hand. "This is just a transaction. No need for gratitude. And don't bother me again in the future. Our bond is over." After saying so, he flicked the pill out in front of Zhang Zhesheng. Zhang Zhesheng reached out and took the pill, somewhat excited as he asked, "Senior, whom shall I kill?" Suyi thought for a moment and said, "Feng Yue from the Xiaoyao Gate, Ling Chen from the Renlong Dao, and Ai Yu from the Fengxi sect." He listed 5 names, and Zhang Zhesheng's expression turned puzzled. "Senior, are these 5 hidden masters from their sects? I have never heard of them," Suyi explained. "Except for Ai Yu, who is in the Nascent Soul stage, the others are in the Golden Core stage." Oh. Zhang Zhesheng was completely dumbfounded. Giving him such a valuable elixir just to kill a few Nascent Soul and Golden Core stage cultivators. If they were powerful Ascension stage cultivators, it would have made sense. But these individuals could be easily dealt with. "Don't ask so many questions. Just kill as instructed," Suyi said, turning away to continue wandering. "Don't come looking for me again. Our fate has ended. I will follow your command, Senior," Zhang Zhesheng replied, bowing respectfully until Suyi disappeared from view, then straightened up and left. Suyi was actually very curious. Could Zhang Zhesheng really kill these 5 chosen ones? Their fortunes could be said to be beyond the reach of ordinary people. Even strong cultivators, like Zhang Zhesheng in the Ascension stage, were no match for them. In the eyes of many, fortunes were something elusive and inexplicable. But Suyi was very clear that the higher a person's fortune, the more likely it were to turn adversity into good fortune. Even if they were chased by someone of much higher cultivation level, unexpected changes could still occur. If the enemy's cultivation level was only slightly higher, trying to kill these individuals would likely result in a counterattack, and the chosen ones would also encounter opportunities due to being hunted. This was probably what they called providing experience points. However, Zhang Zhesheng was a powerful figure in the late Ascension stage, so there was still a possibility of him killing them. Strength was there to speak for itself. However, there was always a chance of unexpected variables. Looking at the sky, Suyi found the changes in the heavenly Tao indeed peculiar. It seemed like all these variations were caused by what he had triggered. Apart from the chosen ones, another character was introduced. Why was he so adept at playing this game? While pondering these thoughts, Zhang Zhesheng had already arrived at the gate of Shihouyao. Standing on top of the gate, he shouted loudly, "Who is Feng Yue?" As a powerhouse in the ascension stage, his questioning voice frightened and the entire Shihouyao gate. Shihouyao gate was only a third-rate sect, and even the strength of the sect master was only at the late Yuan-Nin stage. When a powerhouse in the ascension stage personally came to demand someone, the sect master of the Shihouyao gate hurriedly came out. "May I ask why the senior is looking for Feng Yue?" Behind the sect master of Shihouyao gate was a young man who didn't look more than 20 years old. He bowed to Zhang Zhesheng and said, "This is my disciple Feng Yue." Normally, with Zhang Zhesheng's status and strength, looking for a junior likely implied a profound connection. The sect master of Shihouyao gate thought the same way. Was this senior interested in Feng Yue and wanted to bestow him an opportunity? Before this, Feng Yue was just an ordinary person, but these past days, something seemed to have changed him, showing his potential in the sect. Feng Yue also bowed to Zhang Zhesheng and said, "Junior Feng Yue pays respects to the senior." Zhang Zhesheng squinted his eyes and observed Feng Yue for a while. He had some knowledge about the aspect of fortunes, and when he saw Feng Yue, he noticed a purple aura above his head, indicating extraordinary fortune. Additionally, there was a faint green celestial force surrounding him. If it weren't for Suyi asking him to kill Feng Yue, Zhang Zhesheng would have wanted to take him as a disciple. If allowed to develop further, Feng Yue will undoubtedly become a remarkable figure. Was he now compelled to stifle a future prodigy in infancy? Zhang Zhesheng remained silent and pointed a white light that pierced through Feng Yu's head, extinguishing his soul. At the moment of Feng Yu's death, the green celestial force on him rushed towards Zhang Zhesheng. The terrifying speed left no escape, not even for a formidable individual like Zhang Zhesheng. The green celestial force took away a portion of Zhang Zhesheng's fortune and dispersed a part of the innate energy within him. Zhang Zhesheng grunted and turned ashen. He only had 2 slivers of innate energy left, with one sliver being shattered. His end was near. The sect master of Shihouyao gate raised his head, gazing at Feng Yue falling beside him, in disbelief. "Senior, how could this happen?" The sect master of Shihouyao gate couldn't fathom why Zhang Zhesheng, a powerhouse in the ascension stage, had come here to act ruthlessly, disregarding his identity and reasons, to kill a junior at the Golden Core stage. Zhang Zhesheng didn't explain and disappeared as a rainbow light in the sky. Previously, when he killed Gong Sheng and wasn't hit by the celestial force backfire, it was because Gong Sheng had murderous intent towards Suyi. As Suyi had previously saved Zhang Zhesheng, he remained unscathed after killing Gong Sheng. Feng Yue, having no enmity with Zhang Zhesheng, was suddenly killed, resulting in Zhang Zhesheng suffering from the backlash. Given that Feng Yue had obtained a bit of immortal luck, Zhang Zhesheng was fortunate not to have died on the spot. Suyi observed Zhang Zhesheng's every move, and upon realizing this, he couldn't help but laugh. So that's how it is. The thing triggered by him was solely aimed at reviving without holding back. Thus, if he were to kill those individuals with his own hands, he might as well seize a portion of Suyi's fortune, making it perfect. However, Suyi did not see the significance of this. Play on. Let's see what kind of trick he could pull off. Zhang Zhesheng knew very well that if he killed another person, his death would be imminent. Upon such an event, other than his ascension, he would face reincarnation. He didn't dare to act recklessly again, and could only seek Suyi once more. "Senior Zhuan Huzi, I have already killed Feng Yue of the Shihouyao gate. However, I found that Feng Yue seems to have celestial protection. I have little innate energy left, and I fear that I can only kill one more person before ascending." Zhang Zhesheng took out a jade bottle from his pocket and handed it over. "Please take back the immortal pill." Suyi waved his hand and said, "No need to return the pill. It was my fault for not understanding the situation. Take the pill first, kill another person at will, and ascend." Zhang Zhesheng's hands trembled. Killing one more person, for him, it wasn't difficult, but currently, the sect master of the Ling Quzan had fallen into demonic ways, and the sect had no successor. If he ascended, wouldn't the Ling Quzan fall into chaos? "Senior, there is one thing the junior has not yet finished in the mortal world," Suyi casually said. "Finish your business before killing again. You can choose any target. I am in no hurry, Yes. Zhang Zhisheng acknowledged and left. In reality, after ascending, he hoped Suyi could assist the Ling Quzong. However, with a single sentence, Suyi shut down his thoughts. Both were cunning like foxes. As soon as Zhang Zhisheng spoke up, Suyi knew what he was aiming for. He didn't want to bring trouble upon himself. Shortly after Zhang Zhisheng left, Wishiaxun and Le Yang finally emerged from the main hall of the JDW Xinzong. Suyi stood at the gate, and the disciples guarding it stared at Suyi and the two as if silently asking, "What do you want to do?" Wishiaxun and Le Yang nearly cried when they saw Suyi, but as there were others present, Wishiaxun kept her composure. However, when they had walked a few steps away, she suddenly threw herself into Suyi's arms, tears streaming down her face as she said, "Where did you go?" Le Yang turned his head, pretending not to see anything. Suyi furrowed his brow and admonished softly, "What are you doing? Are you trying to provoke me?" Colluding, Wishiaxun, feeling speechless, said, "I can't walk anymore, carry me." Inside the main hall, where all Ascension stage powerhouses resided, Wishiaxun endured immense pressure, conversing with others. The moment she stepped out, the pressure released, causing her legs to weaken. Suyi has never been considered a particularly heartless person, although he has always tried to appear strict towards Wishiaxun. Years of being protective of her have sometimes led him to agree to some unreasonable requests. "Why are you holding me so tight? Do you want to kill me?" Suyi walked with Wishiaxun on his back for a while, gritting his teeth and asking, "I thought your legs were weak. Why are your hands still so strong?" "My legs are weak. What does that have to do with my hands?" Wishiaxun said matter-of-factly, then relaxed a bit and comfortably lay on Suyi's back. The last time they had such intimate contact was when crossing the bridge at Qingyun Mountain. It must be said that Suyi's scent is truly pleasant. Without any perfume, just that naturally pleasant smell, even breathing lightly on him makes one feel comfortable all over. Suyi couldn't be bothered to argue with Wishiaxun. He was also aware of the immense pressure she had just experienced. If he hadn't been there, Wishiaxun and Lao Yang probably wouldn't have been able to leave the main hall of the Jidixian sect. Wishiaxun lay on Suyi's back and fell asleep in a daze. "Senior, I'll take my leave first." Lao Yang was not very clear about the relationship between Suyi and Wishiaxun, so he didn't want to be a third wheel. From what Suyi had previously said, Wishiaxun was his disciple, but her behavior and speech didn't quite fit that of a disciple. Suyi nodded and continued walking outside with Wishiaxun on his back. Along the way, Wishiaxun slept soundly, her head resting on Suyi's shoulder, a faint smile on her lips. Suyi didn't sever his emotions and desires. As a vigorous man, he couldn't avoid physiological reactions in certain situations. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Suyi teleported with Wishiaxun to his bedroom and carefully placed her on the bed. Glancing at the sleeping Wishiaxun, Suyi took a deep breath, turned around, and walked out of the room. Could it be? Did he develop feelings for Wishiaxun just now? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It must be because he had slept too long earlier, and his desires hadn't been relieved. After all, a normal man would have physiological reactions in the morning. Suyi had just woken up from a 50-year slumber, and his energy levels were high. In the past month, with many women around him, he had managed to control himself quite well. Thinking about this, Suyi sat under a parasol tree, adjusting his breath until he calmed down. It was only 3 in the afternoon now. In the past, Suyi would either be at school, in a bookstore, or playing mahjong or fishing with Lao Lin and others. Lao Lin was gone now. He had planned to dig out the wine buried 500 years ago and drink it with Lao Lin, but now Lao Lin was gone, and the wine hadn't been dug out. Since there was nothing urgent, Suyi simply grabbed a shovel and started slowly digging out the wine. This jar of wine on the stone table was truly a rare and exceptional vintage, but at this moment, Suyi didn't know who to share it with. Suyi's alcohol tolerance was unquestionable. With his strong spiritual power, if he didn't want to get drunk, he could keep drinking. But since he had dug out this jar of wine, he was hoping to get drunk. With no one to share it with, Suyi opened the jar in front of him and drank heartily. This wine was brewed by Suyi himself and contained countless principles of the great laws. If ordinary people drank it, longevity and health wouldn't be a problem. It was truly an immortal wine. One cup accompanies life and death. Myriad affairs remain unresolved. After getting drunk, one loses sight of heaven and earth, and wakes up alone. As Suyi drank, he couldn't help but think of the poetic immortal from the great Tang dynasty. Although Li Bai was immortal, he was an interesting person, and drinking with him was always enjoyable. In ancient times, sages were all lonely. Only drinkers left their names. Su Yi laughed as he drank. Even Zhang Zhesheng, who had lived for over 2,000 years, felt the loneliness of old friends departing. So wasn't Su Yi feeling the same? It had just been so long, with too many old friends. He had grown accustomed to enjoying solitude, life and death vow, companionship with you, holding hands with you, growing old together. A smile tinged with melancholy crossed Su Yi's lips. People could grow old with their partners, but what about him? If others don't get intoxicated, he will intoxicate himself. Su Yi finished the wine in the jar, his gaze somewhat unfocused. He then walked back into his bedroom. At this time, Yi Xiaoxuan was still sound asleep, and Su Yi lay down next to her. Yi Xiaoxuan was a bit dazed, feeling the warmth of Su Yi's body and his pleasant scent. Without being completely drunk, he still smelled good. Nothing like those drunken thoughts. Could it be that Master's alcohol tolerance is so poor? Yi Xiaoxuan secretly smiled, staring at Su Yi's face, her heart beating erratically like a fawn's. Oh no! Oh no! Yi Xiaoxuan couldn't deny that she was enamored with his looks. Su Yi's captivating appearance to a young girl like her was practically a weapon of mass destruction, with no blind spots. Yi Xiaoxuan turned over to face Su Yi, feeling his hot breath, her face flushing like dripping blood, her breathing becoming rapid. Could it be inappropriate to kiss her own master? After being tangled in her thoughts for a long time, Yi Xiaoxuan closed her eyes and leaned in. Just as she touched Su Yi's lips, his eyelids trembled slightly. Although Su Yi was rarely drunk, his instinctual awareness was intact. Living for so many years, he might not have been intimate with countless women, but in certain aspects, it was almost instinctual. And regarding skill, Yi Xiaoxuan couldn't possibly match someone like Su Yi. The following 10,000 words were harmonized by the heavenly Tao. Please supplement them on your own. Yi Xiaoxuan curled up blushing in her clothes, her eyes filled with shyness. After waking up, Su Yi had left the bedroom. He had almost crossed the line just now, but Su Yi suddenly sobered up, his drunkenness gone, applying the brakes in time to prevent a disaster. Once outside, Su Yi didn't understand his thoughts. Are you crazy? Why drink at this time? Are you doing this on purpose? Sitting on a stone chair, hand on his forehead, Su Yi had almost done something utterly beastly just now. However, now it seemed he was less than a beast. Su Yi wasn't the type of moralist who believed masters and disciples couldn't be together. It was mainly that he didn't understand his own feelings towards Yi Xiaoxuan. What exactly were Su Yi's feelings towards Yi Xiaoxuan? Were his actions just natural tendencies or something else? Yi Xiaoxuan lay on the bed, her mind in a mess. At this moment, she didn't even have the courage to go out. She didn't even know how to face Su Yi. Should she still call him master as before? Or, after what just happened, has their relationship had a breakthrough? Over half an hour passed. Su Yi walked to the bedroom door, knocked, and calmly asked, "Hungry? I'll make some late-night snacks." Just as Yi Xiaoxuan's mood was beginning to calm down, Su Yi's question caused her face to blush again. It was like a scene from a movie where the male lead asks the female lead afterward. But what they did today, it's a bit of a gray area. I'll eat. Yi Xiaoxuan's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Luckily, Su Yi had sharp hearing, otherwise, he wouldn't have heard her clearly. If you want to eat, get up quickly. Why are you still lying down? Su Yi acted as if nothing had happened, appearing just like one of those scummy men who eat and run. Oh. Yi Xiaoxuan's eyes welled up with mist. She answered verbally, but physically, she didn't move. She now had no idea how to face Su Yi. The main issue was Su Yi's current attitude, which left her unable to figure out how to interact with him. If they really had a relationship, then Yi Xiaoxuan respects him as a master, but isn't Su Yi also her man now? What does it all mean today? The key point is Su Yi's attitude. Su Yi probably understood the complexity of Yi Xiaoxuan's current emotions and didn't rush her, silently heading to the kitchen. Aside from some vegetables, the late-night meal also included the beast meat left over from a few days ago. While Yi Xiaoxuan's current strength was good, her foundation was unstable. Normal cultivators first temper their bodies before cultivating Che, but due to Su Yi's influence, Yi Xiaoxuan had bypassed the body tempering phase. The beast meat, carefully prepared by Su Yi, undoubtedly contained the principles of the Great Tao, providing great benefits for body refinement. After a few minutes, Yi Xiaoxuan emerged from the bedroom, and Suyi brought out the cooked dishes and placed them on the stone table. "Try it, the taste is not bad," Suyi said, as he sat on a stone stool, with a jar of wine on the table. Holding her clothes, Yi Xiaoxuan sat there, blushing and not touching her chopsticks. In the past, she would have probably eaten without reservation, but now she felt restrained. Seeing her act like a little daughter, Suyi paused for a moment and said, "Actually, today I'm going to teach you how to grow bigger." Yi Xiaoxuan was stunned at first and then, after 3 seconds, instantly blushed even more. "Is this your secret recipe?" Yi Xiaoxuan's eyes widened as she spoke, her words stumbling. What did he mean by that? What was Suyi trying to imply? "Well, what do you think?" Suyi said. "Eat quickly before the food gets cold." Holding the chopsticks, Yi Xiaoxuan was too embarrassed to look at Suyi, picked up a piece of meat, and ate without truly tasting it. Her mind was in chaos, and Suyi's recent words sounded more like flirting between a couple. Master, today." Yi Xiaoxuan lowered her head, unsure of what she wanted to say. However, Suyi suddenly interrupted her and said, "In the future, you can call me master if you wish, or you can call me by name." Yi Xiaoxuan looked up at Suyi, still dazed. Suyi didn't explain further. Instead, he poured 2 glasses of wine and asked, "Would you like a drink?" "Sure." Yi Xiaoxuan, feeling anxious, thought that having a drink might help. "After drinking, go practice," Suyi said as he poured 2 glasses of wine. Yi Xiaoxuan looked at the wine on the stone table, lost in her thoughts once again. Suyi ate quietly, showing no signs of embarrassment. However, his inner thoughts were not as calm as they appeared. While he didn't have any strange thoughts about seducing Yi Xiaoxuan, he couldn't be indifferent after what had happened today. The best he could do now was to help Yi Xiaoxuan improve her strength. Yi Xiaoxuan ate a few pieces of meat, drank a glass of wine, feeling an indescribable force accumulating in her low abdomen before spreading throughout her body. This force compelled her to activate the technique Suyi had taught her. Unbeknownst to her, she had lost track of time. Suyi glanced at her. Since the moment she became his disciple, she had already been fated with great consequences. So this meal was not that significant. Since the karma was there was no escaping it. The only option was to get stronger. Time passed quickly, and Yi Xiaoxuan sat on the stone stool for 10 full days and nights. When she opened her eyes, she took a deep breath. Suyi sat beside her, the stone table now spotless. "Go take a bath," Suyi advised. Yi Xiaoxuan had been sitting here for 10 days and nights, covered in dust. "Is it already daytime?" Yi Xiaoxuan, sober but a bit confused, thought she had just been sitting here until dawn. "You've been sitting for 10 days, Suyi had been watching the whole time. Otherwise, she would have been completely covered in dust." 10 days. Yi Xiaoxuan was completely dumbfounded. Yi Xiaoxuan had never imagined that someone could stay in one place for 10 days at a time. This was probably the longest period of seclusion she had experienced since she started cultivating immortality. She chose to believe what Suyi said without hesitation. Upon reflection, it seemed like she had entered a wondrous realm, feeling relaxed and rejuvenated, as if experiencing a rebirth. Was this the feeling of cultivating immortality? It was enough to make her forget about time, hunger, and experience a satisfaction comparable to when she first recited the Huandi Neijing in its entirety. Just as Yi Xiaoxuan regained her senses, she saw Wen Qianmeng coming out of the kitchen, holding a plate of washed cherries. No, it should be Li Youayu. Although Wen Qianmeng and Li Youayu shared the same body, their tones and gazes were completely different, allowing Yi Xiaoxuan to easily distinguish between the two. She didn't think much of Wen Qianmeng, finding her shy and gentle in speech, not arousing any animosity. But Li Youayu was different. In Yi Xiaoxuan's mind, Li Youayu was almost equated with terms like seductress and enchantress. How could she be here? Although Yi Xiaoxuan had been sitting on the stone bench for 10 days, her personal memories remained at most until the second morning. It felt as if Suyi was intimate with her yesterday, only to wake up in the morning and find another woman in the house, playing the role of a hostess by bringing food from the kitchen. It felt like she was in the vast grasslands of Hulanbeer, surrounded by lush greenery. Suyi smiled and said, "She has been here for 3 days." Yi Xiaoxuan was surprised by Suyi's words, feeling like she had been deceived for 3 days. Li Youayu sat on the stone bench next to Yi Xiaoxuan with a plate of cherries on the stone table. She smiled charmingly and said, "Senior, try these cherries, they are quite fresh." Yishiaxuan couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. This cunning fox spirit sat beside her and blatantly ignored her existence, pretending not to see her, right? Before Yishiaxuan could react, Suyi removed the concealment spell from her, then smiled and said, "Talk to her." Li Youayu, who was about to put a cherry in her mouth, paused when she suddenly saw Yishiaxuan, a trace of astonishment followed by a hint of disappointment in her eyes. But quickly, she regained her usual smile and complimented, "Not bad. A breakthrough in just a few days." Still unaware of the concealment spell on her, Yishiaxuan grumbled, "Miss Li, can't you see me? How come you can see me now?" Before Li Youayu could respond, Suyi interjected, "She really couldn't see you just now. Go take a bath and then have some fruits after." Confused by the situation, Yishiaxuan complied and headed to the bathroom without further argument. "I have prepared a set of clothes for you in the bedroom. See if you like it," Suyi said. Yishiaxuan's heart filled with joy upon hearing this and she eagerly went to check out the outfit. She found a beautifully crafted blue and white kipa on the bed, along with undergarments. Infatuated with the exquisite design and embroidery, Yishiaxuan blushed at the sight of the intimate clothing, feeling a wave of girlish excitement. Feeling green? How could that be? Li Youayu never received such treatment. Yishiaxuan emerged from the bedroom while holding the clothes. Suddenly, Suyi called out, "There are some herbs in the bathtub, and hot water has been prepared for you. Soak for an hour." Sheepishly, Yishiaxuan avoided eye contact and stepped into the bathroom to follow Suyi's instructions. Seated across from Suyi, Li Youayu remarked, "No wonder Senior told me to boil hot water every day." Suyi, unaware of when Yishiaxuan had awakened from her transcendent state, left the trivial matters to Li Youayu for the time being. The herbs for the bath had been picked by Li Youayu from the land where she descended from an alternate world. Initially, Li Youayu thought the herbs were for her own use, but it turned out they were meant for Yishiaxuan. Boiling water daily was merely a way of waiting for Yishiaxuan to awaken from the breakthrough. Without paying attention to Li Youayu's words, Suyi glanced at the vine of the mystical thousand-year plant growing in the corner and said, "You performed well in these 3 days. Tomorrow, I will help you separate souls from Wenqian Men." Indeed, Li Youayu had been attentive to tasks like boiling water, doing chores, and gathering herbs, fulfilling the role of a competent servant. "Thank you, Senior." Li Youayu smiled and then asked, "Will Senior take on any more disciples?" Suyi promptly rejected the idea, not open to further discussion. He himself couldn't recall why he had taken Yishiaxuan as a disciple in the first place. Now Li Youayu wanted to be his disciple. Was it even possible? Li Youayu smiled lightly and asked, "If I rebuild my physical body, can I serve Senior?" Suyi glanced at her, her intentions clear in her gaze. Serving him would mean not seeking any formal recognition, so you could dictate the terms. "After rebuilding your physical body, you can do me a favor by killing someone," Suyi said. He had been guarding Yishiaxuan in the courtyard for the past 10 days, either making kipas or letting those divinely chosen individuals do as they pleased, feeling some slight progress over the 10 days. Earlier, he had promised to help Li Youayu rebuild her physical body with the condition of her killing someone, as a way to sever karmic ties. Suyi lives in the old city area, which is full of houses from the 1950s. Although there have been some repairs along the way, there are no water heaters here. Bathing relies on heating water. Yishiaxuan poured hot water into the tub, and the herbal medicine in the tub immediately emitted a faint fragrance. Originally, Suyi asked her to take an herbal bath, and she thought it would smell bad and be dark. The herbs were wrapped in cloth, so they wouldn't spread all over the tub. As soon as she soaked in, Yishiaxuan could feel a strange energy seeping into her body through her pores. As a cultivator, she was quite sensitive to these energies. After these 10 days of cultivation, not only did her physical body become stronger, but when she calmed down, she could feel the golden core in her divine consciousness becoming solid and heavy. Could this be the later stage of the golden core? Yishiaxuan could already introspect within her divine consciousness while soaking in the tub. She could clearly see strands of green energy continuously merging into the golden core. Most cultivators' golden cores were light golden, but Yishiaxuan's golden core in her sea of consciousness was light blue. If those big shots in the realm of ascension like Zhang Zhesheng knew the appearance of Yishiaxuan's golden core, they would be shocked. A blue golden core. Is that still a golden core? It was interwoven with the power of the heavenly Tao, which was unheard of. Of course, all of this was because of the cultivation technique given to her by Suyi. Despite Yi Shaxuan's poor aptitude, she had always been by Su Yi's side. The meals Su Yi cooked were considered treasures that many saints dreamed of in ancient times, but she could enjoy them any time. This kind of treatment would make any saint envious. Yi Shaxuan was bathing in the bathroom when someone knocked on the door. "Who is it?" Yi Shaxuan subconsciously asked upon hearing the knocking. Oh no. Could Su Yi be coming in now? A couple bath in the middle of the day, with people outside. Was this really a good idea? "Miss Yi, it's me. Senior Su asked me to bring you some hot water." Li Youayu's low voice came from outside the door, easing Yi Shaxuan's anxiety, but she felt a bit disappointed inside. "Come in." Upon obtaining Yi Shaxuan's permission, Li Youayu came in carrying a bucket of hot water. "Thank you." Although Yi Shaxuan did not like Li Youayu, she was polite enough to thank her for bringing the bath water. Li Youayu walked to the tub, carefully examining Yi Shaxuan. "What are you looking at?" Yi Shaxuan covered her chest with her hands, feeling amused and bewildered. As girls, it shouldn't be a big deal to look at each other, but Yi Shaxuan felt that Li Youayu's gaze was a bit strange. She remembered that Li Youayu had. Well, it seemed that Li Youayu had something she didn't have for sure. Li Youayu squinted her eyes slightly, pondering a question. What kind of girls did Su Yi like? She was going to use the Millennium Mysterious Vine to reshape her body, and both appearance and figure could be chosen based on her preferences. And now she was referring to Yi Shaxuan. Could it be that Su Yi liked flat-chested girls? That was a possibility. It was said that some men preferred developing their women. Looks alone were not enough. While evaluating Yi Shaxuan, Li Youayu also said to the soul of Wen Qianmeng, Look at yourself. What have you grown up for? Are you being neglected?" Wen Qianmeng was also quite depressed. For these 3 days, most of the time Li Youayu controlled her body, and now she was being neglected. The reason for being neglected was that she was too big. "Miss Yi, how about I serve you to bathe?" Li Youayu's eyes curved into a crescent moon, wanting to see if there was something special about Yi Shaxuan's body. Besides, she was well aware that her position in Su Yi's heart was completely different from Yi Shaxuan's position. Seeing Su Yi doting on Yi Shaxuan so much, even making clothes for her, she had been observing Su Yi sitting on that stone bench without moving at all. At first, she was confused about what Su Yi was doing sitting there. Today, she finally understood. While seeing Li Youayu's strange smile, Yi Shaxuan couldn't help feeling a bit strange as well. She had never thought that a girl would desire her body. "No need. I can do it myself." Yi Shaxuan repeatedly refused. No matter what the reason, she couldn't let Li Youayu serve her in bathing, could she? "Then let's bathe together." Before Yi Shaxuan could refuse, Li Youayu had already entered. In no time, the bathroom was filled with a strange atmosphere. Su Yi couldn't be bothered to intervene in the playfulness between Li Youayu and Yi Shaxuan. He couldn't rush in to stop Li Youayu's foolish behavior. His spiritual consciousness quickly scanned the entire land, immediately noticing that the chosen ones had grown rapidly in the past few days. Particularly, Ling Chen from the Human King and Yang Yu from the Maple Creek sect had been extremely exceptional, almost cheating the entire time. Ling Chen was at the Golden Core initial stage 10 days ago. Now he was in the later stage of the nascent soul, affirmed by the main master of the Human King Dan, even obtaining the inheritance of the immortal realm. Yang Yu was even more extraordinary. 10 days ago, he was in the early stage of the nascent soul, and now he had reached the foundation building stage, and he even found some innate treasures in the other world he entered. The head of the Maple Creek sect was almost smiling from ear to ear, boasting to everyone that their Yang Yu had the potential to become a great emperor. Su Yi chuckled as he saw their statuses. But there was one thing he couldn't quite figure out. Why did one guy have 5 chosen ones by his side, and Beilangbai had 3? Was that guy who he drove out of his senses? Did it mean that every woman he had contact with would become the target of these chosen ones? Most absurdly, there was even a chosen one near Zhongting. Was this guy really so convinced that every woman he had contact with would come with his luck? Of course, Lin Yun had the most, with 100 chosen ones, to die, leaving 98. Surprisingly, 38 of them joined the newly established Zhuangming sect under Lin Yun. She was the heir of the Blackwater Zhuangming Great Emperor, so it was reasonable for her to establish the Zhuangming sect with her identity. However, it was a bit exaggerated that these 38 chosen ones joined the Zhuangming sect collectively. Within 10 days, so many powerful individuals emerged. They were not just ordinary experts. Any of these 38 chosen ones could make other major sects break their heads to pursue them because of their talents and luck. Lin Yun gained all this without doing anything. All for free. Qingzhou City. Jerry Western Restaurant. John Ting rarely put on makeup. Sitting across from her was a middle-aged man who looked slim and refined. Boss Yin, you already understand my situation. John Ting faced the middle-aged man, still feeling a bit insecure. I am very satisfied with you, but there is one condition. You must treat my daughter well. The middle-aged man, named Yin Bei, was perceived by ordinary people as a wealthy businessman in the food and beverage industry. In reality, he was also a cultivator, a chosen one. He had come into contact with John Ting as a potential match. Yin Bei had good looks, a solid family background, and had never been married. For someone like John Ting, who was divorced and had a child, a match like Yin Bei was already quite good enough. She had no other requirements, just finding someone to spend the rest of her life with peacefully. The only condition was that Yin Bei had to treat Su Diandian well, or she would rather not marry again. Yin Bei's expression was sincere, his smile infectious. John Ting, rest assured, if we are together, I will treat your daughter as my own. John Ting had some experience in dealing with men, knowing that promises made in the heat of the moment might not hold true. She was not naive to believe everything at face value. That sounds good. I think we can get to know each other first, and if it works out, we can get married. At her age, John Ting no longer believed in romantic love. For adults, blind dates were straightforward. If it clicks, get married. If not, move on without delay. That would be best. I also hope to come home to a light on. Yin Bei smiled. I have always wanted a daughter. They say daughters are their father's little cotton jackets. I have seen Diandian, a very adorable child. Yin Bei had his own mission, to capture John Ting's heart. If successful, he would gain a mystical inheritance, and with every rise in John Ting's affection for him, his fortunes would increase as well. John Ting was not bad-looking, still charming. If he married her, Yin Bei would not consider himself at a loss. As for how he would treat Su Diandian, that would depend on his mood. Regardless of the future plans, whatever schemes Yin Bei had in mind, for now at least, John Ting and he were having a pleasant conversation. That was until Su Yi entered the restaurant. Sister Ting, what a coincidence running into you here. Su Yi intentionally passed by their table, greeted John Ting, and then smiled at Yin Bei. Boss Yin, so you know Sister Ting? Yin Bei looked at Su Yi in confusion, and asked, who are you? Su Yi acted as if they were old acquaintances, jokingly saying, Boss Yin, have you already forgotten me? Sister Ting no longer works the night scene. If you have any business, talk to me. What business? Yin Bei was even more bewildered, unable to recall when he had met Su Yi. Seeing his youth, it was unlikely that Su Yi was intentionally trying to embarrass him in front of John Ting. But Yin Bei noticed the change in John Ting's expression, and his system reminded him that her affection for him was declining. Yin Bei was feeling flustered. Just when things were going smoothly with John Ting, this person appeared out of nowhere to disrupt him. As a cultivator, if not for the public setting, he would have dealt with the young man then and there. But with his reputation preceding him, Yin Bei dared not act rashly. Although angered by Su Yi's words, he managed to keep his composure, coldly stating, Young man, you will be legally responsible for such words. Do you even know who I am? Boss Yin, you're being vague. Su Yi chuckled, then turned to John Ting and said, Sister Ting, are you back in business? John Ting had always been grateful to Su Yi, the young man. A chance encounter led to their bond, and during this period, Su Yi had helped her a lot. Hearing Su Yi's words, she smiled and replied, Su Yi, Boss Yin is my blind date. If you have any business with him, you can discuss it now. Arranging for student companions? John Ting had heard of it before, but had never engaged in such services. She never initiated or tempted any girl to sell her body in the night scene. Yin Bei's eyes twitched slightly, and John Ting's unusual response puzzled him. Most women, upon hearing about their date arranging for student companions, whether true or false, would have left immediately. But John Ting was asking them to continue the discussion. Talking about business here was absurd. Yin Bei bit his lip, striving to maintain his decorum. Glancing at Su Yi, he remained calm and composed, deciding that Su Yi wouldn't be able to call anyone over, thereby proving his innocence to John Ting. Su Yi must have arrived without a detailed plan. However, Yin Bei and Su Yi were strangers, so there shouldn't be any deep scheming involved, right? He was bluffing. As long as you bring them, I will cover the meal. Order whatever you want. Yinbei found it hard to believe that Suyi had planned so intricately. Suyi grinned. Boss, don't worry, they'll be here in 10 minutes. With that, he took out his phone and made a call. CC, bring Kun to Jerry Western Restaurant. Remember, the boss you met wants to have a chat. Yinbei became a little panicked when he heard the words that Suyi said on the phone. Damn, is this kid setting me up? He couldn't understand why Suyi would mess with him. John Ting, do you believe me? Yinbei didn't bother talking to Suyi and immediately focused his attention on John Ting. As long as John Ting believed him, everything would be fine. John Ting smiled and said, Of course, I believe you. Just as Yinbei was about to breathe a sigh of relief, John Ting added, Wait until CC and Chun arrive, you just need to explain everything. Yinbei truly didn't think that he could explain this kind of situation. If Suyi was really determined to target him, even if they went to the police station, it might not be cleared up. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward, but Suyi was chatting casually with John Ting. Suyi, when did you start doing this kind of business again? Although John Ting felt indebted to Suyi, she still treated him like a younger brother. Suyi was actually doing pimping, especially with school students was crossing the line. But Suyi remained unfazed and said, Some classmates come from poor families. If it weren't for good-hearted people like Mr. Yin's assistants, they probably wouldn't be able to graduate. I'm just trying to help them out of kindness. This kind of nonsense was equivalent to a trespasser being caught by the police and claiming he only saw a girl in a dark alley who looked helpless and brought her to his room to offer her homemade sausages and milk, and gave her 600 yuan in assistance, portraying himself as a good Samaritan. Just as the police wouldn't believe the trespasser's story, in normal circumstances, people would just scoff at Suyi's words. But Suyi had a favorable impression in John Ting's eyes, especially since John Ting remembered that Suyi had apparently only recently moved from the countryside to Qingzhou. At that time, Suyi didn't even know how to use WeChat, so he should be a very naive young man, good-looking and vulnerable to deception by the girls in the school. Suyi, don't believe everything people say. The prettier the girl, the more likely she is to deceive you, John Ting said sternly, trying to educate him. In this day and age, if they can afford to go to college, they're not likely to be in extreme poverty. And even if they are poor, the school should provide financial aid. They can work hard themselves. There's no need for them to do such things. I see. Suyi acted as if he understood. Yinbei was dumbfounded, with his eyebrows trembling and his mouth slightly agape. What the heck? John Ting actually believed this nonsense. If Suyi was really up to something malicious, then his image in John Ting's eyes would definitely not improve. The translator continued without a pause, explorers and tour guides, who's the better person? But clearly, John Ting apparently thought Suyi had been deceived. Damn, is beauty really justice? John Ting, who is this person to you? Yinbei couldn't hold back anymore, feeling that John Ting was treating them differently. He's my brother, John Ting replied with a slight smile. Oh, I see. Yinbei's face brightened a bit. He said to Suyi, Since you're John Ting's brother, let's not beat around the bush. You should know that I never said anything about taking care of a student's sister. You must have misunderstood me. I really like your sister. There's no need for you to be hostile towards me. Suyi blinked and said, So you're pursuing Ting Yao? With a pause, he turned to John Ting and said, Ting Yao, I was speaking nonsense earlier. Mr. Yin never mentioned sponsoring female students. John Ting furrowed her brows and asked, Suyi, what really happened? He is innocent. There's no CC or Chun. Those were just made up by me, Suyi admitted. Yinbei finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this guy wasn't so bad after all. Why? John Ting stared into Suyi's eyes and asked, Then how did you meet him? Suyi was taken aback and asked Yinbei, How did we meet? What? Yinbei was genuinely stunned. How did he feel like something was off? But he couldn't put his finger on it. Suyi, with a serious expression, said to Yinbei, I asked you to explain. No. I meant to say you should clarify. Yinbei didn't spit blood. He had a strong mental fortitude. Damn, was he being played with here for a dramatic turnaround? Suyi's retreat and strategy made it a bloodless victory for him. He was quite pleased. Young man, trying to play games with me. Does he not realize that Sun Tzu, who wrote The Art of War, was just a student under me. At first, John Ting didn't really believe that someone like Yinbei would sponsor student sisters. She even considered the possibility of a misunderstanding. But now, it seemed that there was no room for misunderstanding. Before Yinbei could say anything, two young girls dressed in Lolita outfits approached. Suyi, the girl on the left, waved to Suyi. He glanced at her and immediately turned his head, saying, "You must be calling someone else." John Ting's face darkened. She wasn't deaf. Could it really be just a coincidence that there were other people called Suyi in this restaurant? And two young girls happened to show up precisely at this moment. "Suyi, is it really right for you to cover for him like this?" John Ting gritted her teeth, almost unable to resist the urge to leave, but she held back. She had seen all kinds of situations, and if anyone was leaving, it should be Yinbei. She could afford this meal. "Sorry." Suyi sighed and said to Yinbei, "Mr. Yin, why don't you just admit it? You have money, so you can find any kind of woman you want. Since everyone is here, you two can discuss the price yourselves." Yinbei was now sure that Suyi, this bastard, had dug a huge pit for him, and he had fallen into it, with Suyi still burying him with his shovel. "What should I admit?" Yinbei's face turned red with anger as he stared at Suyi, his eyes full of murderous intent. "Mr. Yin, nice to see you again. Do you want to be our godfather?" The two girls walked up to the table, holding hands. One of them gazed at Yinbei affectionately. "Get lost." Yinbei growled lowly, finally unable to resist emanating the aura of a cultivator. Suyi just looked at him and directly voided his cultivation, stripping away his energy and the sliver of heavenly power. Yinbei turned tail and grim, feeling something flowing out of him, unable to mobilize his energy. What is happening? Suyi condensed the intangible energy and heavenly power at his fingertips, played with it for a moment, and then gently flicked it, giving those chosen ones a portion. He could erase all of this, but there was really no need. Not wiping, not bothering, just playing. Suyi called two girls over, but they were frightened by Yinbei's reprimand. Suyi then said to them, "You may leave. You've got issues." The girl who had initially spoken to Yinbei cursed, then angrily dragged the other girl away. Does this need any explanation? John Ting wasn't too angry. It was just a blind date after all. Rich. Loves to play. Nothing strange about it. Waiter. The bill. John Ting felt there was no need to continue chatting with Yinbei. It was time to settle the bill and leave. Yinbei wanted to speak, but not a word came out. He couldn't even stand up. He kept asking himself in his mind what had happened. But the system remained silent. His luck and cultivation were all stripped away by Suyi. He was now just a waste of a person. "Suyi, thank you this time. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known that Yinbei was such a person." John Ting now felt a bit scared. Regardless of Yinbei's family background, a person with such character certainly wasn't worth entrusting a lifetime to. "Why thank me? It was just a coincidence that I ran into it." Suyi came this time not only to deal with Yinbei but also to try if he could extract the luck from these chosen ones without killing them. Of course, this experiment was purely out of curiosity. For those who deserved it, he wouldn't hesitate to act mercilessly. "Sis Ting, do you want to open a store? I can find you an investor." Suyi and John Ting walked on the street, and he still intended to help John Ting a bit. He had promised before that if John Ting needed his help in the future, she could ask any time. "Find an investor. How big of a business do you think I can handle?" John Ting smiled. In her youth, who didn't dream of standing out? But after experiencing so much, she only wanted to raise Su Dian. Everything else seemed less meaningful. A big business. She didn't think she had the ability for that. Suyi said, "It doesn't have to be a big business. Let's open a restaurant. I'll teach you how to cook some dishes as a technical investment. Besides, I will find another investor for you. It can be the three of us as partners. What do you think?" Suyi knew too many recipes. Many skills had been lost over time, but as a foodie, recipes were never forgotten. If he taught John Ting, she could easily run a successful restaurant. "What dishes? Why are you so confident?" John Ting had also worked in catering before. She knew that business wasn't easy nowadays unless the dishes were really unique. Otherwise, there wouldn't be much profit, especially if there were three partners. How much money could they each earn? It might turn into a futile effort. Suyi smirked. "You'll know once you taste it later." "Later? Who else is there?" John Ting looked at Suyi in confusion. "Of course, there's another partner." Suyi always planned meticulously, Like when he brought those two girls over earlier to act, it was a series of moves that left Yin Bei disoriented. Before finding John Ting, he had already contacted Bai Miao Miao. As the CEO of Fenji Group, Bai Miao Miao would have some spare money. Investing in a small restaurant for her would be like skipping a handbag when shopping. So Yi probably had an idea of the spending levels of wealthy girls like Yi Xiaoxuan and Bai Miao Miao. Yi Xiaoxuan was relatively frugal, but as she mentioned, she still spent tens of thousands a month. It wasn't about extravagance necessarily, it was just their way of life. A piece of clothing could easily start at tens of thousands, even 100,000s. They considered it normal. It had become a habit. So Yi led John Ting to the building of Fenji Group. Bai Miao Miao was already waiting in the lobby. Although Su Yi had declined marrying into her family earlier, he had helped her several times afterward. Just considering how her grandfather Bai Qixin treated Su Yi made it worthwhile for her to wait for him personally. Su Yi, you finally took the initiative to invite me out. Bai Miao Miao smiled upon seeing Su Yi. In the past, she always had to find Su Yi first, and this guy was always aloof, making it somewhat difficult for her. She even started to doubt her own charm. What kind of business are you discussing with me? Let me tell you, my love luck is in full bloom recently. I don't feel like spending money to treat you to a meal. After chatting with Su Yi for a bit, Bai Miao Miao turned to John Ting and said, John Ting, you're the partner that Su Yi mentioned, right? Do you want to open another bar? Of course, John Ting remembered Bai Miao Miao, the wealthy princess of the Bai family, the CEO of the Fenji Group, just 25 years old with personal assets exceeding $1 billion. Su Yi's partner turned out to be her. John Ting was so nervous that she couldn't speak. She vividly remembered the first time she came to the bar with Su Yi. Bai Miao Miao ordered tens of thousands worth of drinks. With Bai Miao Miao's status, any business deal she talked about would probably involve millions at least. For something smaller, Bai Miao Miao probably wouldn't even spare a glance. Su Yi actually wanted to open a small restaurant with her as a partner. Su Yi, didn't you say you're going to cook a few dishes for me to try? Come to my place. Whatever ingredients or utensils you need, I'll have them arranged now. Bai Miao Miao had some other things planned for today, but when Su Yi came to her, she left all the work aside, took Su Yi back home. Her grandfather should be very happy, right? Sure. Su Yi had 3 things in mind in finding Bai Miao Miao. His first task was to find an investor for John Ting. Secondly, to get rid of the chosen ones around Bai Miao Miao. And thirdly, when he scanned the Bai family with his divine sense, he discovered that Bai Qixin's final days were approaching. After all, they were old acquaintances. Bai Qixin used to be a cook in Su Yi's family. Su Yi had taught him a few simple dishes back then, and the rest was his own comprehension. If he was going to cook at the Bai family today, he should at least say his final goodbye. And me too. John Ting still felt uncomfortable. With Bai's status, she had no right to enter, right? You are Su Yi's friend, which means you're my friend as well. Of course, you have to come to dinner. Bai Miao Miao held John Ting's hand and said, Don't worry, there aren't many people at my house. My dad and the others are all busy outside, so only my grandfather should be home now. Su Yi and his companions, the Fenji Group, arrived on foot. With just one phone call from Bai Miao Miao, a black Bentley quickly pulled up in front of them. After the car came to a stop, a driver in branded clothing stepped out. This driver, who appeared to be in his early 20s, bore a striking resemblance to a young Daniel Wu. He opened the door with a charming smile and said, Miss, esteemed guests, please. Bai Miao Miao nodded in satisfaction and then looked towards Su Yi. She originally wanted to show off her handsome driver to Su Yi, but she realized that Su Yi didn't even spare her a glance. Su Yi glanced at the driver and thought to himself, another chosen one. John Ting couldn't help but feel impressed internally. With such a luxury car and a handsome young driver, one could mistake him for a wealthy young master. Ziwan, let's go home, Bai Miao Miao said to the driver with a smile after getting into the car. Yes, miss, Ziwan replied with a smile. Su Yi just gave a faint smile and then looked at Bai Miao Miao. He thought he might as well let her show off. How about it? My driver is more handsome than those young idols, right? Bai Miao Miao, of course, wouldn't flaunt her car given her status, but flaunting the handsome guy around her did give her a sense of accomplishment. Just as she had told Su Yi before, she had been incredibly lucky recently, so she didn't care about spending money on treating Su Yi to meals. Su Yi now knew that ever since he found out about those young idols being collectively referred to as young fresh meat, facing Bai Miao Miao's flaunting, He had to reluctantly agree by nodding. He's quite handsome. When are you getting married? Bai Meow Meow just gave him a look that said she couldn't be bothered to talk to him. This is our driver. Does he even know that? Asking about marriage out of the blue. How dare he treat her like that? By the way, Sister Ting, what kind of business do you want to do? Bai Meow Meow quickly changed the topic, saying, if you want to open a bar, I think opening the largest bar in the whole of Qingzhou would work. We can promote it to those wealthy young masters, and the business should be good. She still thought Zhang Ting wanted to open a bar. Miss Bai, I don't want to do nightlife anymore. Zhang Ting found it difficult to make a choice now, since he had given her this opportunity and introduced her to Bai Meow Meow, who was such a big boss. She wanted to give it a try. Suyi suggests that the three of us partner up to open a restaurant. He will provide the technical expertise and teach me how to cook. A restaurant? That sounds good. Suyi's cooking is indeed excellent. Bai Meow Meow exclaimed excitedly. I've always wanted to freeload at your place for a meal, but it seems like you and Yishihua are getting along well. I felt awkward about coming over. Bai Meow Meow had been to Suyi's house twice, and she could sense substantial hostility from Yishihua each time. They were both women. How could she not see that? Don't bother freeload off us. Just take care of your restaurant business from now on. Suyi didn't like people who came to freeload. He used to run an inn many years ago, and although it was profitable, his cooking was so delicious that it often led to fights outside the inn because customers wanted more of his dishes. So now, Suyi had no intention of cooking to sell and especially disliked habitual freeloaders. Indeed, good things are on the horizon. Bai Meow Meow giggled. Don't tell me you're planning to get married after graduation. Suyi just smiled and said nothing. All right, then I won't come over to your place in the future. What ingredients do you need this time? I need a fresh lamb leg, 5 kyogu, 2 taels of cassia bark, half a liter of garbanzo beans, 1 liter of fragrant rice, and 2 taels of cilantro. Bai Meow Meow felt overwhelmed with all the ingredients, so he listed and asked, are you cooking or making medicine? Suyi didn't answer her and instead asked, do you remember it all? Bai Meow Meow, with her good memory, replied affirmatively and immediately messaged the housekeeper. What dish are you making exactly? Bai Meow Meow didn't know what these ingredients would make. Are you making roast lamb? Suyi said. Have you heard of manhwaedit soup? Bai Meow Meow and Zhang Ting looked puzzled. It sounded like a dish from a minority ethnic group. Suyi explained. Manhwaedit is a seasoning from the Mongol and other ethnic groups in the Yuan dynasty. In modern terms, it's like Arabic, a resin from a tree in the olive family. It can expel evil energy, warm the stomach, help digestion, relieve pain, moisten the mouth, and quench thirst, leaving a pleasant taste. Bai Meow Meow added, since you put it that way, I remember there's a place in the capital that sells it. The business is indeed booming. I saw it once on a business trip, but I was too busy to try it. You're not the only one making this item. Bai Meow Meow chuckled. But if you do it well, you should have good business too. I've tasted the one in the capital. It's been around for 200 years. Suyi confidently said, their manhwaedit isn't as good as the one I found this time. Therefore, our flavor is naturally superior to theirs. For Suyi, a 200-year-old establishment was nothing special. He recalled visiting the place over 100 years ago, and the taste was just average. So, what exactly is manhwaedit? Zhang Ting couldn't contain her curiosity and didn't understand what they were going to make after Suyi's explanation. Manhwaedit is a resin from a tree in the olive family used by ethnic groups such as the Mongols in the Yuan dynasty. In modern terms, it's an Arabic term. It has various health benefits and a good taste, Suyi explained. The resin I found this time is truly natural and centuries old. Its taste naturally surpasses the capital's. Suyi took out 2 jade bottles and handed them to Bai Meow Meow and Zhang Ting. These bottles are great, Bai Meow Meow commented after receiving one. This is an item from the Song dynasty, right? Are you using this to store the resin? I showed you the resin, and you're looking at the bottle, Suyi teased. What's wrong with the Song dynasty items? They are used to store things. Bai Meow Meow was indeed wealthy, but she had never seen someone as extravagant as Suyi. The bottle warmed in her hands, indicating it was top-quality mutton fat white jade with not a single visible crack, intricately and exquisitely engraved. If auctioned, it would be worth at least tens of millions, and Suyi was using it for resin. Would those items make people ascend to heaven? You're right, I have nothing to say. Bai Meow Meow realized what it meant to be fabulously rich, to casually take out to such bottles. It's no wonder he wanted to marry her. Reflecting on the tea set at Su Yi's house, which seemed genuinely from the Song dynasty, she estimated the set to be worth a dozen or 20 billion. Her current net worth was only 15 billion, and she couldn't even match a whole tea set. Recalling her attitude when she first met Su Yi, it was embarrassing. The place where the Bai family lives is also a mansion villa, located on Pingyu Mountain in the southern outskirts. Back then, Bai Qixin and Yulin each bought a set, and the specifications were similar. It was Zhang Ting's first time visiting such a large estate. In this society, where land is scarce and expensive, a mansion villa is worth at least tens of billions. She used to be just a bar owner, so how could she come to such a place? Bai Meow Meow said there weren't many people at home, but as soon as they reached the mountain, they could already see the patrolling security guards. By the time they reached the entrance of the estate, they could see a team of guards standing there. Su Yi didn't need to look, he already sensed that there were two chosen ones inside the estate, one of whom was surprisingly still by Bai Qixin's side. Bai Qixin was Su Yi's servant, and although his time was almost up, he had some connection with Su Yi, who didn't miss a single detail. Perhaps he intentionally wanted to provoke Su Yi's murderous intent. Unfortunately, Su Yi's temperament had improved significantly compared to before. Loneliness could make people irritable, but it could also make them calmer. With Su Yi's current state of mind, it was basically impossible for him to get as angry as before. Whether he killed the chosen ones or not depended on his mood at the time. If ants were on the roadside, wanting to kill them was just a thought. That's why Su Yi completely ignored Bai Meow Meow's driver, Sha Wan. As Bai Meow Meow said, no one else was at home except her grandfather Bai Qixin. The last time Su Yi saw Bai Qixin was at Bai Yangen's birthday party. Bai Meow Meow led Su Yi to the kitchen, introduced him to the housekeeper, and then went to find her grandfather. The Bai family's kitchen was over 80 square meters and equipped with all kinds of tableware and kitchen utensils, including knives, blenders, baking pans, and all the professional cooking tools one could think of. The ingredients Su Yi had requested earlier were bought by the housekeeper and placed in the kitchen. Su Yi began to teach Zhang Ting how to cook. In addition to matsudaji soup, I'll teach you how to make Westlake vinegar fish and dampo pork first. 3 dishes for now is enough. Su Yi smiled. We can offer a limited 10 portions daily, and we can raise the price. Last time, he had dinner with Yi Shouwan at the UV restaurant and felt that it wasn't necessary to have many customers. What mattered was to establish their own style, limit the quantity, raise the price. This way, they could elevate the restaurant's image, and Zhang Ting wouldn't be too tired. Will this work? Zhang Ting was a bit skeptical. After all, other restaurants could also make Westlake vinegar fish and dampo pork. Naturally, it's not a problem, as long as the taste is good. There's nothing we can't do, Su Yi said, as he started teaching Zhang Ting how to make matsudaji soup. And at that moment, the driver Sha Wan, who had been there before, sneaked into the kitchen, knocked out the housekeeper discreetly, and stood behind Su Yi and them with a mask and knife in hand. He had a flash of murderous intent in his eyes, ready to eliminate Su Yi as a potential rival. But when he raised the knife to strike Su Yi just smirked. Sha Wan shivered. His eyes glazed over, as if in a trance, turned around, and walked out. This time, there was inevitably some commotion. Zhang Ting glanced at him, and only saw his back. She subconsciously asked, "What does this person do?" Su Yi smiled. "Who knows? They're from the Bai family, probably patrolling security guards." Oh. Zhang Ting stopped caring and continued learning to cook with Su Yi. Not long after Sha Wan left, he sneaked into the bathroom and stabbed himself in the chest. With the mentality of these people, facing a psychopath like Su Yi, he would die however Su Yi wanted. If he hadn't harbored murderous intent towards Su Yi would have at most stripped him of his cultivation and life force, but he chose this path, so whom could he blame? Zhang Ting was oblivious to the fact that a murder had just occurred in the Bai family. When Sha Wan's body was discovered, it was immediately reported to Bai Meow Meow, who ultimately decided to call the police. The Bai family were legitimate business people, and they couldn't hide a murderer in their home. However, after the police collected evidence and unanimously concluded it was a suicide, they ruled out the possibility of murder. Sha Wan's incident was just a small episode for the Bai family. When Bai Qixin received the news, he didn't think much of it. For him, the most important piece of news was that Su Yi was cooking in his home. This was more shocking than having a death in the family. He left the murder case to the housekeeper to handle and arrived alone at the kitchen door. After calming his excitement, he lightly knocked on the door. "Coming." Suyi was cooking and calmly called out. Only then did Baikishin enter. Regardless of his current status, Baikishin still felt like a young man in front of Suyi. When Zhang Ting saw Baikishin, she was stunned and greeted him, thinking he was a steward of the Bai family. Baikishin smiled. "You're Miao Miao's friend, Zhang Ting, right?" Hearing Baikishin address by Miao Miao that way, Zhang Ting was surprised and nodded nervously, asking, "Who are you?" "I'm Miao Miao's grandfather. You can call me Grandpa Bai," Baikishin said. "Miss Zhang Ting, could you excuse us for a moment?" "Of course." Hearing this, Zhang Ting left without even washing her hands. Grandpa Bai of Bai Miao Miao. He was a prominent figure, and with him addressing her this way, Zhang Ting couldn't help but feel nervous. After Zhang Ting left, Baikishin looked at Suyi, his voice trembling as he said, "Sir, how can you do these things?" Suyi smiled and replied, "Why can't I?" Baikishin was at a loss for words for a moment. Did Suyi need his permission to do something? Was he trying to teach Suyi how to handle matters? "Wait outside." Suyi glanced at him with a smile and said, "Previously, you cooked for me at my place. I'll make a meal for you to try." While Baikishin had once been Suyi's servant, Suyi hadn't tutored him as much as he had Yi Shouwan. However, being master and servant once, there was a bond between them. With the little bit of innate cha left in Baikishin's body, Suyi didn't mind making a meal for him. Baikishin hesitated and said, "How can this old servant deserve such treatment?" Suyi waved his hand and said, "I've said it before when you were at my place, we are no longer master and servant. It's the 21st century, who still talks about being a master. Zibai, your thinking needs to catch up." Since parting ways on Wudong Street, Suyi had made it clear to Yuan Guo and the others that they were now square. Moreover, in this current tiero where equality was emphasized, Suyi no longer treated them as his servants. While Suyi thought this way, Baikishin dared not agree no matter what. Watching Suyi cooking in the kitchen, Baikishin felt uneasy standing or sitting, not daring to disturb Suyi as he cooked, only able to stand quietly by the side. It was reminiscent of over 50 years ago. When Suyi was doing something, he would stand by patiently. As Suyi cooked, he said, "I remember when we first met, you were just 8 years old, and now you have a family, you've grown old." Suyi continued with a smile, "Time really flies." Suyi had experienced such situations many times. Many times, before he could come to terms, the people around him had already passed away. Because of this, even facing the situation with Tang Yao when biting the hand that fed him, Suyi wasn't actually that angry. In the endless passage of time, what did it matter? Hearing Suyi speak this way, Baikishin couldn't help but be lost in memories. He was not originally surnamed Bai, and couldn't even remember what his original surname was. He just remembered that during a heavy snowstorm year, most people in their village had died, and Suyi had come to their village with Tang Yao like a deity, saving many people. He even gave Baikishin a large white steamed bun. The taste of that steamed bun seemed to linger on his lips even now. That steamed bun was definitely the most delicious thing he had ever eaten in his life. He still remembered how Suyi handed him the steamed bun. He almost choked on it after taking 3 big bites. Tang Yaowen told him to spit it out, but he stubbornly swallowed it down. Later, he shamelessly kowed out to Suyi, begged Suyi to take him in, and it was only with Tang Yaowen's plea that Suyi took him away. "I remember asking you what your surname was, and you said you were called Dog Erwa. I saw that you liked to eat large white steamed buns, and it was snowing, and there was a nearby mountain called Kishan, so I gave you the name Baikishin." Suyi asked, "After all these years, you never went back to Kishan to find your family?" Baikishin was now in tears. He didn't even remember being called Dog Erwa, yet Suyi still remembered. "Sir, I visited, but in that heavy snowstorm year, nearly everyone near Kishan had died. And then when the snow finally melted, there was a war. And in those years, anyone near Kishan who didn't escape, died." Suyi didn't ask further, but served Baikishin a bowl of masidaji soup, saying, "Try it. I plan to open a small restaurant with your granddaughter and Zhang Ting. What do you think? Can this taste make money?" Baikishin tremblingly took the soup from Suyi, slowly tasted it. "Delicious." Baikishin couldn't help but exclaim after just one sip. Suyi had actually made the soup himself for him, and the taste was indeed extraordinary. "That's good. Let's eat together later." Suyi smiled. "Would you like to rest outside for a while?" Although Suyi was much older than Baikishin, The latter was already frail, and it wasn't good to stand for too long. No need. I'll just stand here. Baikishin held the bowl, not finishing it, leaving half, and obediently stood by the side. He knew his own body well, and he didn't have many days left. Even if he could serve Suyi by passing things to him, he was already content. After a while, Suyi said, "Go call Zhang Ting in. I'll teach her how to cook." Yes. Baikishin finally showed a hint of a smile on his face, wiped away his tears, and walked out. He still felt something was missing. If Suyi didn't ask him to do something, he felt something was amiss. It was like he was old and no longer of use. When Suyi called, Baikishin instantly became spirited, and his steps became lighter. Futile thoughts can kill people. Suyi shook his head. He could probably understand Baikishin's feelings. Just like in the old days, if the master treated the servants too kindly and didn't make them serve, the servants might doubt if they had done something wrong. Soon, Zhang Ting came in under Baikishin's lead. Zhang Ting was very nervous. Baikishin's attitude towards her made her a little flustered. "Miss Zhang Ting, please come in." Baikishin didn't dare to address Suyi as sir in front of outsiders, but his tone made her feel slightly flattered. If she didn't already know Baikishin's identity, she might have thought he was a servant of the Bai family. After they came in, Baikishin just stood there obediently. Zhang Ting stole a glance at Suyi, feeling immense pressure. This was the old master of the Bai family. It would be better if he just sat outside. Was it really necessary for him to personally come into the kitchen and watch them cook? "Go get me that vinegar over there." Suyi pointed to the bottle of vinegar 5 meters away. Zhang Ting was about to go, but Baikishin hurried over, took the vinegar, and brought it to Suyi. "Grandpa Bai, why don't you sit down?" Zhang Ting was genuinely worried. Baikishin looked around 70 years old. Asking him to fetch things will only aggravate his age. "You sit. People need to move around more as they get older." Baikishin could only say so. "All right, fine." Zhang Ting felt that this old man was a bit strange, but she didn't think there was anything wrong. She had heard about some elderly people with several houses and tens of millions in savings who went out to collect garbage every day just because they had nothing to do. She couldn't understand the actions of wealthy people. Suyi was not influenced by Baikishin and started teaching Zhang Ting how to cook Westlake vinegar fish and Dompo pork. He was concise, and Zhang Ting quickly understood. However, this time, Suyi didn't let Zhang Ting try. He asked her to go back and give it a go. They already had 3 dishes, and it would be a waste if they couldn't finish them later. Suyi always adhered to one truth: be luxurious, but avoid waste. After everything was done, Baikishin also brought the dishes, and Suyi sent a message to Bai Miao Miao, asking her to come to the dining hall. Outside, a sturdy man had been keeping an eye on Suyi. He was another chosen one, Lin Yue. Lin Yue not only served as Baikishin's bodyguard, but Baikishin had even eyed him favorably for Bai Miao Miao. He even thought that he would become a valuable son-in-law of the Bai family and inherit everything from the Bai family in the future. However, Suyi's arrival made him slightly hesitant. Judging from Baikishin's attitude towards Suyi, this person was no ordinary individual. Lin Yue has been following Baikishin as his bodyguard for over 5 years. Just a few days ago, Lin Yue was just a Qigong practitioner, but now he has inherited the ancient witch clan's legacy. In just 3 days, he has already made some progress in witchcraft. "White Kishin, I have risked my life for you for 5 years, yet I am still not as good as a mere pretty bowl." Lin Yue stood 10 meters away from the kitchen, sneered, and said in a sinister tone, "Then let's all die here. Bai Miao Miao, today I will have you. Even if Jesus comes, he can't stop me." Tay hey. Lin Yue, our Bai family, is not an ordinary wealthy merchant. If something happens to Baikishin and his family in a mysterious way, the Bureau of 13 will definitely intervene. As Lin Yue was about to make his move, a young man who looked like a gentleman appeared behind him like a ghost. "Bai Heoan?" Lin Yue turned his head to stare at the young man, his pupils shrinking. Bai Heoan is Baikishin's grandson, but his father is the second son, and he used to be notorious for his dissolute behavior, so he had not been valued. But now, everything has changed. He offered his soul and became an evil demon. Every time he kills, he receives a certain degree of reward. If he kills a close relative, the reward will be even greater, and his strength will also be terrifyingly enhanced. During this time, he did something extremely depraved, which was to seduce women everywhere, sleep with them, and then kill them. Because in this way, he would establish an intimate relationship with the women, thereby receiving richer rewards. In just 10 days, his strength has made rapid progress. At the same time, his heart has become more and more ambitious. What's killing those women? If he could kill all the people of the Bai family, wouldn't he be able to become a god directly? Lin Yue, how about following me in the future? I promise that my sisters will all be yours. Bai Heoan had previously attempted to kill Bai Qixin, but was stopped by Lin Yue. He also knew that Lin Yue had some strength. If he could win Lin Yue over, it would be a good thing. Humph. Lin Yue sneered, I can help you become the head of the Bai family, but I want half of the family's assets. I dare not kill them, but neither do you. Lin Yue narrowed his eyes. My witchcraft can control all the people of the Bai family. By then, let the old man pass the position to you, and the people from the Bureau of 13 will not suspect anything. Half of the family's assets. Bai Heoan licked his lips and grinned. You have quite an appetite, but I can accept it. Teal. Lin Yue paused and said, and also, that person named Suyi must die. I find him disagreeable. For certain reasons, many chosen ones harbored an inherent hostility towards Suyi. Exactly. Great minds think alike. Bai Heoan smiled. I also find that Suyi unpleasant. It wouldn't hurt to kill him. Wait. I'll get a bottle of wine. You bring it in. Lin Yu's eyes flashed with a sinister light. Then he led Bai Heoan to where he stayed. Bai Miao Miao quickly settled the blood case involving Xiao Wang. Naturally, her mood was not good after such an incident. Miao Miao, sit down and have a meal. Bai Qixin was not affected much. With the table of dishes Suyi had prepared, he could forget all the unpleasantness. Oh. Bai Miao Miao also adjusted her mood, but she didn't quite believe Xiao Wang would commit suicide. He was a sunny and handsome young man who had driven her just half an hour ago, and now he was gone. Anyone would find it hard to accept. Grandpa, my friend gave me a bottle of Romane Conti before. Should we open it for our guests today? Bai Heoan also came in at this time, smiling at Suyi when he saw him. Bai Qixin glanced at the red wine brought by Bai Heoan, feeling relief. Usually, this child was not sensible, but today, with Suyi's visit, he was willing to take out such an expensive wine, which was quite commendable. However, he didn't know if Suyi liked red wine, so he secretly glanced at Suyi before introducing, Mr. Su. This is my grandson Bai Heoan. Since he couldn't call Suyi grandpa, he could only address him as Mr. Su. Bai Miao Miao and Zhang Ting were slightly taken aback. Mr. Su. How much respect Bai Qixin gave to Suyi, considering his identity. Normally, calling Suyi Mr. was already quite respectful. Bai Heoan's eyebrows twitched slightly too. He was curious about Suyi's identity, but when he observed Suyi, he found that he was just a small cultivator at the cherry-refining realm, which made him smile inwardly. Dealing with such trash would require using witchcraft. Perhaps he just didn't want to attract the attention of Bureau of 13, otherwise, have some. Suyi didn't deliberately act like a junior. His tone implied that he was the host. Then I will. Bai Qixin hadn't been this happy in a long time. Having a drink with Suyi was something he never dared to imagine before. Bai Heoan also poured the wine personally, then poured a glass for each of them. Lin Yue controlled the insects in the wine from outside the room. These insects were called malicious god insects. A person afflicted by the insect would become irritable, experience foul breath, confusion, demonic sightings, hear demonic voices, feel as if they have committed heinous crimes, face evil enemies, and sometimes even have suicidal thoughts. Both Lin Yue and Bai Heoan's plan was to kill Suyi, so the insects planted naturally aimed to take his life. With Lin Yue present, Bai Heoan decided to spare Bai Qixin and Bai Miao Miao for the time being, as he would only receive the reward if he killed them himself. Mr. Su, I toast to you. Bai Qixin raised his glass to toast Suyi. This was a family banquet, and Bai Qixin knew his time was short. His attitude towards Suyi today could influence Bai Miao Miao and Bai Heoan to treat him with more respect in the future. As long as they showed more respect to Suyi in the future, there would be no problem. Suyi also raised his glass and took a sip. The taste of the wine was not bad. Bai Heoan saw Suyi drink the wine and a smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. Suyi glanced at Bai Heoan and decided not to let Bai Qixin's white-haired person send him off the cliff. At the table, Bai Qixin was beaming, tasting the Westlake vinegar fish Suyi had prepared, his smile even wider. The meal was quickly finished, with the plates and bowls wiped clean. Not a grain of rice left. Although Bai Qixin was now wealthy, he never forgot the days of famine over 60 years ago. Therefore, Even if it was a single grain of rice, he would not waste it. Bai Miaomia and Bai Heoan were the same, practicing genuine clean plate habits. See, this business venture seems promising. How much funding do you need? Bai Miaomia was very clever. From her grandpa's attitude, it was clear that partnering with Suyi was no longer as simple as doing business together, and the taste of the dishes was no longer the main concern. Even if Suyi asked her to partner in a scrap collection business, she would definitely not refuse. Discuss it with Zhang Ting. Suyi smiled. I'll participate as a technical investor, so I can take a smaller share. Bai Heoan listened on the side, secretly sneering. Still an investor in technology. Why not partner with the king of hell in the underworld? I saw Suyi drink the red wine with my own eyes. The goo was inside that cup. How could the connection be broken? Bai Heoan and Lin Yue were gathered in the room. Bai Heoan frowned, and Lin Yue unexpectedly said that he had lost contact with the goo insect and couldn't fool Suyi. He even wanted to ask if Lin Yu's witchcraft practice was not up to par, but after hesitating for a moment, he still didn't say it out loud. The goo insect is dead. Lin Yue also frowned, remained silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and murmured to himself, could it be that the one surnamed Su doesn't seem so simple, and Che Cultivator is nothing special? What's so complicated about it? Bai Heoan sneered at him. Thinking about Suyi's cultivation, and then thinking about Lin Yu's failure, he even doubted if he had found the wrong person. With just that level of strength, he still dared to say he could control the entire Bai family. The goo insect that harms the gods is invincible against water and fire. Even under temperatures of several thousand degrees it can't die. And this goo insect, which is connected to my soul, is dead. Lin Yue gritted his teeth and said, in a tone that he couldn't believe himself, it died the moment it was swallowed by the one surnamed Su. Ha, can't die even at several thousand degrees. Bai Heoan almost burst out laughing. It can't die at several thousand degrees, but Lin Yue told him that the goo insect died after Suyi swallowed it. Is this just showing off or making jokes? You don't understand. Lin Yue realized that something was wrong. Normally, even if a master of the Golden Core stage was struck by his harmful goo, there would only be a dead end. Could it be that Suyi was a master at the Nasan Soul realm? Lin Yue shuddered at the thought, realizing that there was danger and prepared to escape. Just as they were talking, the door suddenly knocked. Who? Lin Yu's pupils suddenly narrowed, and a killing intent flashed in his eyes. Suyi directly opened the door, stood at the entrance, and looked at them, a slight smile appearing on his face. Is the goo insect fun? Lin Yue swallowed hard. The smile on Suyi's face made him feel eerie. Ha ha. If the gates of heaven are closed, then charge into hell. Interesting. Bai Heoan couldn't help but burst into laughter. In his eyes, a minor character like Suyi, if killed, then killed. The members of the 13 offices probably wouldn't investigate deeply. They would probably just find a place to burn everything, leaving no trace for the 13 offices to trace. However, Lin Yue dared not speak. He was not as carefree as Bai Heoan. Do you really think you are invincible? Since Suyi knew that they had placed the goo, yet dared to come looking for them, there must be something suspicious. At least Suyi didn't seem like someone with a troubled mind. It was Bai Heoan who seemed like an idiot. Lin Yue narrowed his eyes slightly, prepared to run away, and Bai Heoan and Suyi started fighting. And from then on, leave Qingzhou. Suyi was really quite strange. Have you seen the gates of hell? Suyi looked at Bai Heoan and chuckled. Or shall I show you? Humph, died. You piece of trash. Bai Heoan grinned sinisterly, and black mist surrounded him, engulfing Suyi as if a ferocious beast was devouring him. Once the foreign demon dies, there is no chance for reincarnation. In consideration of your grandfather, I will let you live one more day than him. Suyi waved his hand, dispelling the black mist. Bai Heoan also spat out a mouthful of blood. The black mist on him shattered. He turned as pale as paper, and his feet were unsteady, causing him to fall to the ground. Suyi directly crippled his cultivation, stripped him of his luck, but did not kill him immediately. While White Chem Mountain was alive, Bai Heoan would live an additional day after him. What Suyi said, not even Jesus could change it. If Jesus wanted to change it, then Jesus could only go with him. Seeing the situation was bad, Lin Yue tried to escape, but as soon as he took a half step, he immediately fell to the ground, sweating profusely, feeling like yellow beans of sweat rolling down his forehead. Who exactly are you? Lin Yue knelt on one knee, his face contorted with blue veins popping. Looking up at Suyi, He could not believe he was facing a Czech cultivator, because he had discovered he was cursed. As for what curse it was, he had no idea. Suyi beckoned, and the blue aura on Lin Yu's body directly turned into a spot of light gathering on Suyi's fingertip. The heavenly way. Was it because of the heavenly way that he had killed his woman by his own hands, along with many other acquaintances, still playing karma with him? Maybe it would be best to eradicate the heavenly way, and the opportunity presented itself. If eliminated, it wouldn't be so firm in playing karma with those around him anymore, right? The heavens are not benevolent, they treat all things as straw dogs. But Suyi believes that the heavens possess self-awareness, or rather, he had never before delved into what controlled the destinies of others. With a flick of his finger, he dispersed the heavenly power and Lin Yu's luck to other chosen individuals. Served by Che Mountain well. The day after he dies, the Yama will send someone to take your souls, Suyi said. Then glanced at Bai Heoan. You don't need to fear. Once you die, you will have nothing. Your soul will be sold anyway. Suyi realized that Bai Heoan, like Don Taiyue and the others, had apparently made some kind of contract with whatever they had conjured. This was a way to get stronger, even if it means becoming stronger. Suyi shook his head, turned around, and left the room, indifferent to how strong he might become. Anyway, he had been invincible for 100,000 years. Bai Heoan lay dumbstruck on the ground, watching Suyi's back. In the end, he glanced at Lin Yue, tremblingly asked, Who exactly is this person? How would I know? Lin Yue had just endured the excruciating pain of 1,000 insects biting him, a pain that seemed to come from the depths of his soul, infinitely magnified, yet he couldn't pass out. Suyi's strength was beyond his imagination. Just now, he didn't even see Suyi take action. If pressed, he just waved his hand. Huh. Lin Yue chuckled wryly, bitterness filling his heart. Did they really want to kill Suyi? Looking back now, wasn't it a bit ridiculous? What should we do now? Bai Heoan completely lost his composure and was at a loss. Bai Heoan took a deep breath, stood up, and said, What else can we do? Didn't you hear him? If the old man dies, we will die too. ... Bai Heoan was left with lingering fears. Previously, he had thought about killing all the other members of the Bai family, including his own parents. But now, he feared that he could only behave like a good grandson and hoped every day that Bai Che Mountain would live a long life, and maybe even get 500 more years added to his grandfather's life. After resolving the 3 chosen ones around him, Suyi and Zhang Ting returned. Suyi. Miss Bai said she invested 5 million, and she only owns 10%, the rest is for us. Zhang Ting really didn't know how to respond. 5 million is not a small amount. So much money, if converted into cash, would fill several boxes. Opening a small restaurant would cost at most a few 100,000. But with 5 million, what kind of restaurant could they open? Suyi smiled and said, I only need 10% ownership. It's a technical investment. I don't dare to ask for more. You guys, I really don't know what to do. Zhang Ting knew Bai Miao wasn't short of money, and Suyi only wanted such a small share. As someone who didn't contribute anything, she ended up owning 80%. What kind of situation is this? How big of a favor is this? After the restaurant opens, you will be in charge mostly. I and Bai Miao won't be able to help you. It's not a problem for you to take the major share. Suyi preferred earning money through his own labor. This kind of technical investment, in his opinion, lacked technical content. All right. I will handle the money distribution later. Zhang Ting had figured it out. She would give them more later, especially for Bai Miao. If she invested 5 million and only received a few thousand a month, when would she ever recoup her investment? As you wish. After you go back, focus on honing your skills. Suyi was considering whether he should eliminate those chosen ones around Yu Huiyan. Based on today's events, those chosen ones are very dangerous, and although the Yu family is as influential as the Bai family, they are still not a match for those people. Interestingly, the 13 offices surprisingly had no chosen ones present. It's probably because they were scared off. It is rumored that the 13 offices have powerful figures in a transcendence period. Where would ordinary people dare to go? Back home. It was already near nightfall. Li Youayu would soon separate from Wen Qianmeng's soul, so today she was tending to the soul of the 1,000-year mysterious vine. Sister, will this little plant bloom? Su Diandian crouched beside her, curious to see Li Youayu tending to the 1,000-year mysterious vine. Li Youayu smiled and looked at Su Diandian. This little plant will not only bloom, but it will also grow into a beautiful elder sister. Wow. With her mouth agape, Su Diandian looked at Li Yoayu in amazement and asked, will it grow into a fairy sister? Ha ha. Li Yoayu chuckled and found the child even more adorable. Certainly, it will become a fairy sister. Su Diandian thought for a while as she gazed at the little plant before her, not saying a word. Would you like to take care of this plant in the future? Li Yoayu didn't really expect Su Yi to take good care of this 1,000-year mysterious vine, so she could only entrust it to Su Diandian. Okay. Su Diandian agreed happily. A little plant that can grow into a fairy sister. If she cultivates it, will the fairy sister give her lots of delicious treats? Li Yoayu did not leave Su Yi's courtyard. She stayed back. Seeing Li Shuxuan not leaving, naturally, she wouldn't leave either. If she left, who knows what this enchantress would do to Su Yi. Time went by quickly, and it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Su Yi looked at the full moon in the sky and said to Li Yoayu and Su Diandian, prepare yourselves. At this time, the neighbors nearby were all asleep, so whatever Su Yi did wouldn't disturb them. Midnight is the time for alchemy under a full moon. What am I preparing for? Su Shaxuan asked, puzzled. To learn alchemy. Su Yi glanced at Su Shaxuan and said, alchemy can enhance your control over spiritual power. You want to learn sword flying, right? Alchemy is the first step. Sword flying is also a form of control and requires a strong mastery of spiritual power. Alchemy can train you in controlling spiritual power to a subtle level. Su Yi had decided to teach Su Shaxuan well. However, her ultimate achievement would depend on her own abilities. Senior, are you alchemy now? Li Yoayu was a bit nervous. In theory, heavenly beings either eliminate the host soul or, like her now, share one body with Wen Qianmeng. So, meeting someone like Su Yi, she finally believed that the soul could be separated. But even in alchemy, normal alchemists can't have 100% success rate, right? That the person in front of her is Su Yi. Su Yi responded lightly. Then he said to Su Shaxuan, watch closely. He then conjured an alchemy cauldron. The cauldron was dark blue in color with various mysterious runes engraved on it, clearly not an ordinary item. It was the divine farmer's cauldron Su Yi used tens of thousands of years ago. When the divine farmer's cauldron was unveiled, Li Yoayu felt an unparalleled majesty sweeping in with a hint of a faint medicinal fragrance, making her feel very comfortable. The phoenix tree in the courtyard began to blossom, with clusters of white phoenix flowers floating in the air. It created a unique atmosphere under the moonlight. Senior, this cauldron. Li Yoayu had seen many things in the immortal realm, and although her current strength was much weaker, she still had a good eye. Don't ask. Su Yi had refrained from alchemy for many years. With the emergence of the divine farmer's cauldron, flowers and plants in the entire Qingzhou blossomed. Even the winter plum blossomed in this midsummer season. Li Yoayu held her breath. She wasn't foolish. The cauldron in front of her was definitely a divine object. The first thing to do is control the ingredients for alchemy into the cauldron. Su Yi furrowed his brow slightly and continued. Then, control the heat. Su Shaxuan stood there looking bewildered. Control the heat? But there wasn't any fire below, and she didn't even know how to play with fire. Wasn't this making it hard for her? Remember this, I will give you an alchemy book tomorrow, Su Yi said. Alchemy and medical skills are different paths leading to the same destination. Nothing very complicated. Li Yoayu was also dumbfounded by the sigh, thinking, Su Yi, are you kidding me? Doesn't alchemy require a concentrated effort? You are teaching your disciple and alchemy at the same time. Isn't that a bit too much? Then knits the spell, Su Yi said, forming a few seals with his hands, and a colorful light fell into the cauldron through his seals. Then ... the elixir was complete. A pure white jade-like elixir flew out of the divine farmer's cauldron and landed in Su Yi's hand. Su Shaxuan and Li Yoayu were stunned. What? Is this alchemy? Are you kidding? In myths, even the Grand Master Lao Tzu's alchemy takes 7 times 749 days, right? Su Yi's process was close to cooking. No. Su Yi was even more serious when he was cooking. He put the ingredients in, made a few gestures, and the elixir is complete. Less than 10 minutes. Isn't that as fast as cooking fried rice with leftover rice? How would they know that if Su Yi wasn't teaching Su Shaxuan, those seals were unnecessary? Before, when he practiced alchemy, he just threw things in, waved his hand, and the elixir was complete. Who actually uses the seals in alchemy? Have you learned it? Su Yiden asked while looking at Yi Shaxuan after she succeeded. Yi Shaxuan stared back at him blankly. Seems like you've grasped how to fail, right? Li Youayu also gazed at Su Yi in confusion. If alchemy were that simple, wouldn't alchemists be everywhere? Didn't understand? Su Yi fell silent. He had already simplified things, and if she still couldn't learn, it could only mean that Yi Shaxuan's aptitude was lacking. His previous disciples were all top towns, quick to grasp anything they were taught, even without much explanation. Yi Shaxuan had received hands-on instruction, but still couldn't grasp it. What more could he do? Somewhat displeased, he tossed the newly refined Qingshu pill to Li Youayu. Senior, can I consume this immortal pill directly? Excited, Li Youayu held the pill, finally able to have her own body. Su Yi glanced at her coldly and said, or do you want a bottle of white wine with it? Li Youayu widened her eyes and asked, would the effect be better if paired with white wine? Su Yi looked at her expressionlessly. Never mind. I Meow Meow lightly coughed and said, Master, I'll leave the rest to you. Su Yi said, didn't you ask Su Diandi to help with taking care of the Zhuantang? Huh? Li Youayu said with some frustration, Master, you better keep an eye on him. She truly couldn't trust a child to care for her new body. A hint of a smile appeared on Su Yi's face. I believe Su Diandi can take care of it. Believe my foot. Li Youayu had spoken to Su Diandi before and thought he was a compassionate child who liked animals because she often saw him feeding the rabbit in the yard. After some inquiry, she discovered he fed the rabbit because it was small and not getting enough to eat. Li Youayu quickly glanced at the Millennium Zhuantang plant, relieved that it didn't look appetizing. You can start now. After ingesting this pill, concentrate and attach your soul to the Zhuantang. When the time is right, I will help you reshape your physical body. Yi Shaxuan, come with me, Su Yi said before heading to his study. Li Youayu could sense Su Yi's less than enthusiastic attitude towards her, but since he had helped her this far, she couldn't expect the same treatment as Yi Shaxuan. After consuming the Qingshu pill, Li Youayu began to gather her energy and focus. At the next restoration of her physical form, she must become someone Su Yi would like. Before their separation, Li Youayu also had a few words with Wen Qianmeng. In the courtyard, Wadong flowers drifted down as Li Youayu's spirit began to converge, eventually settling at the Millennium Zhuantang in the corner of the courtyard. Wen Qianmeng trembled, slowly opened her eyes, realizing that Li Youayu had finally left her body. During this time, she had learned many things from Li Youayu, including music theory and cultivation methods. According to Li Youayu, she didn't like owing others, and these teachings were her way of repaying Wen Qianmeng. Most importantly, she encouraged Wen Qianmeng to take more risks. Once Li Youayu's spirit attached to the Millennium Zhuantang, Wen Qianmeng stood alone in the courtyard, a few flower petals falling on her shoulders as she gazed towards Su Yi's room. The door was open, but Su Yi didn't invite her in. This could be considered a polite dismissal. Wen Qianmeng smiled bitterly, lowered her head, and walked away from the courtyard. Throughout, she had little presence in front of Su Yi and wasn't as bold as Li Youayu. Perhaps the most she had spoken to Su Yi was the day he came to pick up Su Diandi from school. Su Yi naturally knew what would happen after Li Youayu's spirit left Wen Qianmeng's body. That's why he had gone inside early. The current security situation meant Wen Qianmeng returning home alone shouldn't pose any danger. Master, are you going to teach me alchemy? Yi Shaxuan still preferred calling him master, probably out of habit. Su Yi didn't answer, but laid out the writing utensils and said, grind the ink. Oh. Yi Shaxuan nodded and began to grind the ink. After dipping the brush in the ink, Su Yi began writing the secrets of alchemy in regular script, along with some pill recipes. Even the hand signs were drawn out. He already knew how slow Yi Shaxuan was to understand, so he needed to be exhaustive. It took him over an hour to write this book, spanning over 100 pages. Yi Shaxuan was dumbfounded. So much? Yi Shaxuan thought Su Yi's handwriting was really good, and he looked handsome while being serious. When she mentioned this, Su Yi paused, his tone cold. If you're unwilling to learn, I'll tear it all up. I'll learn. I'll learn. Why wouldn't I want to learn? Yi Shaxuan panicked. Su Yi didn't say anything and continued to write for 10 more pages before stopping. Get everything sorted. The bed is yours now. I have other matters to attend to, Su Yi said. Within 3 days, memorize all this, and in 5 days, we'll start alchemy. Yi Shaxuan was a cultivator now, with a better memory than before, so even if slow, She should be able to remember everything within 3 days. For someone with good aptitude, they would remember it in one go and start alchemy the next day. 5 days, that was ample time. It's late, where are you going? Yi Xiaoxuan stood in front of the desk, looking at the thick stack of paper and instinctively asked. Su Yi furrowed his brows and said, to the bar. Your capacity for alcohol. Yi Xiaoxuan was about to say he couldn't hold his liquor, but he immediately changed his tune, suggesting, I'll accompany you. If you get drunk, I'll bring you back. You're quite free. Hot. When you face the sect masters later, I won't be there. Su Yi left the study after speaking. Can't believe he said his capacity was weak. Probably only Yi Xiaoxuan would think that Su Yi's drinking capacity was weak. After Su Yi left the room, Yi Xiaoxuan mimicked his tone, muttering, you're quite free. HMPH, have fun. Yi Xiaoxuan didn't really believe Su Yi would actually have fun. There weren't any fewer beautiful women around him. Even Li Youayu was a stunning beauty, but Su Yi treated everyone equally. Yi Xiaoxuan tittied up the items on the desk, taking the alchemy techniques Su Yi had written, and went back to her room to study them. Doesn't seem too difficult. It's just that these alchemy materials are unheard of. Oh well, I'll just memorize them first. Yi Xiaoxuan shook her head. Regardless, let's start by memorizing them. Su Yi would never be bored enough to go to a bar for a drink. After leaving the courtyard, he went straight to a small world near Qingzhou. Not for anything else, but something interesting had happened in that place that caught Su Yi's attention. Within 10 days, all major immortal sects had set up protective mountain arrays, making it difficult for ordinary people to enter. Anyone who walked to the edge of that area seemed to be under a curse, hitting a wall and unable to go any further. Immortal cultivators had various methods to deal with ordinary people, one simple way being to block them from entering. Therefore, there weren't as many people gathered around that area now. After entering, Su Yi leisurely walked towards the area divided into 13 sections. When he had not gone far, a bear-like fierce beast suddenly stood up. This fierce beast was about 3 zhang tall, almost the height of a 3-story building. Compared to it, Su Yi looked like a small shrimp. Su Yi watched the fierce beast without moving. He could confirm that the fierce beasts in this small world were all extinct, yet this one stood up. It wasn't any secret method or magic puppetry, but it just stood up like that. Unreasonable. Su Yi frowned, staring at the bear's paw. No, staring at the bear. The bear actually waved at Su Yi, very friendly, as if greeting an acquaintance. Hey, quite interesting. Su Yi couldn't help but laugh. This bear was definitely not a living creature, so what kind of means could make it perform such actions? Just then, Su Yi's phone rang. Su Yi. How is it? Did it scare you? It was Gu Tontong. Sure enough, this bear was created by the 13th Division. That old man Li Qingyuan was really amazing. Even without supernatural powers, those fierce beasts, if controlled well, relying on their thick skin and tough flesh, could easily defeat some nascent soul stage experts. Scared? Su Yi smiled. How did you guys do it? A fierce beast standing up wouldn't scare Su Yi. Clearly, he was just curious. Come to the base and see for yourself, Gu Tontong said before hanging up the phone. Su Yi knew it was the strange old man's doing. In just 10 days, to achieve this level, that old man was not simple. Su Yi arrived at the IG training base on time. At this time, the IG team members were still operating something in front of their computers. Su Yi glanced at the computer screen. They were in first-person view and controlling the fierce beasts to perform various actions, especially the young man called Thishi, who was even controlling a huge and majestic flying beast to dance in the air. The other IG team members seemed to be skillful in their control as well. During these 10 days, Su Yi had stayed behind closed doors, and it seemed that a lot had happened. Zisu, see that? Technology will eventually prevail over magic. Li Qingyuan was very excited to see Su Yi had a smile full of wrinkles on his face. He had long heard that Su Yi had used his 089 armor to fight nascent soul stage experts and even killed He Zhongfeng. He admired Su Yi greatly. Indeed, technology can overcome magic. Su Yi also praised. After all, the weapons equipped on the 089 armor could kill cultivators across realms. While it wasn't impossible for mortals to fight against nascent soul stage cultivators, it required strong spiritual power. As for whether technology could defeat magic, it depended on whose magic it was. If the opponent changed to Su Yi, no matter how powerful the technology was, as long as it dared to confront Su Yi, it would end up in ashes, with even the casing shattered. How did you manage to do this? Su Yi's biggest curiosity was how Li Qingyuan had accomplished it. With a grin, Li Qingyuan said, "It wasn't difficult, just inspired by watching those young people play computer games outside. Since they can control the characters in those games, then isn't it possible for me to design a system to control those fierce beasts after implanting chips into their intact nervous systems?" Li Qingyuan smiled. "I have observed the bodies they brought back, and not a single nerve is damaged. With these intact bodies, simply implanting chips and using the system to control their nerves allows us to manipulate their actions." Su Yi squinted at Li Qingyuan. Indeed, those fierce beasts had only their souls erased, their bodies intact, including their nervous systems, all in perfect condition. The last time you tested your spiritual power, the system crashed. Now, test it again. Li Qingyuan had been waiting for this moment. When Su Yi tested his spiritual power last time, the base's system crashed, even burning the machines. He preferred to believe that Su Yi's spiritual power was too strong rather than admitting there were issues with his system. Su Yi didn't bother to explain and simply tested again. As expected, the system crashed once more. Su Yi could conceal his strength, but when it came to spiritual power, he truly had no way to hide it. The system designed by Li Qingyuan was already very powerful. Normally, it could accurately measure the strength of spiritual power for cultivators below the foundation establishment stage. But for someone like Su Yi, he was truly off the charts. That's why you can perfectly control the 089. Li Qingyuan was excited. He had poured over a decade of effort into the 089 armor, but it was regrettable that those with weak spiritual power couldn't unleash the full power of the armor, and those with strong spiritual power wearing it seemed somewhat trifling. But now, Su Yi was not strong in power, but had strong spiritual power. It was a perfect match. Su Yi, from now on, that set of armor will be exclusively yours. Li Qingyuan finally encountered someone like this, and his eyes lit up as he looked at Su Yi. Although they could now control those fierce beasts, in Li Qingyuan's eyes, the 089 armor was his life's work. Lao Yan also walked over and said to Su Yi, "We have now controlled the bodies of 10 fierce beasts. In terms of strength, there should be no sect stronger than us. Of course, provided we have an expert in the ascension stage." Su Yi nodded. While they could control the bodies of those fierce beasts, they couldn't unleash their full prowess, especially when facing experts in the ascension stage. They would still be easily killed. However, what they were doing now was enough to deter all immortal sects. The premise remained that they had an expert in the ascension stage. In 3 days, the major immortal sects will start accepting disciples, and each city will have registration points. The age groups for accepting disciples are 5 to 10 years and 10 to 25 years. Lao Yang said to Su Yi, reporting their work. He knew of Su Yi's strength and was updating him on the situation. Su Yi fell silent. 10 to 25 years old. He was at least 18 now. Could he still sign up? Although it did seem a bit shameless, it sounded quite fun. Su Yi never noticed before that he lacked a good understanding of modern foundational, immortal cultivation theories. This led to difficulties when teaching Yishiaxuan. A disciple with lower aptitude, Yishiaxuan could definitely be considered a total newbie among newbies, but now she had the reputation of a peerless master, making it impossible for her to find a new sect to apprentice under. She couldn't, but Su Yi could. This time it will be a joint effort by the 18 immortal sects to accept disciples. A school will be established in the new world, and the disciples will first attend classes together for a month. After a month, each immortal master will select their chosen disciples, said Lao Yang. Su Yi was intrigued. A month of classes seems sufficient. What are the requirements for enrollment? Su Yi wanted to infiltrate the immortal cultivation school, so he just needed to know what was required. Anyone who can sense chess should be able to enroll, Lao Yang said with narrowed eyes, looking at Su Yi. No way. No way. This big shot wanted to join the immortal cultivation school. Wow. Who could teach a big shot like Su Yi? Su Yi smiled. Then I'll sign up. Where do I do it? Lao Yang's heart skipped a beat. Is he serious? This was getting out of hand. 3 days later, representatives from all major sects will come out of seclusion to start the first phase of selecting disciples. Lao Yang continued. Our 13 division will also participate this time. After all, the disciples of the major sects are not many. If we really have to screen them one by one, who knows when we will finish? At that time, we will use Dr. Li's instruments to screen all those who can sense chat. We can produce results within 2 days. If you want to sign up, You can go in directly. Lao Yang smirked, feeling a bit amused when he mentioned that Sui was at the Che training level. Che training level? The world of big shots was truly incomprehensible. Alright. If there's nothing else, I'm going out to see them control the savage beasts. The reason why Sui came to the base was to observe how they controlled the savage beasts in the new world. How could he not operate it himself? Accompanied by Lao Yang and Butantan, Sui went outside and saw members of EG controlling the beasts within the designated area of the 13th Division. This was more dominant than any mountain protection formation. This young man is called Zhang Chenlu. His control skills are amazing. Lao Yang smiled satisfactorily. According to his skills, this beast should be able to crush a cultivator at the Yuanying realm. Lao Yang had personally experienced the strength of those beast corpses. Even with his own abilities, he couldn't break through the beast's defenses. Just by controlling the corpses of these beasts, it was enough to torture cultivators at the Yuanying realm. Although Zhang Chenlu was not from Huaxia, his talent in gaming was truly outstanding. Through the computer screen, one could see him making the beast perform various complex movements by tapping the keyboard. These movements could easily attack a person. Sui stood by, jotting down the movements of the beast after each keystroke. 10 minutes later, Sui could understand what each key represented. Tfishi, can I give it a try? Sui's interest was piqued, finding this game more entertaining than playing League of Legends last time, albeit without opponents. Tfishi had intended to explain that the operation was not so simple, but when he saw Sui effortlessly controlling the flying beast, the members of E were stunned. Controlling these beasts was actually quite complex. Each key represented a neuron, with different combinations delivering different commands. Dr. Li had used the entire keyboard, training for so long that only Tfishi and rookie Sun Jingyi could perform the operations perfectly. Sui's perfect control at 12 keystrokes per second resulted in the beast unleashing flames in the air. Amazing, incredible, Tfishi exclaimed admiringly, albeit with a touch of awkwardness. Rookie was also captivated, knowing that if Sui had played professionally before, it would have been a tough match for them. However, in the past games, fast hand speed didn't matter much due to skill cooldowns, but now, controlling these beasts had almost no limit. The faster one's hand speed, the more lethal the attacks. Without saying a word, Sui, with intense focus, unlocked many new moves, making the beasts more terrifying in his hands. Sui's understanding of the beasts far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Once he grasped the principles, he could stimulate the beast's demon cores through the keyboard, unlocking their supernatural powers. If Sui wanted, he could easily manipulate the beasts to create havoc. While Tfishi and his teammates' control of the beasts could discuss the Yuanying experts, by relying on their thick hides and brutal tactics, the beasts controlled by Sui could easily outperform any Yuanying expert. A showy display. This is truly living. Gu Tongtan, watching Sui's movements on the screen, had excitement in her eyes. Wait for me, I'm going now. We'll try it out. She was undoubtedly a fighter, and seeing Sui's skills, she was eager to test the beast's abilities. A real match. Lao Yang felt a bit apprehensive. The way Sui was operating, he felt Gu Tongtan might not be a match for him. Of course, it's a real match. No holding back. Wait for me. Gu Tongtan had also made significant progress recently. After Sui secretly passed on the sky-covering hand technique to her, she had fully mastered it. The heavenly Tao Saint body wasn't just for show. Previously, she could easily challenge cultivators at the Yuanying realm and was now more than capable of taking on those at the Foundation establishment realm. Sui didn't express any objections, but wouldn't it be more fun if Gu Tongtan were his opponent? With the heavenly Tao Saint body, she would grow stronger through battle, and with Sui's abilities, he could minimize the risks. At most, she might be severely injured, but she wouldn't die. Without giving time to oppose, Gu Tongtan ran out of the base. Within half an hour, she arrived in the designated area of the 13th Division and found the beast controlled by Sui. Sui, come on, we can start now. After arriving, Gu Tongtan made a call to Sui. Sui grinned. He wouldn't show mercy to Gu Tongtan just because she was a delicate flower. During the period when Gu Tongtan was in the past, Sui had roughly understood the kind of effects the strongest injury from this ferocious beast could cause. Therefore, when the fight started later, he could perfectly control the damage. Gu Tongtan's battles were almost entirely based on instinct, and if there were any systematic moves, it would probably be Sui's powerful overcast heaven hand. Just right after the phone call ended, Gutantan unexpectedly directly performed an overcast heaven hand descending from the sky. I remember back on Kingyun Mountain, this move required some level of preparation, and after executing it, the whole person would feel drained. Even though the power of this move today is somewhat reduced compared to the one on Kingyun Mountain, its speed had increased significantly. So he sat in front of the computer and directly executed a sequence of operations. The ferocious beast with large wings glided in midair, avoiding Gutantan's strike perfectly. By this time, there were already numerous cultivators observing from afar. 13 locations had released this research information to major immortal gates. Cultivators had witnessed the behaviors of those ferocious beasts controlled by 13 locations. How should I put it? Some of these beings' combat capabilities came mainly from the astonishing defense of those ferocious beasts' corpses. Even Nascent Soul experts were powerless against the defense of those ferocious beasts' corpses. However, if they avoided fighting, those ferocious beasts controlled by 13 locations were also helpless. After all, the operational difficulty was too high, and the movements of the ferocious beasts seemed clumsy. Another issue was that all attacks were physical. Even if someone operated like Thishi before, with max and speed, they couldn't trigger more powerful attack techniques. But today was different. When Siyi was testing just now, he made the ferocious beast spew out flames directly. The flames turned half of the sky red, changing the meaning of the situation. This meant that the people from 13 locations could now manipulate the ferocious beasts to use magical abilities. Gutantan fighting alongside Siyi controlling the ferocious beast gave those immortal sects the feeling more like a military exercise. It was a form of deterrence. The battle had already begun, and Siyi's hand speed skyrocketed, dodging attacks time after time, showcasing an agility that left onlookers speechless. The cultivators watching were dumbfounded. When did these ferocious beasts' speed become so fast? If every single ferocious beast was this powerful, how could these cultivators still have fun? The ferocious beast controlled by Siyi drew a series of afterimages in the air, moving so quickly that even Gutantan had trouble keeping up. Siyi, you're too strong. 13 locations people standing next to Siyi hadn't seen this kind of operation before. The screen was almost impossible to follow, but he continued typing furiously on the keyboard. Can he actually control it? They saw Siyi's fingers moving like shadows, hitting 100 for keys, all effectively used. What? 12 keys in 1 second. Siyi even showed them 100 keys in a second. Each key on the keyboard was connected to a nerve of the ferocious beast. If there was a mistake during operation, the beast might perform some absurd actions. However, the movements of the ferocious beast controlled by Siyi were as smooth as flowing water. Gutantan, even after evading Siyi's attacks, was feeling disoriented. Gutantan also had a camera installed on her body, allowing 13 locations people to observe the ferocious beast controlled by Siyi through her camera. The speed has exceeded 10 times the speed of sound. Such speed is not inferior to any nascent soul cultivator. Coupled with the ferocious beast's claws and fangs, it can easily kill nascent soul cultivators. Gutantan drew her Alo Tang sword. This Tang sword was designed by Li Qingyuan, with a tough blade that had a disruptive effect and carried a voltage of 100,000 volts. Gutantan unsheathed the Tang sword, the blade slanting behind her body. In the darkness of the night, she seemed to be holding an electric glow. At the same time, her gaze became serious, coldly saying, "Siyi, take this seriously." The chip implanted on the ferocious beast not only controlled the beast's neurons, but also received audio and video transmissions, and had a location function. Gutantan's words were transmitted through the headphones on Siyi's desk. Not serious enough. Siyi smiled slightly, put on his headphones, and said, "Then I'll play with you seriously." Siyi still hadn't triggered the ferocious beast's special abilities. He merely used its speed to rush towards Gutantan. The claws of the ferocious beast were more than a meter long, a bit longer than Gutantan's Tang sword. Diving down, the ferocious beast's claw swiped toward Gutantan's head. The other people at 13 locations watched the scene on the big screen, with the attack visible from both perspectives. Siyi's strike carried fierce wind and strong killing intent. You wouldn't actually try to kill Director Gu, would you? One of the 13 location's staff members was nervous, imagining that the ferocious beast's attacks under Siyi's control were too harsh. Siyi didn't respond. The next moment, the screen had gone completely black, and Siyi lost control over the ferocious beast. In that fleeting moment, Gutongtong not only managed to dodge the attack, but also inserted her blade into the left eye of the ferocious beast. The chip was implanted inside the eye, and as the director of 13 locations, Gutongtong was well aware of this. Her strike accurately hit the chip inside, and the massive electric current instantly destroyed the chip, leading to a counterattack. Taking off the headphones, Suyi couldn't help but laugh. A ferocious beast controlled by a small chip still had its weaknesses. Gutongtong's inherited cultivation method was already powerful, and coupled with her heavenly body constitution, forming a counterattack like this after discovering the enemy's weakness was not surprising. "Gu lass, are you crazy? Do you know how expensive this chip is? Why did you destroy it?" Li Qingyuan was infuriated. "It's just an experiment. Who would do something like Gutongtong's? She directly destroy a chip. She is well aware that the control of this ferocious beast is entirely dependent on the chip, which is not only costly, but also very challenging to make. It is impossible to mass-produce them temporarily, and material scarcity led to 13 locations spending over 200 billion, and you, Li Qingyuan, pulling several all-nighters to produce just 10 chips. But look at Gutongtong, she is conducting an experiment and directly destroying one. Moreover, there were so many cultivators nearby watching. Isn't she revealing her weaknesses to others?" The skin of the ferocious beast was tough, and for now, the chip could only be implanted in the eye. And Gutongtong's stab exposed all its weak points. Li Qingyuan was utterly exasperated. How could there be such an ignorant woman? Gutongtong's voice came. "A weak point is a weak point. Improvements can always be made to overcome weak points. Even if I hadn't done this, someone else would have found it." With that said, Li Qingyuan instantly calmed down. Indeed, this weakness was too obvious. Unless they could implant the chip in a place on the ferocious beast that was less vulnerable to attacks, sooner or later, cultivators would discover this fatal weakness. At that time, even if all the staff at 13 locations had Suyi's level of operation, controlled ferocious beasts would still be just a liability. Gutongtong found the weak spot of the fierce beast with a single sword stroke. Suyi also had a thrilling experience, his curiosity satisfied. Li Qingyuan, on the other hand, was deeply lost in thought. Perhaps in the eyes of others, if there were weak spots, then there were weak spots. These fierce beasts were already very powerful, but in his view, it was totally unacceptable. With the emergence of cultivators, there had been a collision between cultivation and technology. If such obvious weak spots could not be overcome, then in the future, if cultivators acted recklessly, who could restrain them? Ordinary people should not hope for the kindness of cultivators for a stable life. Only by having the power to protect oneself could true peace be achieved. Otherwise, would they have to return to the feudal era of and worship of gods? If we can implant chips into the hearts of these fierce beasts, or have them exist in liquid form. Li Qingyuan had already started considering solutions. If chips were implanted into the heart, with the amazing defense capabilities of the fierce beasts, even a freak like Gutongtong would find it difficult to destroy them. If chips could be made into liquid form, and exist in the blood of the fierce beasts, that would be even better. Even if the bodies were mostly destroyed, they could still fight. It's not difficult to implant them into the heart, but the real challenge is how to view the external situation with the chip in the heart, Li Qingyuan muttered to himself, tugging at his beard. As long as this problem is understood, it becomes simple. With current technology, implanting chips into the hearts of fierce beasts was not overly difficult, but how to manage the perspective was the real challenge. Suyi muttered by the sigh. You can install two cameras in the eyes of the fierce beasts and then use satellite positioning to create a third-person perspective that can be switched. Aha! Li Qingyuan directly pulled a handful of beard, excitedly saying, "Why didn't I think of such a simple solution? You are truly a genius." Suyi smiled and remained silent. This method sounded simple, but the difficulty lay in the chip controlling the fierce beasts. Perspective. With current technology, it was easily resolved, but Li Qingyuan insisted on integrating chips and cameras together. Previously, Suyi had used his divine sense to discover that major sects also utilized the bodies of these fierce beasts. Refining tools, making elixirs were just the basics. They also manipulated the bodies of fierce beasts through some spells, talismans, and witchcraft. Those methods were not weaker than Li Qingyuan's implantation of chips. However, Suyi was not willing to deal with such trivial matters. If they wanted to play these little tricks, let them play. One should not only allow the officials to set fires, but the common people couldn't even light a lamp. Yan Lao, Dr. Lee, I'm going back to sleep, so he casually made an excuse and took his leave. In 3 days, the Immortal Gates would begin recruiting, and so he planned to return to prepare. Wang Junlin and others shared the same dormitory as Suyi, so he thought of giving them a simple technique for refining chat. Whether they could cultivate it or not would entirely depend on their talents, and Suyi did not want to overcomplicate things. The next day, as the golden morning light shone into the courtyard, Su Diandian dashed into Suyi's yard. Suyi Jej, turn your head around. Suyi stared at the little one, not understanding her intention. Su Diandian's face turned red as she loudly said, I need to pee. Boys shouldn't look. Suyi turned his head aside and said, don't you know where the restroom is? Teeing in his yard so early in the morning. Was this little one out of her mind? Li Jieji said for me to take care of this little grass. Su Diandian said, as she was already urinating near the Millennium Zhuantang. Is this how you take care of it? Suyi said with annoyance. Why didn't you just poop there? It could have fertilized it. After saying this, he regretted it because he already smelled something foul. Su Diandian. Suyi called out softly. He didn't expect the little one to actually poop. Could this kind of thing be accomplished so easily? Su Diandian seemed unfazed as she seemed to keep moving while pooping to avoid any mess. After a few minutes, Su Diandian asked, Suyi Jej, do you have paper? Suyi felt like he had been defeated. If it were someone else who dared to poop in his yard so early, he would have beaten them half to death. But Su Diandian not only did that but also asked him for paper. Originally, Suyi planned to go to school a bit earlier that day, but Su Diandian's actions made him hesitate. He even specially put up a fence around the Millennium Zhuantang. He believed that this foolish little child would come back tomorrow morning without a doubt. Zhang Ting began preparing to open her shop after returning home the day before, so the breakfast stall was not set up. She wanted to make breakfast for Su Diandian but found that the little one had vanished. When she walked past Suyi's yard and saw Su Diandian sitting on a stone stool slurping noodles, while Suyi was busy building a fence in the corner, Zhang Ting curiously asked, Suyi, what are you doing this for? Are you planning to grow more plants or raise chickens and ducks? Suyi glanced at Su Diandian, who was concentrating on eating noodles, organized his thoughts, and said, building a toilet. He estimated that if he told Zhang Ting the truth, Su Diandian would receive quite a scolding from her. Why are you building a toilet here? Zhang Ting asked out of curiosity, not thinking much. Just for convenience. Suyi smiled without explaining. Diandian, your mom will take you to school later. Don't always go to Suyi Jej's house for meals. After the parent-teacher conference, Zhang Ting also began to care about Su Diandian's mental health. Su Diandian pecked her head and dared not lift her head, her face blushing even more. Diandian, why is your face so red? Are you sick? Zhang Ting felt Su Diandian's forehead, but she didn't seem to have a high fever. Although Su Diandian was young, she vaguely felt that if her mother knew what she had just done, she might get a scolding. But if she didn't tell her mother, would she be a bad kid? So she raised her head and said, Mom, I just pooped there because Li Jieji asked me to take care of the fairy grass. Fairies will grow out of it in the future. Zhang Ting was speechless for a moment. Suyi, don't spoil her. How can she behave like this? Are you building a toilet for her? Zhang Ting resisted the urge to spank Su Diandian but felt compelled to talk to Suyi. This child couldn't be spoiled. After Suyi put up a fence, he went straight to school. With his divine sense, he took a glance into the bedroom, only to find that Yishiak had reached the point of neglecting sleep and food, earnestly studying the alchemy method he had written. This was also something worth being pleased about. So, he didn't bother Yishiak and just let her study at home. When Suyi arrived at school, he found that things had really changed. Many teachers had quit, and a lot of students had dropped out. In the past, teachers worked for their salary, and students attended classes in order to obtain a solid diploma and find a good job. But now, the whole world had changed. How much money can you earn by working? Since cultivating immortality was real, did that mean one could fly on a sword, turn stones into gold, and even achieve eternal youth? In this era, there were many fantasy stories on the internet, along with various legends about cultivating immortality. If one could cultivate immortality, then they could change their ordinary life and become a presence like those in a cultivation world, reaching the peak of life. Because of this, Various fantasy stories, as well as books on the Book of Changes and the 8 Trigrams, gained popularity. Ordinary people also attempted to cultivate immortality through these books. When Suyi entered the dorm, Won Junlin and the others were reading, but suddenly stood up and stared at Suyi. "What are you looking at me for?" Suyi could probably guess what they wanted, but he still let them say it themselves. "Suget, can you tell us, are you an immortal cultivator?" Won Junlin was extremely excited. They had been thinking about calling Suyi earlier, but they hesitated. If Suyi didn't even bother to return, then he probably didn't want to teach them. Asking over the phone seemed insincere. Also, when Suyi first came to their dorm, they all wanted to drive him away. But later on, Suyi had helped them a lot, so they had discussed it and decided that if Suyi returned, they would ask him first. Whether Suyi taught them or not would depend on his mood. Suyi raised an eyebrow and smiled. "What? Do you want to learn?" "Well." Won Junlin rubbed his hands and smiled. "Of course we want to learn. But can anyone learn to cultivate immortality?" Suyi pondered for a moment and said, "In theory, as long as you're not too stupid, anyone can learn. But how far you can learn depends on your own abilities. Everyone has innate Che, which guides acquired Che. In theory, everyone can cultivate Che, but that was always a theoretical matter. Many people spend their whole lives unable to sense their innate Che, so they cannot guide the acquired Che or cultivate Che. That's why cultivation sects require disciples who can sense Che. And the younger you are, the more abundant your innate Che tends to be, so there are age restrictions for taking disciples. It's not easy for people of Won Junlin's age to sense their innate Che, so Suyi only intended to give them an opportunity. He couldn't teach them cultivation methods like the one passed on to Yishiak Suan. "Can you teach us, Sugat?" Yang Hu was more direct and asked, "If you cultivate immortality, can you lose weight?" Suyi looked meaningfully at Yang Hui and chuckled. "I can teach you, but I don't know if it can help you lose weight." Won Junlin glared at Yang Hui. "Fatty, your way of thinking is quite unique. Are you cultivating immortality just to lose weight?" Yang Hui opened a bottle of Kolo, drank it all in one gulp, and said, "If you're not cultivating immortality to lose weight, then what's the point?" The entire dorm fell silent. In the end, Suyi could only pat his shoulder and sigh. "I think you're right. I can't find a reason to argue against it. I hope you succeed in losing weight. Let's go." To the bookstore. When Suyi came to school, he had already left a parchment depicting Che cultivation methods written in cursive. Normally, it should have been written in seal script, but he was afraid these 3 guys wouldn't recognize it, and he'd end up having to translate it for them. The bookstore had been closed for several days, and now Suyi opened the door. "Wait here," Suyi said, as he pulled out a copy of the complete works of Luzon from the bookshelf and tossed it onto the table. Won Junlin couldn't close his mouth, exclaiming, "Damn." Zhang Bao also said, "Really? Can you cultivate immortality this way?" Yang Hui suddenly said, "Is it by interpreting classic texts to cultivate virtue?" Won Junlin added, "I think I know this. After reaching a certain level of cultivation, a single sentence can kill enemies." Yang Hui nodded. "After mastering it, you should be able to materialize words into actions, saying one thing and making it happen." Zhang Bao also agreed silently. "No wonder I couldn't understand Mr. Luzon's books before. It turns out he's also a cultivator, with every word and phrase embodying the way of heaven and earth." Suyi looked at them as if they were naive. "What are you guys talking about?" He opened the book and drew out the parchment with the cultivation method written on it. "I want you to learn this." Suyi thought their imaginations were quite rich. They hadn't even started cultivating yet, but they were already fantasizing about speaking words into action. "Ah." After Won Junlin saw the parchment, he awkwardly scratched his head and said, "I thought you wanted us to read Luzon. We've read it before." Suyi chuckled. "If you want to read it, you can. It won't do any harm. There's nothing interesting to read. It wasn't a good idea to stir up trouble. If Yishiak Suan got angry and wiped them out on the spot, they would regret it." Before Yishiak Suan could speak, Dong Fanlin couldn't take it anymore. "Get out, all of you." Releasing a powerful aura, in the concentration stage, the cultivators were choked and starved of air. Their joyful laughter ceased abruptly as they scurried away in embarrassment. Dong Fanlin waved his hand at the 2 bows tending to the furnace. "You also leave." After the bows had left, Dong Fanlin turned to Yishiak Suan and asked, "Young lady, where did you get this vial from?" As an alchemist, Dong Fanlin could naturally discern the extraordinary nature of the vial. It gave off an uncommon sensation, but he couldn't figure out its particular uniqueness. The engravings on the vial were merely decorative, not runes. However, the craftsmanship was remarkable, rarely seen in the world. You mind? Yi Xiaoxuan suddenly felt provoked and interrupted. I want to use the pill inside as an exchange, not the vial. What? Don Fanglin was momentarily stunned, confused by Yi Xiaoxuan's request. It seemed like a ridiculous trade to him. Viewing the vial as exceptional, he considered exchanging it for the alchemy furnace a significant gain. But now, Yi Xiaoxuan wanted to trade the pill inside the vial for the furnace. Do you think your pill is some kind of immortal pill? Exchange the furnace for a pill? Only if the pill inside is a heaven-grade pill. Zhang Fanglin had been refining pills for over 300 years and had only managed to produce 3 heaven-grade pills. If the vial indeed contained a heaven-grade pill, it would be acceptable to exchange it for a yellow-grade furnace. If it was only an earth-grade pill, frankly speaking, Dong Fanlin could refine it himself, albeit taking a bit more time. Hence, exchanging it wouldn't be significant. Yi Xiaoxuan didn't engage in further discussion and said, "You see for yourself." In the alchemical book her master had provided her, there was no mention of heaven, earth, or mysterious grades, only the names of the pills. So Yi had never refined anything that had such low quality. Don Fanglin carefully took the small jade bottle from Yi Xiaowan's hands, examining it closely. In his divine sense, it seemed like something was being drawn towards it. Having reached the stage of deity separation, he had already gained some insights into the Tao. Just by looking at the jade bottle in his hand, Don Fanlin faintly felt the bottleneck that had been holding him back for years start to loosen. Slowly, he opened the bottle's stopper, and suddenly, a fragrant medicinal scent filled the air. A faint white light emanated from the bottle, with a subtle flow of Tao energy. Don Fanlin couldn't help but inhale sharply. If it were an ordinary medicinal pill, he could discern the ingredients and crafting techniques just by smelling it. But this pill, it was already an immortal pill. An immortal pill? What heavenly grade pill? Compared to this immortal pill inside the bottle, even treasures would pale in comparison. Don Fanglin hurriedly covered the bottle with the stopper, trembling with excitement, as he looked at Yi Xiaowan. "Miss, are you really planning to exchange this pill with me for an alchemy furnace? What kind of immortal pill was this, to be exchanged for a low-grade alchemy furnace?" Don Fanglin couldn't find the words to describe Yi Xiaowan. Was she incredibly wealthy? Regardless of whether she was the world's richest, she would never be able to produce such an immortal pill. Never. Yi Xiaowan glanced at Su Yi stealthily, and seeing him remain silent, she sighed in displeasure and said, "Fine, but you have to return the bottle to me. Find something to store it in." She quite liked this small jade bottle. Since she could exchange the pill for an alchemy furnace, why should she have to provide another storage container for it? Having received her consent, Dong Fanglin excitedly found a container, transferred the immortal pill into it, and sealed it with the stopper. "Miss, this alchemy furnace is now yours," Dong Fanglin said eagerly, reluctantly handing the jade bottle back to Yi Xiaowan, afraid she might change her mind. "Okay." Yi Xiaowan took the bottle, licked her lips, and said, "Can you have someone help me carry this?" Was she supposed to carry such a large furnace by herself? It was impossible for Su Yi to carry it, as even simple tasks like flipping soil were entrusted to Yi Xiaowan. In her view, when buying large items, the merchants should deliver them. "That's no problem." Dong Fanglin grinned. "Which sect are you from? I'll have my disciple deliver it to you." Yi Xiaowan thought for a moment and said, "Deliver it to Yi Family Manor, number 181, western outskirts of Qingzhou City. Just say it's for Yi Xiaowan." "Miss Yi." Upon hearing Yi Xiaowan's name, Dong Fanglin's smile froze, his face turning stiff. Although he had never seen Yi Xiaowan before, he had heard of her name, the person capable of making Hanzhen from the extreme Emperor Immortal sect bow down. Unbelievable. Dong Fanglin felt a chill run down his spine, and began to regret his actions. How could he refer to a powerhouse at the ascension stage as a little girl? And he had intended to deceive her with his treasure. Perplexed, Yi Xiaowan frowned and asked, "Is there a problem?" "No problem. None." Dong Fanglin hastily waved his hand. As long as she didn't hit him, what problem could there be? "It's settled then," Yi Xiaowan finished, walking out with her hands behind her back. Seeing Dong Fanglin's distressed expression, Su Yi understood what had transpired. He smiled at him and followed Yi Xiaowan outside. Once the two left the shop, Dong Fanlin was drenched in sweat. Despite the situation, he tightly held the jade bottle containing the immortal pill. Nevertheless, this was his chance at immortality. He called one of his disciples over, instructing Wan Qing, extinguish the furnace fire and deliver the cloud furnace to Yishuo Wan. Miss Yi's possession. Wan Qing was Dongfang Lin's personal disciple, brought to this side of the small world for training. Master, did you really exchange the cloud furnace for her? Wan Qing asked in disbelief, knowing how much effort his master had put into this alchemy furnace. I did. Dongfang Lin nodded. With the arrival of this realm, there should be plenty of good materials available. I can make another one later. It was just an ordinary furnace to begin with. Oh. Wan Qing nodded, somewhat understanding. Curiously, he asked, Master, you're sweating a lot. It's hot. Dongfang Lin awkwardly fanned himself. You watch over the shop for a few days. I need to seclude myself for a while. Seclusion? Wan Qing questioned. Master, the master uncle has been in poor health lately. Are you planning to make medicine for him? Dongfang Lin's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. The sect master of the Linky sect, Jiangzi, had encountered problems in his cultivation and was now treading a dangerous path. Though he tried to control it, he continued to deteriorate. If he were to give the immortal pill to Jiangzi, could it save him? But it was his chance at immortality. If it were just a heavenly grade pill, Dongfang Lin would have handed it over without hesitation. However, this was an authentic immortal pill. Caught in a dilemma, Dongfang Lin was torn. Earlier, he had mentioned seclusion, as he wanted to find a quiet place to refine the immortal pill. Forget it. I won't seclude myself. Dongfang Lin sighed. These days, you watch over the shop. I'll go find your master uncle. In the end, Dongfang Lin decided to give the immortal pill to Jiangzi. As an alchemist, he did not have high demands in cultivation, nor was he particularly interested in it. Giving the immortal pill to Jiangzi, if it could truly save him, would be a great accomplishment for the Linky sect. Jiangzi was a rare genius in the Linky sect, having reached the late ascension stage within less than 800 years, close to Zhang Zhesheng in combat prowess. If he fell into demonic ways, it would be a catastrophe for the entire cultivation world. Offering the immortal pill to Jiangzi might save many lives. As a cultivator, Jiangzi decided to sacrifice personal gain for the greater good. Suyike didn't know that a pill would force Dongfang Lin to face a moral dilemma. He and Yi Shaxuan wandered around the market for a long time. Yi Shaxuan saw many novel things, but besides the dragon tendon bracelet and soul breaker on her wrist, the only item she could exchange with others was the jade ball. Whether it was money or gold, silver or diamonds, people wouldn't even give her a second glance. This was a marketplace for cultivators, and worldly possessions held no appeal for them. Trying to exchange things like cigarettes, lighters, or spicy snacks with cultivators was futile because they had been exposed to the mundane world and had no interest in such things. If they truly wanted those items, they could easily convert anything into cash to purchase them. Are we really not buying anything? Yi Shaxuan asked, kicking stones on the ground in frustration. Just wandering without buying anything was annoying. In the past, if there was something she liked while shopping, she could just swipe her cart and be done with it. But now, despite her substantial wealth of billions, she realized she couldn't afford anything at this market. She had seen many things she liked along the way, like beats that promoted rest and beauty, as well as pets such as a golden retriever that could walk upright and even spar. The dog looked like it had attained enlightenment with its fluffy fur, and Yi Shaxuan wanted it too. If you want it, buy it yourself. Suyike said, that golden retriever is just spiritually awakened. There's nothing special about it. Besides, it's probably his pet, so he won't sell it to you. I know, but Yi Shaxuan dared not ask Suyike for a pill to exchange for something again. The little jade bottle was too precious, so she had to reluctantly follow Suyike. You've been reading for 2 days now. Go find the materials for alchemy yourself. I'm heading back, Suyike said. His alchemy texts detailed the materials required for alchemy, including their appearances and properties. These materials existed in this small world. He was really leaving just like that. Yi Shaxuan could only ask, okay then, where are you heading? I have something to attend to. Suyike's expression didn't look good as he disappeared. There was a report from 13 departments that some strange individuals were causing chaos on Washing Sword Mountain. Zhang Changfeng was Suyike's former housekeeper who had learned some geomancy skills from Suyike. Before the emergence of major cultivation sects, Zhang Changfeng relied on his geomancy skills to predict fortunes for people, earning him the title of a living deity. However, With the emergence of major cultivation sects and the discovery of certain artifacts on Washing Sword Mountain, malicious intentions began to brew. The sentries sent by wealthy merchants couldn't protect Zhang Changfeng. Among those who came to Washing Sword Mountain with Tong Taiyu earlier, a drunkard had taken control of the people nearby. Zhang Changfeng, driven mad by the drunkard's tea, became extremely violent and engaged in mutual slaughter with others on Washing Sword Mountain, turning the once peaceful place into a hell on earth. The ground was stained with crimson blood, and the drunkard found many items previously used by Suyike in the house, exclaiming in amazement, as these items were treasures to him. Even an ordinary-looking chair was exuding a sense of doubt. Perhaps this place held more treasures than anywhere else in the world. Using his secret techniques, the drunkard searched Zhang Changfeng's memories and discovered Suyike within them. However, Suyike had not displayed remarkable strength before Zhang Changfeng, making it impossible for the drunkard to gauge Suyike's true power from those memories. He could only assume that Suyike was just a cultivator at the level of Golden Core or Nascent Soul, as why would he abandon these treasures in the house? Sitting on the seemingly ordinary chair, the drunkard sensed something amiss. Countless casualties lay outside the house. Zhang Changfeng, influenced by the drunkard's tea, had gone berserk and transformed into a killing machine, his kind demeanor replaced by a bloodthirsty rage. With blood staining his white clothes and soled shoes, he became a ruthless killer. I didn't expect this old man to possess such strength. Drinking my spirit-inducing tea allowed him to display the power of the Golden Core realm. Interesting. As more slaughter occurred, the drunkard's cultivation grew, yet there was an underlying uneasiness within him. Could Suyike be an extraordinary being? Earlier, scholar Zichin had advised him not to act recklessly, but to concentrate on silently expanding his influence. But as a demon, killing could strengthen him, so upon hearing about the happenings on Washing Sword Mountain, he decided to venture there. Fully wrapped items carrying Dao remained enigmatic to him, even more so than Zhang Changfeng. It wasn't John, but this person named Suyike who was truly enigmatic. As he hesitated, 13 departments had already dispatched numerous people. However, without exception, all of them were swiftly defeated. Although the drunkard's strength might not match that of Tong Taiyu and others, he outmatched any cultivator at the ascension stage. 13 departments had sent their most formidable, a cultivator at the Golden Core realm. Those slightly stronger were immediately restrained by the drunkard and forced to drink his tea. Those who consumed the spirit-inducing tea either exploded or, like Zhang Changfeng, turned into mindless killers who only knew slaughter. The drunkard narrowed his eyes. On the field remained only Zhang Changfeng and another employee sent by 13 departments. Most of the protectors sent by the wealthy had been massacred by the two. The mountain top was littered with corpses, the stench of blood permeating the air. Hey, between the two of you, which one will become my servant? Let's see. The drunkard, no longer caring about anything else, cleared the house by stowing everything in his storage bag. He was ready to watch Zhang Changfeng and the 13 departments member fight to the death before leaving. As for that person named Suyike, he would kill him if they crossed paths. He truly didn't believe there existed any being surpassing the ascension stage in this secular world. As Zhang Changfeng and the 13 departments employee were about to engage in combat, a figure suddenly appeared on the mountain. Suyike coldly scanned the surroundings, took a step forward, and both Zhang Changfeng and the 13 departments employee immediately regained their senses. Spirit-inducing tea. What nonsense! The drunkard was dumbfounded as the two no longer fell under his control. When did another person appear on the mountain? How did he miss it? You are Suyike. The drunkard's eyes twitched. He couldn't discern Suyike's cultivation level, and panic began to set in. Master, Zhang Changfeng has already returned to normal. He looked deeply at Suyike and then extended his hands, his eyes filled with emotion. He had always been benevolent, always careful not to harm even the smallest of creatures, but today he had caused such a tragedy. For an old man like him, this was an invisible blow. HMPH. Master, kid, stop putting on airs in front of me. The drunkard revealed his rotten teeth, trying to remain calm. He couldn't see through Suyike, but in his eyes, even if Suyike was a peak expert in the ascension stage, he wouldn't be able to stop him from leaving. Suyike took another step forward, and the bodies and blood on the ground gradually turned into faint red lights disappearing into the air. In the yard in front of the ancient mansion, even the clothes of Zhang Changfeng and the 13 staff members became eerily still. With just one glance from Suyike, The drunkard felt as if his heart had been struck by a heavy hammer. Faft! The drunkard spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale and ugly. This person was unbeatable. Fear and horror filled the drunkard's eyes as he realized that the strength of the person before him might be comparable to those emperor fairies or divine kings. Escape. The drunkard formed hand seals, turning into a black smoke, attempting to flee. Suyi raised an eyebrow, causing the black smoke to appear in front of him. The technique the drunkard used was a secret from the immortal realm, similar to teleportation, by breaking down his body into molecular structures and reassembling it later, and out of danger. Against others, this technique might help him escape, but in front of Suyi, Suyi reached out his large hand, gathering all the black smoke in his palm, condensing it into a black dot, then clenching his fist and obliterating it. When a foreign demon like the drunkard died, their power would return to that person. But Suyi wasn't pleased at the moment and didn't want to let him go back. By the time Gu Tantong and the others arrived, Zhang Changfeng had already passed away. The former mansion had been razed to the ground, and Zhang Changfeng's tomb was placed there. Inscribed on the tombstone was the tomb of old friend Zhang Changfeng. How did such a large mansion suddenly disappear? Those who arrived later from the 13 divisions couldn't comprehend what they saw and heard that day. Lao Yang stared at the words on the tombstone, finding them somewhat familiar. They were distinctly of the same calligraphy as the inscription on the sword-washing mountain stone tablet. Suyi had indeed been here. Lao Yang bowed in front of the tomb, then said, "Let's go. Spread the news of Mr. Jian's passing, and from now on, no one is allowed to establish a sect on sword-washing mountain." The previous 13 divisions might not have had the authority to say this, but the current 13 divisions, it hold that power. No sect was to be established on sword-washing mountain again. This was a form of respect for Zhang Changfeng and also giving face to Suyi. Little did anyone know that the old mansion hadn't really disappeared. It had been moved underground by Suyi, right beneath Zhang Changfeng's tombstone. Suyi didn't mourn Zhang Changfeng's death. After all, he viewed life and death lightly. He didn't plan to wipe out everything created by that person all at once. Let them develop first. It had been a long time since someone capable of taking a hit had appeared. Moreover, it would be a bit too much to destroy all these interesting things so quickly. So you didn't actively hunt down those foreign demons. Otherwise, Dan Taiyue and Lan Wen, currently with Yishiak Suan, would have been eliminated by now. After everything was done, Suyi returned home and continued reading his books as usual. Yishiak Suan didn't return until past 11 at night, carrying a basket full of medicinal herbs on her back. "Why did you bring them here to me?" Suyi asked. "Isn't the alchemy furnace at your home?" "I brought them here to see if I collected the wrong ones." Yishiak Suan didn't know that the alchemy furnace was at her home. She just came to Suyi's place. Even talking simply would do. She wanted to avoid exposing Suyi's identity. That's the reason she had the furnace moved to her place. Suyi said, "If you make a mistake, the furnace might explode. Don't bring the furnace here. My small courtyard can't fit it." Master, do you know what I want to say? It wasn't a good idea to stir up trouble. If Yishiak Suan got angry and wiped them out on the spot, they would regret it. Before Yishiak Suan could speak, Dong Fanlin couldn't take it anymore. "Get out, all of you." Releasing a powerful aura, in the concentration stage, the cultivators were choked and starved of air. Their joyful laughter ceased abruptly as they scurried away in embarrassment. Dong Fanglin waved his hand at the two bows tending to the furnace. "You also leave." After the bows had left, Dong Fanlin turned to Yishiak Suan and asked, "Young lady, where did you get this vial from?" As an alchemist, Dong Fanlin could naturally discern the extraordinary nature of the vial. It gave off an uncommon sensation, but he couldn't figure out its particular uniqueness. The engravings on the vial were merely decorative, not runes. However, the craftsmanship was remarkable, rarely seen in the world. "You mind?" Yishiak Suan suddenly felt provoked and interrupted. "I want to use the pill inside as an exchange, not the vial." "What?" Dong Fanglin was momentarily stunned, confused by Yishiak Suan's request. It seemed like a ridiculous trade to him. Viewing the vial as exceptional, he considered exchanging it for the alchemy furnace a significant gain. But now, Yishiak Suan wanted to trade the pill inside the vial for the furnace. "Do you think your pill is some kind of immortal pill? Exchange the furnace for a pill? Only if the pill inside is a heaven-grade pill." Dong Fanglin had been refining pills for over 300 years and had only managed to produce 3 heaven-grade pills. If the vial indeed contained a heaven-grade pill, it would be acceptable to exchange it for a yellow-grade furnace. If it was only an earth-grade pill, frankly speaking, Dong Fanlin could refine it himself, albeit taking a bit more time. Hence, exchanging it wouldn't be significant. Yishiak didn't engage in further discussion and said, "You see for yourself. In the alchemical book her master had provided her, there was no mention of heaven, earth, or mysterious grades, only the names of the pills. So ye had never refined anything that had such low quality." Dong Fanlin carefully took the small jade bottle from Yi Shouwan's hands, examining it closely. In his divine sense, it seemed like something was being drawn towards it. Having reached the stage of deity separation, he had already gained some insights into the Tao. Just by looking at the jade bottle in his hand, Dong Fanlin faintly felt the bottleneck that had been holding him back for years start to loosen. Slowly, he opened the bottle's stopper, and suddenly, a fragrant medicinal scent filled the air. A faint white light emanated from the bottle, with a subtle flow of Tao energy. Dong Fanlin couldn't help but inhale sharply. If it were an ordinary medicinal pill, he could discern the ingredients and crafting techniques just by smelling it. But this pill, it was already an immortal pill. An immortal pill? What heavenly grade pill? Compared to this immortal pill inside the bottle, even treasures would pale in comparison. Dong Fanlin hurriedly covered the bottle with the stopper, trembling with excitement as he looked at Yi Shouwan. "Miss, are you really planning to exchange this pill with me for an alchemy furnace? What kind of immortal pill was this, to be exchanged for a low-grade alchemy furnace?" Dong Fanlin couldn't find the words to describe Yi Shouwan. Was she incredibly wealthy? Regardless of whether she was the world's richest, she would never be able to produce such an immortal pill. Never. Yi Shouwan glanced at Suyi stealthily, and seeing him remain silent, she sighed in displeasure and said, "Fine, but you have to return the bottle to me. Find something to store it in." She quite liked this small jade bottle. Since she could exchange the pill for an alchemy furnace, why should she have to provide another storage container for it? Having received her consent, Dong Fanlin excitedly found a container, transferred the immortal pill into it, and sealed it with the stopper. "Miss, this alchemy furnace is now yours," Dong Fanlin said eagerly, reluctantly handing the jade bottle back to Yi Shouwan, afraid she might change her mind. "Okay." Yi Shouwan took the bottle, licked her lips, and said, "Can you have someone help me carry this?" Was she supposed to carry such a large furnace by herself? It was impossible for Suyi to carry it, as even simple tasks like flipping soil were entrusted to Yi Shouwan. In her view, when buying large items, the merchants should deliver them. "That's no problem." Dong Fanlin grinned. "Which sect are you from? I'll have my disciple deliver it to you." Yi Shouwan thought for a moment and said, "Deliver it to Yi Family Manor, number 181, western outskirts of Qingzhou City. Just say it's for Yi Shouwan, Miss Yi." Upon hearing Yi Shouwan's name, Dong Fanlin's smile froze, his face turning stiff. Although he had never seen Yi Shouwan before, he had heard of her name, the person capable of making Hanzhen from the extreme Emperor Immortal sect bow down. Unbelievable. Dong Fanlin felt a chill run down his spine, and began to regret his actions. How could he refer to a powerhouse at the ascension stage as a little girl? And he had intended to deceive her with his treasure. Perplexed, Yi Shouwan frowned and asked, "Is there a problem?" "No problem. None." Dong Fanlin hastily waved his hand. As long as she didn't hit him, what problem could there be? "It's settled then," Yi Shouwan finished, walking out with her hands behind her back. Seeing Dong Fanlin's distressed expression, Suyi understood what had transpired. He smiled at him and followed Yi Shouwan outside. Once the two left the shop, Dong Fanlin was drenched in sweat. Despite the situation, he tightly held the jade bottle containing the immortal pill. Nevertheless, this was his chance at immortality. He called one of his disciples over, instructing Wang Qing, extinguish the furnace fire and deliver the cloud furnace to Yi Shouwan, Miss Yi's possession. Wang Qing was Dong Fanlin's personal disciple, brought to this side of the small world for training. "Master, did you really exchange the cloud furnace for her?" Wang Qing asked in disbelief, knowing how much effort his master had put into this alchemy furnace. "I did." Dong Fanlin nodded. "With the arrival of this realm, there should be plenty of good materials available. I can make another one later. It was just an ordinary furnace to begin with." "Oh." Wang Qing nodded, somewhat understanding. Curiously, he asked, "Master, you're sweating a lot. It's hot." Dong Fanglin awkwardly fanned himself. You watch over the shop for a few days. I need to seclude myself for a while. Seclusion? Wang Qing questioned. Master, the master uncle has been in poor health lately. Are you planning to make medicine for him? Dong Fanglin's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. The sect master of the Linky sect, Jiangzi, had encountered problems in his cultivation and was now treading a dangerous path. Though he tried to control it, he continued to deteriorate. If he were to give the immortal pill to Jiangzi, could it save him? But it was his chance at immortality. If it were just a heavenly grade pill, Dong Fanglin would have handed it over without hesitation. However, this was an authentic immortal pill. Caught in a dilemma, Dong Fanglin was torn. Earlier, he had mentioned seclusion, as he wanted to find a quiet place to refine the immortal pill. Forget it. I won't seclude myself. Dong Fanglin sighed. These days, you watch over the shop. I'll go find your master uncle. In the end, Dong Fanglin decided to give the immortal pill to Jiangzi. As an alchemist, he did not have high demands in cultivation, nor was he particularly interested in it. Giving the immortal pill to Jiangzi, if it could truly save him, would be a great accomplishment for the Linky sect. Jiangzi was a rare genius in the Linky sect, having reached the late ascension stage within less than 800 years, close to Zhang Zhesheng in combat prowess. If he fell into demonic ways, it would be a catastrophe for the entire cultivation world. Offering the immortal pill to Jiangzi might save many lives. As a cultivator, Jiangzi decided to sacrifice personal gain for the greater good. Suyike didn't know that a pill would force Dong Fanglin to face a moral dilemma. He and Yi Shaxuan wandered around the market for a long time. Yi Shaxuan saw many novel things, but besides the dragon tendon bracelet and soul breaker on her wrist, the only item she could exchange with others was the jade ball. Whether it was money or gold, silver or diamonds, people wouldn't even give her a second glance. This was a marketplace for cultivators, and worldly possessions held no appeal for them. Trying to exchange things like cigarettes, lighters, or spicy snacks with cultivators was futile because they had been exposed to the mundane world and had no interest in such things. If they truly wanted those items, they could easily convert anything into cash to purchase them. Are we really not buying anything? Yi Shaxuan asked, kicking stones on the ground in frustration. Just wandering without buying anything was annoying. In the past, if there was something she liked while shopping, she could just swipe her cart and be done with it. But now, despite her substantial wealth of billions, she realized she couldn't afford anything at this market. She had seen many things she liked along the way, like beats that promoted rest and beauty, as well as pets such as a golden retriever that could walk upright and even spar. The dog looked like it had attained enlightenment with its fluffy fur, and Yi Shaxuan wanted it too. If you want it, buy it yourself, Suyike said. That golden retriever is just spiritually awakened. There's nothing special about it. Besides, it's probably his pet, so he won't sell it to you. I know, but Yi Shaxuan dared not ask Suyike for a pill to exchange for something again. The little jade bottle was too precious, so she had to reluctantly follow Suyike. You've been reading for 2 days now. Go find the materials for alchemy yourself. I'm heading back, Suyike said. His alchemy texts detailed the materials required for alchemy, including their appearances and properties. These materials existed in this small world. He was really leaving just like that. Yi Shaxuan could only ask, okay then, where are you heading? I have something to attend to. Suyike's expression didn't look good as he disappeared. There was a report from 13 departments that some strange individuals were causing chaos on Washing Sword Mountain. Zhang Changfeng was Suyike's former housekeeper who had learned some geomancy skills from Suyike. Before the emergence of major cultivation sects, Zhang Changfeng relied on his geomancy skills to predict fortunes for people, earning him the title of a living deity. However, with the emergence of major cultivation sects and the discovery of certain artifacts on Washing Sword Mountain, malicious intentions began to brew. The sentries sent by wealthy merchants couldn't protect Zhang Changfeng. Among those who came to Washing Sword Mountain with Tong Taiyu earlier, a drunkard had taken control of the people nearby. Zhang Changfeng, driven mad by the drunkard's tea, became extremely violent and engaged in mutual slaughter with others on Washing Sword Mountain, turning the once peaceful place into a hell on earth. The ground was stained with crimson blood, and the drunkard found many items previously used by Suyike in the house, exclaiming in amazement, as these items were treasures to him. Even an ordinary-looking chair was exuding a sense of doubt. Perhaps this place held more treasures than anywhere else in the world. Using his secret techniques, the drunkard searched Zhang Changfeng's memories and discovered Suyike within them. However, Suyike had not displayed remarkable strength before Zhang Changfeng, making it impossible for the drunkard to gauge Suyike's true power from those memories. He could only assume that Suyike was just a cultivator at the level of Golden Core or Nascent Soul, as why would he abandon these treasures in the house? Sitting on the seemingly ordinary chair, the drunkard sensed something amiss. Countless casualties lay outside the house. Zhang Changfeng, influenced by the drunkard's tea, had gone berserk and transformed into a killing machine, his kind demeanor replaced by a bloodthirsty rage. With blood staining his white clothes and soled shoes, he became a ruthless killer. I didn't expect this old man to possess such strength. Drinking my spirit-inducing tea allowed him to display the power of the Golden Core realm. Interesting. As more slaughter occurred, the drunkard's cultivation grew, yet there was an underlying uneasiness within him. Could Suyike be an extraordinary being? Earlier, scholar Zichin had advised him not to act recklessly, but to concentrate on silently expanding his influence. But as a demon, killing could strengthen him, so upon hearing about the happenings on Washing Sword Mountain, he decided to venture there. Fully wrapped items carrying Dao remained enigmatic to him, even more so than Zhang Changfeng. It wasn't John, but this person named Suyike who was truly enigmatic. As he hesitated, 13 departments had already dispatched numerous people. However, without exception, all of them were swiftly defeated. Although the drunkard's strength might not match that of Tong Taiyu and others, he outmatched any cultivator at the ascension stage. 13 departments had sent their most formidable, a cultivator at the Golden Core realm. Those slightly stronger were immediately restrained by the drunkard and forced to drink his tea. Those who consumed the spirit-inducing tea either exploded or, like Zhang Changfeng, turned into mindless killers who only knew slaughter. The drunkard narrowed his eyes. On the field remained only Zhang Changfeng and another employee sent by 13 departments. Most of the protectors sent by the wealthy had been massacred by the two. The mountain top was littered with corpses, the stench of blood permeating the air. Hey, between the two of you, which one will become my servant? Let's see. The drunkard, no longer caring about anything else, cleared the house by stowing everything in his storage bag. He was ready to watch Zhang Changfeng and the 13 departments member fight to the death before leaving. As for that person named Suyike, he would kill him if they crossed paths. He truly didn't believe there existed any being surpassing the ascension stage in this secular world. As Zhang Changfeng and the 13 departments employee were about to engage in combat, a figure suddenly appeared on the mountain. Suyike coldly scanned the surroundings, took a step forward, and both Zhang Changfeng and the 13 departments employee immediately regained their senses. Spirit-inducing tea. What nonsense! The drunkard was dumbfounded as the two no longer fell under his control. When did another person appear on the mountain? How did he miss it? You are Suyike. The drunkard's eyes twitched. He couldn't discern Suyike's cultivation level, and panic began to set in. Master, Zhang Changfeng has already returned to normal. He looked deeply at Suyi and then extended his hands, his eyes filled with emotion. He had always been benevolent, always careful not to harm even the smallest of creatures, but today he had caused such a tragedy. For an old man like him, this was an invisible blow. HMPH. Master, kid, stop putting on airs in front of me. The drunkard revealed his rotten teeth, trying to remain calm. He couldn't see through Suyi, but in his eyes, even if Suyi was a peak expert in the ascension stage, he wouldn't be able to stop him from leaving. Suyi took another step forward, and the bodies and blood on the ground gradually turned into faint red lights disappearing into the air. In the yard in front of the ancient mansion, even the clothes of Zhang Changfeng and the 13 staff members became eerily still. With just one glance from Suyi, the drunkard felt as if his heart had been struck by a heavy hammer. Faft! The drunkard spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale and ugly. This person was unbeatable. Fear and horror filled the drunkard's eyes as he realized that the strength of the person before him might be comparable to those emperor fairies or divine kings. Escape. The drunkard formed hand seals, turning into a black smoke, attempting to flee. Suyi raised an eyebrow, causing the black smoke to appear in front of him. The technique the drunkard used was a secret from the immortal realm, similar to teleportation, by breaking down his body into molecular structures and reassembling it later, when out of danger. Against others, this technique might help him escape, but in front of Suyi, Suyi reached out his large hand, gathering all the black smoke in his palm. condensing it into a black dot, then clenching his fist and obliterating it. When a foreign demon like the drunkard died, their power would return to that person. But Suyi wasn't pleased at the moment and didn't want to let him go back. By the time Gu Tantong and the others arrived, Zhang Changfeng had already passed away. The former mansion had been razed to the ground, and Zhang Changfeng's tomb was placed there. Inscribed on the tombstone was the tomb of old friend Zhang Changfeng. How did such a large mansion suddenly disappear? Those who arrived later from the 13 divisions couldn't comprehend what they saw and heard that day. Lao Yang stared at the words on the tombstone, finding them somewhat familiar. They were distinctly of the same calligraphy as the inscription on the sword-washing mountain stone tablet. Suyi had indeed been here. Lao Yang bowed in front of the tomb, then said, "Let's go. Spread the news of Mr. Jian's passing, and from now on, no one is allowed to establish a sect on sword-washing mountain." The previous 13 divisions might not have had the authority to say this, but the current 13 divisions, it hold that power. No sect was to be established on sword-washing mountain again. This was a form of respect for Zhang Changfeng and also giving face to Suyi. Little did anyone know that the old mansion hadn't really disappeared. It had been moved underground by Suyi, right beneath Zhang Changfeng's tombstone. Suyi didn't mourn Zhang Changfeng's death. After all, he viewed life and death lightly. He didn't plan to wipe out everything created by that person all at once. Let them develop first. It had been a long time since someone capable of taking a hit had appeared. Moreover, it would be a bit too much to destroy all these interesting things so quickly. So you didn't actively hunt down those foreign demons. Otherwise, Dan Taiyue and Lan Wen, currently with Yishiak Suan, would have been eliminated by now. After everything was done, Suyi returned home and continued reading his books as usual. Yishiak Suan didn't return until past 11 at night, carrying a basket full of medicinal herbs on her back. "Why did you bring them here to me?" Suyi asked. "Isn't the alchemy furnace at your home?" "I brought them here to see if I collected the wrong ones." Yishiak Suan didn't know that the alchemy furnace was at her home. She just came to Suyi's place. Even talking simply would do. She wanted to avoid exposing Suyi's identity. That's the reason she had the furnace moved to her place. Suyi said, "If you make a mistake, the furnace might explode. Don't bring the furnace here. My small courtyard can't fit it." Master, do you know what I want to say?" Yishiak Suan seriously doubted that Suyi had used some mind-reading spell on her. Wouldn't she have no secrets left in front of Suyi in that case? "I'm not so bored as to use mind-reading on you. Your thoughts are not that hard to figure out, right?" Suyi smiled and added, "Also, when you're doing alchemy at home, be careful. Those two kids at your home are not simple. If they find out how weak you are, you might have a hard time." Yishiak Suan didn't understand Suyi's meaning. "You mean Dan Taiyue and Lan Wen, those two kids?" Suyi narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Who else would I be talking about?" After a moment of silence, Yishiak Suan couldn't help but ask, "Are they very powerful?" Suyi thought for a moment and said, "Not really." Yishiak Suan heaved a heavy sigh and said, "Master, do you know that scaring someone to death is a real thing?" Suyi then added, "That little girl could probably slap Hansen to death." At this moment, Yishiak Suan seemed to understand the concept of not really powerful mentioned by Suyi. Hansen was a strong expert at the ascension stage. If someone like Yishiak Suan dared to fight him, she would probably be killed instantly. Now Suyi told her that the little girl could slap Hansen to death with one hand. Having such a dangerous person living in her house, she hadn't even realized it. She had even forced the two kids to take a bath before. If they weren't happy, or if Yishiak Suan's bathing skills weren't up to par, would they kill her on the spot? "I don't want to go back. It's too scary." Yishiak Suan had been acting like a big shot recently, but deep down, she knew she was just a little chicken. Most importantly, she had never practiced alchemy before, and Suyi said that a mistake could cause an explosion. Thinking about a huge alchemy furnace exploding, would she be disfigured? Furthermore, using a low-grade alchemy furnace to practice alchemy at home, if Dan Taiyue was truly as powerful as Suyi said, wouldn't she be able to see through Yishiak Suan's true power at a glance? What if the two little demons found out she wasn't a skilled expert? Suyi chuckled. "So are you just going to stay here with me?" "That's right." Yishiak Suan was speechless. "Unless you come with me. And in the future, you have to bring those two over here." Suyi said, "I can't accommodate them here either." After a pause, he added, "Well, I'll accompany you back, and those two brats must stay at your place. As for how to handle them, it's up to you. Tonight, you'll stay at my house. Yi Xiaoxuan was starting to feel a bit afraid. At first, she thought those two little guys looked harmless and innocent. But after Su Yi said that, it became terrifying. Let's do some calculations. Hansen could easily kill her. Dan Taiyue could swat Hansen to death with one slap. What if you add Lan Wen to the mix? By this calculation, Yi Xiaoxuan was indeed like an ant in front of those two little cuties. If she provoked them, she would meet a gruesome end. Only for tonight, Su Yi was planning to go to Yi's house anyway. Since Dan Taiyue and Lan Wen were already staying at Yi Xiaoxuan's house, no matter what the reason, Su Yi decided to leave it to Yi Xiaoxuan to handle those two little guys on her own. If Yi Xiaoxuan didn't handle it properly and ended up dying at the hands of those two, it would be her own fault. Even though Su Yi was powerful, Yi Xiaoxuan needed to grow on her own. Let's consider it as a learning experience. Su Yi and Yi Xiaoxuan arrived at Yi's estate by car. On the way, Yi Xiaoxuan had called her father to prepare a room for her teacher who was coming. Although Yi Jingshan wasn't clear about Su Yi's identity, from his father's attitude towards Su Yi before his death and the recent changes in Yi Xiaoxuan, he could sense that Su Yi was extraordinary. Su Yi coming to stay at his house, calling Xiaoxuan to tidy up a room. He had heard some rumors recently, especially by Yang Yin recently mentioned and that he envied having a good son-in-law. Yi Xiaoxuan hadn't returned home for over 10 days, and when he called, Su Yi said she was at his house. In other words, his daughter had been staying at Su Yi's house for almost half a month. What could have possibly happened that he didn't know about? Xiaoxuan was actually not young anymore. Although his father and Su Yi seemed to be of the same generation, since he had always been so young and was even cultivating with his daughter, what was there that couldn't be accepted? Furthermore, Su Yi was steady and considerate, older, and knew how to take care of his daughter. Thinking this way, Yi Jingshan chuckled crookedly. Aunt Hu, quickly tidy up Xiaoxuan's room. We have guests coming. Aunt Hu was the housekeeper who had watched Xiaoxuan grow up. She asked in confusion, how can guests stay in Xiaoxuan's room? But as soon as she asked, she froze and then laughed, saying, congratulations, sir, ha ha. Go get ready. Yi Jingshan laughed heartily and said, in Xiaoxuan's room, set up 2 more rooms for those 2 kids. Dan Taiyue and Lan Wen had been staying at Yi Xiaoxuan's house for over 10 days. During this time, they spent their days eating and staring at the painting on the wall in Xiaoxuan's bedroom. But on this day, they couldn't afford to cause any trouble. Yi Jingshan only had one daughter, and the future of the Yi family's estate could only be entrusted to his son-in-law. Yi Jingshan also hoped to see Xiaoxuan have a child soon. Aunt Hu nodded and went to tidy up Xiaoxuan's room. Dan Taiyue and Lan Wen were still staring at the painting Su Yi had made. Dan Taiyue had made 3 breakthroughs in just 10 days. Even facing the immortal emperors and god kings of the immortal realm, she now had the power to fight, so she was unwilling to leave. Yu, Lan, come out first. Aunt Hu will clean up the room, and Xiaoji will be back soon. Aunt Hu liked children, especially since Dan Taiyue and Lan Wen were cute, so she called them Yu and Long. If it were in the past, anyone calling these 2 little troublemakers that would probably have met their doom early. Initially, the 2 little guys were somewhat wary of Xiaoxuan and didn't dare to act recklessly in her house. But for over 10 days, Aunt Hu had been making all sorts of delicious food for them. As a result, they felt that even if they were called that by this mortal, it seemed acceptable, just like a proud kitten towards their human servitude. Then let's go to bed, Dan Taiyue said, as she tried to crawl onto the bed. Aunt Hu hurriedly said, my good little girls, today, you can't sleep in this room. Why? Can't we share a bed with Xiaoji? Dan Taiyue wanted to continue contemplating the painting. Aunt Hu picked up Dan Taiyue, patted her small butt, and said with a smile, today, Xiaoji brought a friend back. Dan Taiyue confidently said, then let Xiaoji's friend sleep in another room. We have plenty of rooms to see in the house. No. Aunt Hu directly carried Dan Taiyue out and said, Yu, be good. Tonight, will you sleep with Aunt Hu? Okay. But I want to eat passion fruit and hairy crabs. Dan Taiyue ultimately chose to compromise. She swore it wasn't just for the food. The most important thing was, if Xiaoxuan didn't agree for her to sleep in that room, she wouldn't dare to go in. Long Wen saw Don Taiyue compromise and could only leave the room reluctantly. In fact, due to racial reasons, Long Wen couldn't comprehend the paintings Suyi had made as much as Don Taiyue. Originally, their strengths were almost on par, but after these short 10 days had passed, Don Taiyue had far surpassed him, making him truly Don Taiyue's servant and no longer her servant girl. Suyi and Yi Xiaoxuan had just reached the entrance of Yi's estate when Yi Jingshan led a group of people to greet them outside. Suyi, nice to see you again. Yi Jingshan greeted Suyi with a smile. Hello. Suyi nodded. He couldn't address Yi Jingshan as an uncle. Yi Lin used to call him grandfather, and even if Suyi saw Yi Lin as a peer, Yi Jingshan was still one generation lower. If Suyi identified himself as Yi Xiaoxuan's teacher, then he and Yi Jingshan should be peers. But if he identified as Yi Xiaoxuan's friend, Suyi had always found the issue of seniority difficult over the years. So, it was best to just exchange simple greetings. Yi Jingshan didn't mind and nodded, asking, have you eaten? Yes, Suyi asked, are Don Taiyue and Long Wen doing okay? The two children are well behaved, Yi Jingshan said. Where did you find them? They are so obedient and responsible. What kind of parents are so heartless? Suyi replied, they've lost their memories and can't remember who their parents are. Yi Jingshan nodded thoughtfully. Changing the subject, let's not talk about that. I'll have Aunt Hu prepare your rooms. Rest first. The reception that the Yi family gave to Suyi can definitely be considered the highest standard of the Yi family. Yi Jingshan personally came out to welcome him, and all the staff in the house came out and stood in neat rows. The news spread throughout the entire Yi family estate, like a bird with wings, and almost everyone knew that their future son-in-law was visiting today. Yi Xiaoxuan was usually kind to people, very polite to the staff in the house, and the older ones treated her like their own daughter. Now that the future son-in-law had arrived, wouldn't they want to take a good look? Suyi and Yi Xiaoxuan, under the lead of Yi Jingguo, entered the estate, and everyone secretly assessed Suyi, whispering, oh, Miss has such great taste. I swear, our future son-in-law is the most handsome young man I've ever seen, right? This demeanor, this appearance, it reminds me of my youth. Oh, stop it. Don't be ridiculous. The entire Yi family estate exuded a festive atmosphere. Suyi's hearing was so acute that he could hear clearly what these people were saying in private. Wow, Suyi was really at a loss for how to respond at that moment. Did he really have to shamelessly call Yi Jingguo uncle? That's absolutely impossible. How could he be so shameless? Suyi, I also know that your relationship with my father is extraordinary, but you are a cultivator. I believe it's better for us to keep things separate. Yi Jingguo walked along, silent all the way, and finally smiled and asked, what do you think? Suyi remained composed, smiling and nodding. Uncle Yi, I think you're absolutely right. Yi Jingshan suddenly beamed with joy. Hearing Suyi call him uncle made him overjoyed. If Suyi had insisted on discussing seniority, there would have been no way to handle it. Yi Xiaoxuan's mother passed away early, and Yi Jingshan was usually busy with work. Now that Yi Lin had also left, Yi Jingshan sincerely hoped that a good man could take care of Yi Xiaoxuan. All right. From now on, I'll take the liberty to call you Little Su. Yi Jingshan led Suyi and them into the house, and then said to Yi Xiaoxuan, by the way, Zuexu, someone brought a furnace today. It's yours. I've put it in the west courtyard. Okay. Thanks, Dad. Yi Xiaoxuan was still in a state of confusion. She was at least a golden core cultivator, and her sense of hearing had long been qualitatively improved. The voices that Suyi could hear, she naturally heard as well. What the heck? What kind of information did her beloved father pass on to others? As they walked into the room, they saw Don Taiyue and Long Wen sitting at the dining table, eating and drinking heartily. When Yi Xiaoxuan saw them, she was a little scared, but Don Taiyue, upon seeing Yi Xiaoxuan, quickly put down the big crab in his hand, sweetly calling out, Sister Yi, you're back. Long Wen also nervously put down his food. It was Yi Xiaoxuan who made him feel fearful. From that painting, many things could already be seen. He was afraid that if he did something wrong, he might anger Yi Xiaoxuan. Hello, continue eating. We have something to attend to. Yi Xiaoxuan really didn't know how to treat these two little brats. When she arrived, Suyi had already told her to treat them as she had in the past. That's what he said. But it wasn't that simple to do. It was a test of Yi Xiaoxuan's psychological endurance. Yi Xiaoxuan felt that if she could be as shameless as Suyi, then she could definitely do it. Suyi was pulled by Yishiakuan to the west courtyard. This courtyard was a standalone villa filled with Yishiakuan's belongings. In addition to the various gifts she received and some unused items, there were rows of books that made it look like a private library. My dad is really a genius. Putting such a big furnace in here, isn't he afraid that a fire might burn all my books? Yishiakuan also felt embarrassed as she saw the alchemy furnace placed next to a bookshelf upon entering. Can't you just move it yourself? Suyi shrugged, being a book lover himself. After entering, he didn't pay attention to Yishiakuan and leisurely browsed the bookshelves, picking up a book on medical skills. Move it myself. It looks heavy. Yishiakuan looked at the furnace in front of her, subconsciously forgetting that she now had limitless strength. Or should I help you move it? Suyi glanced at her. Yishiakuan quickly nodded at Suyi, her eyes sparkling. Suyi chuckled and continued reading the book. I'm busy. A golden core cultivator. And she's acting like a helpless woman here. The furnace weighed at most a little over 1,000 pounds, with Yishiakuan being able to carry it with one hand. Yishiakuan rolled her eyes as she realized she was being silly. She actually thought Suyi would help her carry the furnace. Damn. She acted foolishly again. Suyi showed no intention of helping, so Yishiakuan had to carry the alchemy furnace into the yard by herself. Yishiakuan was 1.73 meters tall, but the furnace was almost 4 meters high and over 1,000 pounds. With her sleeves rolled up, she wrapped her hands around the furnace and carried it outside. Suyi stole a glance at Yishiakuan. This situation was much more impressive than the legendary King Li of the Qin dynasty. Anyone still believing that a girl like Yishiakuan can't even twist open a bottle cap? With the furnace raised in her hands, without even breathing heavily, Yishiakuan effortlessly moved the furnace weighing over 1,000 pounds into the yard. Do I have that much strength? Yishiakuan was carrying something heavy like this for the first time. She had no idea she was that powerful. It was only because Suyi suggested that she move it that she even tried. King Li from the Qin dynasty had played himself to death by lifting a tripod. Suyi emerged from the room slowly, holding a book, and said, "You don't have a precise idea of your strength. Don't mention being in the golden core realm. Even a cultivator in the virtual core realm can easily lift this furnace. Do you really think you're weak?" Yishiakuan excitedly nodded. "Can I start refining pills now?" When someone discovers that they have become stronger, they can't help but get excited. Yishiakuan was naturally happy upon realizing how powerful she had become. "Go ahead and try," Suyi said. The book contains the method for igniting the alchemical fire. 2 days ago, Yishiakuan had memorized the alchemy technique written by Suyi. There were 132 methods, with 18 of them being alchemical fire techniques. Alchemy did not require ordinary fire. Yishiakuan stood in front of the alchemy furnace, took a deep breath, began to mobilize the chi inside her body, and with a serious expression, she performed the techniques with her hands. A ball of green alchemical fire appeared on her fingertips. Ha! Suyi was surprised. A green alchemical fire. According to the technique Suyi taught, the alchemical fire should be orange in color. Yishiakuan was completely unaware of anything special about the Dan fire that she had summoned. This was because in Suyi's alchemy techniques, everything had been documented except for the differences in Dan fire. From a scientific perspective, flames can gain energy from the atoms of substances at high temperatures, releasing energy when transitioning, and this energy is released in the form of light. Due to the varying energies released by different atomic transitions or the transitions of the same atoms in different excited states, the colors of light emitted when various substances or the same substance burn under different circumstances are also different. Therefore, flames emit different colors at different temperatures. Red and orange are typically around 3,000 degrees, yellow and white around 4,000 degrees, and cyan and blue have already reached 5,000 to 6,000 degrees. Dan fire is even more unique. Dan fire is the fire born from guiding Che through the Taoist methods, possessing immense energy and being more terrifying than normal flames. Yishiakuan cyan Dan fire even contained a hint of the power of the laws within. Suyi remained silent, calmly observing. His gaze fell upon Yishiakuan, directly seeing the cyan golden dawn with the power of the Tao swirling in her brow sea of consciousness. Suyi almost burst out laughing. What kind of crazy luck had Yishiakuan stumbled upon? She had actually caught the attention of the heavens, becoming a true chosen one. Previous individuals, like Yuan Haoran and Yang, were simply favored by destiny, then caught the eye of Suyi, granting them some immortal fate. referring to them as chosen ones required quotation marks because similar individuals appeared by the hundreds during the same period. Yet in Suyi's 10,000 years of life, he had only encountered a few, including the likes of Hanjun, Nuwa, and the three pure ones. What was a great destiny? This was a great destiny. Even the heavenly immortals of the past did not possess such fortune. Rubbish heavens, trying to steal from me. Suyi laughed not at Yexiaxuan's extraordinary destiny, but at the realization that the heavens intended to challenge him through her. Most importantly, Yexiaxuan was originally supposed to be a very ordinary existence, and the heavens playing this hand indirectly proved that they possessed a complete self-awareness. Whomever they did not choose, they specifically chose Yexiaxuan, essentially competing with Suyi. For so many years, Suyi had always defied the constraints of the heavens. Perhaps that entity had gone mad with frustration. Or maybe, Suyi squinted his eyes slightly, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The individuals he had once eliminated seemed to have some connection to the heavens. Suyi still remembered how those so-called saints in the past loved to play chess. The heavens were the chessboard, and humanity the chess pieces. Manipulating the fates of others, toying with them in their hands, all under the guise of serving humanity. Suyi had himself been seen as a small pawn in their chessboard. Suyi had cooperated until Yongxiao met his demise, upon which Suyi smashed their chessboard to pieces, scattering the bones of those chess players. At that time, Suyi had not yet realized whether the heavens truly existed or if they possessed self-awareness. Tens of thousands of years had passed, and they were still playing. Suyi did not wish to intervene. This time he would not get angry or lose his temper. As a civilized person, a university student in the 21st century, a morally upright and law-abiding young person, he could not commit such acts. The heavens playing this move actually eased Suyi's mind, and he could now peacefully watch how Yexiaxuan would become a saint. In the meantime, he could play a little mischief and increase the challenge for the heavens. That silly girl is trying to compete with me too. What nonsense, Suyi muttered softly. Suyi used the art of observing Che to carefully inspect Yexiaxuan once more, noticing a strand of innate chaotic purple energy above her head. She truly possessed the divine physique, winning the lottery every time, picking up secret equipment after a cliff jump, alchemy. Suyi put away his Che observation technique and watched Yexiaxuan at work in alchemy. Doom. The alchemy furnace suddenly exploded, emitting a huge thunderous sound as flames shot into the sky, shattering all the glass items in the entire villa. Fragments from the furnace flew everywhere, with many metal pieces stuck in the walls of the villa. Yexiaxuan stood there dumbfounded, without any defensive measures. Typically, standing in front of an exploding furnace of this level without protection would result in injury. However, the furnace fragments seemed to have eyes, all passing by her miraculously. Only the airflow from the explosion disheveled her hair a bit. As a cultivator in the golden elixir realm, she was not so weak as to be blown away by this minor blast. It exploded. Yexiaxuan was trembling after the incident, recalling vividly a scorching piece of metal flying past her face. She stood there dumbfounded, not moving. If hit, wouldn't it disfigure her? The furnace exploded, but the pill was still successfully refined. Suyi glanced at the ruins in front of him, flicking his finger, and a plump and warm pill flew into his hand. A heaven-grade pill. Suyi looked at the pill in his hand, smiling without saying a word. It was evident that Yexiaxuan had made a mistake while refining the pill, leading to the explosion. However, the pill was still successfully refined, and it was a heaven-grade pill. If that guy named Dongfang Lin saw this, he would probably kneel in front of Yexiaxuan and plead for her to teach him the technique to explode furnaces. Dongfang Lin had been refining pills for hundreds of years and had blown up numerous furnaces, yet he had only managed to create 3 heaven-grade pills in total. For Yexiaxuan to explode the furnace on her first attempt and still produce a pill, even if not as good as Suyi's, was truly exceptional. If exploding a furnace could produce a heaven-grade pill, Dongfang Lin probably would have blown up all the furnaces at his Linky sect. Yexiaxuan walked up to Suyi trembling with lingering fear, glanced at the pill in Suyi's hand, and sniffed it. It seems not as good as the one you exchanged the furnace for earlier. After a moment of contemplation, Yexiaxuan said awkwardly, "Doesn't this count as a loss?" The alchemy furnace had been obtained by exchanging a pill given by Suyi, and now, after just one refining session, it exploded, and the resulting pill was not as good as Suyi's. If this wasn't a loss, Then what was? Suyi continued to smile silently. If Yaxiaxuan had managed to refine his rank of immortal pill on the first try, that would have truly been a miraculous feat. Suyi watched Yaxiaxuan refining pills. Her fingers were not cramping. Even though several fingers were practically tied in knots, she still managed to refine a top-grade pill. That was a humiliation to other alchemists, unquestionably. Of course, Suyi would not demand the same standards from Yaxiaxuan. After all, her level was there for all to see. To refine a top-grade pill at the Golden Elixir realm was truly a miracle. The sound of the explosion and the fire on the VO side immediately caught the attention of other people in the Yi family estate. In just a few minutes, Yi Jingshan led people over to put out the fire. Xuan, are you okay? Yi Jingshan looked at Yaxiaxuan nervously, and when he saw that his daughter was fine, he said, "Wasn't this furnace sturdy? How did it explode?" Yaxiaxuan awkwardly said, "I was refining pills." Refining pills? Yi Jingshan looked at Yaxiaxuan somewhat incredulously. "You know how to refine pills too?" "I just started learning, didn't I?" Yaxiaxuan didn't want her elderly father to worry and quickly said, "Don't worry. With my master here, nothing will go wrong." Yaxiaxuan even thought that she hadn't been hurt when the furnace exploded earlier because Suyi was protecting her. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that the furnace exploded like that, yet she emerged unscathed? She couldn't believe her luck was that good. Listening to her, Yi Jingshan deeply looked at Suyi and said, "Suyi, I entrust Xuan to you, and I trust you." Suyi just smiled then nodded. With Yaxiaxuan now under the protection of fate, as long as Suyi didn't forcibly take the primordial purple che above her head, probably no one in this world could harm her. Xuan, go rest now, I'll take care of things here." Yi Jingshan was also worried about his daughter getting tired. Besides, this was Suyi's first time visiting as Yaxiaxuan's boyfriend. Refining pills here in the middle of the night? What was she thinking? "Okay, I'll go rest first. Thanks for your hard work, dear father." Yaxiaxuan giggled and left, not even bothering with the fiery ruins of the pill furnace behind her. Following Yaxiaxuan out of the western courtyard, Suyi handed the top-grade pill to her. Yaxiaxuan held it in her hand and played with it. "If you keep playing like this, the potency of the pill will weaken," Suyi said lightly. Hearing this, Yaxiaxuan quickly took out the small jade bottle Suyi had given her and placed the pill inside. "If my dad takes this pill, can he cultivate immortality?" Yaxiaxuan finally couldn't resist asking this question she had been thinking about for a long time. People have an inherent fear of life and death. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people seeking immortality and longevity. Since she could cultivate immortality and refine pills, did that mean her father could cultivate immortality too, and live a bit longer? Suyi pondered. You could give it to him, but this pill, the clear heart pill, mainly helps calm the mind and spirit, aids breakthroughs for cultivators, or helps with spiritual possession. If you give it to your father, he might just have a more agile mind. Feeling a bit disheartened, Yaxiaxuan asked, "It can't even extend one's lifespan." Suyi laughed. "You can refine another one yourself. It's not a big deal." Yaxiaxuan's face darkened. "The furnace exploded. How can I refine it? Should I use an electric rice cooker to refine pills?" Suppressing the urge to throttle her, Suyi said, "Don't you have a pill in your hand now? Just get another pill furnace and refine it again." Refine pills in an electric rice cooker? How could she even say that? "Go get another one." Yaxiaxuan said hesitantly. Would they agree to exchange? Previously, she was confident about exchanging a furnace with the pills Suyi gave her, but would they do the same for the one she refined herself? Suyi thought for a moment and said, "They should." Exchanging a top-grade pill for a lower-grade pill furnace should not be a problem. Honestly, Suyi wasn't very familiar with the current value distinctions in the cultivation world based on bartering. He remembered that back in the Pre-Qin period, a top-grade pill could be exchanged for a lower-grade pill furnace. At that time, there were many alchemists, and lower-grade pill furnaces weren't rare. Since the depletion of spiritual energy in the Warring States period, cultivators had closed their gates, and Suyi had limited contact with cultivators, so he wasn't very familiar with these things. "Then I'll go and get another one tomorrow." Yaxiaxuan remembered that among the pill formulas Suyi gave her, there was one called the Dragon Hatchling Pill, which could prolong a mortal's life by 100 years. Eating more wouldn't have any effect. Extending life by 100 years should be considered a divine item in the eyes of ordinary people. How many emperors and rulers in ancient times sought but never found such a thing? "Miss, sir, I've tidied up the rooms. Sir's wash kit is in the bathroom. and several nightgowns are prepared. Which one would sir like to wear? Just as they returned, Ho Shang brought out 3 sets of nightgowns. She addressed Su Yi as sir very smoothly. Yaxuan blushed all the way to her neck at this mention. Auntie Ho ... you. Yaxuan was about to ask Ho Shang not to call her that, but Su Yi calmly pointed to a white nightgown and said, "This one will do, thanks, Auntie Ho." Yaxuan was speechless for a moment. What was going on? Indeed, besides being arrogant, Su Yi's face was extremely thick. At such an age, he still called someone auntie. And just now, he even called her elderly father uncle. It was really shameless. As Yaxuan thought about it, she suddenly realized something was wrong. Did Su Yi's attitude imply something? The more Yaxuan thought about it, the faster her heart raced. Especially, when Auntie Ho led them to Yaxuan's bedroom. Su Yi had already picked out a nightgown and followed Ho Shang to the bathroom. Yaxuan's inner turmoil was like a chaotic battlefield with troops and horses striding past, devastating and trampling everything. She was in a frenzy. Yaxuan stood at the bedroom door and waited for Auntie Ho to return. When she did, Yaxuan lowered her voice and said, "Auntie Ho, didn't I ask my dad to prepare a room for Su Yi?" Auntie Ho was stunned by her question. "Miss, haven't you and sir shared a bed yet?" "Well, we've shared a bed." Sometimes Yaxuan wanted to get closer to Su Yi, but other times, she was genuinely a bit afraid. She couldn't clearly explain whether she was afraid of pain or something else. "It's fine then. Auntie Ho understands young people like you. There's nothing wrong with it, as long as you like each other. It's good to try things out before marriage." Auntie Ho seemed to understand. She also whispered and secretly handed Yaxuan a box of condoms, saying, "If you don't plan on having children yet, you must take precautions. Don't risk yourself." Holding the box of condoms, Yaxuan was at a loss. Su Yi hasn't taken a bath for many years. He never gets dirty and doesn't have any body odor. Yaxuan's bathroom is very spacious, with a bathtub over 2 meters long. There is an iPad placed next to it, and a 40-inch screen on the opposite side, allowing one to play games or watch movies while soaking in the tub. This bathroom was originally exclusive to Yaxuan, but Aunt Hu treated Su Yi as part of the Yi family and naturally brought him to this bathroom to bathe. Indeed, the times are progressing. Bathing is so comfortable. Su Yi relaxed in the bath, opened the nearby iPad, and checked out the latest news. The hottest news was about Major Immortal Sex starting the selection of their first disciples tomorrow. This news was released half an hour ago. School students will attend classes as usual, with officials coming to test if students can sense spiritual energy. Non-students can register for testing in relevant communities. This is just the first round of testing. Passing it doesn't guarantee admission to the sex. So you saw some unstable factors in all of this. The reason society is so stable is not only due to the prosperity of the country, but also because people experience life and death. Cultivation for all. If that's true, China's land may be in chaos. Cultivators have longer lifespans, leading to more intense competition for resources. Even though a new world has just emerged, resources will soon be depleted. With further development, over a few decades, there will inevitably be resource shortages. Moreover, cultivators entering the public eye and taking disciples will disrupt the existing class balance, creating new circles of influence. So ye also browse the trending topics and notice that previously popular young idols seem to disappear overnight. In the past, the entertainment industry thrived, allowing capitalists to make money repeatedly. But times have changed. People are paying more attention to cultivation. Books like the Tao Te Ching and the Kaiman Dunja suddenly became hot topics. Cultivation used to be a fantasy, but has now become a reality. Success in cultivation can change a person's entire fate. Going against fate, who wouldn't want that? Capitalists are now seeking immortality and cultivation, abandoning the previously popular young idols. Most of them are already living luxurious lives. Even if they can't cultivate, their lives are far better than the average person. The ones truly suffering are the youth squandering their youth and their parents' hard-earned money to support these idols. Unless they possess exceptional talents, the increasing class divide will make their lives even more challenging. If the country doesn't protect the rights of ordinary people, they may become as lowly as pigs and dogs in front of cultivators. All this didn't affect Su Yi much. Regardless of the era, or how the world changes, he can accept it. After bathing, Su Yi went to Yaxuan's bedroom. Man knocked on the door. "Come in." Yaxuan, who had been anxiously debating in the bedroom, heard the knock and stuttered in response. Suyi entered the room, and Yi Xiaoxuan, wearing a thin silk nightgown, suddenly fell off the bed. She glanced at Suyi, then quickly lowered her head and said, "I'll go take a bath." Suyi nodded, and Yi Xiaoxuan dashed out from his side. Her nervousness made Suyi chuckle. Inside, Suyi sat at the desk in the bedroom and took out a book on basic chemistry from his sleeve to read. Although science may not triumph over mystical arts, it can still unveil the essence of society. Suyi couldn't help but admire humanity in this era. Despite lacking supernatural powers, they can uncover much history through science. They can't fly, but they've reached the moon. Just the information exchange through mobile phones and computers is remarkable, something that hasn't been achieved in thousands of years. These few hundred years of development seemed terrifying to Suyi, who didn't yet wholly embrace a scientific worldview but found it fascinating. When Yi Xiaoxuan returned from her bath, she saw Suyi engrossed in reading. She tiptoed into the room, closed the door, glanced at Suyi, then quietly climbed onto the bed, burying herself under the covers. Suyi, seemingly immersed in the sea of knowledge, hadn't lifted his head since Yi Xiaoxuan entered the room. Yi Xiaoxuan lay under the covers, unable to calm her racing heart, occasionally stealing glances at the bedside table, where a box of contraceptives lay. She was conflicted. Should she resist or not if Suyi tried something? Then, should she use what was in the bedside table if it comes to that? Having children at this age seemed premature. But what if Suyi didn't want to use it? He might not have used such items before. If they have children, what would they name the boy and girl? Headaches all around. At that moment, Suyi suddenly asked, "Are you sleepy?" Hearing this, Yi Xiaoxuan panicked internally but replied, not yet." Setting down his book, Suyi turned to Yi Xiaoxuan, saying, "In the future, you'll have to depend on yourself. Even if your life is in danger, I won't intervene." Startled, Yi Xiaoxuan asked nervously, "Master, are you leaving somewhere?" Suyi turned to face her and replied, "Not really leaving. I've signed up for a school for cultivators to go in and have some fun. I want to go too." Yi Xiaoxuan couldn't miss this opportunity to learn. Suyi's teachings were too advanced, and she was unaware of basic cultivation theories. After some contemplation, Suyi said, "You're in the field 13 placement now. Others think you're a master. You'll need to keep up appearances." Yi Xiaoxuan's eyes sparkled mischievously as she replied, "That doesn't stop me from signing up. Since they think I'm a master, attending school may make them think I'm an enlightened outsider experiencing life." Suyi fell into silence. Yi Xiaoxuan raised her eyebrows. "Isn't that right?" After taking a deep breath, Suyi said, "You're right. I was just thinking, when did you become so clever?" Yi Xiaoxuan really couldn't imagine how stupid she was in Suyi's eyes, and she was powerless to refute. Sometimes in front of Suyi, even she felt a bit dumb. Yi Xiaoxuan didn't want to argue about this matter with Suyi. She was only thinking about what Suyi would do next. The reason why Suyi said he wouldn't act in the future was entirely because of the innate Hongmeng purple aura above Yi Xiaoxuan's head. He even thought about what fun things would happen if he pushed Yi Xiaoxuan off the cliff. Why would he need to protect her? Suyi smiled, then turned around, took out his phone, and started watching a series he had been catching up on. Updated. Suyi scrolled to the latest chapter, only to see a row of words. The author has gone to cultivate immortality. This book has ended. Suyi opened another book, but it was also incomplete. These idiotic authors daydreaming every day. Just focus on writing. Why try to cultivate immortality? Suyi decided to watch some videos, but all the players were under maintenance. Needless to say, the programmers of those companies had also quit, each preparing to take the immortality test tomorrow. Suyi suddenly felt a bit upset. The book was finished, there was nothing to watch, and now the videos couldn't be watched either. Because of the immortality test tomorrow, it caused a chain reaction. However, he believed that this was only temporary. After all, immortality is based on aptitude. Even in the pre-Qin period, there was only 1 in 10,000 people who could cultivate immortality. In that era, people were even stronger physically, and now, in this era, it's already good if 1 out of 10,000 people can cultivate immortality. In addition, those sects would definitely select carefully. Even if someone could sense the chat, they might not necessarily be accepted. So, in a few days, those who found out they couldn't cultivate immortality would return to their original jobs. "Master." At this moment, Yi Xiaoxuan called out to Suyi softly, Suyi turned around again and saw that Yi Xiaoxuan was wrapped tightly in a blanket, with only her head exposed, looking shy like a pink little milk cat. Yi Xiaoxuan blushed and asked, "Don't you sleep?" Suyi replied seriously, "I can stay awake all the time." Sleeping was only to adapt to the habits of ordinary people. After all, his time was infinite, and sometimes he found it boring not to sleep at night, just like now. Yi Xiaoxuan was stunned for a moment at his response. After hesitating for a moment, she finally plucked up the courage and said, "Can I have another treatment session?" Suyi smiled. "What treatment?" Yi Xiaoxuan was so shy that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. "Of course, it's the one where you help me grow bigger." Yi Xiaoxuan's eyes were misty. She didn't expect herself to have the courage to say such words. Suyi smiled. Actually, he didn't mind something happening between master and disciple, as in his view, there wasn't a strong ethical relationship between them. He wasn't a righteous priest and didn't care what others thought. But before, he was afraid that if something happened between him and Yi Xiaoxuan, with Yi Xiaoxuan having the Hongmeng purple aura above her head, she would attract heavenly retribution. But now Yi Xiaoxuan had become the chosen one with the innate Hongmeng purple aura above her head, so the heavens naturally wouldn't trouble her. Suyi's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he was already invincible, he was still a normal man. When not deliberately suppressing his desires, how could he resist repeated temptations? "Then, I'll reluctantly help you again," Suyi said before slowly sitting on the bed. "How about turning off the light?" Yi Xiaoxuan was truly shy. "How can we do the treatment with the lights off?" Suyi remained serious. Yi Xiaoxuan's eyes were reddened. Her fists clenched tightly, showing extreme tension. Suyi had already sensed Yi Xiaoxuan's intentions and didn't hold back, so his actions naturally didn't stop. After one treatment session, everything fell into place. When Yi Xiaoxuan saw Suyi about to take action, she quickly said, "There are condoms in the cabinet." "What condoms?" Suyi was already busy. Why would they need condoms at that moment? "It's for contraception," Yi Xiaoxuan explained. "No need," Suyi said. Over the years, he had had too many women, and not one of them had borne him a child. In modern scientific terms, offspring are a continuation of life, and the longer the life, the harder it is to have offspring. As an immortal being who doesn't age or die, he doesn't need another continuation. So, he didn't need contraception. It was a long night. Yi Xiaoxuan finally understood the pain of breaking the seal, but fortunately, she was a cultivator, and her body had been tempered, or she wouldn't have been able to bear it. The next afternoon, Yi Xiaoxuan's bedroom was in a mess. "Master, you are so rude. Still calling me master." Suyi squinted. "Do you think this is more exciting for you? How perverted." You're the pervert." Yi Xiaoxuan stuttered. You, an elderly person, made a move on a young girl like me." Suyi smiled, then didn't say anything. Who had made a move on whom in the end? "You're still laughing." Although she had been through a stormy night, Yi Xiaoxuan was still a bit shy. Seeing Suyi smile, she didn't understand his intentions. Clearly, he was saying that she had made a move on him. "I don't care. I'll admit I disrespected the elderly, but get up quickly. We still need to test today." Suyi sat up and asked, "Do you want me to help you change clothes too?" "No. Turn around." Yi Xiaoxuan wasn't acting spoiled, as if she hadn't been the one who shamelessly asked for another treatment session. Suyi continued to stare at her, his smile unchanged. "Will you turn around?" Yi Xiaoxuan pouted, looking unhappy. Suyi said lightly, "I've seen it before." Yi Xiaoxuan lowered her head and said, "Is it small?" Suyi said seriously, "It's not too small, just right." Yi Xiaoxuan's mouth twitched. What was he doing looking at his hand? She didn't care anymore and asked, staring at Suyi, "Honestly, do you like girls with big busts like by Miao Miao and Li Yuai?" Suyi frowned. "I prefer to work with what I have." Yi Xiaoxuan was delighted, interpreting Suyi's words as a sign that he liked her. Initially, she thought Suyi was the type to make all kinds of girls cry. Now she realized that there might not be such a thing as that kind of man in the world. Only those who care and those who don't. Yi Jingshan did not shout at Suyi and the others to get up in the morning. They have all been young and there is no question of moderation. At noon, Suyi and Yi Xiaoxuan woke up and left the bedroom, and only then did Hu Shen start instructing the chefs to cook. Although Long Wen and Don Taiyue are gluttonous, they didn't dare ask Hu Shen for food today. Not for anything else, but because Yishiak-suan was actually refining elixirs last night. Refining elixirs. Thinking about this, Longwen and Dontalyue felt their scalp tingle. From a certain perspective, the two of them were both excellent materials for refining elixirs. If Yishiak-suan was displeased, the consequences would be very serious. If they were caught to refine elixirs, it wouldn't be fun at all. Siyi. Come manhwaedit. Yi Jingshan looked more and more satisfied with Siyi. The key was that Yishiak-suan liked him. Siyi accepted his identity very quickly, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so adept at being a companion at the bar before. Uncle, please have a seat. Siyi was not polite either. After sitting down, he started eating leisurely. Xuan, I am usually busy and rarely see you. Now that Siyi is here, I can rest assured. Yi Jingshan smiled contentedly and said, as long as you are all fine, nothing else matters. Siyi focused on eating, hesitated for a moment, took out a small jade bottle from his sleeve, and then walked up to Yi Jingshan, smiling, Uncle Yi, I didn't bring much this time. Please accept this pill. After taking it, you should be able to extend your life by 150 years. Extend my life by 150 years? Yi Jingshan was stunned. Siyi casually gave him something like this. It should be about that long. Siyi smiled. The dragon nest pill was of celestial rank, can increase a mortal's primordial energy. This might not help one on the path to immortality, but it could certainly prolong your life. The material used for this dragon nest pill was top-notch, and combined with Siyi's own refining, this pill could definitely be considered as one of the best. Saying it extended life by 150 years was actually a modest claim. However, this so-called life extension only increased one's internal energy. If death was imminent, there was no avoiding it. Isn't this pill too precious? Yi Jingshan was truly hesitant to accept it. If it were just regular gifts of money or antiques, he wouldn't find it difficult to accept. But a pill that could directly extend one's life after consumption was truly too valuable. Siyi, visiting for the first time as Yishiak-suan's boyfriend, was giving him such a precious gift, leaving Yi Jingshan feeling a bit embarrassed. It's not that precious, it's nothing. Siyi glanced at Yishiak-suan as he spoke. Taking the hint from Siyi's gaze, Yishiak-suan quickly said to her father, Dad, just accept it. It's also a little something from Siyi. Previously, she had mentioned wanting to give her father a pill, but Siyi had told her that the pill she refined last night was of no use to her father. She had thought about refining another dragon nest pill, but now Siyi directly gave one to her father, saving her a lot of trouble. Hearing his daughter say this, Yi Jingshan could only accept it. Thank you, Siyi. Siyi nodded and smiled. As Yishiak-suan's father and now in a relationship with Yishiak-suan, it was only appropriate for him to bring some gifts when visiting. The dragon nest pill was not a very special elixir for cultivators. Siyi had given them before, but none of the recipients had lived an extra 100 years or more for various reasons. Dontalyue and Lan, when sitting opposite Yi Jingshan, couldn't take their eyes off the jade bottle in his hand. Forget about the contents of the pill. Was this small jade bottle special in some way? They couldn't believe that Siyi had given it. It should have been given to Siyi by Yishiak-suan, who then passed it on to Yi Jingshan. Dad, Siyi and I want to test our aptitude for cultivation. We'll leave now. Yishiak-suan quickly finished eating as she had other plans for the day. At the same time, after getting up, she looked at Dontalyue and Lan Wen and said, Both of you, come with us. She was a bit afraid of them, but she was even more afraid of leaving these two little troublemakers at home. If they both decided to cause trouble, her family would suffer, right? Having them by her side meant that if something happened, it would only affect her, and with Siyi around, she didn't feel afraid at all. Dontalyue and Lan Wen, of course, wanted to stay at Yishiak-suan's house. They had food and drinks there, as well as paintings to ponder over. What was there to be uncomfortable about? While Yishiak-suan was afraid they would cause trouble, they were also afraid they might inadvertently be dragged into alchemy by Yishiak-suan. But now that Yishiak-suan had spoken, could they refuse? Obviously not. The two little troublemakers followed obediently behind them. Just as they were about to leave, Dontalyue suddenly turned around, walked up to Hu Shen, and took out a golden feather, holding it up with his small head tilted. This is for you. Remember to keep it on you and don't lose it. Dontalyue's true form was the blood flame phoenix. The golden feather in her hand was a part of her. The feather was blood red all over, emitting a faint glow. Hu Shen took the feather, a happy smile on her face, as she pinched Dontalyue's small cheek and said, A gift from my dear Yue. Of course, I will keep it with me at all times. Dan Taiyue wrinkled her nose and said, I told you not to pinch my cheeks. Hu Shen chuckled. All right. I won't. Next time you come back, Aunt Hu will make you some big crabs. Dan Taiyue nodded and said, then I'll leave first and come back to see you next time. Long Wen walked up to Hu Shen, handed her a dark scale, and said, keep this on you as well. And remember, don't go pinching anyone's cheeks. Ha ha ha. Long Lon is really good. Hu Shen picked up Long Wen, rubbed his little cheek, and said, listen to Missy outside, and don't cause trouble, okay? Long Wen nodded and said, you have to tell Yue that. He then provocatively glanced at Dan Taiyue. Flatterer. Dan Taiyue rolled her eyes at Long Wen. Watching the two little troublemakers, Yixiaxuan couldn't help but wonder if what Suyi had said was true. Were these two really capable of causing trouble like Hansen with just a slap? Something didn't seem quite right. These two seemed more like little rascals raised by Aunt Hu. Suyi glanced at the items Dan Taiyue and Long Wen gave to Hu Shen. With these items in her possession, Hu Shen would hardly fall ill in her later years. Anyone wanting to harm her would have to be a cultivator at the ascension stage or above. Suyi never thought that magic practitioners or outsiders must be guilty and deserve to die. The survival of the fittest, might makes right. These are principles that will never change in any era. Even for those whose hands are stained with blood, as long as they do not provoke Suyi or make him feel uncomfortable, he would not hold any opinions against them. During the ancient times of chaos, which saint or mortal did not have a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood under their hands? Ultimately, it is because they were strong enough. Similarly, the beings who die at the hands of Suyi could only be counted in the billions. Just the beings in that small world that descended number in the tens of millions. So regardless of the true identities of Dan Taiyue and Long Wen, at least for now, they have not angered Suyi, so they are still safe. Suyi and Yixiaxuan went directly to the base of the 13th Division in Qingzhou City. With their relationship with the 13th Division, plus their strength, they simply greeted Lao Yang and passed the first round of testing. You're going to their school? I really don't know which sect would dare to accept you. Gu Tongtong was somewhat surprised when she learned that Yixiaxuan wanted to go to the Immortal Cultivation School. After all, in her opinion, strong individuals like Yixiaxuan had no need to study. Before Yixiaxuan could speak, Suyi said, the sea of learning knows no bounds. I think you should systematically study. Gu Tongtong may be the sacred body of the heavenly Dao, but she relied on her instincts in battle. Apart from the mysterious techniques passed down by reincarnation, the only other skill she knew was the shadow covering palm that Suyi taught her. If Yixiaxuan was considered a newcomer to immortal cultivation, Gu Tongtong was not much different. After hearing Suyi's words, Lao Yang also added, why not, Tongtong? You can take a position at the school. Just listen in on classes whenever you have time. There's no one who would kick you out. Systematic learning won't harm you. Lao Yang almost worshipped Suyi as a deity, so if Suyi said it, he naturally believed that Gu Tongtong could benefit from systematic study. In the current situation, cultivators were busy heading to the newly descended small world, while the 13th Division needed to develop their own power inside. Since the Immortal Cultivation School was established by the 13th Division and on their territory, it was normal for Gu Tongtong, as the head of the 13th Division, to take a position there and casually attend some classes. Who would say anything against it? I'll go in and study too. Gu Tongtong realized her shortcomings. With her strength, she could easily defeat those at the Golden Core and Nascent Soul stages, but she lacked basic techniques like sword flying and levitation, depending solely on instinct in battle. After all decisions were made, Lao Yang took them directly to the newly established Immortal Cultivation School in the small world. This school would only teach for a month, with major sects sending representatives to teach students some basic theoretical knowledge before selecting disciples. Of course, exceptionally talented individuals could choose their own sects. The school covered a vast area, as different sects taught various practices such as manipulating objects, the 5 elements, divination, alchemy, and beast control. When Suyi and the others arrived at the school, representatives from various sects who were acting as teachers had already gathered. Since there were no students yet, they were enjoying tea and discussions together. Upon seeing Yixiaxuan, the chosen teachers immediately stood up. They had all seen Yixiaxuan's portrait to avoid a situation like with Don Fanglin yesterday. After a moment of awkwardness, Yi Xiaxuan found herself being respected by all the teachers upon her arrival. Suyi maintained his cultivation at the chair-refining realm, and as Yi Xiaxuan looked to him for help, he smoothly said, "Miss Yi and I have come here to learn. Could the esteemed teachers guide us?" The group was stunned, thinking they misheard. The most powerful of them were at the golden core stage, representing mid-level cultivation in their sex. The now cultivator in the ascension stage wanted to learn from them. Confused, they asked how they could teach someone so advanced. However, some believed that Yi Xiaxuan had come to learn something specific and playful, bringing Suyi along. Regardless of the differing opinions, Yi Xiaxuan and Suyi were admitted to the school. In the month-long program, different sects taught a variety of practices, and basic texts from each sect were shared. This rare occasion of various sects accepting disciples together and facing all individuals was significant. As Suyi and Yi Xiaxuan entered the school, Lao Yang introduced Gu Tongtong as the head of the 13th Division, emphasizing cooperation and support. While the teachers did not plan to control the students believing in self-realization, the students would need to manage their own learning and behavior. The cultivators preferred a survival of the fittest mentality and would not interfere in conflicts, favoring the victor instead. Since Gu Tongtong was willing to take on such a task, the teachers had no objections. They had heard that Gu Tongtong, as the head of the 13th Division, possessed a strength that few dared to provoke. At least those two should enter the school together. In the end, Yi Xiaxuan still did not trust Don Tao and the others enough. It was mainly because Suyi's words were too terrifying. With just a slap, he could kill the two little kids who were strong in the ascension stage. If they were not properly managed, what would happen if something went wrong? Those two, Lin Yuanming, representing the Linky sect, stared at Don Tao and Longwen, sizing them up. At first glance, they were fine, but a closer look left him horrified. According to their sect's secret technique, it was clear that these two kids were extraordinary demons. The indelible demon aura on them, even when condensed, was still terrifying. To think that in this era, there were still demons in human form. It looks like the world is really changing. Since Senior Yi has said so, these two kids can naturally enter the school for studies. Other immortal cultivators from various sects did not have the ability to see that Don Tao and Longwen were not ordinary, assuming that Yi Xiaxuan had forcefully brought them in based on her own strength. Her words naturally carried weight. Some face had to be given. That's settled then. Yi Xiaxuan didn't expect her own reputation to be this influential. The four of them thus became the first batch of students in the academy, with Gu Tongtong unquestionably becoming the director of discipline, responsible for the school security. Senior Yi, we were just discussing how many students should be enrolled this time. Lin Yuanming increasingly felt that Yi Xiaxuan was terrifying to have two great demons with her. As far as he knew, there had been few great demons since the Han Dynasty. These demons were all incredibly powerful, at least not something a cultivator at the Yuanying stage could handle. However, those two kids in front of Yi Xiaxuan behaved like two harmless little kittens, which raised many questions. Since you think so, how many do you think we should enroll? Discuss it with Director Gu. Yi Xiaxuan, considered the true leader of the 13 departments, but actually knew little. Reply, if you have questions, discuss it with Director Gu. Director Gu, without waiting for them to ask, directly said, discuss it with Old Yang. Old Yang glanced at Suyi secretly and quickly said, I have retired. From now on, for these matters, discuss with Suyi. Everyone didn't know what to do. What's going on here? After all that discussion, they still had to ask a brat who was just at the chair refinement level. All eyes turned to Suyi. If it were someone else, being stared at by so many big shots would probably make them too nervous to speak. That Suyi just raised an eyebrow and said, 2000. Any more questions? Ask them all at once. Everyone from the major sects was dumbfounded. Who was this kid? What was his status? His strength? His tone and attitude were so audacious. Did he really see himself as a leader? That they all dared not speak up. Nowadays, almost everyone from the major sects knew that Yi Xiaxuan had a young companion by her side who was highly favored. No one wanted to offend Yi Xiaxuan, so they naturally didn't dare provoke Suyi either. Also, if there are disciples that everyone wants to take in, how should we handle that? Suyi said, isn't it simple? If such instances arise, each of you can make your own conditions. If the person is willing to join under anyone's tutelage, let them do so. Why ask me about such matters? The person who asked this question was left speechless by Suyi's response. While the logic was there, it still made him feel embarrassed, being at the Nasan Soul stage and being told off by a little chair refinement cultivator. Is there anything else? If not, you may leave. Sui waved his hand as though he had become the true leader. Despite their dissatisfaction, they dared not show it and simply dispersed, no longer interested in chatting over tea and flattering each other. Old Yan, we have some matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Xiaxuan didn't forget that she still needed to exchange for a new alchemy furnace. Surely, the matter of alchemy couldn't just end as it begun. Kutantan had wanted to leave with Suyi and the others, but Old Yan reminded her that she still had many things to take care of, so she could only watch them leave helplessly. Sister Yi, where are we going now? Dantoyu had been following them for a while and still didn't quite understand what Xiaxuan intended to do. Enter the school? Learn from those weaker ones? She couldn't quite grasp Xiaxuan's intentions. Xiaxuan remembered that she was a peerless master. Smiling, she patted Dantayu's head and said, "Let's go to the market to exchange for an alchemy furnace." Upon hearing this, both Dantayu and Longwen shuddered. Sister Yi, you're not planning to use us for alchemy, are you? Dantayu's eyes misted with tears, looking pitifully at Xiaxuan. We won't do anything bad. Alchemy? Xiaxuan's smile faded. What are these kids thinking? Sui couldn't help but chuckle. He finally understood why the two kids were so scared of Xiaxuan. They were afraid of being used for alchemy. Actually, considering the blood flame fire phoenix and the ink jade kiln as ancient exotics, they would indeed be good materials for alchemy. Sui's smile made Dantayu and Longwen even more anxious. Could it be? Was Xiaxuan really planning to use them for alchemy? No wonder she never killed them, but instead raised them so well. If they had known when Xiaxuan was absent, they should have run away. Whether they could escape was one thing, but they should have at least tried. Now they had no chance. What are you thinking? Why would I use you for alchemy? Xiaxuan remembered that back at home, Dantayu and Longwen had treated her and well. This meant that these two kids were probably not bad at heart. As long as you behave and listen, everything will be fine. Dantayu and Longwen finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they weren't going to be used for alchemy, everything would be okay. The group once again came to the market for immortal cultivators. Today, there weren't many people at the market except for the shops of various sects. Most of the lone cultivators had their own thoughts. The present time was different from before, and ordinary cultivators could hardly live well. Joining a major sect provided a foundation for better cultivation. They arrived at the Cloud Fragrance Pavilion, but Dong Fanlin was not there to receive them. Instead, they were welcomed by Dong Fanlin's disciples. Where is your shopkeeper? Xiaxuan immediately asked upon entering. I wanted to exchange for a new alchemy furnace, but this time, I want a better one. The one I bought yesterday exploded after using it once. Regardless of whether the alchemy Xiaxuan produced this time was as good as the last, she needed to say it this way to get a better furnace. Dong Fanglin's disciple naturally remembered Xiaxuan. Most importantly, before Dong Fanglin left, he instructed that if Xiaxuan were to come to the shop again, regardless of when or for what reason, he must be notified immediately. Senior Yi, please wait a moment. I will inform my master right away. He should be here soon. Dong Fanglin's disciple dared not be negligent and quickly asked a disciple in the shop to seat Xiaxuan and serve tea. Meanwhile, he ran inside to fetch a talisman, chanting something under his breath and explaining the situation. This is the method for transmitting information between cultivators. When there is something important, burn the paper. This is more efficient than making phone calls or video calls. There are no issues with poor signal here, and when the paper is burnt, Dong Fanglin will immediately hear what his disciple said in his mind. There is no missing information. Yesterday, after Dong Fanglin returned, he presented the immortal pill given by Xiaxuan, originally intended for the sect master Ji Yangzi of the Linky sect. However, the entire sect members researched for a long time but still didn't know the effect of this immortal pill. Even if it is an immortal pill, can you just take it without knowing its effect? Dong Fanglin was also shocked by Xiaxuan's reputation yesterday, that he didn't even inquire about the effect of the pill, so he specifically instructed his disciple before leaving. Just when they were at a loss, news came from Yongshan Tower. Ancestor, that Senior Yi has arrived at Yongshan Tower again. Why don't you come with me to take a look? After receiving the information, Dong Fanglin directly informed Zhang Zhesheng. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Zhesheng said, The senior you mentioned is a young woman, right? Dong Fanglin nodded. Indeed. Senior Yi looks like a 20-year-old young girl. Zhang Zhesheng then asked, is there a young man with a good temperament beside her? Dong Fanglin nodded. Are you talking about that pretty beau? His temperament is indeed good. Smack. Zhang Zhesheng raised his hand and slapped Dong Fanglin. Dong Fanglin was momentarily stunned. Ancestor, why did you hit me? Zhang Zhesheng's face darkened. Coldly said. Just felt like it. What? Can't I hit you? Dong Fanglin looked pitiful and wanted to cry but had to keep a smiling face, saying, of course you can hit me. I was just afraid of your hand hurting. Don't just joke around with me. Hurry up and let's go. Zhang Zhesheng warned. Be careful of what you say next time. How can you, as a cultivator, be so shallow? Zhang Zhesheng knew Su Yi, and today, by slapping Dong Fanglin, he was teaching him a lesson to avoid any slip-ups that could harm the entire sect. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Yi Shaoxuan is an extraordinary expert, but Zhang Zhesheng knows very well in his heart that the real master is Su Yi, and the immortal pill brought by Dong Fanglin must also be from Su Yi. Zhang Zhesheng's flying sword speed was incredibly fast. In the time it took to have a cup of tea, they had already arrived in front of Yangshan Tower. And Zhang Zhesheng even brought the Linky Sect's sky-level alchemy furnace. You better not speak, and remember to stay silent. Zhang Zhesheng warned Dong Fanglin before entering. He was truly afraid that this rascal might accidentally offend Su Yi. I'll follow your lead. I'll keep my mouth shut. Dong Fanglin didn't want to speak much in the first place. He was just wary of Yi Shaoxuan. Zhang Zhesheng tidied his clothes at the door before walking in. Shopkeeper, do you have another alchemy furnace? I'd like to exchange for a new one, Yi Shaoxuan said. Do you have a better quality one? The one I exchanged yesterday exploded after one use. Dong Fanglin just smiled but didn't speak, while Zhang Zhesheng said, of course, we have. With a wave of his hand, a silver-colored alchemy furnace surrounded by a multicolored aura appeared in the hall. Are you satisfied with this alchemy furnace? Zhang Zhesheng smiled, then looked at Yi Shaoxuan. This was already the best alchemy furnace in the Linky sect. If Yi Shaoxuan wasn't satisfied with this, then there was nothing more they could do. Yi Shaoxuan looked at the furnace in front of her and could clearly feel that it was much better than the one from yesterday. Some customers nearby couldn't help but exclaim, isn't that the purple cloud dragon furnace that the Linky sect has passed down for over 2,000 years? Isn't that the legendary sky-level alchemy furnace? They say there's only one in the world. For a treasure like this, what could one use to exchange for it? The group whispered, and Yi Shaoxuan also understood the preciousness of this alchemy furnace. Su Yi had said that the pill she refined last night was only a sky-level pill. This furnace was also at the sky level. Although they were of the same rank, it was clear that the furnace was much more valuable. It was like trading an egg for a hen that can lay eggs. Only a fool would make such a deal. I really like this furnace, but I only have this one pill. Will you exchange it? Yi Shaoxuan took out the pill and asked. Zhang Zhesheng took the jade bottle, opened it, looked inside, and muttered, a sky-level pill? Upon hearing this, onlookers felt that the exchange might not be possible. After all, no one was a fool. At the same level, exchanging a pill for an alchemy furnace shouldn't be done. Zhang Zhesheng nonchalantly asked, of course, we can exchange. But what effects does this pill have? He didn't ask about the effects of the pill beforehand. Because of Su Yi's reasons, as long as Yi Shaoxuan liked the alchemy furnace, no matter what she offered, it would be exchanged. Yi Shaoxuan was also taken aback by Zhang Zhesheng's willingness to exchange and quickly said, this pill is called Bright Heart Pill. Its main effect is to calm the mind and stabilize the spirit, either for breaking through a certain realm or dealing with demonic energy. Zhang Zhesheng's eyes lit up. Really? How could he stay calm when he learned that? The reason he hadn't ascended yet was because the sect master Ji Zhang had demonic energy issues. Now, with such a pill, not to mention a sky-level alchemy furnace, even coupled with a few magical treasures, it would be worth it. For others, this deal might seem like a loss, but if it could really save Ji Zhang, it wouldn't be a loss no matter how it was calculated. An alchemy furnace, no matter how good, would be meaningless if it couldn't refine such a pill. Yi Shaoxuan's description of the pill's effect was what Su Yi had said. She had confidence in it and nodded, saying, there is no need to deceive you. Thank you very much then. After saying that, Zhang Zhesheng bowed to Yi Shaoxuan and then to Su Yi. In his view, So you must have known what had happened in the Linky sect and specifically had Yi Xiaoxuan bring the pill to exchange for the furnace. Seeing the elderly man bow to her, Yi Xiaoxuan was flustered and moved forward to support him, saying, "Elder, you don't have to do this. Just exchanging the alchemy furnace is already good enough. I should thank you instead." Yi Xiaoxuan began to contemplate in her heart. If the other person wasn't a fool, they wouldn't have used the alchemy furnace to exchange pills with her. Now, she even had the illusion of swindling the elderly. "Sir, are you sure you don't want to reconsider? I think maybe you shouldn't make the exchange after all." After calming down, Yi Xiaoxuan felt that this was starting to feel inappropriate. If it was Dong Fanglin who sold her this furnace, she might not have felt anything, but the other party was an elderly person who was being so generous to her. She felt uneasy about taking advantage of this situation. The onlookers also felt that if the exchange went through, Yi Xiaoxuan would be taking a great advantage, but Zhang Zhesheng seemed a bit nervous. He then took out a jade bracelet inlaid with gold and said to Yi Xiaoxuan, "Miss, this bracelet is also a top-grade magical item. I'll give it to you as well. This pill is very important to me. Please accept it." While the utility of the Minxin pill might not be significant to others, for their Linky sect, it was definitely a priceless treasure. Zhang Zhesheng thought that Yi Xiaoxuan might be dissatisfied with just the purple cloud dragon furnace and proactively offered another top-grade magical item. "Sir, that's not what I mean." Yi Xiaoxuan felt even more embarrassed and said, "If you really need this pill, I'll just give it to you." Zhang Zhesheng nodded and said, "Thank you then. Please accept this bracelet as well. I have no use for it anyway." "How can this be okay?" Yi Xiaoxuan felt somewhat embarrassed. Initially, she already felt like she was taking advantage of the situation, but now with Zhang Zhesheng giving her another magical item, wouldn't she be taking even greater advantage? Yi, on the side, said, "When elders give, one should not refuse. Just accept it." As he said this, the others looked at him disdainfully. What did he mean by saying not to refuse an elder's gift? Almost everyone present knew that Yi Xiaoxuan was a formidable cultivator beyond the ascension stage. In terms of age, she might even be older than Zhang Zhesheng. Was it not insincere for him to say that? Hearing Su Yi's words, Yi Xiaoxuan could only express her gratitude and accept the bracelet. After obtaining the Minxin pill, Zhang Zhesheng seemed much more relaxed. He had only one cha left from the primordial cha. He wasn't sure how long he could stay in this origin world, but with the Minxin pill now in his possession, he had fulfilled his final wish. Zhang Zhesheng noticed Ten Taiyu and Lanwen as soon as he came in. If they weren't standing next to Su Yi, he might have been terrified and fled by now. However, with Su Yi by their side, these two probably were just Su Yi's mounts or pets. Zhang Zhesheng hadn't forgotten his promise to Su Yi, and now that his wish was fulfilled, he could boldly proceed with what he needed to do. Just then, a young man and a middle-aged man entered Yangxianglu. "Wait. I want that alchemy furnace." As soon as these words were spoken, almost everyone turned their heads. What? Someone dared to snatch something from Yi Xiaoxuan. Zhang Zhesheng. Ha ha. The middle-aged man next to the young man burst into laughter. "I came out of seclusion only to hear that you're the strongest in the world. Seeing you today, you're already like a dying candle. Boring. Truly boring." The guests at Yangxianglu fell silent as they heard the old man's words. They didn't actually know Zhang Zhesheng, they had only heard of him, the supreme elder of the Linky sect, the world's strongest. So, this old man was Zhang Zhesheng. And to make things more interesting, someone was openly provoking Zhang Zhesheng, sounding as if he even looked down on Zhang Zhesheng. "Huan Qianlu, you're still alive." Zhang Zhesheng frowned slightly, but his gaze fell intentionally on the young man next to Huan Qianlu. "Since you're still alive, how could I have died?" Huan Qianlu appeared to be in his 40s, his muscles robust, his skin tan, and his physique even better than a bodybuilder. But in front of Zhang Zhesheng, he still referred to himself as old man, indicating that he was perhaps even older than Zhang Zhesheng. Zhang Zhesheng joked, "I heard your people's King Dao lineage traces back to Fuxi, but for thousands of years, no one has achieved breaking the void in martial arts." This was obviously touching a sensitive topic, with Zhang Zhesheng not giving him any face at all. HMPH. "Today, I'm not here to exchange pleasantries with you. That furnace in your house, my disciple fancies it. Tell me, what do you want?" Clearly, Huan Qianlu was highly valuing the young man next to him. while also blatantly disregarding Yishiak and the others. What about surpassing cultivators beyond the ascension stage? How could such people exist in this world? A glance at the aura around Yishiak displayed a normal golden pill stage, and she appeared to be in her 20s. If it were really an ancient monster, their primordial cha wouldn't be so abundant, right? What about the claim that Hansen admitted defeat in front of Yishiak directly? Who did Hansen think he was? A sword cultivator in the early ascension stage who thought he was invincible? The only explanation was that Hansen had an eye on Yishiak potential and wanted to support her. Zhang Zhesheng first asked, "What's your disciple's name?" Huan Qianlu glanced at the young man, who then bowed and said, "Senior, my name is Ling Chen, with the courtesy name Yu Feng." Ling Chen. Nice name. Zhang Zhesheng chuckled with his head lowered. "Since the alchemy furnace has been promised to someone else, I can't sell it to you." Zhang Zhesheng smiled. "Huan Qianlu, surely you won't commit robbery over a furnace?" Huan Qianlu laughed heartily and then turned to Yishiak, saying, "Miss, how about you exchange your pills with me instead?" Simply put, since Zhang Zhesheng wouldn't sell it, he wanted to disrupt his business. He had heard about the incident of Lin Qisek's master Jixiang going astray, so this pill definitely couldn't fall into Zhang Zhesheng's hands. Once Zhang Zhesheng left this world and, if Jixiang still acted deranged, their people's King Dao would become the #1 sect in the world. The claim of wanting to buy the furnace was just a pretext. Yishiak also said, "That won't work. I've already promised this elderly gentleman." Huan Qianlu's gaze sharpened, and he said coldly, "Young lady, I advise you to reconsider your answer carefully. There are no good outcomes for those who refuse me." Before Yishiak could respond, Sui pointed at Zhang Zhesheng and smiled, saying, "Just now he also refused you, didn't he?" Sui's meaning was very straightforward. Didn't Huan Qianlu say that those who reject him in this world will come to no good end? Didn't Zhang Zhesheng just refuse him? This act of coercion lacks any technical content. It's almost like those authors saying there will be no accidents today, when pigs fly. He's talking nonsense while also eating sh*t. Kid, who gave you the right to interrupt? Huan Qianlu's gaze fell on Sui and he immediately wanted Sui to kneel before him. Sui's lips curled slightly, and Huan Qianlu turned around and slapped Lincoln's head with a palm strike. As a late-stage transcendent realm expert, Lincoln died on the spot, leaving only a wisp of soul scatter, and the cha fortune that once surrounded him quickly dissipated. Everyone was stunned. What was happening? Huan Qianlu was also stunned. What just happened? In the instant he looked at Sui, there was a brief blank in his memory. Then he realized that he had killed Lincoln. He was unclear about what had happened, but undoubtedly, someone had disturbed his mind just now and controlled his body. Are there really such people in the world? He didn't have time to attend to Lincoln's body. Cold sweat had broken out on his back. Regardless of who the person was, their strength must far surpass his own. If he antagonized that person further, the consequences might be more than he could bear. Senior, many apologies. I hope for your forgiveness. Huan Qianlu was unsure whether the true expert was Sui or Yishiak, but he felt like it must be one of them, and he dared not ask, so he just bowed and left with Lincoln's body. In the Cloud Fragrance Tower, the ignorant onlookers all turned their attention to Yishiak. Is this the true senior expert? How arrogant was Huan Qianlu just now? He didn't even consider Zhang Zhesheng important, yet in front of Yishiak, he had to address her respectfully as a junior and even killed his own disciple in front of her. TSK. A clear distinction between high and low. This further solidified Yishiak's identity as an extraordinary expert. Yishiak, however, completely misunderstood the situation. Why did he kill his own disciple? Sui said, perhaps he went mad. The people nearby dared not speak upon hearing the conversation between the two. Listen. Went mad. A big shot in the transcendent realm suddenly went mad and slapped his own disciple to death. You guys didn't do anything. It was all his own issue. Zhang Zhesheng was originally planning to forcibly kill Lincoln in front of Huan Qianlu. It was unexpected that Sui would intervene. In this way, he didn't have to ascend prematurely, nor would the Linky sect and the People's Sovereign Path form an irreconcilable enmity. As for the effect of that fairy pill, Zhang Zhesheng couldn't care less and left it with the Linky sect as their sect's treasured possession. Keeping future generations in suspense would also be good. Since the deal is done, we will take our leave first. Please have the alchemy furnace sent to my home. Xiaxuan wasn't adept in spatial manipulation techniques. Zhang Zhesheng took the alchemy furnace and stored it in the jade bracelet, then handed it to Xiaxuan. It turned out that the jade bracelet was a treasure similar to a spatial storage bag. This made Xiaxuan somewhat embarrassed. As an extraordinary expert, she didn't even have such storage treasures, and she didn't know if this would reveal anything. However, she didn't know that whatever she did now would be seen as the actions of a master by others. True experts wouldn't carry such treasures on them. Every blade of grass and every glance could be fatal. Xiaxuan received the jade bracelet, then left leisurely with her hands behind her back. Having spent a long time with Sui, she might not have honed her skills, but she had learned a bit of that prideful demeanor. Stepping out of the cloud fragrance tower, Xiaxuan couldn't help but let out a sigh. The scene just now was truly frightening. Is this the world of cultivators? A bad mood can lead to one's own disciple being killed. Fortunately, Sui wasn't that kind of person. Walking side by side with Xiaxuan, Sui asked in a low voice, "Were you very scared just now?" Xiaxuan took a deep breath and said, "Not that scared." Sui suddenly became interested, smiled mysteriously, and said, "Come with me somewhere." "Where to?" Xiaxuan looked puzzled. Where was Sui taking her? Why did she have a bad feeling about this? Every time Sui approached her, it seemed like nothing good happened. To a good place. Xiaxuan had no chance to refuse and followed Sui for a long distance, until finally. The scenery on this mountain is quite nice. Xiaxuan stood on a cliff overlooking the vast expanse, gazing at the sunset on the horizon. She smiled and said, "Are you going to watch the sunset with me?" Unexpectedly, Sui was so romantic. She used to think Sui was a tough guy, but it seemed she had misunderstood him. Jump down. Sui stood next to Xiaxuan and glanced at the bottom of the cliff. It was very high and deep, with thick fog obscuring the view below. According to the legend, jumping off the cliff would yield treasures, and there was the law of smoke without harm. If Xiaxuan jumped, she would certainly obtain something valuable. Sui didn't lack anything, but this was an interesting experiment. He wanted to see if, as the chosen one, her fate was truly as resilient and luck was truly as good. Xiaxuan seriously suspected her ears were malfunctioning as she stared at Sui. "You didn't hear wrong. Jump down." Sui said, "Now is the time to test your courage. There are treasures below." Xiaxuan was at a loss. "Are you kidding? You know I'm scared of heights." When they were on Qingyun Mountain before, she didn't even dare to cross a bridge. Now, Sui was asking her to jump off a cliff, and a high one at that. Sui said, "Don't worry, you'll be fine jumping down. Will you catch me at the bottom?" Xiaxuan felt her blood pressure rise. Even bungee jumping wouldn't be as thrilling, especially without a safety cord. If Sui was there to catch her at the bottom, perhaps she could charge forward with her eyes closed. But Sui shook his head. "Rest assured, I won't catch you." Xiaxuan's heart was on the verge of collapse. Was this guy going to kill her, clean up the scene, then dispose of the body in the wilderness? How could he say to rest assured? Who could be reassured by this? "Will you jump or not? If you don't, I'll have to push you." Sui thought and said, "If I push you off, the results might be even better." During this time, Sui had watched quite a bit of material. If someone was pushed by a close friend, the bonus attributes gained from obtaining treasures might double. "Hold on. Can you tell me why?" Xiaxuan cried directly. "Don't you love me anymore?" Sui smiled. "I just want to see if jumping down will lead you to treasure, as happens with the heroes in those stories. Can this kind of thing be tried?" Xiaxuan was feeling extremely frustrated. Falling from such a height, even if I don't end up disabled, disfigurement is still a possibility. Sui laughed. "At least you're a cultivator. Your swordcha will protect you. So there's nothing to fear." In the distance, Dan Taiyue and Long Wen were standing there. Unable to hear anything, they just saw Sui and Xiaxuan standing at the edge of the cliff talking about something. Dan Taiyue asked in confusion, "What are they doing standing there?" "I don't know. Maybe there's something below." Long Wen speculated. Something below. Dan Taiyue subconsciously used her divine sense to investigate the situation at the bottom of the cliff. When she saw the scene at the bottom of the cliff, her mouth dropped open in shock, unable to form a complete sentence. How is this possible? "I don't give a damn." Xiaxuan was at a loss, already exasperated by Sui's words. "Anyway, I'm not jumping." Sui didn't care about that. His foot had already landed on Yishiaxuan's backside, giving her a push forward. "Ah, are you really pushing me?" Yishiaxuan never expected that Suyi would actually push her off. "This is a cliff that is thousands of feet high." Suyi smiled slightly and leapt down as well. The two of them were free falling directly from the top of the cliff, the strong wind roaring. Yishiaxuan was so frightened that she closed her eyes, letting out a heartbreaking scream. "Stay calm. Let the sword cha protect you, or you might die from the fall, and I won't care." Suyi's voice reached Yishiaxuan's ears. Only then did Yishiaxuan open her eyes and found Suyi just a few meters away from her. Everyone was jumping off the cliff, so why was Suyi's hair not even messed up? And his clothes were neat and tidy, completely defying Newton's law. She, on the other hand, was in a sorry state, her hair in disarray from the wind, unable to control her body. "Are you really not afraid of dying? This man is truly heartless." Tears welled up in Yishiaxuan's eyes as she struggled to summon her sword intent, and the sword che erupted around her. But even so, due to her fear of heights, she found it difficult to control her body. Suyi smirked. "Well, that's it. You won't die from the fall, you rascal." Hearing Suyi's words, Yishiaxuan was so angry that she could barely gather her sword intent. As they fell, Yishiaxuan collided with numerous horizontally stretching tree branches, causing her to be covered in twigs and leaves, looking utterly disheveled. Doom. Yishiaxuan's head plunged downwards. Luckily, there was a large pool of water at the bottom of the cliff, and with her sword che protecting her, she was unharmed. The wave surged up more than 100 meters high. Suyi also dove into the water, not even splashing a single wave. The way the two of them fell into the water was like night and day. Suyi also took the opportunity to shield the situation at the bottom of the cliff, so as not to be seen. "I don't tell you and the others, what was happening down there." Yishiaxuan swam in the clear pool for a while before finally seeing Suyi. Surprisingly, Suyi was still smiling. She was about to approach when Suyi, like a nimble fish, swam to her and then pointed behind her. "Look behind you." Yishiaxuan turned around and was instantly dumbfounded as she saw a huge 5-clawed black dragon bound by chains to a stone pillar. Each of the black dragon's claws was larger than Yishiaxuan's whole body. Such a monstrous creature was truly spine-chilling. Unfortunately, it was already dead. When Suyi wiped out the living beings in this world, as powerful as the black dragon was, it was also wiped out as a consequence. This is an ancestral dragon, as powerful as a top-tier god king. Suyi transmitted his voice. "Now it's yours." Yishiaxuan was taken aback. Such a huge creature, still bound by chains, and it's hers. Can she take it or something? On its forehead, there is a dragon bead. If you can extract and refine it, your strength will definitely increase significantly, and you will also gain the unique heritage of the dragon race. After Suyi finished speaking, he swam to the shore. The creatures in this small world are all fierce beasts, and theoretically, there shouldn't be things like chains. Moreover, there was even a captured ancestral dragon. An ancestral dragon, as powerful as a god king, symbolizes slaughter and is incredibly powerful. It's likely that some god king level powerhouses had to join forces to imprison it in this small world. If it weren't for Suyi, the black dragon would probably still be alive. A god king can imprison an ancestral dragon, but they can't kill it. Yishiaxuan didn't stay in the water for long before swimming to the shore. Phew. Yishiaxuan was dripping wet, poking her head out of the water and looking at Suyi on the shore. She asked, "You knew there was a pool of water down here, and even a dragon, didn't you?" Suyi shook his head. "I didn't know." "You didn't know?" Yishiaxuan's eyes widened. "Aren't you afraid there wouldn't be a pool of water down here? My head was facing down just now. I just randomly found a higher cliff." Suyi laughed. "Technically, even if it's not a pool of water, with your sword che protection, you wouldn't die. At most you'd get some injuries." "You're really confident." Yishiaxuan was fuming, but she wasn't new to Suyi. It seemed like Suyi always had an ability to infuriate people half to death. "All right. Stop staring at me. Go get the dragon bead out yourself." Suyi paused and added, "And cut me a piece of meat. I haven't had dragon meat in a long time." Yishiaxuan realized she was wrong. Even though her relationship with Suyi had progressed, he was still the same as before. His attitude towards her didn't seem to have changed much. "How do I get it?" Yishiaxuan just asked. When she saw Suyi's expression, she immediately submerged herself in the water. How else could she retrieve it? She only had a soul-cutting blade on her. Suyi sat leisurely by the pool, made a fire, and waited for Yi Shaxuan to come up. This experiment indeed proved that Yi Shaxuan's luck was exceptionally good. Suyi hadn't investigated the situation at the bottom of the cliff before he arrived, but just one jump by Yi Shaxuan, and she encountered an ancestral dragon. Looks like he won't need to worry about her in the future. Suyi sat on the ground and waited for a few minutes, only to see the pool of water turn into a pale golden color. It's dragon blood. If an ordinary person soaks in dragon blood and refines it, their body will become immensely powerful. Dragon blood from an ancestral dragon is a top-notch alchemy material. Splat! Yi Shaxuan suddenly emerged from the water, covered in pale golden blood, holding a purple dragon bead the size of a head in her left hand, and a large piece of dragon meat in her right hand. She had finally made it to the shore, without even a change of clothes. Suyi didn't even shift his position, waiting for Yi Shaxuan to toss the dragon meat in front of him. Then he didn't say anything, just skewered it and started grilling. Is this the dragon bead? Yi Shaxuan wiped the blood off her face and asked, how do I refine it? As Suyi grilled the meat, he explained, put it in the palm of your hands, and then refine it naturally, just like refining che. By the way, I'll be going up later. You stay down here to cultivate properly. If you get hungry, grill some meat. Would you like a translation of the remaining text? Do you want to go up there and then leave me behind? Yi Shaxuan collapsed. You deserve it. You completely don't know how to cherish a delicate duty. Suyi nodded, saying, this place is nice, very quiet, suitable for secluded cultivation. How can you call this place nice? No bathtub, no milk tea. Looks like there's no signal, let alone charging the phone. Didn't someone conduct an experiment? How long can modern people endure without electronic devices? Yi Shaxuan found herself inexplicably entering this experiment. I don't want to cultivate here. Yi Shaxuan puffed up her cheeks and glared at Suyi, protesting resolutely. Suyi's smile did not fade, saying, I didn't discuss it with you. If you have the ability, go up by yourself. Ah, I'm going crazy. Yi Shaxuan cried, holding her head. She's really going crazy. It was only a problem with her brain that would make her follow Suyi to such an interesting place. Suyi said solemnly, I made you jump down to test your courage. Clearly knowing there wouldn't be any harm in jumping, but you still wouldn't dare. Do you think that's okay? What do you mean by knowing there wouldn't be any harm in jumping? Yi Shaxuan was exasperated by Suyi's theory, such a high cliff, and he knew there wasn't any harm. But nothing happened now, didn't it? Suyi laughed. Having you cultivate here is to test your patience, temper your character. Others cultivate for tens or hundreds of years. Now it's just for you to cultivate here for a while. Is that so difficult? Yi Shaxuan was still not happy and asked sullenly, how long is for a while? I can't stay here for 10 or 8 years, can I? Suyi thought for a moment and said, it depends on your own comprehension. Yi Shaxuan frowned. What do you mean? It means, whenever you can refine 1,000 heavenly grade pills on the spot, and learn how to control a sword to fly, then you can go up by yourself. 1,000? Yi Shaxuan looked dumbfounded. Do you want me to refine a sackful for you to eat as a meal? Doom. Suyi raised his hand and gave her a smack on the head, coldly saying, if you can carry a sack, then I can need it. Don't hit people on the head. If you keep hitting, I'll really become stupid. Okay. Yi Shaxuan rubbed her head, almost in tears from the pain. She was wrong. She was really wrong. From the beginning, she shouldn't have worshipped Suyi as her master. If she hadn't, she wouldn't have fallen for this despicable old man. Stop thinking about it. Eat quickly. If you need any daily necessities, I can bring them down for you. But don't think about anything else. Suyi could tell from Yi Shaxuan's face that she was thinking of this and that, so he cut her off directly. Yi Shaxuan quickly accepted reality, hesitantly saying, bring me my laptop. There's no internet here. Download some good TV dramas for me. Charge my battery every day. Before she finished listing, she noticed Suyi's look that seemed to say, will you help me with that? So her voice trailed off. Then you can come to accompany me at night. You know I'm afraid of the dark. Suyi had a pseudo-matronly smile on his face. Clearly, it was impossible. You won't even come down to accompany me, and you're willing to leave me alone in such a creepy place. Yi Shaxuan wanted to use some unique skills of a girl. Cry, make a scene, or threaten suicide. But she soon realized that those tactics would be completely ineffective against Suyi, a man who could kick her off a cliff from 1,000 feet high without flinching. Can you bring me a cup of milk tea every day? I want the iced cheese jasmine with milk phone man sugar. Yi Xiaxuan paused after saying this, speaking softly. I just want to see you. Suyi nodded. Milk tea. You can order different flavors every day. Of course. He understood the thoughts of girls. Yi Xiaxuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. With Suyi's response, it was an agreement. She was genuinely frightened and that Suyi would reject even this request. With the milk tea settled, Yi Xiaxuan's other requests became more reasonable. Just some daily necessities. After Suyi noted them down, he flew up, leaving Yi Xiaxuan alone at the bottom of the cliff. Although they had agreed to go to the cultivation school together before, Suyi felt that since he had taught her the basic knowledge, it was unnecessary for both of them to go to school together. Since Yi Xiaxuan was chosen by the heavens, she should be able to develop by herself, and the results should be quite good. As for why the heavens chose Yi Xiaxuan, he was completely indifferent. As long as the heavens were a conscious entity, he wasn't worried. After all, having lived for so many years, if the heavens could really kill him, they would have done it a long time ago. This move was just to prove that the heavens couldn't confront him directly. Any need for scheming and calculating only arose when one's strength wasn't substantial. Someone like Suyi never engaged in such frivolous matters. If he didn't like someone, he would just directly eliminate them. Why complicate things? He simply couldn't grasp the heavens now. If he could detect their existence, he would certainly capture and study them carefully. When Suyi went up, Dantelyu and Longwen were still standing dumbstruck in the distance. Where's Sister Yi? Why didn't she come up with you? Dantelyu still held some goodwill towards Suyi and spoke politely. Suyi said, she won't be coming up for a while. During this time, you two will follow me. If I tell you to beat someone, you beat them. Do you understand? Longwen glared at Suyi with a cold look and snorted. Who do you think you are? If it weren't for Sister Yi's sake, I would have smacked you into oblivion. As soon as he said those words, Longwen felt that something was off in the atmosphere. It was as if a big danger sign appeared on his forehead. Dantayu's heart couldn't help but beat faster uncontrollably. What had happened exactly? Suyi slowly reached out his hand, and when his palm landed on Longwen's head, he patted it gently and said with a pleasant smile, "Little guy, can you repeat what you just said?" Longwen's face turned pale. In theory, when Suyi reached out to pat his head, he should have dodged. However, he found that he couldn't move at all. Suyi's palm on his head seemed to dictate his fate. Dantelyu, too, stared at Suyi in horror. She had always felt an inexplicable closeness to Suyi, and now she realized what that bond was all about. Father God, Dantelyu subconsciously called out to Suyi. As Suyi slowly withdrew his hand, Longwen breathed a sigh of relief, feeling like a weight had been lifted. However, the way he looked at Suyi had completely changed. Suyi wasn't a bloodthirsty person, especially towards these young kids whom he rather liked. Otherwise, he wouldn't have adopted Yuan Guo and the others back then. Perhaps it was because he was getting older and didn't have any offspring of his own. Dantelyu and Longwen stood in front of Suyi without even daring to make a move. At that moment, they realized that besides Yi Xiaxuan, this man seemed to be an unparalleled master too. A master capable of instantly defeating a god king. Are you the father god? Dantelyu said, as she rushed over and hugged Suyi's thigh. Suyi lowered his head, glanced at her, and said, I am not your father god. The father god she referred to was the person that Suyi had defeated 3 corpses within the past. Due to the fact that this person was brought out by Suyi's killing, their power sources were the same, and their auras were naturally the same. It was only normal for Dantelyu to make a mistake. However, the power of those 3 corpses was only a fraction of a fraction compared to Suyi's strength, and Dantelyu and Longwen had only obtained a portion of his power. The difference was too vast. That's why Suyi simply didn't care about what that person did. If 3 corpses could be defeated, so could he. Are you really not? Dantelyu looked up at Suyi with a hint of confusion in her eyes. She was the only one among these external demons who had seen that person, but she had only seen his back and felt his aura up close. I'm not. Suyi directly cut off her thoughts. Dantelyu couldn't help but feel disappointed. In her eyes, the father god was extremely kind, and even after death, she was willing to dedicate all her power and soul to him. You 2 little rascals, you better behave. Understand? Suyi knew the true identities of these 2 little rascals, and in this world, they could definitely be considered top powerhouses. As employees of the 13 departments, he had a duty to ensure social stability and prosperity and naturally could not allow these to cause trouble. Understood. Don Taiyue nodded. Although Suyi was not the father god, his immense power was beyond doubt, and provoking him would lead to serious consequences. Suyi brought the two little rascals to his house. You can't enter the house. Your activities are limited to this yard until I return, Suyi said. Upon smelling a foul odor, he pointed at Longwen and then to the corner of the yard, instructing him to dig up the soil there. It was needless to say that Su Dian must have been there when he was away. Longwen naturally also smelled the stench. How infuriating, to make him dig through human excrement. In the past, it was the humans who risked their lives to collect his excrement. However, faced with Suyi's command, he dared not refuse and had to comply. Use the shovel, Suyi shouted, and a shovel flew directly in front of Longwen in the yard. He almost forgot Longwen's original form was a kiln, and before he transformed, he was like a cat digging up the dirt after defecation. As for digging up soil, it was done with claws. The shovel was placed in front of Longwen, and after hesitating for a while, he smirked and said, I don't need it. In front of Suyi, he reached out towards the ground. Suyi couldn't help but take a sharp breath at the scene in front of him. Indeed, he was ruthless. You stay here. No hurting people. Suyi turned and left. He needed to go to the Yi family to get washing supplies and change of clothes for Yi Shaxuan. Additionally, he purchased a tent. Yi Jingshan didn't find it strange that Suyi came to take Yi Shaxuan's clothes, but simply asked a few questions. Suyi returned and handed the items to Yi Shaxuan, then set up a formation near the cliff that allowed only exits and blocked entries. It was impossible for anyone to come close to the cliff unless Yi Shaxuan had the ability to come out on her own. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to disappearing from the world. You're leaving like this. Yi Shaxuan tugged on Suyi's sleeve, saying, There's no bathing water or drinking water here. The water in the pond has been contaminated by blood, and it's very fishy. Suyi rubbed her head and said, I taught you the 5 elements technique. You can transform water and wind by yourself, right? For bathing, summon water yourself, and wash however you like. If you find the smell around you fishy, summon some wind around your body to blow away the stench. You really understand people's needs. Yi Shaxuan couldn't help but roll her eyes. Of course, Suyi smiled. Keep cultivating well. I'm leaving now. Those 2 little rascals are at my place, and I'm afraid they might destroy the yard. In the end, Yi Shaxuan could only watch Suyi fly away, stomping her feet in anger. Of course. Is this what understanding people's needs means? When Suyi returned to the yard, he saw Su Dian sitting with Don Taiyue and Longwen. On the stone table in front of them were a pot of Masita chicken soup, a plate of Westlake vinegar fish, a plate of Donpo pork, and Zhang Ting watching the 3 children. Suyi, are you really leaving them both at home so carelessly? Aren't you afraid they might get lost? Zhang Ting couldn't help but say as Suyi returned. Suyi smiled and said, It's fine, they won't get lost. Looking at Don Taiyue and Longwen, Zhang Ting asked, Are these 2 little rascals your relatives' children? Suyi nodded in agreement and said to Don Taiyue and Longwen, You too. Don't forget to call her aunt. Say thank you after eating. Okay? Don Taiyue obediently said, Thank you, aunt. Longwen looked a bit gloomy, but also followed suit. In the heavens, they are big demon king level figures. They came to this primal world to develop external demon power to strengthen the power of the father god and then descend into this world. But now, they think their pet animals being taken care of, afraid to do anything. To think they even have to call a mere mortal aunt and say thank you. It's a disgrace among the great demons. However, they could only act obediently under Suyi's suppression. They only hoped that others could achieve something during this time. They would wait for their father god to descend into this world. Longwen swore that when that day came, he would make Suyi clean up after him, using his own paw that cleaned up to touch Suyi's head. Suyi stared at Longwen for a long time and suddenly asked, Longwen, have you washed your hands? Wash my hands? Longwen looked puzzled. Clearly, in their monster worldview, there was no habit of washing hands before meals. Thankfully, when Longwen and Don Taiyue were at the Yi family, Hu Shen taught them to use utensils. Otherwise, Longwen might have directly grabbed the food with his hands. Suyi said weakly, Wash your hands before meals. Understand? Regardless of whether Longwen understood or not before, now that Suyi had spoken, he could only go and wash his hands. Unfortunately, Suyi's previous impression was too terrifying, and he even suspected that Suyi could kill him with just a glance. Suyi didn't eat, just took a glance and knew that Zhang Ting's cooking was flawless. Looking at Long Wen and Dan Taiyue enjoying their meal, it was clear that the taste was also very good. Yi Xiaoxuan was currently cultivating at the bottom of the cliff and couldn't come up for a while, so the running of the restaurant was naturally handed over to Zhang Ting to handle. Today, the Immortal Cultivation School was accepting disciples, so Suyi brought the two kids to the school. At this time, there were more than 10 instruments set up on the school playground, with a 13-position clerical staff member sitting on the side, looking at the values on the computer. These instruments could at most test whether these people could manipulate their inner energy, the values of their energy manipulation, and test the strength of their spiritual power. Testing one person took 3 minutes. Those who could manipulate energy were registered first, and in a few days, whether they could enter the Immortal Cultivators School would depend on rankings. Those with strong spiritual power, even if they were not accepted by the Immortal Cultivators School, the 13 positions would definitely take action. As for those with potential who couldn't enter the school at that time, the 13 positions would definitely communicate with them. If the test data turned out exceptionally well, the person had great potential, the 13 positions might also register them without reporting. The work of cultivating immortals was mainly managed by them, so it was natural that those closest to the water got the moon first. Otherwise, why would they spend so much manpower and resources? Suyi naturally didn't need to be tested. Perhaps because of Lao Yang and the others, Suyi had become the overall person in charge of recruiting students this time. In the work group, there were also notifications, and Suyi's photo and contact information were sent to the group by Gu JT. But unfortunately, Suyi would turn on silent mode and not answer any unknown calls. Hey, Suyi, are you still at school? Suyi had just arrived at the playground when Zhao Yin locked onto him. Suyi naturally remembered this kid. On his first day at school, Zhao Yin came looking for him with Yu Huiyan to propose marriage, and later at the bar, he met a rich sister Guo Yun, who happened to be his mother. This kid had already met with multiple setbacks in front of Suyi, and now he dared to provoke Suyi willingly. Was his brain eaten by a donkey? Zhao Yin smirked and said, I know you're a cultivator. I won't hide it from you. I just tested myself. I'm S-class. Do you know what that means? Several lackeys by Zhao Yin's side also sneer arrogantly. Do you know what S-class means? Zhao Yin became even more smug as he said, S-class means that my spiritual power and perception are top-notch. In the future, I will definitely become a strong man, so you better prepare to be beneath me. Zhao Yin's lackeys also laughed along. That's right. Brother Zhao is unlimited in potential, and in the future, he might even ascend to become an immortal. Suyi, if you kneel down and apologize to Brother Zhao, perhaps Brother Zhao might spare your life. Brother Zhao is magnanimous and will definitely not stoop to your level. A group of people jeered, but none dared to lay a hand on Suyi. Suyi found it somewhat amusing. S-class, right. You're very impressive. Suyi nodded, then continued walking with Dan Taiyue and the others. If Suyi argued with Zhao Yin for a few more rounds or even threatened to have a fight, he might feel a sense of accomplishment. We could even yell out something like 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West after being hit. But by ignoring Zhao Yin like this, Suyi was making it even harder for him. Completely and thoroughly being disregarded. How frustrating. Stop right there. Zhao Yin roared behind Suyi. Infuriated, he loudly questioned, Do you look down on me? Suyi did not even pause and said to Dan Taiyue and the others, Remember, unless I ask you to fight, you must not start a fight with anyone. Behave appropriately, and in public places, avoid shouting and causing a scene. That's very uncivilized. He didn't mean to mock Zhao Yin, but his appearance prompted Suyi to unconsciously educate the two kids. Suyi even pondered a question, if he were to train Dan Taiyue and Long Wen to be his men. Would that guy crying when he descended into this world? He reckoned probably not. After all, he had slain his 3 corpses, so even in a dismal state, he shouldn't be crying. Leaving that aside, Suyi was particularly enthusiastic about doing this kind of thing. What's your meaning, Suyi? Are you implying I lack manners? Upon hearing what Suyi said, Zhao Yin directly cursed him. The essence of Chinese cursing usually involved insults to the other person's mother and their female relatives across 18 generations. But unfortunately for Zhao Yin, so he had no direct relatives to target, so this curse fell flat. At that moment, a stern voice was heard. Zhao Yin, are you not learning your lesson? Quickly apologize to Su Yi. Oh, Su Yi just saw Guo Yan. He chose to selectively ignore her, as he knew she might still have feelings for him. Due to their previous work relationship, there was some ambiguity. However, now that Su Yi no longer worked at the bar and the current regulations enforced monogamy, it was impossible for Su Yi to be entangled with other women. Zhao Yin was taken aback, asking with a raised head, Mom, why are you here? Guo Yan frowned and said disapprovingly, What, can't I come? Should I not come? Then you'll go up and pick a fight with Su Yi. No. Zhao Yin felt vexed. Mom, this is between him and me. You shouldn't interfere, right? I shouldn't interfere. Guo Yan gritted her teeth. I regret that I haven't intervened enough these years. Look at what you've become. You're like a second-rate scoundrel. If you had half the steadiness of Su Yi, I would be relieved. Despite being arrogant outside, Zhao Yin couldn't stand up to his mother and could only lower his head in silence. Glancing at the lackeys beside him, Guo Yan's expression darkened further. What are you all up to? Society, right? Don't you know the current crackdown on society's organized crime? With Guo Yan's remark, the people next to her could only bow their heads in silence. After all, she was Zhao Yin's mother, who dared to speak up. After scolding Zhao Yin, Guo Yan wanted to have a few words with Su Yi, only to find that he had walked away, so she could only sigh as she watched his departing figure. Someone like Su Yi was truly rare, not greedy for money, stable, and even after all the provocation her son had caused just now, Su Yi didn't say a word. Compared to Su Yi, her son was really nothing. Watching Zhao Yin, she couldn't help but feel angrier the more she compared him to Su Yi, and she couldn't help but say, Look at your pathetic appearance. You don't even know where you belong. Zhao Yin felt dejected, and with a mournful face said, Mom, you're my real mom, of course I belong with you. Bah. Feeling as if she had been gravely insulted, Guo Yan spat out her disdain, then warned, Zhao Yin, I'll tell you one more time, don't mess with Su Yi anymore, or see if I won't beat you to death. A young man who finally thought he could hold his head high and strike a blow at Su Yi. In the end, not only did he not make a move or use the cliché of 30 years in the East, his own mother even stepped in directly. Life is so short, truly troublesome. Gedyan didn't stay at the school for long. After teaching Zhao Yin a lesson, she couldn't even say a word to Su Yi. Feeling a bit lost in her heart, she left despondently. By mingling in today, Zhao Yin's resentment towards Su Yi deepened. That dog-faced pretty boy actually shamelessly seduced his mother. Can't you have a bit of dignity? A rich woman even came to cling to him. He will never forget the day his mother asked him to call Su Yi uncle. Today I must teach him a lesson. But Su Yi is very skilled. He knows this too. Even with all his lackeys, they probably aren't a match for Su Yi. This is why they only talk and don't act. One of Zhao Yin's lackeys said, Brother Zhao, that Su guy must be here to test too. Isn't that obvious? Zhao Yin rolled his eyes at him. I heard that kid often skips class. He's not here to test today for what? And he brought two little brats. It's a given. Those two little brats must be here to test too. The lackey said cunningly, Brother Zhao, do you remember what the testing officer said today? Zhao Yin raised an eyebrow at him. The officer said, fighting is strictly prohibited. No matter the reason, the person who strikes first will lose their testing qualifications. Oh. Zhao Yin patted the lackey's shoulder and chuckled. You're quite cunning. I appreciate that. Brother Zhao, I want to help too, but Su Yi might also be a cultivator. I just tested. Remember, if I have no potential for cultivation and he hits me, even if the officer sees it, he might turn a blind eye and pretend he didn't see anything. The lackey said seriously, I think you should personally handle this. Brother Zhao, you have an S-level testing qualification. Great prospects await you. If Su Yi dares to touch you, TSK, you're quite clever, eh? Can't cultivate, so what? You'll be my strategist from now on, my brother. Zhao Yin thought carefully, and it made sense. With his status, getting struck might attract the officer's attention. All right, go provoke that Su person. I'll go bring the officer over and catch him in the act. Prevent that bastard from participating in the test. Zhao Yin put his arm around the lackey's shoulder and grinned. Rest assured, as long as you handle this today, Brother Zhao, once I become successful in cultivation in the future, I'll surely have your back. Brother Zhao, I also want to help you. But Suyi might be a cultivator too. I just tested, right? If I have no cultivation potential, he might. I think you have to handle this yourself, Brother Zhao. You're a man with S-level testing qualifications, with a promising future. If Suyi dares to touch you, TSK. You're quite clever, eh? Can't cultivate, so what? You'll be my strategist from now on, my brother. Zhao Yin reckoned. All plans are so meticulous, truly deserving to be me. Zhao Yin thought of all this, and his lips involuntarily curved upward. Then he wandered around the school, looking for traces of Suyi. Suyi roamed the school with 2 children. Apart from the students waiting to be tested on the playground, there were many who had been tested already but lacked any qualifications. Those who had been identified as having the potential for cultivation were happier than winning 5 million. Those deemed lacking qualifications were dejected. In the past, it was said that there was not just one way to success through studying, but now a better path lay before them. However, they didn't even have the qualification to step onto it. The door to cultivation closed directly in front of them. Suyi glanced over and estimated that in every 10,000 people, there might be one with the innate Che perception. Even if they had the potential for cultivation, this testing method was still unreliable. People who could sense Zhao without cultivation might be 1 in 100,000. That guy Zhao Yin was just selected by Suyi's 3 corpses. After wandering around the school for a while, Suyi encountered Yu Huiyan. Suyi. Yu Huiyan hurriedly called out to Suyi and asked, "How did your test go?" Suyi didn't deliberately avoid Yu Huiyan. Hearing her question, he smiled. "I didn't need to test. I passed the internal review." "How did your test go?" Yu Huiyan smiled and said, "Still, an internal review. It's normal. With your abilities, you don't need to participate in this test at all. You were originally a cultivator." Both I and Xingge passed the test. Yu Huiyan said, "A wise person my grandpa knew taught us some simple cultivation techniques, so it was easy." Suyi nodded. "I heard you didn't know how to refine Che a while ago." Given Yuangwa's connections, knowing people who could refine Che wasn't surprising. Many methods could enable one to sense the existence of Che, like practicing Tai Chi for a few years could lead to some sensitivity. If someone was taught in advance, they naturally stood out. This didn't necessarily mean that Yu Huiyan and Xingge had great talent. At most, it indicated that they were born under a good star. As they chatted, Zhao Yin suddenly burst out, pointing at Suyi's nose and cursing, "Suyi, you shameless scum! How dare you come to find Miss Yu?" Yu Huiyan couldn't help but facepalm at the sight of Zhao Yin. She was somewhat amazed. Here he comes again? Knowing her understanding of Suyi, wasn't Zhao Yin just looking for trouble? He couldn't win in a fight, yet kept provoking. She really didn't understand what he was thinking. "Miss Yu, did you know? I've passed the test and recognized as an S-level talent." Zhao Yin couldn't wait to tell Yu Huiyan this news. "Do you know what this means?" Yu Huiyan didn't even bother to look at him and said, "I don't know, and I don't want to know. So you don't have to tell me these things." Grinding his teeth, Zhao Yin said, "One day you will regret it. Suyi is not a good person, no. He is simply not human." Zhao Yin fumed. "This shameless scum actually seduced my mother." Yu Huiyan was truly astonished by Zhao Yin's words. However, she didn't believe it. Suyi seducing Zhao Yin's mother. What a joke. Suyi didn't even give her a second glance. Would he go after Zhao Yin's mother? This insult not only targeted Suyi, but also made Yu Huiyan feel offended. Suyi, being who he was, could see through this guy's intentions with one look. "Wait a minute. Let me hit him first." Suyi smiled, having seen through everything long ago. Zhao Yin also laughed, successful in angering Suyi. Was he afraid of getting hit? Today he would let Suyi strike him. The testing officer was already on the way. The harder the beating, the better. Suyi grinned and then threw a punch, knocking Zhao Yin to the ground, then began punching and kicking. The strength was held back, but each hit was solid and painful. Suyi has read so many books, naturally knowing where it hurts the most when hitting, but avoiding fatal or crippling injuries. Now he's at school, as a model of civilization, promoting good behavior as a model youth. Hitting someone is already going too far. How could he possibly kill someone? Impossible. Impossible. Suyi is known for his kindness and compassion, loving all living beings and showing great care. Some people even call him Sudashanran. Oh no. Damn. Zhao Yin was beaten so badly that he screamed in pain, but had no chance to fight back. Suyi felt a sense of satisfaction from kicking him. Hearing this guy curse so much, it further validated the scientific experiment that cursing would enhance a person's endurance. So, he increased the frequency of his kicks. Zhao Yin's screams became more intense. "What are you doing?" The test administrator called by Zhao Yin finally arrived. "Teacher, he hit me." Zhao Yin didn't feel embarrassed to report at this point, just resentful that the teacher didn't come sooner. If the beating continued, he might really be killed. The person called Din was a staff member from Department 13, who had just said on the playground that fighting was strictly prohibited, otherwise the qualification would be revoked. But now, a student had violated the rules. Reportedly, the one being beaten was a student with an S-grade testing qualification. How was this acceptable? So he looked at the Department 13 staff member and smiled. "I just gave him a beating." All right. His photo was posted in the Department 13 work group, adding the title of Director of the Enrollment Office of the Zhuxian School. This meant that everyone in the admissions office had to listen to Sui. Sui had the power of veto and the power of choice. The Department 13 staff member was stunned when he saw Sui, then glanced at Zhao Yin, a smile appearing on his face, and said, "Director Su, are you giving the students early training?" Sui smiled. "Yes. I'm helping him open the Rendu Meridian." "Then it's okay." The staff member chuckled, then turned and walked away. "Ah, teacher, aren't you going to do anything?" Zhao Yin's lackey was dumbfounded. What was going on here? Training students? Have you ever seen this kind of student training before? Opening the Rendu Meridian. Why don't you say you beat the crap out of him? Director Su. Zhao Yin's lackey stared at Sui, feeling like something was wrong. "Sui, you're dead." Zhao Yin was in so much pain he didn't hear what they were saying. He just kept thinking, "Sui, go to hell. You're caught in the act. You're a Zhuxianist, right? That Department 13 staff member is also a Zhuxianist. Why don't you fight him?" Whether Sui could handle it or not, he was doomed. But Sui didn't stop. He kicked twice more, then sighed deeply, saying, "It's been a while since I've beaten someone like this. I'm really tired." Zhao Yin lay on the ground like a dead dog, unable to help but roll his eyes, thinking to himself, "I'm the one being beaten. How can I be tired? Wait, where's that teacher? Why didn't he come to stop Sui?" Zhao Yin's head was spinning, his body covered in bruises. He gazed hazily as Su Yan saw Su Yan and Yu Huiyan walking away with two children, as if they were a family of for taking a stroll after dinner. Seeing this scene, Zhao Yin felt a surge of anger, wanting to spit blood but unable to. "Sui, just now, did that teacher call you Director Su?" Yu Huiyan couldn't help but be curious about Suyi's identity. They had known each other for some time now, but she still didn't understand Suyi's position. Suyi walked and said, "Well, strictly speaking, this is about enrollment. I should do something, huh?" Yu Huiyan was surprised. "Are you saying you are in charge of this enrollment for the Zhuxian school?" Suyi nodded. "It's more or less like that, otherwise why would I help him open the Rendu Meridian just now?" "So you really helped him just now?" Yu Huiyan took a deep breath. "He cursed at you like that, and you still helped him? This man is really too magnanimous." Sui smiled. "It was just a simple gesture of help, no big deal." Yu Huiyan nodded. "This is probably what they call magnanimity." Sui is indeed magnanimous, repaying grievances with virtue. If Zhao Yin heard these words from Sui, the blood that he didn't spit out earlier would surely spray half a meter high. Repaying grievances with virtue, and even opening the Rendu Meridian. Such a person takes advantage of others' power. "Sui, do you have plans later?" Yu Huiyan took out her phone, glanced at it, and said, "It's almost mealtime. How about we have a meal together?" Sui said directly, "I have something else to do," without even mentioning a next time. "Oh, okay then, you go ahead." Yu Huiyan also had her pride. She had taken the initiative to invite him for a meal. Suyi's straightforward refusal left her with nothing more to say. "Well, then I'll leave first." Suyi finished speaking and walked with the two children to the Qingshan bookstore. Recently, Ishiaxuan had been in seclusion, and Suyi did not open the door. Today, he had some rare free time, so he naturally had to open the store, or else others might think that the store was closed. The store had accumulated some dust after being closed for a dozen days. After entering the door, Suyi directed Long Wen. "Little Long, go to the back and get some water. Wipe the tables and chairs." Long Wen stared at Suyi. He was a majestic Moyu Kilin, an ancient exotic beast, a great demon from the fairy world. Putting aside the fact that humans were telling him to do this, Now they wanted him to work as well. Suyi noticed the little guy staring at him and smiled pleasantly. What? Don't want to work? Long Wen's face stiffened. Suyi's smile was too kind. Can't I work? Long Wen finally had to bow to the evil forces, but said somewhat provocatively, why don't you let you work? Suyi ruffled his head and said with a smile, as a bow, don't you know to let a girl take it easy? Danton Yue immediately echoed, right, don't you know to let a girl take it easy? Then, she grabbed Suyi's finger, tilted her head back sweetly, and smiled at Suyi. These two little guys were so easily manipulated by Suyi. Not bad. You. Do you know how to make tea? Suyi wasn't planning to let go of this free labor. Danton Yu's smile froze. Did her attempt to act cute fail? No. Danton Yue vowed, as a proud great demon, there was no way she would live as lowly as Long Wen. Half an hour later, Danton Yue cautiously poured tea for Suyi, who leisurely sat on a chair reading a book. After pouring the tea, Danton Yue couldn't wait to rest her head on the big table in the bookstore. Once, Suyi had used a drop of his blood to draw a spiritual array on this oak table, triggering the revival of spiritual energy throughout the world. Although he later erased the formation, this table had been steeped in Suyi's blood and was no longer an ordinary item. Ordinary cultivators couldn't sense the uniqueness of this table, but Danton Yue was not an ordinary person. She had finally discovered that practicing near this table would make her progress at an exponential rate. If she wasn't afraid of making Suyi angry, she would have crawled onto the table by now. Long Wen looked at Danton Yue resentfully. He, too, had discovered the mystery. For the past half hour, he had repeatedly wiped the table, hesitating to move it elsewhere. In the ancient chaotic times, ferocious beasts ravaged, and in order to resist the powerful beasts, humans began to practice immortality techniques and refine magical treasures, seeking nothing more than survival. Danton Yue and Long Wen have pure bloodlines and powerful strengths, ranking as top-tier powerful individuals in any small world. The ferocious beasts have the most primitive instincts towards treasures and feng shui treasures. They cannot see what's good about this bookstore or even why this table has such a special effect, but they know it's a good place. Just like Suyi's home, they are all sacred places that are hard to find in the entire immortal realm. You don't just wipe this one table, use a dry cloth to wipe the dust on the other bookshelves. Suyi couldn't stand it and said, after you finish wiping, even if you lie on it, I won't say anything. Danton Yue suddenly became energetic, asking, can I lie on it? Suyi gave her a kind smile again, and Danton Yue obediently remained silent, resting her head on the table and meditating. Fraud. Humans are all frauds. He really won't say anything. With just this smile, what else needs to be said? Long Wen also reluctantly took a dry cloth to wipe the dust off the bookshelves. Some books were placed higher, but Long Wen could manipulate the air, floating around the bookstore like a ghost, careful not to make a sound to disturb Suyi reading, creating a quite eerie atmosphere. A young girl who was just judged to lack immortality qualifications walked into the bookstore to calm down and saw Long Wen floating and dusting the shelves in midair, staring dumbfounded for a long time. Then, she covered her face and crying, running out of the bookstore. Even such a little kid could manipulate the air, while she didn't even have the qualifications for immortality. Can she not be angry? Suyi glanced at Long Wen. In this era, they probably wouldn't mistake Long Wen for a ghost. That's fine. Just as the girl rushed out, another young man in white robes walked in. Long Wen, what are you doing? That drunkard seems to be really dead. We tried to subdue the natives in the Blood Witch sect, but everyone but me was killed. The young man who rushed in was Shushing Sha Chen, who came to this world with Long Wen. He shouted excitedly upon entering, only to find Long Wen and Danton Yue looking at him expressionlessly. Apart from Danton Yue and Long Wen, there was another ordinary-looking young man in the store, gazing at him as if he were a fool. Sorry, I lost my composure. Xiao Chen quickly calmed down. He was a refined person. Even if Suyi looked at him with such eyes, he wouldn't act immediately. Otherwise, if it were the drunkard, he probably would have attacked Suyi by now. It was precisely because of this restraint that he saved his life. Xiao Chen adjusted his clothes and then sat down next to Danton Yue. He glanced at Suyi and asked, who is he? Danton Yue held her face in her hands, leaning her head on the table and turned to look at Suyi. Seeing Suyi had no intention of introducing himself, she turned her head and said, impatiently to Xiao Chen, why are you asking so many questions? Just say if you have business. If not, leave quickly. When Xiao Chen mentioned how everyone in their group died except for him, Don Taiyue was also deeply shocked. However, they had become somewhat numb to such events. With the terrifying existence of Su Yi in this world, they could accept anything. Don Taiyue's words were actually a hint for Xiao Chen to leave quickly. If Su Yi became interested, Xiao Chen probably wouldn't be able to leave. Su Yi sat on the side, and Don Taiyue dared not communicate telepathically. Xiao Chen hadn't realized that something was amiss. Sighing, he said, "You still had the leisure to experience life here. Do you know, the Blood Witch sect actually has a filthy born witch god. I think only you and Longwen together can kill him." At this point, Xiao Chen suddenly noticed something was off. "Huh, why do I feel that your cultivation has advanced significantly?" Then, he looked at Longwen, completely stunned. "How long has it been? Why did the two of them progress so quickly?" This place. Xiao Chen finally felt that something was unusual about this place. His hand on the table could immediately sense a mysterious force of the law. Empowered by this mysterious force of the law, he felt as if he were merging with the mysteries of heaven and earth. Then he fell silent and began to meditate. Indeed, Su Yi had wiped off the spirit gathering array on the table, but at their level, spiritual energy was the least meaningful thing. The power of these great way laws was what they yearned for. Unexpectedly, Don Taiyue was now stunned. How could he start meditating just like that? Wasn't he in a rush just now? Su Yi saw Xiao Chen meditating and didn't say anything. From the afternoon until dark, the bookstore was eerily quiet. Longwen finished dusting and sat down on the opposite side. After reading a book, Su Yi knocked on the table and said to Xiao Chen, "I'm sorry, but we're closing now. Please come back tomorrow." Xiao Chen, who was entering a state of meditation, got interrupted suddenly. He frowned and opened his eyes, staring at Su Yi. Don Taiyue saw the situation deteriorating and quickly pulled his sleeve. Xiao Chen snapped out of it. He knew something was wrong. Don Taiyue and Longwen were calmly meditating, and from Su Yi's tone, he could tell that Su Yi was the owner of this bookstore. Since this table contained the power of a great way law, the owner of this bookstore must be extraordinary. Especially, seeing Don Taiyue so nervous tugging at his sleeve, if he didn't understand by now, he really would be a fool. Xiao Chen glanced deeply at Su Yi, smiled, and said, "Then we'll take our leave now. We'll come back tomorrow to bother you again." With that, he got up to leave the bookstore, deliberately slowing his pace to wait for Longwen and Don Taiyue. However, although the two got up, it seemed like they had no intention of leaving and simply gave Don Taiyue a look. "You go your own way. We're not leaving with you," Don Taiyue warned him, and Su Yi remained silent, so they didn't dare to leave. Xiao Chen was depressed. He had come here to find Don Taiyue and them. Haven't they only three left now? Shouldn't they discuss what to do next? Su Yi looked at Don Taiyue and said, "If you have something to do, you can go. We can leave." Don Taiyue asked tentatively. Su Yi smiled and replied, "I haven't restricted your personal freedom. You can leave any time you want." Don Taiyue paused, shook her head, and said, "Then I won't leave either." "Servant, do you want to leave? If you want to leave, go with him." Don Taiyue did not convey Longwen's feelings, as Longwen seemed quite aggrieved here. Longwen shook his head and said, "I'm not going anywhere." Aren't we seeking revenge?" Ziqin was at a loss. If both of them didn't leave, how could they seek revenge? Longwen stated firmly, "People are dead. What's the point of revenge?" Indeed, they were companions, but Longwen had a better relationship with Don Taiyue. If the others die, they die. And didn't Ziqin say so? The other side is a witch god who returned from the filthy soil. Do you really think witch gods are easy to kill? You should know that those ancient witch gods were extremely powerful. Even in the immortal world, the god kings and immortal kings had to avoid them. Even if they were reborn in this world, they would still be extremely formidable. Why else did a group of them go? And now only Ziqin is alive. Also, staying by Su Yi's side may involve some grievances, but there are real benefits too. In his heart, Longwen told himself that this was enduring humiliation and bearing burdens. Seeking revenge is not possible. Ziqin sighed, thinking, if there's no revenge, then there's no revenge. After all, he wasn't close to those guys. Then I'll leave first and come back tomorrow. Ziqin couldn't see through Su Yi's true intentions, but he didn't dare to ask more, so he could only come back tomorrow. At this point, Su Yi said, "By the way, if you plan to stay here, it's best to familiarize yourself with the laws and avoid breaking them." If someone else had spoken to Ziqin like that, he would have scoffed and maybe even attacked them on the spot. But when Su Yi said it, he was just slightly surprised and said, "Thank you for the advice, sir." After saying that, he clasped his fists toward Suyi and then left. Dan Taiyue watched Ziqin's departing figure and breathed a sigh of relief. She was worried that Ziqin would have a confrontation with Suyi. In her view, if Ziqin argued with Suyi, it might end badly for him. Looking at Ziqin's figure, Suyi said to Dan Taiyue, "You two should learn more from your friend. Be polite and well-mannered." "Yes, yes, yes." Dan Taiyue nodded like a woodpecker, but inwardly she didn't agree. Ziqin, having manners? It depends on who he is dealing with, right? Are you two going to sleep in a bed or somewhere else tonight? Since Suyi had taken in these two youngsters, he had to consider where they would stay. Dan Taiyue said, "I've already been sleeping for a long time. Can't sleep." Long Wen also added, "I can't sleep either." Finally, Suyi remembered that these two were not ordinary pets. If you calculated based on the current time, they probably slept for hundreds of years at a stretch, then remained awake for several hundred years, usually full of energy. So, there was no need to prepare beds for them. Suyi checked his phone, seeing dozens of missed calls and continuous messages in the work group on WeChat. In the end, Luo Yan could only say in the group that if there were any issues, they should contact him for handling. Suyi cleared those messages and saw missed calls and messages from Wang Junlin and Zhang Dao. "Are you two going back by yourselves or joining me for dinner?" After seeing the messages, Suyi decided to keep the appointment. The reason he had chosen to attend college was to quickly adapt to current social life, right? So, roommates were still important to him. It was also necessary to get along well with roommates. "I want to have dinner with you." What Dan Taiyue thought about was actually going back, even though cultivating in Suyi's courtyard could be very beneficial. But she found that Suyi didn't seem as terrifying as she had thought before. Moreover, Suyi's every move seemed to carry a special charm that made her want to approach him unconsciously. Her intuition told her that staying close to Suyi was the best choice. The test at Qingzhou University today is undoubtedly famous. With a total population of just over 20,000, testing revealed 13 individuals with immortal cultivation qualifications, not including Suyi. In other places, there might be 1 or 2 individuals with immortal cultivation qualifications out of tens of thousands of people. This proportion was absolutely exaggerated. The most exaggerated belonged to dorm room 306, where everyone had immortal cultivation qualifications. After the test, Wang Junlin and others couldn't wait to call Suyi and inform him of this news, but Suyi didn't answer the call. They had to resort to sending him a WeChat message to make dinner plans. They arranged to meet at the Hefu Crown Plaza Hotel for dinner. Wang Junlin and the others had lived at the bottom during their time at school. They remembered the last time Ding Miao Miao invited them for a meal. The three of them struggled to put together enough money, but eventually Suyi couldn't stand it and paid for their portion. It was the same hotel this time. Suyi didn't reply to their messages and came directly to the hotel with Dan Taiyue. It was the same room as before. Suyi walked into the private room as if he knew the way perfectly. He knocked on the door, and Wang Junlin's voice came from inside. "Come in." Suyi then pushed open the door. It was almost the same people as that day, minus one Qinlin, but everything else seemed like a perfect replica of that day. Even the small table beside them, the plastic stools, and the people sitting on them hadn't changed. The only difference was that Wang Junlin and Zhang Bao were now in high spirits, each accompanied by a girl from the dance department, and Yue Xingge and others treated them as equals. "Su, you finally arrived." When Yue Xingge saw Suyi coming in, he quickly stood up to greet him, and the others also paused to greet Suyi. Suyi glanced at the three guys sitting next to each other. They quickly put on smiles. Before, they might have been considered losers or poor, but now, having immortal cultivation qualifications changed everything. Previously wealthy sons of families were nothing compared to them now. Wang Junlin was quite enthusiastic towards Suyi. Next to him was Ding Miao Miao. Seeing Suyi, she signaled to Ding Miao Miao and coldly said, "Haven't you seen Suji arrived? Why don't you offer him a seat?" Ding Miao Miao's face turned red, but ultimately stood up and whispered to Suyi, "Suyi, you take my seat." Wang Junlin seemed to feel that Ding Miao Miao embarrassed him, raised his eyebrows, and said, "Call Suji." "You called his name like that? So ignorant." Suyi narrowed his eyes and looked at Wang Junlin. If he remembered correctly, Wang Junlin used to worship Ding Miao Miao as a goddess. Suji, please have a seat." Ding Miao Miao looked so wrong that she was almost in tears. Suyi looked at Won Junlin and asked, "Is Ding Miao Miao your girlfriend now?" Won Junlin nodded and smiled. "Yes." Suyi then pointed to the three people sitting on the small stool and asked, "Are they your friends?" "How is that possible? Of course not." Won Junlin laughed. "I just wanted to replicate the scene from that day. I thought it would be fun." As he said this, the three people sitting there all showed awkward smiles on their faces. No, they seemed more resentful than speechless. Just over a month ago, these people, including Won Junlin, meant nothing to them. And now, here they were, being invited by Won Junlin, specifically to sit here, just to embarrass them. So you didn't sit down. Instead he said, "I don't live in the dorm now, perhaps we'll meet again by fate." Without waiting for others to react, he turned around and left. "Suje, what are you doing?" Yu Shinge, seeing Suyi's displeasure, quickly stepped forward to stop him from leaving. "We're just having a meal together. If you don't like these three, I can ask them to leave. It's not a big deal." Suyi smiled and said, "Sorry, it's not that I don't like them. I just don't particularly like you guys." This remark left everyone present stunned. "Suje, is it really because of us that you're angry?" Zhang Bao always felt a bit uneasy inside, knowing that their current situation was all thanks to Suyi. Suyi's words just now seemed to suggest a permanent break with them. What exactly had made Suyi so angry? They were all a bit puzzled. At least in their view, they still held Suyi in high regard. When Wang Junlin saw him, didn't he immediately ask Ding Miao Miao to give Suyi a seat? Wang Junlin raised his eyebrows and stared at the three people eating at the small table, saying, "It must be because of them. You three, come here. Sing a song to apologize to us." The three young men looked somewhat displeased, but they didn't dare say anything. They could only exchange glances and prepare to come over to sing. Ding Miao Miao couldn't help but lower her head and shout, "Wang Junlin, that's enough." Wang Junlin raised his hand and slapped Ding Miao Miao in the face, roaring angrily, "Enough. What do you mean by enough?" Zhang Bao and Yan Hui immediately pulled Wang Junlin back, urging him, "Xiaolan, don't act like this. Why are you resorting to violence?" Yan Hui added, "Even if Miao Miao did something wrong, talk it out calmly." Wang Junlin pushed them away, angrily saying, "Talk it out. What's there to talk about? Don't think I don't know." Suyi got angry because he saw me shout at her. "Damn it, as if I don't know you've been interested in Suyi all this time. Ever since he came in, you've been flirting with him. If you like him, go pursue him. What does that have to do with me?" Ding Miao Miao cried, tears streaming down her face, and sobbed, "I didn't. Get out. Get out right now. Get the hell out of my sight." Wang Junlin pointed at the fallen Ding Miao Miao and shouted, "I don't want to see you anymore." Yang Hui couldn't bear witnessing this anymore and said, "Shalang, you've gone too far." "Me? I've gone too far." Wang Junlin sneered, "Why didn't you say Suyi went too far just now? Damn it, we kindly invited him to dinner, and this is his attitude. Tell me, isn't that going too far?" Yang Hui shouted hysterically, "Suyi just thinks we owe him, right? Just because of a mediocre cultivation method. I have an S-level talent. Even without his method, it's only a matter of time before people realize I'm a genius. Just wait. Didn't he give me a cultivation method? I'll pay him back tenfold, 100-fold in the future." Yang Hui frowned and said, "Anyway, we won't be sharing a dorm in the future. Let's consider this meal as a farewell dinner. I'm out. I can't eat anymore. Well, I'm leaving too. Suyi is my future brother-in-law." Yu Shinge shrugged and slipped away as well. Ding Miao Miao naturally left too. "Get out. All of you, get the hell out of here." Wang Junlin was already lost in his thoughts of unlimited possibilities with his S-level talent. In the end, only Zhang Bao remained. He shrugged and walked away as well. Wang Junlin watched as everyone left one by one, leaving only a few female students from the dance department. He chuckled twice and said, "Let them go. Let's continue drinking." These girls were originally drawn to Wang Junlin because of his potential in cultivation. Now, seeing him break up with Ding Miao Miao, they naturally wanted to align themselves with him. Wang Junlin was enjoying the attention. Until, "Sir, hello. Your total bill amounts to 398,288. We offer you a 20% discount, and after rounding down, you only need to pay 310,000. Would you like to pay by mobile or card?" The hotel staff handed the bill to Wang Junlin. Wang Junlin was dumbfounded. Didn't that fellow Yu Shao settle the bill? The staff member still had a cheerful smile. You shouted not settle the bill yet. Just a moment. Won Junlin couldn't even come up with $1,000, and they had ordered several bottles of wine earlier. Now, he could only call Yu Xingge for help. The call went through but was immediately hung up. Damn it. Won Junlin was close to throwing his phone. He could only say to the staff, you know, I tested to be an S-level talent in cultivation. The service staff smiled sweetly. Congratulations. Won Junlin certainly didn't mention the testing incident for congratulations. Grinding his teeth, he said, can you tell your boss that I'll keep a tab here, and when my cultivation succeeds, I'll come back to pay. The service staff still sweetly reply, unfortunately, sir, we do not extend credit here. I told you, I tested to be an S-level talent. Don't you understand what that means? Won Junlin was starting to panic. Did this staff member have a problem with their brain? Did she not understand the significance of an S-level talent? Did she want to offend a potential future immortal? Well, let me congratulate you again. Your total is 310,000. Here is the bill. Will you be paying by mobile or card? Won Junlin was starting to lose it with this waitress. He took a deep breath and said, you saw it yourself, I'm friends with young Master Yu. Do you think I would be short on this amount? The service staff's smile grew even sweeter. Sorry. Before leaving, young Master Yu did mention that you're not his friend. So, will you be paying by card or mobile? I want to see your manager. Won Junlin couldn't hold back anymore. The service staff slowly took out her phone and dialed a number. Hello. Is this manager Yao Yao? We have a Dinan dash case here. So you walked out of the hotel with Don Ta Yue and they arrived at a hot pot skewers restaurant. They ordered some food and sat down. It's hard to come across a true confidant in life, especially in this restless era. Some may not understand why Suyi was angry, why he decided to draw a clear boundary with Won Junlin and others suddenly. Just a moment ago, didn't he still think his roommates were important? Won Junlin calling those 3 young people over there to humiliate others might seem justifiable to some people. The saying goes, 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. Whoever was bullied in the past and has now become strong naturally seeks revenge. So you couldn't say that what Won Junlin did was excessive or not. He just didn't like it. But that's how human nature is. Similarly, so he also didn't like Won Junlin's attitude towards Ding Miao Miao. When he had nothing before, he pursued her as if he was someone. And now, with just the potential for cultivating immortality, not even officially beginning cultivation, he behaves this way towards a girl. So you still didn't like this kind of person. So you wouldn't deprive Won Junlin of his potential for cultivating immortality because of this. In his view, such things were too common. Being suddenly strong after always being weak can greatly amplify one's sense of justice or evil within. So he never thought of himself as standing on the side of justice. After all, the number of souls in the underworld he controls is overwhelming. So, he just didn't like it. He wanted to experience campus life, and now that he has experienced it and didn't like it, there was no need to continue. It was more meaningful to help the 13th Division maintain social stability and prosperity. So he had adapted to the current society, which was harmonious, without wars, and where people lived happily. Since he liked this kind of society, so he felt it was necessary to preserve it, no matter if it was a cultivator, a god king, or even the heavenly way. No one should ruin his enthusiasm. Mr. Su, why didn't you eat there just now? Don Ta Yue was also curious about human beings. She didn't understand why Suyi didn't eat at the place he took them to earlier. Why did he suddenly get angry and not eat? Suyi looked at the hot pot skewers in front of him and said with a smile, the food here tastes better. He didn't like to lecture people at length or argue with them. Like when Won Junlin asked him to stop earlier, he didn't want to pay attention to that. Hearing Suyi say the food here tasted better, Don Ta Yue and Longwen couldn't wait to try it. Hot pot skewers originated from Chengdu and Leshan in Sichuan. As Sichuan people like spicy food, so these hot pot skewers were mainly spicy and fragrant. Since Don Ta Yue and others had been living at Yishiak Suan's house, they had naturally eaten quite a bit of good food, but whose dishes were relatively mild because she thought they were children and avoided making spicy foods for them. Now, tasting this unique spiciness, Don Ta Yue seemed to open the door to a new world. Her eyes brightened, and she exclaimed in satisfaction. It was like those rich and well-fed young ladies who suddenly tasted street food one day. Brother, do these 2 children eat spicy food? I made it mildly spicy for you. Do you think it's okay? The boss of the skewers restaurant, a genuine native of Sichuan and Chongqing, greeted the two cute kids as he was worried they might not tolerate the spice. Su Yi smiled and asked Don Ta Yue, "Do you find it spicy?" Don Ta Yue, with all around her mouth, looked at Su Yi in confusion. Long Wen said beside her, "Not spicy." Su Yi told the boss, "Make it spicier for them, with lotus root slices, potato slices, and boneless chicken feet." The boss gave a dry laugh and said, "Brother, I'm not talking about you. It seems you are a rookie parent for the first time. If these two kids can't stand the spice, you'll have to kneel and wash the clothes board when you go back." Su Yi chuckled and said, "Make it the spiciest. My family has a high status, no problem." "All right." The boss nodded and looked at him with total disbelief. The more a man boasts about his high social status outside, the more humble he may be at home. He deeply understood this. Su Yi also tried some. The taste was indeed good. Simple ingredients, simple seasonings, and delicious spiciness. After a while, the boss brought a new dish of skewers. These skewers were marinated in bright red sauce, enhancing one's appetite. "I only made one skewer for you to try first, to prevent wastage." Smiling, the boss told Su Yi, "This is our shop's extreme spicy dish. If one person can eat 20 skewers, their meal is free." Su Yi laughed, "I'll make sure to visit often in the future to support your business." The spiciest. Don Ta Yue, with her delicate hand, picked up a slice of lotus root, looking at the bright red chili granules on top, her mouth watering with excitement, and then, 10 minutes later, quite a few customers were glancing at Su Yi's table. Because those two exquisite children seemed to be starving, not stopping as one skewer followed another. Just in this short period, they had already stacked up a bunch of skewers. It wouldn't be surprising if it was just their enormous appetite, but considering that someone had mentioned it was extremely spicy, some regular customers who had tried it before would be sweating after just 1 or 2 skewers. Seeing Long Wen and Don Ta Yue eat like this, it was totally unheard of. "Brother, are these two? Did they start eating chili peppers inside their mother's belly?" The boss was dumbfounded. Even though he considered himself able to handle spiciness, seeing these two kids eat like this made him really admire them. 20 skewers? He felt that these two kids could easily eat 200. The essence of Don Ta Yue was the blood flame phoenix, and spicy things like chili perfectly matched her taste. Enjoying it comfortably, she showed a contented smile. Long Wen was also secretly glad that he didn't follow Zichin, that stupid guy, for revenge. Otherwise, where would he have gotten to taste such delicious food? Su Yi's bill was undoubtedly waived this time because he wasn't afraid of spiciness and could accept all flavors. Just as they were enjoying themselves, Su Yi's phone rang again. It had already rung many times earlier, but Su Yi didn't want to answer. Now, in a good mood, he picked up. It was Yu Xinge. "Suje, where are you?" Yu Xinge had called many times, persistently. Su Yi said, "I'm at Wang Ji's hot pot skewers in Tonluole. Wait for me, I'm coming over right away." Yu Xinge was excited. Su Yi finally answered his call. He thought Su Yi was ignoring him along with the others. Note: Lao Han means father in the Sichuan and Chongqing areas. Yu Xinge and the others quickly arrived at this Wang Ji cold pot skewers shop. Zhang Bao, Yang Hui, and Ding Miao Miao also followed Yu Xinge inside. Ding Miao Miao's eyes were still red, and the handprint on her face had not faded yet. Obviously she had just cried. "Suje, Z Lindsay did behave a bit out of line earlier, but you don't need to be so angry." Zhang Bao sat across from Su Yi and tried to placate him. They also felt that Wang Junlin had become a bit too intimidating. How could someone change so much in just one day? Su Yi didn't think much of it and said with a smile, "I'm not angry. What do you want to eat? Get it yourselves." Angry, indeed. Even if Tang Yaowen wanted to kill him, he didn't get angry. Trying to make Su Yi angry was not that easy. There wasn't much to talk about next. Zhang Bao and Yan Hu told Su Yi that their cultivation aptitude was a level, while Yu Xinge was S level. These ratings were based on the sensitivity to innate che, or the strength of mental power. Those rated A or higher could generally enter those sects, and being S level meant having excellent aptitude. However, it should not be forgotten that there were age restrictions for joining major sects. S-level cultivators might have a chance to train in the inner sects of those sects. Just that. A-level cultivators would usually train in the outer sects. Out of over 10 billion people in the country, only a few thousand might be selected, and in the end, only a few hundred might stay. Work hard. Being able to cultivate does not mean you will soar to the sky, so you just wanted them to realize the reality and avoid becoming conceited. Today's ratings could not represent too much. Throughout history, geniuses have never been lacking, but very few actually rose to the top. Moreover, compared to geniuses like Gu Tongtong and Yuan Haoren, those and the level ratings were nothing. Cultivating might seem like a step to heaven for ordinary people, luckier than winning 5 million in a lottery. But they did not consider how fierce the competition would be once they entered the circle of cultivators. It was not just a matter of studying poorly and then working. It might very well mean paying with their lives. They were eating when a Bentley stopped at the entrance. Lin Yun walked into the shop. Su Yi exchanged a glance with Lin Yun. He just smiled. But Lin Yun didn't even greet him. Ding Miao Miao couldn't help crying when she saw Lin Yun, tears falling one by one. Lin Yun's face was frighteningly cold, and the temperature inside the shop dropped significantly. Miao Miao, come with me. Lin Yun walked up to Ding Miao Miao and pulled her away. Ding Miao Miao nodded, tears in her eyes, and said to Yang Hui and the others, I'll leave first. Naturally, Yang Hui and the others could not stop her. Su Yi glanced at Lin Yun's departing figure. Her cultivation had advanced really quickly. Wasn't she just in the Yuanying realm when he last saw her? In less than a month, she had already reached the nascent divinity realm. Her 2 lifetimes as a human, with mental power stronger than ordinary people, the most crucial factor was probably Su Yi's drop of blood. Su Yi felt that Wang Junlin was probably finished. Lin Yun's grandfather had passed away, and now wanting to kill Su Yi to prove herself, she only had one remaining friend, Ding Miao Miao. The handprint on Ding Miao Miao's face seemed like Wang Junlin's tombstone. According to the rules of the 13 places, if battles between cultivators affected ordinary people, they generally did not interfere, unless one side actively sought the 13 places' protection. Let's go. We'll head back too. Su Yi eventually asked the boss to settle the bill, even though he had said that getting 20 skewers would be free. Don Ta Yue ate too much. The boss ran a small operation, charging 1 yuan per skewer and working hard all day. How much could he earn? The boss was straightforward and refused to accept payment. I said it's on the house, consider this my treat for these 2 well-behaved ones, the boss said, and even pinched Long Wen's little cheek. Long Wen was also stunned. Were these humans really not afraid of death? And why did they always like to pinch his cheek? Thank you then. So he also didn't hold back, pointing to Yu Xingge and the others, saying, they ate, they can pay for themselves, we'll leave first. Take care. Bring the 2 kids next time, I'll treat them for free. The boss was also generous, as per his words, as long as his shop was open. Don Ta Yue and Long Wen could eat for free, and they came over. Su Yi smiled. Conducting business with honesty was really good. As they were about to leave, Don Ta Yue pulled out a bright red feather and handed it to the boss. I can't eat for free, so consider this as payment. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. This little one was really generous. The boss didn't know the significance of the feather. He happily accepted it as a gift from a child. The 3 walked on the street, so he couldn't help but say to Don Ta Yue, if you keep giving away your feathers like this, aren't you afraid of going bald? Don Ta Yue blinked and said, I'm about to molt. Su Yi said, then save me some feathers, I'll make a fan. The blood flame fire phoenix could be considered rare even in ancient times, so he hadn't seen many. A fan made from her feathers would definitely be an interesting item. It would surpass whatever the Heavenly Lord on stage had made by quite a lot. Don Ta Yue stared at Su Yi, wrinkled her nose, and said, I won't mold for another long demon year. Su Yi fell silent. 1 demon year was equivalent to 1 year. Based on the current time, that would be about 4,000 years. Su Yi was gradually getting used to calculating time like an ordinary person, and in this perspective, it was indeed a long time. In that case, Su Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, staring at Don Ta Yue, his expression already somewhat off. What do you want to do? Don Ta Yue suddenly felt a chill down her spine, looking at Su Yi warily. Su Yi stopped in his tracks, slowly reaching out a finger towards Don Ta Yue. 1 finger, just as Don Ta Yue sighed, in relief, she noticed Su Yi shaking his head slowly. 10 fingers? Don Ta Yue felt she could still accept that. After all, they had agreed to make a fan, and 10 feathers should be enough. Considering her feathers, but Su Yi still had a smile on his face, and crucially, that finger had not yet retracted. 100 feathers. What kind of fan are you making with 100 feathers? Don Ta Yue exploded, saying, No way. Are you trying to pluck me bald? She now felt that Suyi didn't seem so terrifying, so she dared to resist. The most important thing was that plucking 100 feathers from her would make her completely bald, and as a blood flame fire phoenix, her feathers were her most beloved possession. Suyi certainly didn't go so far as to forcibly pluck someone's fur just to make a fan. That would be a bit excessive. If any falls out, I'll give them to you. Dan Taiyue pouted, fearing that Suyi might instantly make her revert to her true form and then start plucking her fur. Shedding fur wasn't an all-at-once thing. It was more like losing one or two strands occasionally, and then gathering them up to give to Suyi. Suyi mentioned making a fan on a whim. It wasn't like it had to be done right away. You can keep them for now. Judging by the look of you, you probably regularly exchange fur for food. You're the one who does that often. Dan Taiyue, after 2 days of interaction, had grown bold enough to retort against Suyi. Suyi didn't get angry and simply said, I've seen it twice now. Is there nothing else good on you? Of course, there isn't. Dan Taiyue looked apprehensively, Suyi, like those little girls encountering weirdos, thinking that such a powerful deity was considering plucking her fur to make a fan. If she told him she had other treasures, who knows what schemes he might come up with. Suyi didn't press her further and turned to Lan Wen instead. Lan, everyone knows you can exchange feathers for food. Don't you have anything else worth exchanging? Lan Wen sullenly replied. Her feathers shed naturally. She has hidden so many of them, it doesn't matter. My scales don't. Suyi squinted. So, she has many hidden feathers. Huh. Before Lan Wen could respond, Dan Taiyue had already lunged at him, hitting his head. Are you dumb? Answer what he asks. After being hit, Lan Wen realized his mistake and looked at Suyi with a pitiful expression. She has hidden only 2. It was evident that there wasn't much to gain. Dan Taiyue wouldn't have hit Lan Wen if there were only 2 feathers hidden away. After the scolding, Dan Taiyue told Suyi, I only have a little over 10 feathers in total. I can't make a fan for you. Suyi chuckled. I'm not asking for your things for free. How about this? 100 feathers, and I'll exchange a pill for you. Dan Taiyue dismissed it, asking what kind of pill would warrant 100 feathers. Suyi thought for a moment, then showed her a small jade bottle, a dragon blood pill refined from the essence of an azure dragon. Dan Taiyue locked eyes on the jade bottle in Suyi's hand, unable to sense the pill's aura. Refined from an azure dragon's essence? Are you kidding me? She seemed to trust that Suyi was telling the truth because of his status. Suyi laughed, put away the pill, and said, if you don't believe it, forget it. The children of the phoenix, born of the azure dragon, would give birth to the phoenix. Regarding Dan Taiyue, the azure dragon was her ancestor. If the pill in Suyi's hand was truly refined from the azure dragon's essence, it could help her reach an unprecedented realm. But how could Suyi possess such a thing? Azure dragon's essence. If he truly had it, why wouldn't he consume it? Even the powerful beings in the immortal realm would treasure such a divine pill. It was unthinkable that Suyi would exchange it for feathers. But, harsh words aside, with Suyi's strength, he could easily revert Dan Taiyue to her original form and pluck her fur as he pleased, maybe even using it to make a spicy phoenix soup. Dan Taiyue eventually believed Suyi's claim. I believe you. It's just 100 feathers, right? She bit her lip, saying, I'll give them to you tomorrow. Suyi smiled, gesturing with his hand, saying, as long as they are that long, not shorter. It was just a casual remark from him, but the young girl agreed to it. If Dan Taiyue knew Suyi's thoughts about using her feathers for a fan, she would surely be enraged. Suyi's idea came from the notion that her feathers were relatively common. Dan Taiyue, brooding and silent during the journey, was now entangled in self-reflection. Approaching home, Lan Wen couldn't resist asking, Mr. Su, do you see anything on me that could be exchanged? Suyi eyed Lan Wen, saying, but you don't shed fur. Lan Wen almost cried. He used to mock Dan Taiyue for shedding fur, but now he realized it wasn't such a bad thing. Amused by Lan Wen's pitiful look, Suyi proposed, I have 2 of these pills. How about this? Discuss with Yue if she can produce another 100 feathers, and I'll exchange another pill for you. What do you think? Lan Wen's eyes brightened, but he directed his gaze towards Dan Taiyue, clearly imploring something. Servant, what do you think? 200 feathers. Do you really want to pluck all the feathers from my tail? Dan Taiyue instinctively took 2 steps back. Lan Wen whispered, we won't pluck from the same spot. Dan Taiyue glared. Didn't you hear that he wants them that long? Lan Wen, starry-eyed, looked at Dan Taiyue, not saying a word. The 2 kids stood in the yard, staring at each other. Suyi stretched lazily and said, "You to discuss, I'll go inside and sleep." He returned to his room and dozed off. Half an hour later, he heard Dan Taiyue and Long Wen's voices from the yard. Dan Taiyue, have you decided? It has to be that long, not more or less. Don't waste them. Long Wen, yes, I'm paying close attention. Dan Taiyue, oh, be gentle when pulling. Are you stupid? Long Wen, but gentle pulling won't work. Dan Taiyue seemed to lose her temper, saying, can you at least pick a different spot to pluck them? Long Wen looked very aggrieved. Wasn't it you who said it had to be that long? Hearing the commotion in the yard, Suyi, amused, fell asleep contentedly. Suyi's actions proved the saying. It's not that old people are bad, it's that bad people grow old. In the early morning, Suyi just walked out of the bedroom and saw Tan Taiyu sitting on a stone stool with red eyes, pouting and staring ahead. In front of her, the stone table was filled with bright red beautiful feathers. Long Wen sat silently beside Tan Taiyu watching her, not daring to speak. He was afraid that he would be hit if he spoke. He had been hit many times last night, but he didn't dare to fight back. After all, Tan Taiyu had pulled out 100 more feathers for him. So he walked slowly up to the table, glanced at the feathers on it, and asked, exchange for 2. Tan Taiyu raised her head to look at Suyi, then nodded. Since I plucked them all, of course, exchange for 2. Suyi waved his hand, and the beautiful red feathers on the table all disappeared, replaced by 2 small jade bottles. Tan Taiyu was excited to see the 2 jade bottles, forgetting her previous unhappiness. Long Wen also excitedly watched Tan Taiyu, but his expression quickly became complicated. He didn't dare to go up and grab it from Tan Taiyu. If the 2 jade bottles were filled with divine pills made from the essence of the Azure Dragon, if Tan Taiyu could elevate her state by refining 1, what about refining 2? Who would think this was too much? Tan Taiyu had exchanged for the pills with her feathers. If she didn't want to give them to Long Wen, could he still grab them? Here. This is yours. Tan Taiyu pushed one of the jade bottles in front of Long Wen, then glared at him sharply. Stupid servant. Are you happy now? Long Wen suddenly smiled broadly, holding the jade bottle and couldn't stop grinning. Tan Taiyu couldn't wait to open the jade bottle. Just by sniffing it, she immediately closed the lid. It was a bit like checking goods in some scenes from movies. This is real. I can feel the aura of the ancient gods, Tan Taiyu said excitedly. Long Wen had already opened his bottle. Since Tan Taiyu said it was real, then the pill in his bottle must be real too. He was afraid of dissipating the effect of the pill. Such a high-level divine pill must be kept properly and refined in a good place. After Tan Taiyu's excitement subsided, she fell silent again, staring fixedly at Suyi. The divine pills refined from Azure Dragon's blood, and Suyi had casually taken out 2 of them. What kind of person was he exactly? Probably only a god could dominate this man. If Suyi knew that Tan Taiyu was thinking this way, he would probably just smile. Her god, the one whose 3 corpses he had cut off, dominating him? Interesting idea. A very naive child. While Tan Taiyu was lost in thought, Su Diandian rushed into Suyi's courtyard with a tissue in hand. Good morning, Suyi. Su Diandian greeted Suyi and then rushed to a corner of the courtyard where a strong stench emanated. Su Diandian was truly dedicated to helping Li Youayu fertilize the plants. Well done. After finishing up, Su Diandian wrinkled her nose and approached Suyi and the others, looking at Tan Taiyu with a curious and childish tone. Sister, have you had breakfast? Tan Taiyu looked at this human child with numerous question marks in her mind. Was she really just an ordinary person? Was she Suyi's child or sister? Was she thinking of eating me? How should I respond? The more she thought, the more she found the little person in front of her might be terrifying. After all, she had missed reading Suyi before, so maybe this little one was also an extremely scary presence. Suyi looked at Su Diandian and said, Su Diandian, your mother doesn't sell breakfast anymore. Then Su Diandian fixed her eyes on Suyi, and her eyes shone. Suyi's mouth twitched. Was he now a full-time babysitter? Su Diandian came over after fertilizing the plants and asked for breakfast, but was so assertive about it. Suyi's fridge still had plenty of vegetables, so making millet porridge and some vegetables for breakfast was the natural choice. Although Su Diandian was young, she knew that Suyi's cooking was good, so mooching meals had become a daily routine. Tan Taiyu observed Suyi making breakfast for Su Diandian and started seriously analyzing Su Diandian's identity. Seeing this, it seemed that this human child had a close relationship with Suyi. It was very likely that they were related by blood. Since Suyi was so powerful, this human child must also have tremendous potential. Maybe she was already very strong. 4 bowls of millet porridge, a plate of greens, and a plate of pickles were placed on the stone table. That's it. Tan Taiyuan Longwen stared at the table with the porridge. Compared to the spicy skewers last night, the difference was too drastic. Tan Taiyu, who already had no appetite, hesitated for a moment before drinking the porridge in one gulp. After finishing, she immediately froze. This seemingly ordinary bowl of millet porridge also contained the power of Dao fragments. She watched as Su Dianian ate spoonful by spoonful, occasionally smacking her lips. Long Wen, seeing Tan Taiyu drink so quickly followed suit. Could it be that what Suyi gave them to eat was some ancient holy item? Did this human child eat this regularly? If that were the case, how could she not be strong? She must be incredibly powerful, which was why she couldn't see through it. Su Diandian, seeing Tan Taiyu staring at her, swallowed and said, "Brother, sister, you eat so fast." Tan Taiyu once again assessed Su Diandian, who seemed not very clever. "You eat slowly. Finish up and go to school," Suyi said, as he leisurely slurped his porridge. Su Diandian quickly finished her porridge and asked, "Today, there's no school. Suyi brother, can you take me out to play?" Realizing the ongoing immortal testing, Suyi thought that many teachers might not have resumed work yet, and suspending classes was normal. But to take Su Diandian out to play, where to go? Sectors were not fully resumed to normalcy yet. Then eat quickly. Suyi didn't refuse Su Diandian, as it seemed he had never taken her out to play before. Having 2 children around was not a big deal, but Su Diandian wasn't as tough as Long Wen and the others. Taking her out to play, it was better not to get into conflicts. Children shouldn't see too much violence. "Where do you want to play?" Suyi asked, leaving the decision up to Su Diandian. Looking up, wiping the rice grains from her mouth with her sleeve, Su Diandian said, "Let's go to the zoo to see the big brain axe." As she spoke, Suyi's divine sense unconsciously locked onto a zoo called 100 Beasts Garden. How intriguing. Ziqing worked fast. How many demonic beasts had come? Before the Beast Park, it was originally the largest zoo in Qingzhou, but now, it has been bought by Ziqing. Yes, he bought it. Ziqing just arrived in Qingzhou yesterday. Initially, he intended to directly control the owner of the Beast Park, but fortunately, he was delayed for a bit. He first went to find Tanziyu and the others, then went to the zoo. When he thought of what Suyi said to him, he couldn't help but shudder. Although Suyi did not attack him, nor did he emit any oppressive aura, judging from Tanziyu and Longwen's attitudes, Suyi must be an extremely terrifying existence. Because of this, he specifically went to find a law book to read. After reading it, he decided to buy the zoo through normal channels. It's just money, right? He directly exchanged a bead brought from the immortal realm with the owner for the entire zoo. Then, he used the treasure to open the passage between the mortal realm and the immortal realm, and in just 5 minutes, more than 20 powerful monster beasts descended from the immortal realm. All of these had signed contracts with Suyi's 3 corpses, becoming monster beasts serving the extraterritorial demons. Each of their strengths surpassed Tanziyu. Ultimately, it was because Tanziyu and the others were too weak that they acted as the vanguard. Ziqing, didn't we agree that you would occupy the entire original world first before the master comes down? Why did you use the treasure given by the master so early? The master is not done killing in the immortal realm. A man dressed in splendid clothes stared at Ziqing and said coldly, "And Swanshan, the demon king, they are not together. What's the point of what you're doing?" Ziqing almost cried out. He said, reporting to Senior Xiangliu, "Old Drunkard and the others are all dead. If it weren't for him running fast, he probably wouldn't even have had the chance to open the passage to the immortal realm." Especially considering Tanziyu and Longwen's attitudes, the more he thought about it, the more terrified he felt. He should hurry and invite these demon kings over. Tanziyu and Longwen are also dead. The old man's eyes flashed green, unbelievably saying, "Does the original world have such terrifying beings?" Tanziyu and Longwen were also considered demon kings. Even facing those god kings, they shouldn't just die like that. Ziqing stood trembling in front of the old man and finally had to say, "Tanziyu and Longwen are not dead. I and Old Drunkard broke into a place called Blood Witch Sect, where we encountered a filthy Earth Reborn witch god. The struggle between the demon race has always been bloody. That's also why Don Taiyue and the others are not willing to avenge their fallen comrades. Back in the immortal realm, if it weren't for the two demon emperors watching over them, they would probably have been devoured by other demon kings long ago. When Suyi said he wanted to go to the zoo, Dan Taiyue and Long Wen also sensed the surging demon energy in Qingzhou City. The two little ones probably guessed something had happened. Ziqing used that treasure to connect the passage between the origin world and the immortal realm. Other great demons descended into this world. Dan Taiyue couldn't help but feel worried as she looked in the direction of the zoo. What is that fool Ziqing up to anyway? Is he planning to bring down those demon kings now? If you want to bring them down, fine. But can you not appear directly in front of Suyi's eyes? After seeing those two divine pills, Dan Taiyue became even more certain that Suyi is at least a saint of the human race. A human race saint, unmatched without a demon emperor, but judging from the demon energy, there doesn't seem to be a demon emperor level presence descending. Ziqing looked at the various demon kings clamoring to kill Dan Taiyue and the others and felt somewhat uneasy inside. He had listened to Suyi's words and wanted to act in accordance with the rules, exchanging the zoo with beads from the immortal realm and connecting the passage between the immortal realm and the origin world, hoping to keep things low-key, and they arrived. Emperor Zhang, who had yet to be solved, and a mysterious Suyi are in the mix, while Xiangliu has already contemplated turning on their own kind. The Xiangliu clan is indeed ruthless and vicious. Lord Xiangliu, do we need to test that person's strength first? Ziqing still finds Suyi unfathomable. He is a descendant of the divine beast by Z, though many generations removed. His bloodline has weakened, but his instincts are sharp. Xiangliu exuded a green aura and sneered. We need to test indeed. Let's make the lowly humans in the vicinity my subordinates first. Ziqing, seeing the green aura emanating from Xiangliu, couldn't help but swallow hard. The Xiangliu clan is notorious for its cruelty, and the poison in his body could decimate a city, turning all humans in Qingzhou into walking corpses. Slaughter. Xiangliu is set on massacring the city. The other great demons cheered along. Ziqing, you come to the origin world then do nothing, letting the dead die and the captive be captive. You're simply useless. If not for the sake of your ancestors, this lord would have killed you by now. Xiangliu's long, narrow eyes exuded a killing intent. Ziqing felt a chill down his spine and immediately knelt before Xiangliu in fear. Forgive me, Lord Xiangliu. HMPH. Xiangliu snorted, wanting to spread his poison gas. As an outsider demon who made a pact, killing would make him stronger. Xiangliu even thought, if he could slaughter all living beings in the origin world before the other demon emperors arrived, how much stronger would he become? Could he surpass his ancestors? After all, he had witnessed the power of that individual. Even the demon emperors would meet a dead end if they refused to honor that individual's pact. Xiangliu suddenly discovered that once his poison gas left his body within a yard of range, it automatically dissipated. It didn't weaken but disappeared altogether. This unexpected change left him puzzled, and he tried again, but the poison gas couldn't spread out. How could this be? He currently possessed 7 Xiangliu heads, born with 3 and gaining more with each breakthrough in cultivation. In his clan, only their ancestor had 8 heads at most. Having such innate talents, killing a god king wouldn't be a challenge. His soul-devouring poison could spread for miles in the immortal realm, but in the origin world, it only reached a yard. Xiangliu frowned and tried again. To his surprise, his soul-devouring poison couldn't be unleashed this time. 3 strikes and you're out. A voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Doom. A buzzing sound rang in Xiangliu's ears, as if eyes were watching him from the shadows, causing his soul to tremble. He had no doubt that if he used the soul-devouring poison once more, he would disappear from this world. Heavens! Fear filled Xiangliu's eyes. The only thing he could think of was the heavens. Only the heavens could emit such terrifying pressure. It's been said that each race has its own fortune. If the human race's fortune is thriving, even saints can't harm human kings or harm mortals for no reason, or they would incur heavenly retribution. This is why in the past, the human saints preferred not to intervene personally but use the heavens and earth as a chessboard, and all beings as pawns, fearing divine retribution. In this light, massacring a city's inhabitants might indeed provoke divine retribution. As this thought crossed Xiangliu's mind, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. It's a good thing the heavens mentioned the 3-strike rule. Little did he know that the one who spoke those words wasn't the heavens, but Suyi. Suyi quite enjoys this modern civilization and won't allow such wanton killing by this little snake. Not killing him outright is simply because Suyi can't be bothered to do so. After all, it's just an attempted crime. A verbal warning is sufficient. One demon king, seeing Xiangliu retracting his mystic powers, couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Lord Xiangliu, what are you doing?" Enraged and embarrassed, Xiangliu suddenly transformed into 7 huge serpent heads and devoured the demon king in a swift motion. The other demon kings dared not say anything and simply looked at Xiangliu warily. "What this lord wants to do doesn't concern any of you." Xiangliu put away his manifestation, his icy gaze sweeping over the assembled demons. Through gritted teeth, he said, "Without this lord's orders, no one shall kill." He had been frightened by the voice and the terrifying pressure, but it didn't make him any more compassionate. Unable to kill the city, he naturally wouldn't allow these demons to murder indiscriminately. If Annie couldn't resist killing, he would devour the offending demon alive. What's killing mere mortals? True demons should kill demons. It's all just finding a pretext. Swallowing the demon just now, Xiangliu felt his cultivation advancing a bit. His eyes narrowed slightly, reflecting a cold light. If he devoured Dan Taiyue and Long Wen, those 2 little ones, how much stronger would he become? The thought filled him with anticipation. As he pondered this, he sensed the presence of Dan Taiyue and Long Wen drawing closer. Oh, they're getting closer. Xiangliu's spiritual awareness extended, already locking onto Dan Taiyue and Long Wen. What about this human beside them? A lowly human. There's nothing particularly remarkable about his aura. A saint? Ridiculous. He couldn't massacre the city, but killing 1 or 2 humans shouldn't be a big deal. Neither should attract divine attention. After Suyi took the 3 little ones out of the house, he first went to the bus stop to wait for the bus, and then took the subway. Even though many people resigned to test for immortal cultivation qualifications, there are still many ordinary people who work diligently without hope for immortal cultivation. Is it true that emperors and generals enjoy some kind of tranquility? Some people hold grand ambitions, while others are willing to accept their own ordinariness and live a quiet and normal life. Suyi greatly enjoys the convenience and tranquility brought by technology. He had already let go of Xiangliu, but as soon as he sat on the subway and took out a book to read quietly, Xiangliu actually attempted to kill him from afar. The most crucial part was that he even used divine consciousness to attack Suyi's soul. Suyi sighed, lowered his head, and opened the book. He was somewhat puzzled. How could this little crawling creature be so incomprehensible? Using divine consciousness to attack his soul, how cute of a behavior is that? In the Beast Garden, under the scrutiny of many demon kings, Xiangliu, who was still dominating a moment ago, suddenly widened its eyes, then slowly fell to the ground. Lord Xiangliu. The demon kings were dumbfounded. Why would he just fall asleep like that? Isn't it too cold for Lord Xiangliu to hibernate? Oh well, what hibernation? Lord Xiangliu is not an ordinary snake. But what does it mean for him to suddenly collapse like that? Could Lord Xiangliu have some profound intention? The various demon kings did not dare to act rashly. It wasn't until Suyi sitting on the subway frowned that, in the Beast Garden, besides Ziqin, the other demon kings suddenly felt a tremor in their demon souls, transforming one after another into their original forms. However, their sizes were reduced countless times compared to their original forms. Originally a group of fierce-looking creatures, they all turned ugly and cute. For example, a fierce beast named Huodo, whose body size should have been as big as a Tyrannosaurus rex, covered in flames, with sharp interlocking teeth, giving off a fierce appearance. But now, it had turned into the size of an adult golden retriever, with the flames on its body gone, replaced by a smooth coat of fiery red fur. Especially the confusion and perplexity in its big eyes. Looking at the creatures around that had shrunk countless times, it was stunned. It wanted to use its supernatural powers, but found that it couldn't muster any strength. The other demon kings were the same. After surveying their surroundings, they found that, besides Ziqin, the other demon kings had all turned into silly and cute animals. All the demon kings were in a panic. What kind of situation was this? It's one thing to have their power sealed, but even if they were returned to their original forms, at the very least, it shouldn't have been like this. They circled around Ziqin, wanting to interrogate him about what had happened. It should have been hysterical shouting, the kind that was deafening. Yet the sound they made turned out to be similar to the cute cooing sounds of little pets. They had gone mad. Completely crazy. Was this the kind of sounds they, as Demon King fierce creatures, should be making? If this got out, where would their dignity be? No. At this point, they weren't even considering matters of dignity. They came to this world and suddenly all collectively turned into this stupid appearance. If they were to remain like this forever, what should they do? Ziqin was completely at a loss. Over 20 Demon Kings, including top-level Demon King bloodlines like Xiang Liwei, had all transformed in an instant. How could he accept this? It was even more terrifying than when they had rushed to Blood Witch Sect and discovered a resurrected dirt god. After all, just moments ago, they were still discussing going to kill the Emperor Jian's avatar. Demon Kings. I have no idea what happened, Ziqin exclaimed in panic, unable to fathom what had occurred. The Demon Kings were still gathered around him, babbling aimlessly. Can anyone tell me what happened? Ziqin looked up at the sky, his mind exploding. He had already noticed that all the Demon Kings had lost their demonic powers, and they couldn't even maintain their basic demon forms. He had come for reinforcements. By a zoo. And did they really have to keep animals in the future? Ziqin looked at the group of Demon Kings, now turned into cube creatures, tears streaming down his face, while Suyi sat on the subway, reading a book with only a few people around. After all, he was taking little Ton to see the giant brain axe. He couldn't let the child see some strange things. Suyi was very considerate. Su Dian sat obediently next to Suyi, watching him read without disturbing him, holding hands with Tan Taiyue. Tan Taiyue was originally very proud, back in the fairy realm, besides Longwen and a few demon emperors with whom she had a good relationship. No one else could touch her hands. But when Su Dian came forward to hold her hand, she dared not refuse. She couldn't figure out this human child. If she rejected him, what if Su Dian got angry and plucked all her fur? The saying goes, when demons are under the eats, they have to extend their claws. Sister Yue, have you seen the giant brain axe? Giant brain axe? Tan Taiyue shook her head, saying, I haven't seen it. She had seen plenty of fierce beasts in the fairy realm, but she had never seen a giant brain axe. Su Dian smiled smugly, saying, me neither. Tan Taiyue looked at Su Dian's proud smile and was confused. You haven't seen it, so why are you so proud? She looked silly. But I saw it in a fairy tale book. Su Dian blinked her long eyelashes and said, the giant brain axe looks similar to a little kitten, but the teacher said that kittens are the masters of the giant brain axe. Tan Taiyue didn't know what she was trying to say. So, the giant brain axe should be smaller than a kitten. I can grab it by the neck with one hand and lift it up. Su Dian tilted her head back with a strategic head tilt, smiling at Tan Taiyue. If it charges over, I will protect you. Tan Taiyue didn't even know what a kitten was, but listening to Su Dian, that giant brain axe and kitten seemed to be more formidable beasts than her. She needed Su Dian's protection to be safe. That must be what it meant. Tan Taiyue figured out this crucial issue, thanking Su Dian. Thank you, Dian. Suyi couldn't help but ask, Su Dian, which teacher said you can grab a big tiger with one hand? It was Teacher Wen. Su Dian wrinkled her brow suddenly, thought for a moment, and said, it should be Sister Li. They look exactly the same. Talking about this, Su Dian also mentioned two identical sisters and the fairy grass in Suyi's yard. Suyi didn't know if Tan Taiyue understood, but by the looks of it, she seemed quite bewildered. Suyi and the others finally arrived at the zoo. Ziqin didn't directly put up a closed sign. The zoo's gate was simply closed but not locked. However, because he bought the zoo and dismissed all the employees, he intentionally released a strong demonic energy, causing people within several square kilometers to involuntarily stay away. Furthermore, many people were currently testing their ability to cultivate immortality, so there were no visitors in the zoo now. Su Dian held Suyi's finger and arrived at the zoo entrance, only to find that there seemed to be no one inside the zoo. Is the zoo closed too? Su Dian was a little slow, but she wasn't silly. Seeing the empty place, she began to suspect that the uncle and aunt at the zoo weren't working either. Suyi said, are you silly? Since the gate isn't locked, of course they should be working. Oh. Su Dian had no knowledge about these things. She was young. With Zhang Ting not around, Old John definitely wouldn't have brought her to play in the zoo. An elderly person like Old John would be afraid of animals frightening and biting children, so he wouldn't let Su Dian come. This was Su Dian's first time visiting the zoo. Suyi pushed open the zoo's gate without dispersing the demonic energy inside the zoo. However, within a radius of 100 meters, there was no demonic energy. This kind of energy made ordinary people feel uncomfortable and nauseous. Because Ziqin deliberately released this energy, anyone who insisted on staying nearby would ultimately end up in the hospital. Suyi didn't want this little one to be nauseated before they even started playing. When they arrived, Ziqin immediately sensed it, especially the aura of Dan Taiyue and Lan Wen. Ziqin could still perceive them. They've come at this time. Ziqin was on the verge of collapse when Suyi arrived. It felt like adding insult to injury. A terrible thought suddenly flashed through his mind, wondering if Suyi was behind all this, if it was really him. Thinking of this, Ziqin broke out in a cold sweat. This man is somewhat terrifying. Helplessly, he could only say to the Demon Kings who had turned into cute pets, "Wait a moment. Demon Kings, Dan Taiyue and the person with her have arrived. I'll go check it out." "Check on what?" "Yad. Come up with a solution for us. We can't stay like this forever." They were speaking the language of beasts, so Ziqin could understand them. Ziqin smiled wryly. "I suspect that all of you have turned into this because of the man beside Dan Taiyue." "What? How is that possible?" The Demon Kings were shocked once again. "I felt a powerful aura as if it came from the ancient times, and then I turned like this." "I did too. That aura is definitely more terrifying than the holy people of the human race. I think it must be the will of heaven. Apart from the will of heaven, there shouldn't be such terrifying power in the world." The Demon Kings discussed, and at the same time, they discovered that Xian Lixi had died. In this situation, they started asking Xian Lixi because here, Xian Lixi's strength was the strongest. But they quickly found out that Xian Lixi had no trace of vital energy. Finally, they let Ziqin feel Xian Lixi's demonic soul. Ziqin also gathered the courage to investigate Xian Lixi's situation and finally found that Xian Lixi's demonic soul had died violently. The demonic soul was gone. In other words, Xian Lixi was completely dead, and his body had turned into a 2-meter-long small snake. It only had a head and a pitch-black body. Not knowing who started it, the other Demon Kings rushed forward and devoured Xian Lixi's body. The prestigious strong ones of the Xian Lixi clan not only died inexplicably, but also left no remains. Ziqin ultimately restrained himself and did not vie with these Demon Kings for Xian Lixi's remains. Under the escort of a group of Demon Kings, Ziqin strode out. He hadn't gone far before seeing Suyi and the others. Wow. Su Diandian saw Ziqin and the 20-odd cute little animals entwined around him, and couldn't help exclaiming. Dan Taiyue and Lan Wen shivered all over, stunned in place, speechless. They could of course see that these cute little animals were the Demon Kings who were rampant in the fairy world, killing countless immortals. How did they end up like this? Could it be that an anomaly occurred when they came from the fairy world to this world? Oh my! It's so terrible. They seem to have lost all their demonic power. So what was the point of Ziqin bringing them to this world? "Mr. Su, nice to see you again." Ziqin greeted Suyi once he saw him. His unnatural smile was truly awkward. What kind of grace and elegance? Not at all. He had been scared by Suyi, even though Suyi hadn't done anything frightening in front of him. But he was still scared. Suyi also smiled kindly and said, "Hello. I brought the children here to play today. Welcome. Welcome." Ziqin introduced himself. "Mr. Su. We were in a hurry last time, and I didn't introduce myself." "Ziqin, right?" Suyi smiled and nodded. Then a voice echoed in Ziqin and the minds of the major Demon Kings. "As long as this little one has a good time today, I'll return your demonic power. But if she's not happy ... you'll have to wait." Wait. Suyi loved cooking the most. The demon beasts collectively petrified. This voice, what he meant. So all of this was really his doing. All the demon beasts stared at Suyi without blinking. At this moment, they couldn't sense any aura from Suyi, nor did they have that ability, but they were almost frightened into a stupor. They previously speculated that it was the punishment of the heavens, never imagining that it was done by man. This man directly deprived them of their demonic power, turning them into their current state. Moreover, a powerhouse like Xian Lixi had directly perished without any warning signs. What kind of strength did this man possess? "Don't just stand there. Haven't you heard what the master said? You must make that noble princess happy." A fierce beast that looked like a pig finally came to its senses, hurried forward, and with short legs, bounced towards Su Diandian. It gently rubbed her leg with its head. "Yeah. It was indeed a fierce beast before. Its true form had fangs that were several meters long, but now it looked as cute as an underage piglet. Su Diandian was happy to see this little creature come over and rub against her leg, so she smiled and bent down to caress its back. The other fierce beasts also came forward, surrounded Su Diandian and made affectionate noses, seeking caresses and love. Dan Taiyue and Longwen have completely collapsed. Hey, you guys are demon kings. Do the demon kings know? Can you have a little dignity? This really brings shame to the demon race. Ooh, truly ashamed to be associated with them. Dan Taiyue and Longwen don't know what is happening, and they haven't heard what Suyi said to the demon kings, so naturally, they would think that this group of demon kings is actively trying to please Su Diandian. Su Diandian was originally holding hands with Dan Taiyue, but now more than 20 demon kings are surrounding Su Diandian, acting cute and spoiled next to her, pushing Dan Taiyue aside. Sister Yue, Su Diandian found it fascinating at first, but she quickly realized that her hand was separated from Dan Taiyue, and all these little creatures were clustering around her, so she couldn't help but shout, "Brother Suyi, are they going to eat me?" Su Diandian grabbed a fierce creature that looked like a rabbit and asked, "Brother Suyi, is this Bunny Bunny?" Suyi gave her a look, with her asking such a question. He felt it was more likely that Su Diandian wanted to eat it herself. It said that the rabbit in Suyi's yard is still quite fat now. Hearing Su Diandian's words, the demon kings were scared and dispersed. If they were misunderstood, things would be hard to handle. "Brother, are you the zookeeper?" Su Diandian asked Zichin as she held the fierce creature in her hand. Zichin was also quite frightened by her question. This little human child must not be offended. "Yes, I am the zookeeper." Su Diandian tilted her head and asked again, "Do you have a big tiger in your zoo?" Suyi had already corrected her pronunciation on the subway. "Big tiger." "Yes. Do you want to see it?" Zichin still had some knowledge about the animals in this world. He had been to the zoo and knew of a fierce creature called a tiger. Well, in this world, it could be considered fierce. Compared to the demon kings surrounding Su Diandian, it was nothing, at most just a prey. Su Diandian let go of the fierce creature in her hand, then turned and held Dan Taiyue and Long Wen, saying, "Sister Yue, Brother Long, shall we go see the big tiger?" Okay. Dan Taiyue still hadn't fully recovered. What's wrong with these demon kings, fawning over Su Diandian like this? As for how terrifying the big tiger in Su Diandian's mouth was, SS's. Dan Taiyue couldn't help but have a daring thought. Could it be that all these demon kings in front of her had turned into the current appearance because of the big tiger mentioned by Su Diandian? What level of fierce creature would that be? Thinking of this, Dan Taiyue held Su Diandian's hand even tighter. Without Su Diandian's protection, would she also turn into someone like these demon kings? Dan Taiyue imagined herself reverting to her original form, and with her body size reduced so much, not to mention the loss of a lot of fur, she thought about how ugly it would be. No, this wasn't about being ugly or not. The most important thing was the deprivation of demon power. With an uneasy feeling, Dan Taiyue followed Su Diandian forward. Zichin led the way in front. His thoughts were different from Dan Taiyue's. He thought that this little human child might prefer animals like tigers, which had less aggressiveness. It must be like this. Even though these demon kings had turned into their current appearance, they were actually very aggressive. This little human child's strength must be extraordinary. In her presence, whether she was strong or not was already not so important. Perhaps the tiger in the zoo was her favorite pet. It was possible. Suyi also followed slowly behind. Zichin led them to the room holding the tiger, separated by bulletproof glass. The room was quite spacious, with a fake mountain inside, providing enough space for the tiger to play comfortably. But right now, this tiger wasn't relaxed at all. A group of demon kings had all come over. Its animal instinct told it that these things in front of it were very terrible beings. As the king of all beasts, the king on its head seemed to have changed to danger. Su Diandian stood in front of the glass enclosure, and Zichin also stopped in his tracks. Outside the glass enclosure hung a sign that read, "Northeast Tiger, keep away." It should be here. Zichin felt he hadn't taken a wrong turn. The Northeast Tiger inside was already hiding behind the fake mountain, trembling in fear. Dan Taiyue also nervously squeezed Su Diandian's hand. Su Diandian, seeing the tiger towering over her even when crouched, was dumbfounded, with her mouth slightly open, forgetting to speak. All the demon kings, seeing Su Dian silent, held their breaths and dared not make a sound. The atmosphere seemed to become oppressive. Suddenly, Su Dian burst into tears. This cry scared all the demon kings out of their wits. "Little ancestor, don't cry. If you're unhappy, we'll just let that silly tiger inside eat you. But please don't cry." All the demon kings shivered along with Su Dian's cry. Su Yi's words to them in the courtyard were still echoing like thunder in their ears. "If this little one cries, will they all suffer? This isn't a big tiger." Su Dian wiped her tears, pouted, her belief collapsing. She thought the little kitten was the big tiger's master, but this tiger was much larger. "Sister Yue, this isn't a big tiger." "Woo woo woo." Su Dian cried very sadly. This wasn't just about her belief collapsing. She had told Danta Yue on the subway that she could lift a big tiger with one hand. Seeing such a big tiger now, she was completely crushed. Would Sister Yue think she was bragging? Su Yi walked up and patted Su Dian's head, saying with a smile, "Silly little one, this is the big tiger. Weren't you going to lift its tiger skin? Do you want me to take you inside?" "Woo woo. Brother Su Yi is mean. I don't want to play with you anymore." Su Dian cried, pushed aside Su Yi's hand on her head, then explained to Danta Yue, "Sister Yue, I didn't lie to you. It was Sister Li who said the big tiger is only this tall." As she spoke, Su Dian gestured. According to her gestures, the tiger could probably jump and hit her knee. Even a teddy is taller than that. That Li Yue always fools kids. Su Yi did not blame these demon kings because of Su Dian's crying tantrum. Su Dian was a crybaby to begin with. Crying is good for children. Su Dian didn't cry for long. The tigers at the zoo, sensing a certain terrifying aura, did not dare to be unruly. Instead, they were like frightened little animals, hiding in corners and staring at the group of people and those terrifying demon kings with pitiful eyes. "Su Dian, wipe your runny nose." Su Yi looked at Su Dian, who had tear stains all over her face and a bubble of snot, playing happily with the demon kings. He took out a tissue and handed it to her. Su Dian wiped her nose and then handed the tissue back to Su Yi. Su Yi took the tissue, walked to a nearby trash can, and threw it away. He then sat nearby, watching Su Dian and the demon kings having a great time. The demon kings were scared the whole time, afraid that if the human child wasn't happy, they would be in real trouble. They played from early morning until 1:30 in the afternoon. Su Dian finally got tired of playing, and the demon kings, who had all been turned cute and fluffy by Su Yi, were very comfortable to cuddle with. Su Dian mostly spent her time laughing and having fun. Occasionally, if someone stumbled and fell, several demon kings immediately rushed to cushion the fall, and even if she fell, it was onto something soft. "Is this not comfortable to play like this?" The whole afternoon, Su Yi didn't do anything else but accompany Su Dian and the others to eat and drink around. Milk tea, snacks, spicy noodles. Su Dian ate so much that her belly was round and her face was full of a contented smile. However, Danta Yue couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow when she saw the demon kings turn back into their original forms. In fact, half an hour after Su Yi and the others left, the demon kings and Bai Di String had all returned to their human forms, their demon powers completely restored. It was probably because they had devoured Xian Liuxi, and they could feel their own strength greatly enhanced. But it was Su Yi's voice that appeared in their minds. "All demons, report to the IG Club at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon to receive a temporary residence permit. Latecomers will not be entertained." Temporary residence permit? The demon kings suddenly felt like their brains couldn't keep up. What is a temporary residence permit? Zi Qin, who had studied criminal law and had read many books since coming to this world, explained. A temporary residence permit is a document used to register mobile populations and provide corresponding services for them. The demon kings had never heard of such a thing before. Wherever they went before, they never needed any proof. They just occupied a place directly. Indigenous people, they were all treated as food or killed directly. They descended into this original world to dominate it, and now they needed a temporary residence permit. Well, could they dare to refuse? Su Yi said only tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock, and they dared not act against it. Not obtaining the permit would mean they didn't want to stay in this place, which might suggest they were no longer necessary to exist. Thinking about what had just happened, even if they had 100 times more courage, they still couldn't say, I won't get this permit. Since Master Su has said so, let's go. Zichin said, all demon kings must abide by the laws of this world. I was warned by Master Su yesterday. Zichin was glad he listened to the advice and followed the law. He couldn't even imagine what the consequences would be if he had done something bad these past few days. Just die straight away like Xian Liuxi. Thinking about it, he could only feel a chill down his spine and shuddered. I'll still go get one. Now, these demon kings no longer thought about killing the Dijon avatar. It was good enough to be alive. And with Xian Liuxi dead, all of them combined might not be able to deal with him. Provoking a witch god who controlled the power of space was already a huge risk. In the evening, Suyi called Lao Yan. There seemed to be no one on Lao Yan's end, so he lowered his voice as if he were a secret agent and asked, Senior Su, what are your orders? Suyi said, it's not an order. Tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock, there will be a group of demon kings from the immortal realm. I think we should issue them a residence permit and educate them on the laws. From the immortal realm, demon kings from the immortal realm. Lao Yan's scalp tingled at the thought of white demon kings would appear in this world. And the quantity Suyi mentioned wasn't just one, but a group. After some thought, Suyi said, yes, these demon kings can basically kill cultivators in the ascension stage at will. If not properly restrained to follow the law, it could easily cause social unrest. Lao Yan was at a loss for words. Demon kings able to kill cultivators in the ascension stage at will. How could they be restrained? If someone else said this, Lao Yan would probably tell them to just get lost. But since Suyi had said it, did that mean Suyi had already subdued these powerful demon kings? With that in mind, Lao Yan couldn't help but tear up. He was grateful to have a strong figure like Suyi in this world. Otherwise, faced with this situation, he wouldn't know what to do. Hearing Lao Yan's silence, Suyi continued, there will probably be other things from other small worlds or the immortal realm coming down. We must develop a comprehensive set of regulations to restrict them. The 3,000 small worlds were on the brink of collapse, probably due to the good deeds of Suyi's third corpse. Although he had less than a fraction of Suyi's power, he was capable of causing trouble that even the immortal realm fellows couldn't stop. The power difference was just too great. When Suyi wielded his third corpse, he had actually annihilated and wiped out. It was just that over the years, he seemed to have regained consciousness and then caused a big fuss. Did that mean his third corpse was also in die? Suyi thought for a moment. If that were the case, he could only give him a good beating once he had a solid form. Hearing Suyi's words, Lao Yan felt even more troubled. He hadn't even sorted out the matter of recruiting disciples among the cultivators, and now Suyi was telling him that people from other small worlds and even the immortal realm would also appear in this world. What a mess this world was going to become. Senior Su, where are you now? Should I come find you, so we can discuss this carefully? Lao Yan was extremely nervous. With such a big issue, he needed to talk it over with Suyi to devise a strategy. Could Suyi really become a protector of humanity? I'm busy now, going to bed. We'll talk tomorrow. Suyi looked at the sky. It was already late, and there was nothing more to discuss. He still had to deliver milk tea to Yishiak Suan. On the first day of living at the dark and damp bottom of the cliff, Yishiak Suan was feeling terrible, with no mood left for cultivation. Especially in the quiet of the night, there was no sound around her. She could only see the faint moonlight and sparse starlight in the sky. Her sleeping place was just a simple tent. For a pampered young lady like her, this was undoubtedly a hellish life. Her cooking skills were needless to say, except for Gu Tonton, who was not picky about food. Who else could eat it? Although Suyi brought her plenty of seasonings for Yishiak Suan, roasting meat was definitely more challenging than alchemy. Yishiak Suan had cut off a lot of meat from the body of the ancestral dragon in the water pool, but she finally discovered that ordinary fire couldn't roast it through, so it was pointless to talk about using the wrong seasonings. This was no longer just a matter of taste. The fire Yishiak Suan condensed could not even cook this ancestral dragon meat. Could Yishiak Suan really chew through the meat that could only be cut by a soul-cutting knife? Wasn't that a joke? So, after Suyi left, Yishiak Suan had nothing to eat. You promised milk tea, but there's none on the first day. Yishiak Suan had no mood now to refine pills or refine the Dragon Ball, feeling very unattractive. She had been completely defeated by Suyi. When he left, he even said that the milk tea would not be missing every day, but now the sky was dark, and she couldn't see anyone. And no milk tea. Men are truly deceivers. Yishiak Suan sat inside the tent unable to sleep no matter how she tried. In all her life, when had she ever been so wronged? Deceiver, Yi Xiaoxuan muttered in frustration, holding a blade of grass in her mouth. Who are you calling a deceiver? Just as she mumbled to herself, a voice suddenly rang in her ears. Yi Xiaoxuan trembled with excitement upon hearing the voice, but quickly calmed down, tightly clenching her fist and grumbling, "Who else could it be? Of course, it's you." Before she finished her words, Suyi had already sat down beside her without her noticing, holding a cup of milk tea. "Jasmine cheese tea with ice, milk foam, and sugar," Suyi said. Yi Xiaoxuan finally couldn't hold back anymore. She took the milk tea, asking, "Is there a lot of ice?" "I don't know." Suyi really didn't know these things. Anyway, it was just a small cup of milk tea, so he had no idea if there was a lot of ice in it. Yi Xiaoxuan took a sip with a straw and murmured softly, "This has too little ice. Give it to me." Suyi reached out his hand. Yi Xiaoxuan unknowingly handed the milk tea to Suyi. Suyi took the cup, then handed it back, saying, "Take a look now if it has enough ice." Yi Xiaoxuan took the milk tea back again, sipping once more. Oh, it was all ice shavings. It was indeed icy enough. "I'll drink it later." Yi Xiaoxuan smiled wryly. Even if Suyi didn't just turn it into a solid block of ice, it was already good enough for her. Suyi said, "Well then, I'll go now. Keep up with your cultivation. You're leaving already?" Yi Xiaoxuan widened her eyes. She didn't really just want to drink milk tea, she just wanted to chat with Suyi. Suyi narrowed his eyes. "What have you done all day? Don't you want to leave here?" "No. The dragon meat just won't cook through. I haven't eaten anything all day." Yi Xiaoxuan could go without eating for a day or two at her current golden core stage. But when a girl said these things, she actually hoped to be cared for. Suyi thought for a moment and said, "Let me teach you how to use Samadhi True Fire. It should be able to cook it. Concentrate your mind. Combine your thoughts." Suyi had already started teaching Yi Xiaoxuan how to use Samadhi True Fire. Yi Xiaoxuan fell silent. What she really wanted was for Suyi to ask her a few questions in caring tones, rather than teaching her Samadhi True Fire directly. But since Suyi had already started teaching, Yi Xiaoxuan could only put down the milk tea and follow along. The heart is the fire of the monarch, also known as the divine fire, named the upper ignorance. The kidney is the fire of the minister, also known as the essence fire, named the middle ignorance. The bladder, below the navel, the people's fire, named the lower ignorance. Suyi's voice sounded like a divine teaching in her ears. There are 3 types of fire in the human body: the fire of the eyesight, the fire of thought, and the fire of breath. When these 3 fires are combined, with a heavy focus on thought and a gaze that does not waver, it is called martial fire. With light thought, seemingly there and not there, it is called literary fire. Suyi said, "When refining pills and roasting meat, you should use literary fire. But when fighting against others, you should use martial fire." Yi Xiaoxuan gradually entered a wonderful state, feeling the fire within her body. Suyi then stood up, glanced at the milk tea placed aside, took it, and left. With Yi Xiaoxuan's aptitude, it would probably be many days again before she could take hold of this. Samadhi True Fire was not so easily learned. Perhaps Gu Tongtong could learn it in 3 days, and Yuan Haoren could learn it in about a month. As for Yi Xiaoxuan, it was estimated that she wouldn't be able to ignite a flame even after 3 months. Suyi picked up the milk tea and disappeared from the bottom of the cliff again, leaving the milk tea and rock. The reason he taught her Samadhi True Fire was actually straightforward: to roast the ancestral dragon meat thoroughly. Ordinary fire simply wouldn't do. In Suyi's eyes, cultivation and such were not that important. Priority should be given to food. Early the next morning, Lao Yang was already waiting in front of Suyi's courtyard. Suyi had stated that they would discuss important matters tomorrow, so how could he sleep? However, seeing that Suyi had said they would talk tomorrow, Lao Yang didn't dare to disturb him, and chose to come early in the morning to wait. Sorely, Suyi greeted Lao Yang with a smile upon seeing him. "Good morning, Sir Su." Lao Yang greeted Suyi as he stood in front of the courtyard gate. "Come in," Suyi said as he sat down on the stone bench in the courtyard. His high chair had been claimed by Don Ta Yuade. That little girl was actually sitting on his chair cultivating, truly knowing how to pick a spot. Longwen seemed to be subtly behind the fence, using a shovel to fertilize and water Li Yoayu's plants. The difference in treatment between boys and girls seemed to be so significant. "Sir Su, about what you told me last night, What do you think we should do? Lao Yang had already prepared his words and asked, would the immortals of the immortal realm have good intentions towards us? Su Yi didn't know where Lao Yang had heard that the immortals of the immortal realm were benevolent. If a more advanced civilization encountered a lower one, and their world was collapsing, and they had to live together with the creatures of the lower civilization, would they have good intentions? Su Yi posed such a question. Lao Yang was instantly stunned. A more advanced civilization. They also worshipped immortals. Although not as fervently as in the olden days, in his mind, immortals should generally have good intentions. If they descended to this world and lived with ordinary people, they would still be there to help and save the common folk from disaster. Su Yi enjoys reading, not just out of curiosity, but because he is more interested in understanding the thoughts of the masses. In his view, there is no absolute goodness or evil in the world. The way those immortals view ordinary people is like how humans see ants. Perhaps they were once ordinary humans, but after attaining a certain level of power and becoming so-called immortal kings or godly kings, their mindset naturally undergoes some changes. They may not intentionally do evil, but even a casual action could potentially cause unimaginable harm to ordinary people. Even if advanced civilizations have no ill intentions towards lower civilizations, the advanced civilizations are benevolent. However, if the gap between civilizations is too large, lower civilizations can also be extremely dangerous. Just like humans building a dam, humans wouldn't bother to inform mass. Humans testing nuclear weapons wouldn't bother informing dragonflies, beetles, or mosquitoes. For advanced civilizations, destroying you has nothing to do with me. Do ants understand what a boot is? Do they grasp the fear of a boot? However, the boot doesn't intend to deliberately crush the ants. This is how the relationship between advanced civilizations and lower civilizations is. They could easily squish you with a step and say, squishing you has nothing to do with me. Similarly, Su Yi never claims to be the protector of the human race, but the reality is, Su Yi enjoys his current life. It's solely because he likes it. If he didn't like it, when that little world descended last time, knowing Su Yi's character, he most likely would have ignored it, and humanity would have already faced disaster. The law of the jungle is inherent in this world. Therefore, expressing friendliness or expecting friendliness from others is futile. Only one's own strength can truly achieve peace. Just like the downfall of the Qing dynasty over 100 years ago, the weak have no say. Su Yi briefly explained to Lao Yang, who quickly understood these principles. He couldn't help but ask, Senior Su, may I ask, what realm are you really in? Realm? Su Yi laughed. The dragon behind the fence was also listening intently. Wasn't he curious about Su Yi's realm? I'm invincible. Su Yi has always been this confident. Hiss. Lao Yang couldn't help but inhale sharply. Invincible? What did that mean? Su Yi said, you don't need to mind me. Just establish corresponding rules and regulations. Regardless of who comes, they must register first and then strictly follow the rules. Even those immortals. Same. No exceptions. Su Yi didn't want to waste words. What immortals? In Su Yi's view, there is no difference between them and ordinary people. He doesn't care about what might happen in the future. In any case, he wants peace and stability. Towards noon, Ziqin had already taken the major demon kings to the IG club as he had instructed. Although they still didn't know how to use smartphones, with their divine consciousness, they could quickly find the location. However, they still had to arrive early. A group of strange-looking individuals walking down the street was quite eye-catching. These fierce beasts were notorious for their ferocity. Even when transformed into human form, their aesthetic sense naturally preferred a more vicious appearance. So, their facial features were mostly and distorted. Mama, those uncles look so ugly. A little girl burst into tears upon seeing the group of oddly-looking uncles. Her mother comforted her for a long time, but to no avail. As they walked down the street, they also caught the attention of the police officers. They simply looked too much like bad guys. Some of them were over 3 meters tall, with fierce faces exuding a strong aura of ferocity. In terms of temperament and appearance, if they went to play villains in a movie studio, the director would probably be scared into paying protection money directly. Stop and undergo inspection. Two police officers stopped them. These patrol officers didn't carry guns, and facing such a group of weird people, they couldn't help but feel a bit scared. Inspection. And Demon King coldly looked at the 2 police officers in front of him. Mere ants of the human race dared to speak to them in such a tone. The Demon Kings were basically ready to attack. If they wanted, they could easily slaughter everyone on the street without taking a minute. Hold on, please calm down, gentlemen. Ziqin quickly stepped forward to stop them, nervously saying, "Gentlemen, don't forget, no breaking the law, certainly no killing." "Killing? You want to kill people?" a policeman warned them, pointing a finger. "All of you, lean against the wall and show your ID cards." The other officer had already begun calling for backup over the radio. HQ. Suspicious group found on Hanping Street, requesting sup. Before he could finish saying port, the group in front of him had turned into black smoke and disappeared. The two policemen were dumbfounded. However, as everyone was now cultivating immortality, the 13th Department had transitioned from secrecy to coordination with various government agencies nationwide. Everyone knew about the 13th Department in China. If any cultivators or individuals with extraordinary abilities committed crimes, they could simply report it to the 13th Department. They turned into black smoke and ran away. Reported to the 13th Department. A police officer spat out, saying, "I feel like something's off about this group." Hanping Street, right? We're checking the surveillance footage now. With advanced technology, there were surveillance cameras everywhere. The police station had already sent the footage of the incident to the 13th Department. Damn. If it weren't for, I would have eaten those two mortals raw. A high demon growled, filled with rage. Ziqin took a deep breath and said, "Gentlemen, please don't be impulsive. Master Suyi warned me earlier not to break the law. As far as I know, the current law states that murderers will pay with their lives." When Ziqin said this, all the Demon Kings didn't dare provoke further. Murderers pay with their lives. Even in the immortal realm, the strong rule, and if weaker beings are killed, they're just dead. They never expected that after arriving in the primary world, they would still be bound by the law. Regardless of what these Demon Kings were thinking, the events that unfolded in the 100 Beasts Garden had instilled a deep fear of Suyi within them. Kill people. They genuinely didn't dare now. The group of Demon Kings finally arrived at the entrance of the IG Club. To avoid unnecessary trouble, they decided to let Ziqin go in first and inquire. Unable to refuse, Ziqin cautiously entered the IG Club. After all, among the group, he was the only one who still looked somewhat human. "Hello. May I help you?" The receptionist at IG was a young lady. Upon seeing Ziqin, she smiled, as Ziqin was quite handsome, fair-skinned, and carried an elegant demeanor. Nervously, Ziqin asked, "Hello, I would like to ask if Master Suyi is available." "Suyi? Sir?" This girl who received Ziqin is also a civilian staff member of the 13 offices. She certainly knows Suyi. He's the handsome one, rumored to have some relationship with Director Gu, and then sponsored by Yishiak Suan, that little brother. "Are you looking for Suyi? He's not here right now. Do you have any business with him?" The girl still felt somewhat uncomfortable with calling Suyi sir. What era is it now that this title still exists? But since they were looking for Suyi, it was very likely they were cultivators. And now Suyi is in charge of admissions for the cultivation school. This person looking for Suyi might be trying to take a shortcut. "Oh, then we'll just wait," Ziqin said. "I have some friends outside. Can they come in and wait?" Politeness. Ziqin kept reminding himself in his mind to be polite. "Oh, your friends, let them come in and sit first. I'll nudge Suyi in the group chat. Or do you have his phone number? You can call him directly to remind him." The receptionist girl didn't think much of Suyi's prowess. At most he was just good looking. Unfortunately, he was already taken by Gu Tonton and Yishiak Suan, so she didn't need to think about it. Ziqin was almost scared to death and quickly waved his hands. "No need to remind him. No need to remind him. We'll just wait. It's just that my friends might look a little scary. Just don't be afraid." Who is this girl after all? She dared to remind Suyi. But how could Ziqin and the others dare to? The girl chuckled. "Scary looking? How scary could they be? Are they all as scary as you?" In the girl's eyes, birds of a feather flocked together. Since Ziqin was so good looking, his friends should be similar. Looks like there won't be any forced blind dates this Chinese New Year. Then I'll call my friends in. Ziqin breathed a sigh of relief. After all, those monsters standing outside were really drawing attention, and if the police showed up, it would be bad. He didn't dare to commit any crimes, but being ugly, was that a crime? He went out again and called those monsters in. The receptionist girl went from laughing gently to a frozen smile, then her face turned pale. And finally, the girl felt her stomach convulsing, and she vomited. They were so ugly that it was a whole new level of ugliness, especially with a certain smell on those monsters' bodies that was hard to accept. Are these all your friends? The girl covered her mouth, feeling incredibly unimaginable. Ziqin nodded and said, we can just wait here. You don't need to rush Sui. This constant calling Sui Sir really threw the girl off guard. She even suspected whether she had traveled back to a feudal dynasty. The receptionist girl could only report the incident directly to Lao Yan over the phone. Fortunately, Lao Yan was informed by the office last night. If anyone came to collect temporary residence permits or if there were any issues, they were to report directly to him. Lao Yan didn't trust Gu Tongtong to handle these matters, as she only knew how to use physical force to address situations. Sui had said that those demon kings from the immortal world could basically kill cultivators in the Nasan soul stage easily. Gu Tongtong was strong, but against these demon kings, they were not a match. If she acted impulsively and provoked these demon kings, the consequences would be unimaginable. The receptionist girl finally snapped out of Ziqin's charm and called Lao Yan directly. Yan Lao, a group of strange people have arrived here. Not sure if they're the ones you said. We're here to collect temporary residence permits. Lao Yan was currently with Sui and was momentarily stunned. Covering the phone, he said to Sui, those demon kings should have arrived. If they're here, let them wait. Sui said, indifferent. Lao Yan couldn't help but worrying and said, if they act at the base. Sui smiled but didn't say anything. Would they dare to act? Even if Sui shifted his attention slightly, he already had the group of monsters under tight surveillance. Just now, if they dared to lay a hand on those two police officers, they would have perished on the spot. Sui could kill them with just a thought. Seeing Sui's confident smile, Lao Yan closed his mouth. If Sui was so confident, was there anything else to say? Zichen, let them wait. Don't offend them. Lao Yang immediately ordered the front desk girl. This girl was bold. She ushered Zichen and the group into the reception lounge and served them tea. The group of demon kings were dominant figures in the immortal world, but here they were cautious and didn't dare to act recklessly. Even though the receptionist girl served them tea, they didn't dare to drink it, just sat and watched. Gu Tongtong also noticed the arrival of the group of demon kings. As she entered the reception lounge, she could feel their powerful aura. Despite suppressing their presence, their terrifying aura would have killed anyone in a radius of hundreds of meters if left unchecked, killing people and bearing the consequences. This made the demon kings extra cautious. Gu Tongtong entered the reception lounge and stared at the group of people. The receptionist girl followed closely behind her. Director Gu, they said they are here to apply for temporary residence permits. I have already informed Lao Yan. Gu Tongtong nodded without saying a word, just staring at the demon kings. Although they had restrained their aura, Gu Tongtong's intuition told her that any one of them was stronger than her. Zichen was clever enough. When he heard the front desk girl call Gu Tongtong Director Gu, he stepped forward politely and greeted her. Hello, miss, we are here waiting for Sui. Sui? Gu Tongtong asked. What are you waiting for him for? Up to this point, while Gu Tongtong felt Sui was probably not simple, she still thought of him as just a foundation-building cultivator. Most of the time, she wouldn't think too much and was straightforward. She wouldn't find anything strange about them referring to Sui as Sir. Sir Sui asked us to come here to apply for temporary residence permits. Ziqing couldn't quite see through this woman in front of him. She seemed a bit unusual, but at the same time not particularly special. In the cultivator world, the so-called sacred body of heavenly Tao wasn't very special compared to these demon kings, who weren't even afraid of the immortal world divine kings, let alone a sacred body of heavenly Tao who hadn't even reached the core formation stage. Then you can wait, Gu Tongtong said, sitting down nearby to meditate, paying them no more attention. With abundant spiritual energy now, her cultivation was advancing rapidly, but there was still a long way to go before she truly rose to power. At precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Suyan Lao Yan finally arrived with a rush. On the way there, Suyan Lao Yan discussed many things and tentatively established a set of rules. Overall, the goal was to ensure the safety of ordinary residents and maintain social order. Suyan Lao Yan walked into the living room, causing this group of big demons to all stand up in fear. Sit down. They felt an intrinsic fear when they saw Suyi. How could they dare to sit down when he was still standing? If Suyi were as unpredictable as Xiang Liui, they wouldn't even know how they would die. The receptionist could clearly feel the strange people trembling. Yes, trembling. Their sizes were generally large, so even a slight tremor was very noticeable. Lao Yang is indeed powerful. They all knew he was their old leader, but merely standing here had already scared them to trembling. Lao Yang's heart was even more shocked. 26 of them. According to what Sui had said before, they could easily kill experts in the ascension stage. If these 26 monsters were left unrestrained, the whole world might fall into panic. Although technology is advanced now, Lao Yang also knew that their technology was completely useless against ascension stage experts. They could only passively take hits. Nonetheless, even after seeing Sui, these guys were still scared like this, indicating how strong Sui truly was. Sui's gaze swept over the big demons, then coldly said, "You guys, follow this pretty lady to register your names, then provide a hair sample, get a photo taken, and I'll tell you what happens next later." After he finished speaking, these big demons could only weakly nod, not even daring to speak loudly. Sui's gaze fell on Ziqin and asked, "Can you write the words here?" Ziqin nodded and said, "I can." "Then assist this pretty lady in registering, and if you're interested, you can join our unit." Sui was already planning to recruit some people for the 13 Bureau. He couldn't handle everything himself. Even the future arrival of the God King of the Immortal Realm could place them in a working position. By having more experts join, they could more easily maintain order. Interested, where would Ziqin dare to refuse? When Sui asked him, could he say he wasn't interested? Fed up with life? Then go ahead. Sui made the decision, and a group of fierce-looking big demons followed the receptionist to register their names, provide hair samples, and then sat properly waiting for their photos to be taken. Once everything was done, they returned, and Lao Yang had already brought in 20-something chairs, and they all sat obediently. Sui spoke like a teacher in class, saying solemnly, "Since you have come to this world, you must abide by the rules and regulations of this world." Understood. The group of demon kings nodded their heads like kindergarten kids, not daring to make a sound. You've just registered and provided your DNA. If you commit any illegal activities in the future, you will face corresponding punishments. In time, we will introduce laws regarding cultivators and demon cultivators, and someone will contact you later for further instructions, Sui said. Also, we have provided you with temporary residence permits. From now on, you are not allowed to change your appearance. Come to register once a month, and with a clean criminal record within a year, we will provide you with identification cards. In just a short while, Lao Yang had arranged for 26 new phones to be distributed, complete with SIM cards. The newly issued temporary residence permits also included their current photos. The group of demon kings were completely baffled. What DNA? And what was this thing they were given? It sounded like they had left behind hair, and if they committed a crime, so you would find out immediately and eliminate them on the spot. The demon kings looked around with the phones in hand, unsure what this new device was. So Yi sat down, and soon the staff from the 13 Bureau used a projector to teach these demon kings how to use the phones, introduced the functions and features, and provided them with their phone numbers. Dang. One demon king accidentally squeezed the new phone to heart and burst it, causing a spray of smoke and sparks, frightening him to shiver. This really scared him. He looked at Suyi with a face full of terror. In the end, finished. He had broken something given to him by Suyi. Sout, the demon king who broke the phone went pale, directly kneeling down and creating a big pit in the floor of the living room. These demon kings didn't use vulgar language, otherwise there would surely be an outcry. They had just broken the phone, and now they had knelt down and created such a big pit on the floor. This guy was definitely in trouble. The other demon kings looked at the one who broke the phone with some sympathy. Lord Suyi, I'm sorry. Please spare my life. The demon king over 2 meters tall said, tears flowing uncontrollably. As his tears hit the floor, more pits appeared. A generation of demon kings, actually crying in fear. Lao Yang quickly stepped forward and said, it's all right. Don't be nervous. The phone is a gift from Mr. Yang, so you don't need to compensate for it. But the floor. Suyi continued. Do you have Huaxia currency? Huaxia currency. The demon king was once again baffled, sorrowfully saying, I don't have any. Suyi said, if you don't have currency to compensate, stay here to work. Regarding your employment conditions, someone will inform you. The demon king understood he wouldn't be killed now, so he was excited and knocked his head against the floor, making more cracks appear. The house shook, and the glass windows shattered. The other demon kings looked at the one in sympathy. Suyi, I apologize, please spare me. The demon king looked at Suyi pitifully as tears streamed down his face. Suyi gave him a deep look and then walked out, telling Lao Yan, I leave the rest to you. Lao Yan nodded, with Suyi arranging for the demon kings to work for the 13 Bureau. Wasn't this indirectly increasing their combat power? A few pieces of floor, a few glass windows, a phone, and a powerful demon king could be made to work here. It was an extremely worthwhile deal. Lao Yan's eyes scanned the present demon kings, and at that moment, he even wished that these demon kings would just tear down the house. 26 demon kings who could easily kill experts in the ascension stage. But for now, it was fine. They already had two who had joined the 13 Bureau. Moving forward with emotion and reason, it wouldn't be difficult to bring in more, right? People always think that the fairy realm symbolizes a sacred place of peace, with fairy grass and exotic flowers everywhere. Little do they know, this is just like how some people who worship foreign things think that the moon in foreign countries is rounder than in their homeland. When the demon kings are in the fairy realm, they are almost always facing the threat of battle because there are too many powerful beings in the fairy realm. Whenever two powerful beings have a fight, it could result in catastrophic destruction. Those with weaker strength, if caught in the crossfire, could die on the spot. Because of this, when faced with a situation, they either choose to fight to the death or submit directly. They are mostly of the brute type. In their belief, there is only one simple principle: might makes right. Now it is obvious that Suyi is overwhelmingly strong, and whatever Suyi says, they must obey unconditionally. On the way to the base, Lao Yan had already discussed with Suyi the arrangements for dealing with these demon kings. The first step is to make them familiar with this society. Teaching them how to use mobile phones is just the beginning, followed by teaching them the law and popularizing some Chinese cultural knowledge. As these demon kings learn how to use mobile phones, except for Ziqin, surprisingly, all of them end up exploding the phones. Indeed, it is unavoidable. Their power is too great, and these demon kings do not know how to control their strength. The phone screens under their fingers are fragile. Lao Yan couldn't help but chuckle when he saw them explode the phones. Everyone, the first phone is a gift from me, but for the second one, I really can't afford it. Lao Yan, with his small eyes, grinned like a sly fox. The second one costs 6,800. If you are willing to work here, the monthly salary is 5,000, so you can quickly repay it. We also provide free meals and accommodation. Assimilation. It is necessary to assimilate these stubborn demon kings, even make them love this land. Can we do without the phones? One demon king cleverly asked. If they want a phone, then they must work here, otherwise, it won't be possible. Lao Yan smirked. Of course, you can do without. But, if Mr. Su needs to contact you and you don't have a phone, he might not be able to reach you. Personal suggestion is that you should have one. By bringing up Suyi, these demon kings suddenly had no further objections. It feels a bit like forcing a sale. Most likely, you can do without the phone, but if you do, Suyi may sweep you away. When demon kings are in the fairy realm, they are generally considered overlords in their domains. Anyone who knows them can end up dead. When have they ever suffered such grievances? Being forced to buy and sell by a mortal. This grievance. The demon kings thought of what Suyi did yesterday and felt as if a pair of eyes were watching them. It seemed as if Suyi was standing behind them, a terrifying shadow looming over them. The grievance had to be endured. In the end, their lives were more important. Next, Lao Yan had someone bring over several boxes of new phones. Dang, dang, dang. In the reception room, the explosions continued. The expressions on the demon king's faces were surely priceless. 6,800 to 6,800. Lao Yan didn't consider it a waste even though they were breaking the phones. He had several boxes brought in, 500 of them. Play and break them. The more, the better. Rest assured, when you work in our company, it's mostly about learning. We provide meals and accommodation, and we don't ask you to do much. You will receive a monthly salary of 5,000. Lao Yan didn't really intend to enslave these demon kings solely through Suyi's influence. However, these demon kings were indeed dangerous, and if left alone, even if they did not have malicious intent, their actions could harm innocent people. It was better to keep them close, making them aware of the rules and laws. The demon kings didn't have many objections to this treatment, mainly because they didn't dare object. They cautiously learned how to use the phones. Lao Yang carried out his plans methodically, while Suyi was also busy. Since the 13 parties had already directly appear in the sight of the common people, there was no need for training at the base in the future. Suyi, you're here. Let me show you the latest research results. Dr. Li Qingyuan immediately focused on Suyi as soon as he entered the base. Among the many staff members of the 13 parties, Li Qingyuan had his eye on Suyi, not for any other reason, but because Suyi had displayed great power with his 089 battle armor last time, proving that his research was not in vain. And then he pulled off incredible feats on the computer. Li Qingyuan thought Suyi was the person he had been looking for. Suyi was also interested in modern technology, so when Li Qingyuan called him, he eagerly went over. Previously, there were significant flaws in implanting chips into the eyes of ferocious beasts. Now I have implanted the chips into their hearts through machines, as you suggested, and formed a 3D image remotely controlled by satellites. Li Qingyuan grew more excited as he spoke. We tried it a few days ago. Even Tauntaun couldn't penetrate the defenses, and that was not even controlled by you. If you control it, it will be invincible. Li Qingyuan was thrilled and looked straight into Suyi's eyes, asking, "Do you want to try?" Suyi looked at the large screen in front of him, lost in thought. These ferocious beasts were not native to this world, and their strength was definitely unmatched by the cultivators of this world. Implanting chips into the hearts of ferocious beasts, if controlled properly, could easily handle cultivators of the Golden Core realm. "I can try," Suyi said, but with a different opponent. Suyi's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, "You wait here." He walked into the reception room and pointed at the first Demon King who had just received the phones. "You, come out." The Demon King had carefully manipulated the phones, tapping them cautiously several times, without any accidents. A slight smile appeared on his lips, but when he heard Suyi's call, his fingers trembled. Dang! Another explosion, and then a series of explosions followed. Suyi's shout startled the other Demon Kings as well. Lao Yan, witnessing the scene, smiled wordlessly, harboring hidden intentions. Let them explode. The more they explode, the longer they will stay. Little did he know, the Demon King that Suyi pointed at had a particularly complex emotion at that moment. The Demon King was summoned to the hall by Suyi, and everyone else looked at him with a sympathetic gaze. "It seems like he's doomed to die." Suyi called out to the Demon King and asked, "What is your name?" Reporting to the adult, "My name is Aang Qianyu." The Demon King trembled and lowered his head, not daring to look at Suyi. "Aang Qianyu?" Suyi couldn't help but praise. What a great name. Hearing Suyi's words, Aang Qianyu was so scared that he knelt down again. Sout, the floor beneath his knees cracked again, and the entire base seemed to experience an earthquake, violently shaking. Aang Qianyu exclaimed, "Please spare me, sir." Suyi didn't think he was that scary. All along, he considered himself a relatively kind person. How could a compliment scare him like this? Suyi said calmly, "Don't be afraid. I generally do not kill." Aang Qianyu fell silent this time. "Yes, you do not kill. Whatever you say is right." Shangliui died by his own hands. Suyi looked at the trembling Aang Qianyu and said, "Go to a place, use all your strength, and fight a fierce beast. If you win, I will reward you with a little something." As he spoke, images of the fierce beast and its location had already appeared in Aang Qianyu's mind. Aang Qianyu slowly raised his head, his eyes widened, and he asked, "Sir, what if I lose?" Suyi smiled. "Then you will die." Aang Qianyu was almost in tears. "But you said you generally don't kill. You have half an incense stick of time to go over there. After the fight, come back." Suyi could see that Aang Qianyu was quite powerful, almost at the level of a late-stage celestial being, while the fierce beast, even if alive, at most had the strength of an ordinary celestial being. No matter how well Suyi controlled it, with Aang Qianyu's advantage in realm, he wouldn't lose. Although Suyi had never been to the immortal realm, he had explored it out of boredom before. Immortals are divided into different levels such as celestial beings, earth immortals, celestial immortals, golden immortals, and more. There are huge gaps between these levels. If the fierce beast were alive, it would likely be defeated in one move in front of Aang Qianyu. But Suyi wanted to test his skills and show Li Qingyuan the power of a strong person. He wanted Li Qingyuan to understand that there are always stronger beings out there. At the same time, if Aang Qianyu lost, Yi planned to reward him with something small. He wanted Aang Qianyu to understand that following him had limitless opportunities. It was also a way to show the other demon kings the benefits of working for Yi. Previously, Yi had only viewed everything in a worldly and carefree manner, but now he felt that being a member of the 13 departments was also good. He wanted to maintain social stability and prosperity in the most effortless way possible. Aang Qianyu was also quick to act. He didn't even need the time of an incense stick before he appeared in front of the fierce beast designated by Yi. Meanwhile, Yi was already sitting at the computer, ready to control the situation at any time. "Is this the opponent you mentioned?" Li Qingyuan saw Aang Qianyu through the large screen on the wall and couldn't help but stroke his beard, asking with some anticipation, "Is he more powerful than Tong?" "He is," Yi said, already typing rapidly on the keyboard because Aang Qianyu had already started. The next moment, Aang Qianyu's fist directly crushed the fierce beast controlled by Yi. The mountains for thousands of meters behind the fist were flattened, with dust and stones filling the air. Li Qingyuan gulped hard, his mouth wide open, looking at the screen on the wall, then at Yi, not knowing what to say for a while. Just like that, he was defeated in one punch. Not even a bone fragment was visible. The mountains behind were flattened by a single punch. Yi looked up at Li Qingyuan and said, "Even satellite images have delays, and my control from here also has delays. He is too fast. This is not just fast anymore." Li Qingyuan's face turned gloomy as he said, "This one punch can shatter a mountain." The monstrous beasts that appeared due to the small world's influence couldn't even transform. Their strength was significant, making it hard even for ordinary cultivators to break through their defenses. But Aang Qianyu was a demon king from the immortal realm. Although his cultivation was only at the celestial realm, his bloodline was far superior to those beasts. His speed was already so fast that even Yi's rapid reaction time was ineffective. Yi had to anticipate his attacks in advance to dodge them. Even as Yi was talking, Aang Qianyu had already lowered his head, holding back his excitement, and walked lightly in front of Yi. "Sir, I'm done." Aang Qianyu's submissive appearance was a far cry from the fierce powerhouse who had punched through an entire mountain range just moments ago. "Oh." Yi stood up and told Li Qingyuan, "Dr. Li, we are leaving now." Li Qingyuan wasn't interested in addressing Aang Qianyu and had closed down. He had initially thought that by reaching this stage, he could easily challenge all cultivators. But Aang Qianyu's punch made him doubt everything. "No, this isn't enough." Li Qingyuan seemed to have gone mad, shaking his head continuously, muttering to himself, then turning back to the lab. He didn't even think about how powerful Aang Qianyu had become. He believed that what he had created could not surpass the cultivators. He had spent his whole life wanting to defeat all cultivators with mortal strength, overturning the heavens. He only knew that what he was doing now wasn't enough. Not strong enough. Still not enough. Yi didn't care about what Li Qingyuan would do next. He brought Aang Qianyu to Luo Yong's office. Aang Qianyu didn't expect much from Yi. As long as Yi didn't kill him, it would be enough. Such a simple request. Yi took out a bunch of bottles and some exotic flowers and plants from his sleeves. The bottles contained elixirs that Yi made during his free time, which were extraordinary. The exotic flowers and plants were tens of thousands of years old. "Choose one for yourself." Yi placed these items on the table and smiled at Aang Qianyu. Aang Qianyu looked at the things on the table, his eyes wide. "Is this the fire ginseng grown with dragon blood, and the profound frost flower?" Aang Qianyu stared at two celestial herbs on the table and couldn't look away. He recognized only these two herbs and had only heard of them in the immortal realm. As for the others, Aang Qianyu couldn't recognize them at all. Yi stood beside without saying a word. He knew very well that the things on the table held supreme temptation for those cultivators, even for saints. The elixirs inside the jade bottle were even more precious than the celestial herbs on the table. After all, these were things personally refined by Yi, so they were extraordinary. Can I really choose anything?" Aang Qianyu was so excited that he couldn't speak properly. "Sir, can I really pick freely?" Yi nodded and said, "You can only choose one." It was like a lottery, so thrilling. Aang Qianyu was so nervous that he had already started sweating. His breathing was rapid as he stared at the two spiritual herbs on the table, hesitating for a long time, not sure which one to choose. As for the others, he completely ignored them. If he didn't recognize them, he wouldn't randomly choose. And as for the things inside the jade bottle, Who knew what they were? Aang Jianyu's true form was a monster. In the ancient times, Suyi had seen such creatures with 5 tails and 1 horn, entirely red with a leopard-like body enveloped in flames. Although they were considered fierce beasts, they paled in comparison to Dan Ta Yue and the others of their kind. I choose the fire Lingi. Aang Jianyu finally made up his mind. He excelled in using fire, loved heat, and the fire Lingi cultivated by the true dragon's blood contained powerful dragon energy, particularly a fire attribute. If he consumed it, the benefits would be substantial. As for the dark frost flower, although it was also a legendary holy flower, its attributes were in conflict with his. If consumed, it could lead to immediate death. So he didn't say anything and directly collected all the other items, leaving only the fire Lingi on the table. That's it. You've made your choice. So he could sense the aura of the 3 corpses that Aang Jianyu had slayed on him. Other monsters also had this aura on them, seemingly bound by some kind of rule power. I have a question for you. Despite bestowing such great benefits on him, so he wanted to satisfy his curiosity as well. Did you make a pact with someone? Hearing this, Aang Jianyu's face changed drastically. Looking at Suyi in horror, he hadn't disclosed this pact to anyone because doing so would lead to instant death. Seeing him so frightened, Suyi raised his brows and said, "Kneel down." Aang Jianyu complied and kneeled in front of Suyi. With a casual gesture, Suyi reached out and seemingly plucked something from above his head. Aang Jianyu could clearly feel a connection being severed. "GRR, sir, did you destroy my pact?" Aang Jianyu was on the verge of collapsing in fear. Suyi had a faint smile on his face as he examined the strand of power in his hand. "Now, tell me about your pact." Aang Jianyu shivered, realizing that he hadn't weakened due to the pact being destroyed. He stared at Suyi in horror and said, "Sir, I don't know who exactly I made the pact with." Suyi remained silent, indicating for him to continue. "Before my transformation, a voice suddenly appeared in my divine sensei. The person claimed to be the supreme ruler. If I agreed to serve him, he could unlock all my potential. However, if I die at the hands of someone who hadn't signed the pact, my soul and power would belong to him, never to be reincarnated." Suyi nodded. That was the person's style, using any means to become stronger. Even the demon kings weren't spared from this full-scale development, hunting those who had signed the pact. If successful, they'd gain half of the power while the other half went to the supreme ruler. On the contrary, if killed by someone with the same pact, they'd assist in their revival. I can see others who have signed similar pacts. If I kill them, I gain half their strength, with the remaining half going to the supreme ruler. But if killed by someone with the same pact, they would assist in their revival, said Aang Jianyu. As far as I know, half of the demon kings in the immortal realm have signed this pact. So he knew that once one reached a certain level of cultivation, oaths and agreements were bound by an invisible law. That guy played it well, using the pact to unleash potential, of also creating chaos within the demon clan. Furthermore, knowing it would be impossible to break free from such a pact, many demon kings had resigned to their fate. Desperate, indeed. Aang Jianyu sighed, in relief, finally revealing a relaxed smile. Sir Su rewarded me with this fire Lingi, and he also helped me dissolve the pact. How is that possible? How could a pact be dissolved? The staff at the 13 offices were puzzled, while old Yang tactfully ushered them out. The demon kings were getting more excited, all eyes fixed on Aang Jianyu. He said, "I don't know how, I saw Sir Su grab something above my head, and the pact was gone." All the demon kings were dumbfounded. As far as they knew, even true demon emperors were bound by this pact for life, unable to escape. So he simply grabbed a handful above Aang Jianyu's head, breaking the pact. Wasn't that terrifying? Their eyes lit up with excitement. Another demon king asked, "What's with this fire Lingi of yours?" Aang Jianyu chuckled foolishly. "Sir Su asked me to beat a corpse, and I smashed it with a single punch, so he gave it to me." All the demon kings gazed at Aang Jianyu with envy and resentment. They thought he was a goner when he left, but he came back with so many benefits. Was this really the outcome? It seemed like he struck gold instead of misfortune. Incredible. The demon kings have gone crazy. They actually get such benefits just by smashing a corpse. They sign contracts with humans and only end up unlocking their potentials. The fire mushroom in Aang Jianyu's hands not only helped him unlock his potential, but also helped him achieve a major breakthrough. "Are you guys trying to rob me?" Aang Jianyu warns, seeing all the demon kings staring at him. This is a reward from the boss to me. Moreover, the teacher just said that robbery could be sentenced to 3 to 10 years in prison. The Demon Kings were dumbfounded. They naturally wouldn't dare to rob something given by Suyi. But this guy is learning too quickly. A dignified Demon King. And now you're here discussing laws with us. Lao Yang has already noted down the names of these Demon Kings, and when he hears Yang Qianyu say this, he smiles. Actually, you don't need to be like this. Since Comrade Yang Qianyu can receive these rewards, then you can too. Lao Yang takes advantage of the situation and says, if you encounter bullying in the future, you can also use the legal weapons to protect your rights. The Demon Kings fell silent. They couldn't immediately accept these new rules. In the immortal realm, if Yang Qianyu appeared with a fire mushroom in front of so many Demon Kings, there would be a bloody battle. Only the last one standing would get the fire mushroom. But now, they didn't dare to rob. Really, they didn't dare. However, Yang Qianyu suddenly felt that if all the great demons obeyed the law, it didn't seem to be a bad thing either. After all, he was a beneficiary. Walking indirectly with the fire mushroom was also taught to him by Suyi. Suyi said so, and he naturally felt relaxed holding it. He even wondered if these Demon Kings were to really try to rob, would Suyi just slap them into pulp? Surprisingly, he found a bit of expectation in his heart. Suyi's actions were just the first step of a tentative exploration to make the Demon Kings feel the benefits of the law. If they only felt the constraints of the law, their hearts would only breed more dissatisfaction. They would truly abide by the law only when they felt the benefits. Yang Qianyu was like this, and the other powerful beings to come in the future would be the same. Whether they could ultimately succeed remains to be seen. Regardless of whether this group of Demon Kings believed in the law, when they learned that Yang Qianyu not only broke the contract, but also didn't lose his strength, what they thought was to ask Suyi to help them break their contracts. Qianyu, what kind of corpse did the boss have you beat up? A great demon couldn't help but ask. Yang Qianyu scratched his head and said, it was just a corpse, nothing special. I just smashed it with one punch. As he said this, all the Demon Kings were excited. Just by smashing an ordinary corpse, they could get such hefty rewards. So, if they followed Suyi, Dan Taiyue and Long Wen have been following the boss all the time, right? A Demon King with a mysterious smile said, we can go find them. Lao Yang listened to the conversation of these Demon Kings. When they had talked enough, he raised his hands for silence and said, everyone please be quiet and listen to me. Okay, if it weren't for their fear of Suyi, these Demon Kings wouldn't have given Lao Yan a second look. In their eyes, an immortal in the Nasan Soul realm was just an ordinary person who could crush them with a flick of his finger. But now that Lao Yan had just raised his hands, they had no choice but to quiet down and all look at him. I suggest that during this time, you continue to learn about the laws and some life skills here, because our society doesn't promote violence. If you go out, please don't act together for leisure. Lao Yang smiled and said, I believe you Demon Kings also know that you are too powerful. If you go out together, accidentally stepping on someone isn't good. The phrase you are too powerful was very beneficial to these Demon Kings. Flattery works, even after 1,000 passes. Since their descent from the immortal realm, they had always lived in fear. First, it was Xiang Liu. Now it's Suyi. It was rare for someone to call them strong, and the Demon Kings realized that they were indeed strong beings. Demon Kings, the damages you caused earlier have been recorded by me. You can work here to repay the debt, and your work is to study. Do you understand? Lao Yang had already started to lay down rules for them, giving them a month of 2 days off to go out, with only 2 people allowed out at a time. This work schedule was more insane than the 996 work schedule in big companies, except they didn't really have to work. 3 days passed quickly. During these 3 days, apart from teaching them some modern life skills, Lao Yan also invited a teacher named Zhang San who specialized in explaining criminal law to teach them about it. The Demon Kings surprisingly found the subject very interesting. After all, having lived for so many years, their intelligence far exceeded that of ordinary humans, and they also had a very quick learning speed. In 3 days, these Demon Kings had already memorized the criminal law, much to Lao Yan's amazement. Even the dumbest one in the group, Yang Qianyu from Huazio, learned it in less than half a day. He had previously called them dumb. Then, under Suyi's guidance, these Demon Kings actually fell in love with reading. That's right. They fell in love with reading. The Art of War, the 7 military classics, classics of mountains and seas, records of the grand historian. These were all within their range of expertise. Then, the situation took a significant turn. Lao Yan, I figured it out. Last time you sold us phones, it can be considered forced buying and selling. A demon king who was rough-looking stared at Lao Yan with glowing eyes. Lao Yan's mouth twitched and he said, "How is that forced buying and selling? Weren't you willing to buy them?" According to John San's explanation, forced buying and selling refers to the act of forcefully buying and selling goods in commercial transactions, using violence or threats to force others to provide services or to accept services with severe circumstances. In this case, the Demon King continued, "You forced us to purchase by threatening us with Mr. Su's power, so it can be classified as forced buying and selling." Damn. Lao Yan was stunned. What was going on here? A group of demon kings who didn't know anything had learned so much in 3 days, and now they even knew what forced buying and selling meant. The demon continued, "According to Article 226 of our country's criminal law, if violence or threats are used to force the buying and selling of goods, forcing others to provide services, or forcing others to accept services with severe circumstances, the punishment is 3 years or less of fixed-term imprisonment, detention, or fines." Lao Yan was left speechless. Were these demon kings already picking up legal weapons? The demon king said, "But since we're all friends, we'll let you off if you treat us to hot pot." Lao Yan was left speechless. In the brief 3 days of interaction, these demon kings got along relatively well with Lao Yang's group. Especially after the demon kings finished reading those books, they surprisingly understood the concept of etiquette. Even the way they addressed Su Yi changed from Master Su to Mr. Su, saying it sounded more elegant. They all behaved very well, showing knowledge of etiquette and possess a sense of shame. They were kind to everyone. Who would have thought that they were once demon kings known for their evil deeds? Su Yi paid attention to every move of the demon kings, but he didn't believe that these guys truly intended to do good or had genuinely integrated into society. Their main concern was still fearing Su Yi, followed by wanting to make a good impression in front of him, hoping Su Yi would help them tear up the contract or even give them some immortal herb similar to the fire cheesy. Aang Qianyu had already refined that fire cheesy, not only unlocking his potential, but also the powerful dragon Yuan, causing his cultivation to skyrocket. In such a short time, his strength had broken through from the heavenly immortal realm to the golden immortal realm. This level of breakthrough might take many demon kings 100 dead years to achieve, which would amount to 40,000 human years. It's easy to imagine the amount of immortal fortune Aang Qianyu had acquired. It was early morning, and Su Yi was reading in the courtyard, while Dan Taiyue and Lan Wen were also making the most of their time to cultivate beside Su Yi. They finally realized that practicing cultivation next to Su Yi increased their progress significantly. At the same time, two demon kings finally gathered the courage to visit Su Yi's home. They followed Dan Taiyue's scent. One demon king carried a large pig trotter, while the other carried a bottle of Wulianji liquor as they arrived at Su Yi's courtyard. They even knew that visiting someone required bringing gifts. Su Yi glanced at them and calmly said, "Come in." The two demon kings then slowly entered. It must be said that the changes in these demon kings over the 3 days were significant. Not only in behavior, but even their appearances had been transformed. The demon king carrying the pig trotter had now transformed into a muscular man standing at 1.8 meters tall, resembling a bodybuilder. The one carrying the Wulianji had transformed to look like a trendy social media influencer with pink cheeks, pale complexion, a middle-parted hair with yellow strands, and was even dressed in fashionable suspenders pants, giving off a weak and delicate appearance. Who would have guessed that this was once a prominent demon king? The transformation in appearance had been approved by higher-ups because their previous appearances were too frightening, easily scaring children. "Mr. Su, are you reading?" The demon king with the fashionable look approached with a smile, placing the Wulianji on the stone table. Su Yi closed the book, glanced at him, and asked, "Why did you change your appearance?" The demon king replied, "I observed human aesthetics for a few days and thought this look counted as handsome, so I changed it. I also reported it to Lao Yan." Through the 3 days of interaction, these demon kings discovered that Su Yi wasn't as ferocious as Xiangliu. His hobbies seemed to be reading and playing with his phone, and he was friendly, which was why the demon kings had the courage to come find him. Su Yi took a deep breath and said, "You may leave." Although the demon king's new appearance might be considered handsome, Su Yi found it somewhat uncomfortable to look at him. The demon king hesitated for a moment, then bowed and said, "All right, I'll leave now." After the Demon King left, the other Demon King, with a simple and honest smile, looked at Suyi. Suyi thought he looked decent, at least not as repulsive as the previous one. Suyi asked, "Do you have something to discuss?" Suyi could already guess the purpose of the two Demon Kings' visit. The Demon King stood straight for a moment, then took 3 steps back and suddenly knelt down. But halfway through kneeling, his knees seemed unable to bend further. Suyi's gaze sharpened, and he asked, "What do you intend to do? Do you want to demolish my home?" The Demon King was immediately drenched in cold sweat, feeling his heart pounding, and stammered, "No, no, I dare not." Over the 3 days, they had pondered why Liang Qianyu had gained Mr. Su's favor and had the contract with him removed, as well as receiving precious fire cheesy. After discussion, they concluded that Liang Qianyu kneeled with an imposing aura. Mr. Su must enjoy it when others kneel to him, the more grandiose, the better. But now he found it wasn't quite right. To look in Suyi's eyes, that terrifying pressure. It felt like if he dared to kneel down, Suyi would obliterate him. Where did they go wrong? Suyi coldly said, "State your business." After hesitating for a while, the Demon King struggled to say, "Mr. Su, could you help us lift the contract binding us?" As soon as he spoke, Don Taiyue immediately shouted, "What are you planning? Do you wish to betray Father God?" The Demon King fell silent. Suyi glanced at Don Taiyue. Haran Longwen's bloodline was powerful, but compared to these major demons, they might not have experienced as much bloodshed, and were possibly brainwashed. Father God. Did the contract they had with him warrant Don Taiyue calling him Father God? Or was the contract he made with Don Taiyue different from the ones with the other major demons? Strictly speaking, if Don Taiyue and Longwen's bloodline grew successfully, they would indeed become a generation of demon phoenixes. "I don't wish to help you right now," Suyi refused straightforwardly. "Once a contract is signed, it should be upheld. I don't see any issues with that. After you return, inform the other minor demons not to entertain such ideas." The Demon King couldn't help but ask, "But what about helping Qianyu?" Suyi raised an eyebrow and said, "I'll help if I feel like it." Any objections? None at all. Absolutely none. The Demon King seemed quite despondent. Suyi initially wanted him to leave, but then remember, he would be attending the Immortal School, and Beasta would be coming along. Who would take care of the house? Who would tend to the soul of the fence? Suyi had promised Lui Hui to help her rebuild her physical body, so taking care of this ancient mysterious spine was also crucial. Moreover, he wanted to inspire these Demon Kings to continue following the law. "Do you have any interest in helping me with something? If done well, there will be a reward." The Demon King was so excited he couldn't speak. A reward? Was it something like the fire cheesy? Last time, Liang Qianyu helped Mr. Su destroy a body, so what would he be asked to do this time? "Do you go by the name Zhuanbao Dasheng, right?" Suyi remembered the name of this Demon King. When he called out like this, Zhuanbao was so scared that he almost kneeled down again. Finally recalling what Suyi said, he could only cry with a mournful face and say, "Mr. Su, just call me Xiaobiao, that's fine." Suyi smiled. In just 3 days, these Demon Kings had learned quite fast, even picking up courtesy. "Xiaobiao, I have some things to attend to and will be away for a while. Can I entrust the care of this courtyard to you? Are you willing?" Suyi planned to bring Longwen and the others with him. By then, Su Dian would definitely come back to fertilize. If no one cleaned up, he estimated that when he returned, the entire courtyard would already be stinky. Zhuanbiao's eyes shone, nodding repeatedly. "Mr. Su, rest assured, I will take care of this courtyard properly, not letting anyone in." Suyi said, "I only asked you to clean the courtyard. If someone comes in, just keep an eye out, no need to chase them away." "Understood." Zhuanbao nodded, looking somewhat confused. He mainly didn't understand why Suyi had him come to watch over the courtyard. Wasn't it to prevent others from entering? Suyi thought for a moment and said, "Don't keep watching people. If someone comes in, just hide on your own. Do you know how to hide? Don't let anyone see you." He had to tell Zhuanbao this way. If Su Dian came to fertilize again, this guy would stare at the kids, scaring them to tears. Only then did Zhuanbao nod and pat his chest, saying, "I promise no one will see me." Suyi then said to Longwen, "Longlan, go teach him how to water plants and turn the soil." Longwen agreed and called Zhuanbao over, then took a shovel to teach him behind the fence. "Lord Longwen, your cultivation has improved again." Zhuanbao walked up to Longwen, smiling and flattering. Who could have known that just a few days earlier they had planned to kill Longwen and devour his flesh and blood? Because of their innate bloodlines, Longwen and Dontalyue were already very strong in terms of strength before, at least not inferior to Zhuanbao and Yang Jianyu, but they never used to call these two little ones lords. But now, Zhuanbao could see that Longwen's cultivation had improved significantly again, and Dontalyue's aura was even stronger. Probably only deceased Xiangliu would be their match. Longwen snorted, saying, "Watch this plant carefully, or you will perish." "Yes, yes." Zhuanbao dared not talk back. In his eyes, Longwen was a prominent demon in front of Suyi. Perhaps he could become Suyi's mount. With such an esteemed identity, how could he dare to offend him? Longwen then said, "As both members of the demon clan, I'll remind you, never offend anyone who comes in." Zhuanbao chuckled. "If someone comes in, I'll just run." Longwen chuckled. "What if that day, the little princess from the zoo comes in?" Zhuanbao cleverly replied, "Then I'll transform into the appearance from that day at the zoo." Suyi overheard their conversation and didn't expect this fellow, Zhuanbao, to be quite clever. With the courtyard entrusted to Zhuanbao, Suyi then took Dontalyue and the others to the cultivation school. 3 days passed, the aptitude tests were completed, and everything was ready. Suyi led Dontalyue and Longwen to the cultivation school, where they were welcomed by Gu Tongtong and to staff members from Department 13. "Currently, the housing is still insufficient. You can live here for now." Gu Tongtong led them into her detached villa. The dormitories at the cultivation school couldn't possibly accommodate hundreds or thousands of people like a typical university building. Originally only having 2,000 students in total, representatives like Lao Yan had managed, in just a few days, to construct 600 detached villas. Besides the dormitories, they also built a library, an alchemy room, and a combat arena. After all, the efficiency of infrastructure construction in Huaxia was astonishing. That's fine. Suyi didn't have high expectations for the accommodation. Even sleeping on the streets was not unacceptable to him. Besides, the place was quite spacious, with 2-story small villas and balconies. Suyi had planned to settle in quietly and make a fan out of Dontalyue's feathers, but he found that the 2 staff members from Department 13 had left, leaving only Gu Tongtong in the house. Not only that, she went upstairs and said, "There are 2 rooms downstairs. You can choose one." "Huh?" Suyi asked, "Are you also staying here?" Gu Tongtong answered matter-of-factly, "Why not? I don't like living with unfamiliar people." Her implication was that she considered herself quite familiar with Suyi. Suyi simply nodded, then allocated 1 room to Dontalyue's group and went into the other room to start sorting out his belongings. He had initially approached Lin Yun because she looked identical to the previous Yang Xiao. However, he later discovered that Lin Yun was actually the reincarnation of Guo Shentong. The cultivation method Gu Tongtong used was the technique Suyi had taught Yang Xiao tens of thousands of years ago. Their appearances might be similar, but the cultivation techniques couldn't be imitated. So Gu Tongtong was that person. Suyi had it all figured out. Yang Xiao was Yang Xiao, and Gu Tongtong was Gu Tongtong. The two couldn't be confused. Suyi always adapted to the times. Since the current norm was monogamy without concubines, there was no need to talk about rekindling past relationships. Suyi's mindset was quite stable. He wasn't like those lascivious individuals who, just because they lived under the same roof as a girl, would think about how to seduce them. After closing the door, Suyi took out Dontalyue's feather. The feather from the blood flame fire phoenix theoretically, even if fashioned into a magical item resembling a fan, would likely be fire-tributed, capable of burning tens of thousands of miles with a single wave. However, Suyi wanted an item similar to the banana fan from Journey to the West. It would blow people away without harming innocents or causing too many deaths. Most importantly, when used, it should have a frightening effect and make the opponents admit defeat. He wanted it to be intimidating. If it were meant solely for killing, there was no need to complicate matters. Heaven and earth can witness this. Suyi thought for a moment, then started crafting the fan. His speed in creating magical items was extremely fast. In just over 10 minutes, a fan covered in talismans appeared in his hand. However, Suyi felt that Dontalyue's feather was extraordinarily vibrant, so he changed the color of the fan to black. The effect should be good. I'll need to find someone to test it out. Suyi gazed at the fan in his hand, smiling contentedly. Now that it was done, he naturally needed to find someone to test it out. Suyi played with the fan in his hand for a while, looking at the various prohibition spells inscribed on it. Murmuring to himself, it seems the power has been suppressed to the minimum. While others engraved spells on their magical treasures to enhance them, Suyi was trying every way to weaken the power of his magical treasure. As he was refining the fan, a long fire cloud appeared above the villa where Suyi lived, and the sound of a phoenix resonated throughout the heavens and earth. In this land filled with cultivators, the sudden appearance of such a phenomenon in the sky indicated either the manifestation was supernatural treasure or a significant event taking place. Suyi took out his phone and called Lao Yan, saying, "Lao Yan, release a piece of news stating that Yi Xiaoxuan has ascended." Lao Yan hesitated for a moment but eventually replied, "All right, I will release the news." Previous actions of Yi Xiaoxuan had led the people of the immortal sects to believe she was an unparalleled expert, creating a deterrent effect. Now, Suyi was instructing Lao Yan to spread this news, causing speculation about potential reactions from the members of the immortal sects. Despite the current peaceful relations, without the deterrence of Yi Xiaoxuan, unforeseen circumstances might arise. However, Lao Yan complied with Suyi's instructions. Suyi was the true master. Moreover, with the entry of 26 powerful demon kings in the 13th division, the research conducted by Li Qingyuan was not to be taken lightly. It seemed they no longer needed to bluff. The speed at which false information spread among major immortal sects was incredibly fast. Within an hour, almost everyone in the cultivation world knew about Yi Xiaoxuan's ascension. Hansen from the Supreme Emperor Immortal Sect summoned several sect leaders, with whom he had good relations. "Have you all heard that Yi Xiaoxuan has ascended?" Hansen said. "It seems the unusual phenomenon just now was because of her." Firecloud Douse nodded. "It should be. It has been quite some time since we last saw her. She must have been preparing to ascend to the immortal realm." Hansen laughed. "Now that she has ascended, the 13th division is left with only one insignificant Tanwei. They are no longer of any importance." Some immediately understood Han Zhen's implications and sneer. "If that's the case, why do they deserve such a large territory? It seems among them, there is someone named Li Qingyuan who delves into various deviant practices, aiming to antagonize our entire cultivation world. Such a person cannot be tolerated." They had already seen some of Li Qingyuan's research results, such as being able to remotely control fierce beasts with formidable strength, almost reaching the point of overpowering Nascent Soul Stage cultivators. Previously, Suyi wearing the No. 089 battle armor defeated Nascent Soul cultivators and killed Spirit Separation Realm experts, causing a hint of unease among them. "You're right. They already consider us cultivators as imaginary enemies. If those deviant practices can control the corpses of fierce beasts, wouldn't they desecrate our bodies after death?" As they grew more excited while discussing this, especially when mentioning Li Qingyuan, he seemed to have become a heinous criminal in their eyes. When they were almost done discussing, Hansen coldly said, "And that boy called Suyi, acting recklessly, killing our sect members. We must avenge this." As Hansen spoke, others echoed in agreement. "Yes, I've had my eye on that boy for a long time. Isn't he just Yi Xiaoxuan's lover? Anyone unaware would think he's some unparalleled expert. Arrogant and oppressive, cruel and violent, this person must be executed. I believe that someone who seduces with male charm should be subjected to punishment before killing, in order to dispel any resentment." "Splendid. Well said, fellow cultivator." A group of cultivators were discussing others' faults beneath a plaque that read Daoism and Nature. The head of a sect asked, "If that's the case, what about Li Qingyuan and the boy named Su? Even if they're sentenced to death, how should it be carried out?" Firecloud Dao smiled. "Just let a disciple kill them." But Hansen waved his hand and said, "No." Firecloud Daos looked at Hansen with confusion. Hansen sneered, "Since they uphold the law, that white-faced Su should pay with his life for killing. As for Li Qingyuan and his twisted practices, they should all be executed. We'll send them an ultimatum. Let the people from the 13th division come over. If they don't handle this properly, they won't have a place on this land." Soon, members from different immortal sects arrived, looking for Lao Yang. One of them handed a golden letter and said, "Mr. Yang, our sect master requests your presence, along with Suyi and Li Qingyuan, to gather at the mountain gate." The messenger was an expert from the Supreme Emperor Immortal Sect, and as he threw the letter, a cold sword aura emanated from it. Frightened, Lao Yang quickly stepped aside, and a demon king behind him casually intercepted the golden letter. "What is this?" The Demon King picked up the letter. The messenger's expression changed significantly upon seeing how someone could catch his sword or it barehanded. Who was this formidable man? Why hadn't they heard of him before? Reading the contents inscribed on the envelope, which accused Sui of heinous crimes, the Demon King was so shocked that he could not continue reading. He looked up in horror at the immortal cultivator from the Supreme Emperor Immortal Sect. Although he appeared weak, something seemed off. Could it be true? Was he going to charge Mr. Su? Terrified, the Demon King turned pale and dared not speak, standing meekly behind Lao Yang. Seeing the intimidated expression of the Demon King, the expert from the Supreme Emperor Immortal Sect unsheathed his sword and positioned himself high above. Observing the Demon King, "You seem rather interesting. I'll spar with you for a bit to enlighten you." The Demon King was petrified. This expert? A golden immortal or even an immortal emperor? He trembled in fear. More confident upon seeing the Demon King's reaction, the immortal disciple continued, "Barbarian, use your strongest move against me. I guarantee I won't kill you. If I'm impressed, I might even accept you as a disciple." Gasping, the Demon King was at a loss. His strength was not outstanding, far inferior to Dan Ta Yue. Being noticed by someone resembling an immortal emperor was a grave situation. The expert's words caused great consternation to the Demon King. "Barbarian, attack me with your best move, and I promise not to kill you. If I'm interested, I might even accept you as my disciple." Taking a deep breath, the Demon King realized his strength was lacking compared to Dan Ta Yue, and now he was being noticed by someone resembling an immortal emperor. The situation seemed dire. Any Demon King who agrees to perform tasks for the 13 places, so you will always clear their demonic energy. After all, to ordinary people, demonic energy is like a plague. Prolonged exposure will lead to issues. The terrifying aura on them was also suppressed by Sui to avoid harming innocent people. It is because of this that the people of the Supreme Emperor Immortal Sect cannot see how powerful this Demon King before them truly is. This Demon King's true form is Tou, resembling a tiger with long fur, human face, tiger feet, pig's mouth and teeth, and a long tail. His strength is immense. Even in the primordial era, he was considered a notorious fierce beast. After signing the contract, he unleashed all his potentials and became a great demon. His strength is comparable to that of a heavenly immortal. As Sui said, his strength is enough to instantly kill ascendant cultivators. When the disciples of the Supreme Emperor Immortal Sect asked him to use his strongest move, Tou, fearing being underestimated, exerted all his power to manipulate the surrounding forces of nature. In that instant, the sky changed color, lightning crackled in the air, and strong winds rose. He had locked onto the vital energy, the disciple from the Supreme Emperor Immortal Sect. Before he could strike, the disciple's 5 senses started bleeding, and he collapsed on the spot. His soul perished, falling from the sky. Tou was dumbfounded and quickly restrained his aggressive aura. He strode over to the corpse, lifted it by the foot, and the whole demon was doomed. He had killed someone. Lao Yang, you must testify for me. Tou was panicking, completely bewildered. It turned out this fellow was not an immortal emperor after all. Why act so recklessly and try to show off? Isn't this faking an accident? Yes, Lao Yang, I'm telling you he is definitely faking an accident. You have to help me explain to Mr. Su. Tou couldn't help but panic. Killing has consequences. Lao Yang could only shake his head helplessly and called Sui. "Mr. Su, the people from the Supreme Emperor Immortal Sect want me to bring you and Dr. Li to their sect. I'll send you a copy of their invitation." Sui looked at the golden paper and found it incredibly arrogant. They actually wanted Sui to castrate himself and then commit suicide. What were they thinking? Sui simply replied, "I'm at the cultivation school. Come over. Leave Dr. Li behind. I'll accompany you alone." Why spread the news of Yixiaxuan's ascension through Lao Yang? Wasn't it just to test the fan? Since the fan's power was still unknown, it wouldn't be wise to randomly pick someone to test it. It's better to test it on someone who harbors ill intentions towards him. Testing a treasure on an enemy is a good idea. Supreme Emperor Immortal Sect. Not bad at all. Sui waited for Lao Yang, only to find him driving a car and dragging a corpse with him. What's going on? Sui raised an eyebrow. What was the meaning of bringing a corpse along? Lao Yang sighed. The people from Supreme Emperor Immortal Sect let Tou use his strongest move against them. And then, the disciple died. Oh. Sui just nodded. An active request to engage in combat. who could blame anyone? Suyi is willing to abide by the law and hopes that demon kings and future powerful beings will also follow it. However, wasn't there a rule in 13 places? Daddles among cultivators, as long as innocents are not harmed, are generally left alone. If cultivators seek death, they don't need to be interfered with even more. Let's go then. Suyi boarded Lao Yan's car and headed straight to the gate of the Supreme Emperor Immortal Sect. As mentioned earlier, construction in China has always been successful. Aside from building the cultivation school, they had also paved asphalt roads to the gates of various sects and set up 5G signal towers in many places. Therefore, Lao Yan drove them directly to the gate of the Supreme Emperor Immortal Sect. The disciples of the Supreme Emperor Immortal Sect were aware of Yishiaxuan's ascension. When Suyi and his group got off the car, the disciple guarding the gate didn't even look at them. "Friend, please announce that I'd brought Suyi." Lao Yan, not knowing Suyi's thoughts, didn't dare to reveal his identity and could only directly call his name. The disciple of the Supreme Emperor Immortal Sect glanced at Suyi and sneered, "Suyi, where's Senior Yi?" Suyi smiled without saying a word. These guys were really. He wanted to take out the fen this young man, but restrained himself. The young man's cultivation level was a bit low. It wouldn't be good if he accidentally fanned away his bones. Let's find Hansen instead. Laughing, weren't you arrogant before? How about we compare notes? I'll suppress my cultivation to the refining realm. Don't say I'm bullying you. The disciple guarding the gate stared at Suyi with ill intentions and smiled. Lao Yan didn't know how to describe his current emotions. The disciples of the Supreme Emperor Immortal Sect were all quite arrogant. Previously picking a fight with the Demon King was one thing, now challenging Suyi was another level of daring. Suppressed his cultivation to the refining realm. This wasn't just sleep talking, it was the epitome of the reckless spirit of the Supreme Emperor Immortal Sect. Young man, is it fun living like this? Mr. Yan, are you also going to help him out? The disciple of the Supreme Emperor Immortal Sect glanced at Lao Yang. He was only at the foundation establishment stage. If Lao Yang helped Suyi, he wouldn't be able to beat Suyi. Lao Yang awkwardly chuckled. Since you said you're suppressing your cultivation to the refining realm, how can I intervene? Please proceed. I'll just stand aside. The disciple of the Supreme Emperor Immortal Sect thought Lao Yang was being sensible and cautious about their sect. He stared at Suyi and asked, "Are you using a weapon?" Suyi looked at the sword on his back and said, "Yes. Lend me your sword." "Lend my sword? What nonsense are you talking about?" Before the disciple of the Supreme Emperor Immortal Sect could finish his sentence, the sword behind him appeared, transformed into a flowing light and fell into Suyi's hands. He was dumbfounded. How did his sword end up in Suyi's hands? Although he was only at the foundation establishment stage and the sword was not spiritually connected, why did Suyi casually say a word and take his sword away? The next moment, the sword in Suyi's hand was already pressed against the neck of the disciple of the Supreme Emperor Immortal Sect. Even Lao Yan standing nearby couldn't quite see how Suyi managed to do it, as if the sword appeared in Suyi's hand and swiftly pressed against the disciple's neck. The main focus of the Extreme Emperor Immortal Sect is sword cultivation. Most disciples under the sect are considered swordsmanship experts. However, Suyi's skills have truly astonished everyone. What kind of sword technique is this? It's completely undecipherable. Is his sword just too fast? It seems like speed is no longer the issue here. Even if it's fast, there should still be a recognizable movement when striking. Suyi smiled as he looked at the disciple from the Extreme Emperor Immortal Sect. Do you still want to have a match? You're sneaky. If you have the guts, let's match skills with fists and feet. The disciple from the Extreme Emperor Immortal Sect didn't even know how he uttered such foolish words. A sword cultivator had his sword mysteriously appear in someone else's hands, then inexplicably used the sword to hold against his own neck, yet he still had the courage to challenge someone in martial arts. But he couldn't shake off the feeling of injustice. Suyi was obviously focused on the cultivation of Che. How could he possibly lose? How could he lose? It just didn't make sense. Suyi smiled. You can make your move now. The disciple from the Extreme Emperor Immortal Sect took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and moved like a wandering dragon. Doom. The next moment, the disciple from the Extreme Emperor Immortal Sect had already crashed into a nearby stone wall, unable to get out. Fortunately, Suyi had good control over his strength recently, otherwise, this blow would have been fatal. Let's go up. Suyi ignored the disciple looking after the gate and left the borrowed sword stuck on the stone wall. He had no intention of using the sword because what would be the point of making a fan if he used a sword? Furthermore, using a sword seemed a bit too ostentatious. Lao Yang followed Sui straight towards the gate of the Extreme Emperor Immortal sect. At this moment, Hansen and the others were all staring at the entrance of the main hall. Sui had left them dumbfounded with his previous move. Brother Han, I didn't quite understand that sword move of the person with the surname Su just now. The Daoist Huyan's mouth was wide open. Wasn't he an immortal cultivator in the Terrifying realm? How could he not understand that sword move? Could it be that Sui, like Yishiaxuan, was also hiding his true strength? That couldn't be possible. Where were so many strong individuals in this world? Hansen was also puzzled. He also couldn't understand that sword move just now. What was going on? He, a renowned sword immortal, couldn't comprehend the sword strike of a Terrifying realm youngster. No, it should be said that he didn't even see Sui make a move. It was a very strange thing. The sword appeared in Sui's hand, then was used to hold against his disciple's neck. It seemed like there was a gap in the middle of time. Where did things go wrong? The heads of the other major sects also felt something was amiss. Lao Yang had carried the body of the person who had died in the Extreme Emperor Immortal sect before. Returning to the roots, regardless of the circumstances, the body must be returned. Director Yan, what is going on? Hansen saw the disciple's body and was already furious. He had sent someone to deliver a letter to Lao Yang, yet now, Lao Yang had brought a body up directly. This was too arrogant. Lao Yang could only say, he got himself involved with people he shouldn't have. It has nothing to do with me. I am just returning the body to Master Han. HMPH. Hansen snorted and cast a sidelong glance at Sui. This guy was clearly focused on cultivating Che. Could he be intentionally hiding his true strength like Yishiaxuan? How else could one explain that sword move just now? You say he got involved with the wrong people. Who are these people? Hansen said, as he flicked his robe and the immortal sword landed in his hand. The sword intent freezing Sui and Lao Yang's aura. Lao Yang's face changed drastically, realizing that he couldn't even move his fingers. A powerhouse in the ascension stage, so horrifying. Just drawing the sword made people powerless to resist. Sui blinked, and Han Zhen's sword intent instantly disintegrated. Well, Sui didn't do it on purpose. If blame had to be placed, it could only be on Hansen for using the sword intent to lock his aura. Sui subconsciously blinked. How could he resist this sword intent? Back when the former headmaster Tonshin set up the sword formation of annihilation, Sui even broke it with a wave of his hand and casually confiscated there for immortal swords. What did Han Zhen's sword intent amount to? Han Zhen's eyes widened. Who are you exactly? Sui's gaze swept across the people present. Very good. They were all cultivators in the ascension stage. Although not very strong, casually slapping one should not result in instant death. He needed to test the power first. If it was too much, he would deal with it later. This kind of thing needed to be handled delicately. Han Zhen's sword intent dissipated, and Lao Yang's face finally returned to normal. It seemed that Mr. Su was about to get serious now. That was more like it. Sui took out the fan he had just made and said to Hansen with a smile, "It doesn't matter who I am. I've seen your invitation. Are you suggesting I castrate myself?" Hansen had a bad feeling in his heart. Sui could easily break his sword intent. How could he be an ordinary person? He was truly foolish. Staring at the fan in Sui's hand, Hansen furrowed his brow. There seems to be some misunderstanding. In the main hall, the heads of the other immortal sects stared at Hansen like they'd been petrified. Hansen, was he capitulating? No. Did he just surrender like that? The esteemed sword immortal Hansen. How could he be so easily scared? Sui just smiled. There's no misunderstanding. I'm here to test this fan. Everyone stared at the plain black fan in Sui's hand. What was there to test about this fan? Sui took out the gold foil invitation handed out by the Extreme Emperor Immortal sect, flicked his finger, a golden light flashed, and the gold foil appeared 5 inches in front of Hansen. The jade hairpin pinned to Han Zhen's head shattered instantly, his long hair dancing. It was at that moment that the heads of the various immortal sects realized that the young man they had thought was just a pretty face was not that simple. Sui stared at Hansen and said, "Isn't it clear now? I'll use this fan to strike you once. Regardless of life or death, this matter will be considered settled today." The heads of the immortal sects couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. Someone actually dared to speak to Hansen like that. After all, Hansen was a sword immortal of his generation. Suyi's words clearly showed his disdain. Hansen also looked warily at the fan in Suyi's hand and, after inspecting it for a while, couldn't see anything special about it. It seemed like an ordinary fan. His brow couldn't help but furrow. Was Suyi going to strike him with a regular fan? If he couldn't even stop this, then wouldn't his many years of sword practice be in vain? Who was being insulted here? HMPH. Let me see what you're capable of. Hansen gripped the immortal sword tightly, staring at Suyi, and coldly said, "Come at me. If you can't even block a single move from me, I'll never touch a sword again in my life." Never touch a sword again? Suyi felt that he would never touch a sword again in his lifetime. Hansen's eyes burst with brilliance, and a silver giant sword fan suddenly appeared behind him, surrounded by sword energy rippling around him. He's gone mad. Run. The heads of various immortal sects witnessed this and fled one after another. The Grand Hall of the Extreme Emperor Immortal Sect instantly melted under Hansen's sword energy. What was once a grand and magnificent hall turned into a bare ground in an instant, with the heads of the sects who had just gathered there already fleeing dozens of miles away. The disciples of the Extreme Emperor Immortal Sect also fled in panic. The terror of the sword energy was such that even a slight exposure here would result in being crushed to pieces. Is this Han's sword immortal's true strength? A sect head at the ascension stage stood at a distance, watching the violent sword energy interweaving at the gate of the Extreme Emperor Immortal Sect, causing nearby mountains to explode, giant trees to collapse, and tree leaves to turn into fragments. He hasn't even struck yet. Just by gearing up, there was already a world-shattering power. Suyi stood 5 meters in front of Hansen, while Lao Yang stood beside Suyi, his face already pale with fear. With a wave of his hand, Hansen destroyed the entire hall, with thousands of sword energy crisscrossing. With his cultivation, any sword energy hitting him would mean certain death. However, Suyi didn't even have a hair out of place. Around Suyi's center, a 2-meter radius formed an absolutely safe zone, where Lao Yang was completely unaffected by the sword energy. It felt as if one were sitting in front of a computer, watching the world shatter on the screen. So what? Even if the world on the screen were to be destroyed 100 times, the world outside the screen would remain unaffected. Suyi held a feather fan, watching everything around him unfold, and couldn't help but exclaim, "The special effects are not bad." Lao Yang was so scared that he dared not even move his fingers. "You call this special effects? People are going to die." Lao Yang was afraid that if he accidentally left Suyi's protection, he would be caught in the sword energy outside, and that would be a big injustice to him. Inside, Hansen was also greatly shocked. This was his strongest move, transforming into a sword domain, enveloping the enemy in his domain. But he couldn't even sense Suyi's presence. At this moment, he felt like a constantly frantic ant, while Suyi seemed like a giant, looking down on him. It was as if no matter how much noise he made, it was just a joke in front of Suyi. Sword falling, Hansen clenched his teeth, drawing hundreds of afterimages, and then struck down with his sword. Hundreds of giant sword oars fell, all aimed towards Suyi's position. Fancy. Suyi gave a faint smile and with a light wave of his fan. He didn't really exert much force. He came this time to test the power of this fan, so naturally, he wouldn't add any more effort. If he had used force, he could have just raised his hand, and Hansen would have been killed instantly. With a slight wave of the fan, hundreds of substantial fire phoenixes appeared around Suyi, charging towards those sword auras. The fiery red phoenixes collided with the silver sword auras, instantly shattering them like fragile snow melting away. Hansen's pupils contracted as he saw a fire phoenix appearing in his eyes, passing through his body and dissipating into tiny spakes of light. The sword domain collapsed, the fire phoenix dissipated, and everything returned to calm. Suyi was still standing in place, looking at Hansen not far away, frowning and saying, "I need to make some adjustments." The power of this fan was a bit too much, and from the effect, Suyi was not entirely satisfied. The special effects were there, but instead of sending someone flying, it disabled their cultivation. Hansen fell to one knee, clutching his sword, dim light in his eyes, disheveled and forlorn. Dang! Hansen's immortal sword suddenly broke, and the sword spirit that had just been born was also killed miserably. Who are you exactly? Hansen had lost all his vitality and looked at Suyi ashen-faced. He hadn't died, but losing over 3,000 years of cultivation was worse than death. Suyi slowly approached, holding the feather fan in his left hand, and with a raise of his right hand, A disciple's sword from the extreme Emperor Immortal sect flew into his hand several miles away. I'll pretend you never said that line about never touching a sword again. I'll only use one sword. Watch closely. After Suyi finished speaking, he walked to the side. Hansen furrowed his brows, confused by his intentions. Suyi slowly raised his hand and stared towards a distant mountain. Hansen watched in amazement as what seemed like a simple and unadorned sword. The distant mountain showed no change at all. That mountain was about 50 kilometers away from them. With Hansen's previous strength, hitting the mountain with sword aura at this distance was not impossible, but at most, it could only destroy some vegetation. Hansen felt puzzled. It had been a while, but the mighty mountain remained unchanged. Suyi threw away the sword without saying a word and walked away with Lao Yan. Little did anyone know that a small hole had appeared in the middle of that mountain just now. The sword energy Suyi released still did not stop. It pierced through the atmosphere, shattering countless meteorites in the vast universe. The sword energy condensed without dispersing, and any planet it hit sped through, surpassing the speed of light, continuing towards the outer solar system, piercing or shattering everything in its path. Hansen held his breath, his mind filled with thoughts of Suyi's recent strike. After Suyi left, the heads of various sects flew back, only to see Hansen, whose cultivation was gone and immortal sword broken. Is that Su person really that strong? Firecloud doused, seeing this scene, couldn't hide his astonishment. Hansen remained silent, his mind occupied by Suyi's last strike. Though his cultivation was lost, his over 3,000 years of understanding of swordsmanship was not. This was the simplicity of the ultimate path, without any fanciness, not even visible sword energy, no discernible sword intent. If it were someone else, it would be difficult to perceive just how powerful Suyi's strike was. Hansen's blood began to flow faster, his heart beating frantically. His mind was on the verge of realizing something but couldn't quite grasp it. Firecloud doused and the other sect heads, seeing Hansen's state of confusion, felt that a generation of sword immortal had fallen. Brother Han, your cultivation is lost, and your disciple's sword is broken. From now on, I, Firecloud doused, will keep an eye on your disciples, and I won't allow anyone to bully them in your absence. Brother Firecloud, you're being too kind. Brother Han's territory is vast, with 2,000 disciples under his command. You won't be able to handle them all. We are also willing to share the burden for Brother Han. The head of another sect was indignant, showing true solidarity. Others also expressed their willingness to share the burden for Hansen. Essentially, they all thought Hansen was already a waste, and they could directly divide his resources and disciples. It's just that they worded it nicely. Hansen faced the pressure from the major sect leaders, yet remained indifferent. The Supreme Emperor Immortal sect was established by his master, who had long since passed away. With a heritage spanning nearly 4,000 years, was it really going to be destroyed under his watch? Suyi was very strong, and he had already deeply experienced that. Even if Hansen were to cultivate diligently for several thousand years, he may still not be able to match him. But Suyi did not kill him, he only crippled his cultivation and left with a final sword strike. Amidst the hypocritical pleasantries of the sect leaders, they had already begun discussions on how to divide all the assets of their Supreme Emperor Immortal sect. Han Shang, it is said that our master, Dugu Shansheng, left behind an ancient sword called Listening to the Wine, which you have been unable to draw out. Now that you have lost your cultivation, fearing that others may covet it, why not let this younger brother help safeguard it for you? Huo Yun Dao Ren blinked his eyes and had already set his sights on the treasure ancient sword, Listening to the Wine. Another person also spoke up. I heard that Han Shan possesses a piece of 10,000-year blood jade that can activate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, with your current inability to manipulate Che, it is better to bring it out. Fellow Daoists here can help you revive the sect. Hansen laughed, tossing aside the broken immortal sword in his hand and standing up. Over 3,000 years ago, he caught the attention of his master, Dugu Shansheng, due to his outstanding talent. He was taught swordsmanship and embarked on the path of golden core cultivation at 20. With a sword in hand, he defeated his peers, becoming a prominent figure. His breakthrough to nascent soul stage shocked the entire cultivation world, defeating many powerful experts even in the late stages of ascension. He eventually achieved the title of Sword Immortal. These people before him, who had once been like brothers, especially Huo Yun Dao Ren, were his contemporaries with deep eyes. Yet when he fell from grace and lost all his cultivation, all they could think about was how to seize his sect. Memories of the past flashed like fleeting clouds as he was left with nothing but that final sword from Suyi. Han Zhen's smile faded, the ancient waves stirring in his eyes. In the eyes of the crowd, Han Zhen's figure stood tall like a perennial mountain, as if an exiled immortal about to depart. Sword! Han Zhen roared, and a stream of light flew from the sect's previous mountain gate. In the blink of an eye, an unsheathed ancient sword appeared in Han Zhen's hands. The group of sect leaders beside him were all dumbfounded. How could it be restored? Wasn't his cultivation lost? Why did he feel stronger now? Listening to the whine, Han Zhen's palm trembled, and the sword was drawn out. Despite its rusty appearance, a gentle breeze surrounded it, Han Zhen's robes fluttering as his gaze coldly swept across the audience. The sect leaders gazed at Han Zhen, perceiving this as a last-ditch effort. Just moments ago, Han Zhen appeared severely injured and devoid of cultivation. How could he seem stronger now? Hua Yundao Ren awkwardly said, Han Shan, what do you mean by this? Han Zhen coldly replied, you wanted the listening to the whine, didn't you? It's right here in my hands. Come man, take it. Hua Yundao Ren chuckled, Han Shan, there's no need for this. I meant no harm. Please don't misunderstand. From Han Zhen's aura, he couldn't detect any trace of sword energy or even his cultivation level. Surely, he could no longer manipulate Cha or manifest his swordsmanship. It was all a bluff. Hua Yundao Ren's smile faded as a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Engulfed in blue flames, he made a grab towards Han Zhen. Listening to the whine was already drawn out, an invaluable treasure that must be won. Other sect leaders stood by, watching the confrontation. The aura emanating from Hua Yundao Ren revealed his mid-stage ascension cultivation, utilizing an ancient secret technique known as Devouring Heaven Fire. The Devouring Heaven Fire could consume all, even burning one soul upon contact, inflicting immense suffering. Even in his peak days, facing Hua Yundao Ren was not a gamble Han Zhen dared to undertake. With just a simple thrust, Han Zhen pierced forward, akin to Suyi's final stroke before departing. The strike seemed plain and unadorned, but the sword tip stopped mere inches from Hua Yundao Ren's throat. The fire engulfing Han Yundao Ren dispersed, leaving him pale and terrified, sweating profusely. Others failed to discern the significance of Han Zhen's strike, but he understood clearly. At that moment, as he brandished his sword, it felt as though the entire world had lost its connection with him. Amidst the realms, only the sword remained. There were no flashy sword radiance or stirring of sword energy, yet it was undeniable that this strike could not be evaded. Even Hua Yundao Ren's expertise and methods were futile against it. If Han Zhen willed it, this single stroke could easily pierce his throat, a chilling and eerie prospect. Time seemed to stand still, with the exception of Hua Yundao Ren. Everyone was baffled, looking on in confusion. It appeared as if Hua Yundao Ren charged forward, only to face a leisurely thrust from Han Zhen. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers burst into laughter. Brother Hua, are you admitting defeat now? Hua Shan, I know you and Han Zhen share a deep bond, but do you need to perform so dramatically? Anyone with eyes can see through this act. Han Shan, how about handing over the sword and blood jade? Hua Shan has gone to great lengths to support you. Hua Yundao Ren nearly cursed. They were all fools. Just one more word, and if it provoked Han Zhen to end his life with a single strike, who would they turn to for mercy? Han Shan, I truly have no ill intentions. Please don't act rashly. Hua Yundao Ren forced an awkward smile that seemed worse than crying, attempting to escape but was too afraid. The terror of Han Zhen's strike was overwhelming. Previously, he could have matched Han Zhen in numerous battles, but now, with the incredible might of that single strike, everything had changed. Yet, another figure stepped forward, gazing at Han Zhen with a smiling expression. Sword Immortal Han, I have long heard of your extraordinary sword skills, but never had the chance to witness them. Now that you have drawn the listening to the whine, I wish to exchange a few pointers. How about it? Han Zhen has never been a soft-hearted person. On the path of cultivating immortality, there are countless lost souls under his sword. But today, he is risen from the ashes, and everything in the world seems different. Confronted with a challenge, he glanced slowly at the crowd and whispered, "Come at me together." Arrogant, do you really think you are still the unrivaled Sword Immortal? Since Sword Immortal Han has requested this, we will comply. Attack together. It's like you don't even see us. Is sword cultivation that powerful? 10. do not even consider you a threat. Even in the past, Hansen would never have dared to suggest that they all attack at once. The times have changed. The 7 strong Ascension stage experts joined forces to deal with Hansen, who had lost much of his cultivation, a sign of respect towards him. Being cunning and sly individuals, they found the behavior of the Firecloud Daos just now truly suspicious. Hansen even drew the treasure of the Jinpai of the Extreme Emperor Immortal Sect, the Listening Wine Sword. If they didn't attack together now, each of them feared losing the courage to act against Hansen if they were singled out for retaliation. Things had escalated to the point of no return. With the die cast, Hansen must die. The sect leader with the surname 10 made his move, wielding a spear weighing over 500 kilograms. The spear, known as the King of 100 Soldiers, was proof that he never took Hansen seriously. The spear was like a dragon, its piercing sound echoing like a stampede of horses. Hansen stood unmoving like a mountain, his sword unadorned. The tip of the sword met the force of the spear. In an instant, the piercing sound of the long spear disappeared, leaving complete silence. The spear in the hands of the sect leader with the surname 10 was sent flying, with the Listening Wine Sword piercing through his heart. One move. As Ascension stage experts, their souls were strong. Although he was dead, his path to the afterlife was not yet complete. A golden light burst from his brow, his soul trying to escape. If Hansen wanted to obliterate his soul at this moment, it would have been an easy task. However, he chose not to. Aware of the cruelty of the cultivation world, Hansen saw no need for needless killing after the deed was done. At this point, a mid-stage Ascension soul could ascend directly to the Celestial Realm. However, the conditions in the Celestial Realm were unknown to most, and unless absolutely necessary, most cultivators preferred not to ascend. It was better to be a leader than a follower, and this logic was clear to them all. Seeing that Hansen had no intention of obliterating his soul, the sect leader with the surname 10 hastily fled, not daring to look back. Perhaps only he and the Firecloud Daos truly understood the extent of Hansen's strength in that single strike. At that moment, he finally understood why the Firecloud Daos had fled in panic. Such a strike was invincible in the world. The other sect leaders had considered joining forces, but at that moment, they hesitated, act swiftly, then weaken, and finally exhaust. Hansen forced the Firecloud Daos back with one strike, then defeated the sect leader with the surname 10 with another, showing that his strength had not weakened but had possibly grown stronger. They were not foolish enough to face Hansen head-on to their own demise. The longer-lived individuals, like them, only cherished their lives more. Hansen scanned the crowd again, and they silently bowed to him before departing disheartenedly. This was what it meant to be from a reputable sect, a fact that Hansen found somewhat amusing. The irony was not just in their actions, but also in his past self. After the sect leaders left, the disciples of the Extreme Emperor Immortal Sect gathered around Hansen. A disciple asked, "Master, are we just going to let that Su person walk away?" They had no idea what had happened, but from a distance, they had seen their master release a sword aura that engulfed the surroundings, causing Su Yi to leave somewhat frustrated. Rising from the ashes, Hansen felt grateful and respectful towards Su Yi, and hearing a disciple speak poorly of Su Yi broke his composure. What walk away? As cultivators, judging others based on looks is wrong, and calling someone good-looking a derogatory term reveals your own dark thoughts. Go back to the cliff of contemplation and meditate for 50 years. Hurry up and leave. Hansen felt irritated by his incompetent disciples, and their words shattered the newfound calm within him. Spread the word. Close the mountain gate. From now on, the Extreme Emperor Immortal Sect will have no further dealings with other sects. Hansen paused and added, if representatives from the 13 locations visit, treat them as esteemed guests. If Su Yi comes, no matter what I am doing, I must be informed immediately. This sudden change was quite unexpected. The disciples of the Extreme Emperor Immortal Sect were all confused. Wasn't their master always talking about killing that Su Yi? How could his attitude towards Su Yi change so drastically in such a short time? Could it be that something had happened during the battle between the master and Su Yi that they were unaware of? The disciples of the Extreme Emperor Immortal Sect were deep in thought. Could it be, after losing the protection of Yishiak Suan, had Su Yi used his charms on the master and succeeded? It was fortunate that Hansen did not possess the ability to read minds. Otherwise, he would have likely taken drastic measures against those thinking such thoughts. Master, our mountain gate is no more. a disciple finally blurted out. It wasn't just the mountain gate that was gone. Han Zhen's strike had leveled an area of 5 li, removing the sect's recently built outie. They were now standing on a barren mountain. Where was there a mountain gate? Then rebuild it. Han Zhen declared. It doesn't have to be extravagant, keep it simple. Yes. Han Zhen composed himself and suddenly asked, is the School of Cultivation hiring teachers now? The disciple nodded. Yes, we have also sent 2 disciples to recruit new students. Pondering, Han Zhen inquired, is Suyi also at the School of Cultivation? The disciple stared at the master with a strange look and said, well, yes, reportedly. He recently attended a meeting there and was in charge of admissions. A faint smile appeared on Han Zhen's face as he announced, I will be teaching at the School of Cultivation in the coming days. Practice diligently in the sect and do not slack off. The disciples of the Extreme Emperor Immortal sect exchanged bewildered looks. Their master was going to be a teacher at the School of Cultivation. Was he joking? A powerful ascension stage expert becoming a teacher? No. The last thing the master asked was whether Suyi was at the School of Cultivation. Many disciples of the Extreme Emperor Immortal sect were left confused. Could it be that their master had really taken a liking to Suyi and was planning to go to the School of Cultivation? In mortal terms, to duel Suyi? Han Zhen paid no mind to the disciples and, after his statement, left with hands behind his back, leaving them to gossip amongst themselves. Could Suyi be a demon in disguise? Is he bisexual? Does being handsome allow him to act as he pleases? A disciple with feminine qualities covered their face with their hand and wept. I wonder why the master never pays any attention to me. Clearly, he's been ensnared by that vile person, Suyi. Suyi was feeling a bit frustrated. The fen he made didn't turn out as he had envisioned. The fen was inscribed with array formations, similar to adding different spices while cooking. The combination of various array formations would produce different effects. The fen he had made before unexpectedly depleted someone's cultivation with just one swipe, which seemed a bit excessive. Suyi returned to his villa, not caring about what had happened later at the Extreme Emperor Immortal sect. He picked up a fine brush dipped in ordinary ink and began to make adjustments. If those ancient sages saw Suyi's fan, they would surely be frightened half to death. Although the blood flame fire phoenix was considered an ancient exotic species, the treasure made from its feathers would at most be considered a postnatal spiritual treasure. However, his fan was strong enough to swipe away the Dao fruit of a Taiyi Golden Immortal. Disabled cultivation? Even a Taiyi Golden Immortal with 3 flowers gathered on their crown and the 5 check converging might not withstand a gentle swipe from Suyi. Yet, Suyi was dissatisfied with the fan's effect and insisted on making it on the level of the Supreme Old Lord's plantain fan. If the Supreme Old Lord knew, he would surely turn around and give you a super doubling, exchange 2 fans with you, and throw in a diamond bracelet as well. Suyi locked himself in the room, constantly modifying the spell runes on the fan, like a science student studying a circuit diagram, continuously editing the spell runes. In fact, these spell runes he used were all learned from those immortal cultivators. He wasn't sure about the combined effects of several spell runes, or else he wouldn't have run to try the fan at the Extreme Emperor Immortal sect. Drawing spell seals on the fan. Once they were drawn, they couldn't be erased easily. He could only keep adding new ones. Suyi added one after another, and the fan ended up with 36 different spell runes. If I knew, I should have drawn one to suppress the fire attribute, and add a hurricane spell. Suyi looked at the complex spell runes and furrowed his brows. What would be the effect of this fan once completed? Forget it, now that it's made. Let's find someone to test it. Suyi used only 100 feathers this time to make the fan, and he had another 100 left. He quickly made a new one, simple this time, with the suppression of fire attribute and hurricane spell, to sets of straightforward spell runes. Upon returning, Suyi had noted the sect masters in front of the Extreme Emperor Immortal Sect's hall. Strictly speaking, they were already standing against Suyi. That Huoyun Daoist plays with fire, and the feathers of the little simple bird are also fire-tributed. He should be able to withstand one swipe. Suyi held a fen in one hand and was ready to go out. As he walked out of his room, Dantai Yue stared at him. She had her eyes fixed on him, seeing that he held 2 fans made entirely of her feathers. The most infuriating thing was that Suyi had made both fans black. What did that mean? Did he find her feathers unsightly? Were feathers as black as night more beautiful than fiery red ones? Dantai Yue felt insulted to be compared to a bird. According to Suyi's aesthetics, It seemed like he was saying a crow looked better than her. Where are you going? Don Taiyue sat on the sofa, eating snacks and glaring at Sui poutingly. She seemed to have heard someone mention Little Simple Bird earlier. Did that refer to her? Sui raised an eyebrow, testing the fan. Don Taiyue's gaze shifted between the two fans in Sui's hands, then she said, I want to go too. Let's go. Put on your shoes. Sui didn't mind taking the little brat along since the feathers or hers and she had provided the raw materials. The effects were something she should see. Servant, are you coming too? Don Taiyue lightly kicked Longwen. Longwen cautiously glanced at Sui, not daring to be as disrespectful towards Sui as Don Taiyue. Sui and Longwen met gazes, and Sui said, if you want to come, then come along. A smile appeared on Longwen's face, and he hurriedly put on his shoes to step out. For them, staying in the room with no training materials, like in Yishiaksuan's bedroom, was unbearable. The two fans in Sui's hands were not ordinary. The feathers were plucked by himself. How could they not check the results of their effects? How are we going to test this fan? Stepping out the door, Don Taiyue became even more curious. She had her pride. The fan made from her feathers should be a powerful magical tool. It was just to see how effective it might be. Sui had already locked onto the aura of Huoyun Daoist. After leaving the extreme Emperor Immortal sect, Huoyun Daoist had been scared and raced back to his mountain gate. Now recalling Hanzhen's sword strike, he still trembled. Fortunately, Hanzhen remembered their old friendship and did not kill him. However, what was Sui's deal? How could he survive under Hanzhen's sword strike? Could it be that Yishiaksuan left some treasure for Sui before ascending? Huoyun Daoist already knew that Yishiaksuan's strength was extraordinary, possibly surpassing even the powerful individuals of the Ascension realm. If she left something valuable for Sui, it must be a good item. If he could obtain it, his strength would definitely increase. Looking at Sui's performance today, it seemed difficult for him to deal with Sui alone. At this time, the sect masters who had left the Extreme Emperor Immortal sect arrived at the Fire Cloud Immortal sect one after another. They wanted to know what had happened with Hanzhen, and asking Huoyun Daoist was the best option since he was the one who had left Hanzhen's sword strike alive. Brother Huo, what's the matter with Hanzhen? How did he suddenly become so strong? A sect master directly voiced his doubts. Huoyun Daoist shook his head, saying, it's hard to tell. However, I think the kid named Sui must have something left by Yishiaksuan. It's possible. After all, Yishiaksuan was very fond of that kid. Brother Huo, do you think it's possible? An old man with a goatee squinted and analyzed. Could it be that Sui gave Hanzhen one of the treasures left by Yishiaksuan, leading to the sudden increase in Hanzhen's strength? And then, Hanzhen cooperated with him to stage a show to make people think Sui is mighty. This way, everything makes sense. Huoyun Daoist and the others felt their hearts racing upon hearing this analysis. At their level of cultivation, breakthroughs were difficult. If Hanzhen suddenly became so strong, there must be a reason. The reason was likely related to Sui. Yishiaksuan had ascended, so Sui needed a new support. Taking a precious treasure, he actively sought out Hanzhen, gave him a treasure, and despite the big commotion caused by Hanzhen before, Hanzhen left him alive and even protected him. A group of sect leaders narrowly escaped death, but now they are starting to have ideas about Sui. That little white face probably has more than one magic weapon. It's probably not enough for one of us to take him on alone, said Huoyun Daoren, pondering. We might as well all go together. Even if he is some miraculous magic weapon, it probably can only exert 10% of its power. As he said this, he already regretted it. How many magic weapons could Sui have? There are 7 people here. Even if they were to snatch the magic weapon, how would they divide it in the end? As he said, even if a person in the chair-refining realm had some miraculous magic weapon, how much power could they really exhibit? Isn't it just wasting their lives? Huoyun Daoren really regretted it. Why did he say that? It's not impossible for someone to secretly kill Sui. These magic weapons, after all, need time to activate. A strong person in the Ascension realm killing a late-stage chair refiner, would that give him a chance to react? Now, 7 strong figures in the Ascension realm going to kill a late-stage chair refiner. It's simply too ridiculous. Ha ha. Brother Huoyun, you speak wisely. With such risks, it's better to let me, Yan, handle it, said one. No. Brother Yan, you're too modest. I think it's best if I do it. Huoyun Daoren, listening to the group already volunteering, began to feel that something was amiss. Everyone please calm down. Huo Yundao Ren said, since as we just discussed, it's likely that Suyi gave Hansen a magic weapon. So, if we were to kill him, would Hansen just stand by? With these words, everyone fell silent. Brother Huo Yan, can you tell us what strength Hansen is at now? Asked an elderly man with a goatee. Killing Suyi may be easy, but in the end, we will still have to face Hansen. Do you think that together, we are a match for him? Huo Yundao Ren feigned a deep thought and said, I'm afraid Hansen's single sword is already unrivaled. As he said this, he became more excited. What had Hansen obtained from Suyi that caused his strength to skyrocket, able to even unleash the listening wine sword? Huo Yun already imagined how terrifying the magic weapon Suyi gave to Hansen must be. To actually help Hansen break through the bottleneck, a gasp escaped from everyone at the thought of Hansen killing the god of spears with one sword. Huo Yun's conclusion was that Hansen would slaughter them like chickens and dogs. Would they still dare to harm Suyi? Seeing the expressions of the group, Huo Yun smiled inwardly and said, let's plan carefully before deciding on killing Suyi. As for distributing the magic items on him after killing him, that also needs to be discussed. What a joke. If Suyi really had such miraculous magic items, once Suyi was killed, wouldn't his cultivation soar like Hansen's did? Then, what would they have to fear from Hansen? They truly were a bunch of idiots. However, each one of these sect leaders was experienced and cunning. How could they not understand this principle? That what they considered was not to strike first. The first striker would likely get hurt before the magic item was in hand. If they killed Suyi and the old foxes around them struck back, what would they do? A group of strong Ascension Realm cultivators were gathered together thinking about how to kill a late-stage Share-Refiner. Or in their view, killing Suyi was simple, but dealing with Hansen's wrath after that was most important. They were afraid of backstabbing at a crucial moment from those beside them. Brother Huo Yun, there's no use talking further. Let's form an alliance among the 7 of us, swear by our souls, and move forward together. If we acquire a magic item, we'll divide it accordingly. If Suyi doesn't have many magic items on him, then each person can use one for a while. What do you think? Finally, someone broke the deadlock. Huo Yundao Ren heard him, and understood that it wasn't feasible for one person to monopolize Suyi's magic items. The 7 people looked at each other and burst into laughter simultaneously. Obviously, they had formed an alliance, unspoken but understood. The 7 Ascension Realm powerhouses swore with their souls to advance and retreat together, ensuring that there would be no betrayal. With this in place, everyone felt relief. They felt at ease, yet at this moment Suyi arrived at the gate of the Fire Cloud Immortal Sect with 2 little kids. They were plotting to kill him. That's truly interesting. He had suppressed his cultivation to the Share-Refining realm. These Ascension Realm folks actually had murderous intentions towards him. Suyi smiled. He hadn't deliberately eavesdropped on their plot. He had just recently logged onto Huo Yundao Ren's and inadvertently heard about their alliance. They had even formed an alliance. Suyi looked at the 2 fans in his hand and the 7 individuals. Let them take their chances. No rush. Absolutely no hurry. When they arrived at the gate of the Fire Cloud Immortal Sect, 2 disciples at the Yuan Den realm intercepted them. Who are you? What business do you have at our Fire Cloud Immortal Sect? Not everyone recognized Suyi. In the eyes of these disciples, Suyi was at the Share-Refining realm. They couldn't discern the cultivations of Lan Wen and Dan Tai Yue, so they naturally assumed they were just 2 kids. Suyi chuckled. I'm Suyi. I'm here to see your sect leader. Please go report. Suyi, the little white face. While the disciples couldn't recognize Suyi, they had heard of this young man's name. What? Relying on connections to ascend. Now you're here at our Fire Cloud Immortal Sect. What does our sect leader have to do with male strangers? One disciple laughed, and the other joined in. Dan Tai Yue really didn't understand where these guys got the courage to talk to Suyi like that. Did people in this source world have such courage all the time? Are they tired of living? Or did they think Suyi was amicable? Suyi wasn't going to kill someone just because they insulted him. His temper had improved considerably, and most importantly, he believed in following the law as much as possible. Insulting others might not be a crime, but it's unethical. Though he couldn't legally punish them, Suyi decided to morally condemn them. 5 seconds later, Suyi, accompanied by Dan Tai Yue and Lan Wen, ascended the mountain. The 2 disciples at the gate stood stiffly, unable to move. They couldn't speak, couldn't even move. Forget about mobilizing their chat. They couldn't even move their fingers. Mr. Su, why didn't you just kill them? Dan Taiyue was puzzled. Suyi said in a serious tone, "He just called me a little white face. My face is indeed quite pale." He didn't say anything incorrect. Long Wen, with caution, asked, "Then why can't they move?" Suyi gave Long Wen a thumping knock on the head. "You talk too much." Long Wen looked at Suyi tearfully, not daring to speak. Why, wasn't it Dan Taiyue who asked first? Was the difference in treatment between boys and girls that significant? The Firecloud Daoist and others in the alliance completed their plans. In their eyes, killing Suyi was just a trivial matter. The most important thing was how they would divide the spoils in the end. They also planned to deal with Suyi together. While they were discussing these matters, a disciple of the Firecloud sect rushed into the Grand Hall in a panic, reporting to the sect leader, "That Suyi kid has arrived." The disciple exclaimed, "Suyi?" The Firecloud Daoist furrowed his brow and asked, "Just him alone?" And to Bratz, the disciple replied. As they were talking, the Firecloud Daoist attempted to use his spiritual sense to track Suyi's whereabouts. However, by that time, Suyi and Dan Taiyue were already standing at the entrance of the Grand Hall. "Suyi, you dare to come knocking on our door?" The Firecloud Daoist was somewhat astonished, but upon seeing Suyi and Dan Taiyue, he chuckled. He had also considered a question. Why had Yishiaxuan not ascended? If Yishiaxuan had brought Suyi with her, it might have been a bit tricky. But now, there was only Suyi and two children, so there was no issue. Suyi smiled and said, "Why wouldn't I dare?" "Very good. Then you don't need to leave." The Firecloud Daoist's smile widened a bit. What was this? This was truly a case of heaven giving you a path to ascent. Yet you insist on barging through hell. Suyi paid him no mind and said to the disciple next to him, "I'm only looking for those 7. You can step aside." The Firecloud sect disciple was initially stunned by his words, but couldn't help burst into laughter. Was this person insane? Let them step aside. Who do you think you are? The disciples of the Firecloud sect couldn't bear it anymore. With so many seniors present, Suyi's words were simply disrespectful. "Do as you please," Suyi said as he pulled out the fan he had used before. "Don't you want treasures?" Suyi chuckled. "If I wave this fan once and you're still alive, I'll give you a treasure. Wave the fan ... The Firecloud Daoist initially found it amusing, but his smile froze upon his face. He suddenly realized something was amiss. How did Suyi know what they had been discussing here? How could a group of ascended powerhouses like them be listened in on by a mere cultivator like Suyi? This was indeed a terrifying thought. Pointing the fan at the Firecloud Daoist, Suyi said, "Let's start with you." The Firecloud Daoist inexplicably felt nervous. Why was he feeling anxious about being targeted by a terrifying stage kid? Suyi's gaze then swept over the other 6 people and said, "You lot, stand aside." After he said that, the 6 people foolishly moved to the side a bit. When they realized what they were doing, one of the men with a goatee stretched his neck and stood next to the Firecloud Daoist. The others, probably out of embarrassment, laughed awkwardly to cover the situation. They weren't even sure why they had unconsciously moved to the side earlier. In fact, moving back to their original positions now would be even more embarrassing. So you didn't waste time and said, "Show me your strongest moves. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to use them later." Suyi wasn't entirely sure of the fan's current effect, but there was certainly something peculiar about it. As he waved the fan, the Firecloud Daoist and the old man turned to ash at a visible speed. Including the palace behind them, a large area was emptied, all turned to nothingness. Their souls were annihilated. Everyone present was dumbfounded. The Firecloud Daoist swallowing fire also had no effect. The remaining 5 ascended powerhouses' faces turned pale, and they were too terrified to even breathe. The Firecloud Daoist and the old man were not just any ordinary beings. They were genuine ascended powerhouses. And yet, with a light fan from Suyi, they vanished. What kind of fan was that? Seeing this scene before him, Suyi couldn't help but take a deep breath. Why did this fan's power escalate to such an extent? Dan Taiyue and Longwen instinctively held each other's hands closer. It was terrifying. Who said there weren't many Origin Realm powerhouses anymore? They could clearly feel that if Suyi waved that fan at the 2 insignificant beings earlier, even the Emperor of their immortal realm would probably be wiped out on the spot. And yet, it was only made from Dan Taiyue's feathers. How could the fan be so terrifying? Suyi's gaze quickly fell on the other 6 people. Why were there 6 remaining? Wasn't there a disciple of the Firecloud sect who refused to leave earlier? That disciple was now completely scared and had even lost control over his bodily functions, with an unpleasant stench lingering in the air. Suyi furrowed his brow, changed the fan, and said to the remaining people, "Rest assured, this fan isn't that exaggerated. You can try it." The ascended powerhouses looked stiff, both amused and helpless. How could they even try that? Could they try something like this? They just hoped Suyi would stop using his supernatural abilities. Could we not try it? Finally, someone summoned the courage to ask. Suyi shook his head and said, "You can't." With that, the ground under someone's feet trembled as they tried to escape. Suyi raised his hand and waved a new fan. A strong wind swept through, taking away the remaining half of the Firecloud Sect's palace and the 6 people, flying into the sky. Suyi looked up as the people kept ascending higher and higher. It seemed they would likely fly off the earth. Ascended beings, who hadn't ascended yet, Suyi had practically assisted their physical ascension. Suyi didn't know when they would be coming down, but he had already controlled his strength very well. The first fan was mostly unusable, but the second one was passable. After trying out the fans, Suyi left the Fire Cloud Immortal Sect feeling satisfied. Tan Taiyue and Long Wen followed behind Suyi, not daring to ask too many questions. Whichever fan they obtained, once in possession, they would almost be invincible. Of course, the premise was that the opponent was not Suyi. When Suyi and the others returned, Gutongtong had already come out of her room. "Where did you go?" Gutongtong stared at Suyi as soon as she emerged. She had started practicing after going upstairs, but when she came out, she found Suyi with 2 children gone somewhere. Suyi chuckled, took them out for a stroll. "Any problem?" Long Wen and Tan Taiyu's expressions were priceless. "Took them out for a stroll? Did you really call that going out for a stroll just now?" But for Suyi, it probably was just a leisurely outing. Gutongtong didn't ask much and instead took out her phone, handing it to Suyi, saying, "Take a look." Suyi saw the video on her phone, clearly depicting the scene of Hansen unleashing countless sword rays from a distance. The Supreme Emperor Immortal Sect had been razed to the ground. Suyi watched the video attentively and realized it was just a video shot from a distance. From the video, one could see how terrifying Hansen's sword rays were. But the video did not capture Suyi and Lao Yan. What's wrong? Suyi didn't think Gutongtong had already figured out that everything was related to their stroll just now. Gutongtong furrowed her brow slightly, staring at Suyi as if lost in thought. "Do you think I should go see their sect when it's been destroyed like this?" Indeed, Suyi had overthought it. Gutongtong's brain couldn't possibly be smart enough to guess what Suyi had done just because of a video like that. Finally, she realized she was the head of the 13th Division and according to convention, she should show concern in such situations. Suyi said, "Hansen destroyed his own sect. Why do you need to go see?" "Oh." Gutongtong nodded. "Someone told me just now, they were already rebuilding it. It might be quicker to demolish houses this way." Tan Taiyue and Long Wen looked at Gutongtong in disbelief. How could this woman be so naive? What's wrong with her brain? Have you ever heard of demolishing houses like this? Gutongtong took back her phone and said, "And the Firecloud Immortal Sect was demolishing houses just now. They say the relationship between the 2 sects is good. It looks like it's true. They're demolishing houses together." Tan Taiyue and Long Wen's eyes became even stranger, amazed at how clever she was to link the 2 occurrences. "Oh, Suyi, you have to come with me to Changbai Mountain first," Gutongtong said. "One member of the Blood Witch sect has been captured by us, and we need to return him." Suyi asked, "Why do you need to go?" Gutongtong raised an eyebrow. "Lao Yan has always been in contact with the Blood Witch sect before. Now that he is retired, I ought to be the one to send the person back." Suyi thought for a moment and asked, "Didn't Lao Yan tell you to go?" He was seriously suspecting that Lao Yang intentionally sent Gutongtong and hinted for her to bring Suyi along. Gutongtong smiled mysteriously and said, "Don't you want to stay at school?" "Huh." Suyi stared at this clueless girl, realizing she was using the excuse of returning the person as a way to run away, and she was doing it boldly. This sudden display of wisdom was truly hard to accept. Honestly, Suyi intended to focus on his studies at school. Although he was proficient in various ancient arts and formations, those were all things from ancient times. He hadn't learned much in modern times. Moving with the times would make him stronger, but thinking it through, with Gutongtong's intelligence, once she entered the mountain, she would probably get lost. If she went there alone, it could be a permanent goodbye. Also, Suyi had sensed the arrival of a witch god in Changbai Mountain. If he didn't accompany Gutongtong, she might end up lost in the woods or worse, be attacked on the way. "All right, let's go," Suyi asked. When are we starting? Now. Gu Tongtong had already turned to go upstairs, and in no time, had brought down a large suitcase. Looking at the huge suitcase, Suyi couldn't help but say, "Are you really going on vacation?" When Gu Tongtong opened the suitcase, Suyi was stunned. No. She wasn't going on vacation. She was going camping. Inside the entire suitcase were no clothes, just various snacks packed to the brim. Suyi even saw a package duck inside. "Now we'll go pick up the person, then take a flight, you book the tickets." Gu Tongtong was eager to run off. It was truly a foolish decision for Lao Yang to appoint her as the head of the Immortal School Guiding Department. She wasn't meant for such a job. She was more likely to teach people with her fists. And now, the director of the guiding department had started planning to run away, preferring to camp in the mountains rather than remain in her position. Suyi hadn't even warmed up his seat yet before Gu Tongtong dragged him to the 13th Division base. The person from the Blood Witch sect who was captured was locked in a small dark room of the 13th Division. When they entered, the guy was covered in bruises. Seeing Gu Tongtong, he broke down and began speaking frantically, but unfortunately, Gu Tongtong had no idea what he was saying. Suyi, on the other hand, understood it clearly. It was the language of the ancient witch tribe. "Damn woman, what do you want to do? Our witch god has descended. Soon, this world will be ours. If you dare to hit me again, the witch god will kill you for sure." Gu Tongtong looked at him curiously and then asked Suyi, "Can you understand what he's saying?" With narrowed eyes, Suyi smiled. "I understand." Inquisitively, Gu Tongtong asked, "So what is he saying?" Suyi replied seriously, "He wants to challenge you." Gu Tongtong said disdainfully, "He's too weak." The guy continued, "I just fancied that woman. All the beautiful women in the world belong to our witch god. How dare you bring me here?" Suyi knew very well how those fellows of the witch tribe expressed love for women once captivated. They would knock the person unconscious and take them to a cave to procreate. Simple and savage. "What else is he saying?" Gu Tongtong asked. Suyi earnestly said, "He's calling you trash, saying last time he went easy on you. If you're up for it, he's more than willing to fight you and will undoubtedly beat you to a pulp." "Oh, really?" Gu Tongtong finished her sentence, rolled up her sleeves, and walked towards the Blood Witch sect guy. The disciples of the Blood Witch sect are not considered too weak. In terms of their inherited witchcraft and strength, they are definitely not inferior to cultivators in the Yuanying realm. Unfortunately, he encountered Gu Tongtong, an even more abnormal woman. Gu Tongtong reached the peak as soon as she debuted, having fought against experts in the Yuanying realm for quite some time. Under Gu Tongtong's fists, the disciple of the Blood Witch sect had no strength to resist and was purely beaten one-sidedly. Fight back, non-existent. Whether it's cultivators or powerful witch practitioners, once captured by the 13th Department, their meridians will be temporarily sealed to prevent them from escaping. Earlier, he was captured by Gu Tongtong and now with his meridians sealed, how could he still fight back? In a matter of minutes, the disciple of the Blood Witch sect was once again bruised and swollen, mumbling unclearly, "You people from the Central Plains are too barbaric." Gu Tongtong looked at Suyi in confusion. Suyi raised his eyebrows and said, "He says you haven't eaten? Your punches lack any strength." "Huh?" Gu Tongtong then launched another barrage of blows. The disciple of the Blood Witch sect lay weakly on the ground, feeling something was wrong, staring at Suyi with a strange look in his eyes. He couldn't understand what Suyi was saying, but every time Suyi spoke, he received a beating, making him doubt what Suyi might have told Gu Tongtong. This time, he wisely kept his mouth shut. Suyi examined the disciple of the Blood Witch sect and found no trace of ancient witch bloodlines in him. But thinking about it, that palm strike years ago had wiped out the 12 great witches and even the entire witch clan. Apart from Suyi passing on some skills, the witchcraft that still exists is due to selected individuals nurtured by the great witches who had been reincarnated in the immortal realm. Suyi felt a little embarrassed towards the witch clan, the demon clan, and even the human saints, as at that time, Suyi was quite friendly and had a good relationship with them. Unfortunately, because of him, an era was destroyed with a single palm strike. They were all innocent victims. During this period, Suyi had learned how to shop online and, through the connections of the 13th Department, arranged identity cards for Dan Taiyu, Longwen, and the guy from the Blood Witch sect in just 10 minutes. The official identity cards were naturally valid. Upon knowing that Suyi understood the guy's language, Gu Tongtong asked Suyi to inquire about the man's name. Xingshan Haolon. On the matter of names, Suyi didn't take any liberties with translation. An hour later, they boarded a plane to Changbai Mountain. It was the first time for Dantelyu and Lanwen to be on a plane, constantly looking out the window. Being able to soar in the sky themselves, they did not feel scared but were curious about how mere mortals could fly this thing into the sky with so many people at once. If it was a magical treasure, there were no spell runes on the plane. If it was a spiritual pet, no trace of spirit was sensed. How could it fly so high then? While the two pondered, Suyi found it quite interesting. Once upon a time, mortals dreaming of reaching the heavens was considered wishful thinking, but now it was not so difficult. Perhaps one day, mortal technology could surpass the deities and Buddhas. Suyi had also seen a lot of science fiction. When technology reached a certain level, destroying a planet would not be a big deal. As they got closer to Changbai Mountain, Dantelyu and Lanwen's faces turned somewhat grim. They could already feel the presence of a witch god. Oh no! Dantelyu suddenly turned pale, whispering. Emperor John, the master of spatial laws, had already locked onto their presence with his powerful divine perception. Spatial laws were indeed terrifyingly powerful. Being invincible within the same realm was no exaggeration. Emperor John was a formidable existence, even in his reincarnated state, and his strength was not to be underestimated. Dantelyu was ready to unleash her heaven and earth form. However, Suyi casually restrained them both. Using heaven and earth form on a plane, with their size, the plane would explode in the sky. Just then, the space in front of the plane ruptured, and the light distorted. The pilot, seeing the distorted light ahead, thought it was a strange natural phenomenon and didn't pay it much attention. If the plane flew through, the entire aircraft would be torn to pieces by the chaotic space. In a tribe in Changbai Mountain, a tall man looked up at the sky, disdainfully sneering, "The little monsters of the demon race are really audacious. They killed a few of us recently and now dared to come back. Do they think this god is too merciful?" The force of space unfolded. Without precautions, even pop-level demons would be torn to pieces on the spot. As for precautions, they were simply futile. The plane continued to sail through the sky, unharmed. It seemed as if nothing had happened. Suyi smiled as he slanted his eyes on the plane, and it truly was the power of space. Seemingly Emperor John. He and Emperor John were quite familiar. Emperor John, in his original form, as a faceless bird, once mistook Suyi for prey and tried to capture him during a chance encounter. Suyi, however, managed to pin him down with just one kick. Fortunately, Suyi had just eaten a full meal then, and Emperor John didn't look very appetizing, so Suyi chose to keep him in captivity. Over time, being around Suyi helped Emperor John awaken his bloodline talents and master the power of space. Since he didn't seem appetizing, he escaped retribution, so he danced and entertained Suyi daily. Eventually, after a wait of a year, Suyi left, and Emperor John, now in human form, but still missing Suyi, subtly departed, eventually becoming a generational deity. The airplane flew past the chaotic space created by Emperor John, still unharmed. Within the tribe, Emperor John could sense the presence of Dantelyu and Lanwen and frowned slightly. Not bad. The two little demonkin actually broke through his chaotic space, so he would wait for them to come to him. Previously, he had killed a few of the little demons, and it seemed they had come seeking revenge. Why would Emperor John be in a hurry? He could just wait for them to come and meet their end. If it was the first day of his rebirth, he might have had a hard time dealing with these two little ones due to his limited familiarity with the original world's laws. But now, one dead, two deaths. The plane landed at Changbai Airport, but Gu Tonton did not rush to the mountains. Instead, she had Suyi find a hotel where she indulged in a bout of eating and drinking, showing no signs of hurry. The reason she came out, aside from escorting someone back, was primarily to avoid becoming the head of the school's discipline department. If that was the case, why rush? Changbai Mountain's Tianchi is a dormant volcano, with its crater filled with water to form a lake. In summer, the lake water is deep blue. Suyi had booked a room at a hot spring hotel before boarding the plane. Like Gu Tongtong, he was also here for sightseeing. Even if Suyi knew about the reincarnation of the polluted deity, he wouldn't bother if it weren't for Gu Tongtong insisting on coming. What does it have to do with Suyi if the polluted deity is reincarnated? From Suyi's understanding of the deity, although those guys might be a bit savage, they are not bloodthirsty. In ancient times, the deity took it upon themselves to save the creatures from disasters. Almost every larger human tribal group would have a shaman, whose duty was to heal and protect the tribe from beasts and enemies. The deities back then considered the human tribes as their own people. If a tribe was attacked by a vicious beast, the deities would respond to the shaman's prayers and personally come to kill the beast. Even if the deities fell later on, they would choose talented humans for inheritance and teach them shamanism. Most of the early human tribes worshipped the deities. Giving inheritance in the immortal realm requires a lot of effort. In the bloody and violent place of the immortal realm, even a slight decrease in power could bring deadly danger. Later on, due to various reasons, Taoism and Buddhism rose, shamanism declined, leading many uninformed individuals to believe that shamanism was all about harming others. Sui trusted Emperor John. In his view, as long as they were not demon tribe members, Emperor John wouldn't harm them. However, if a single woman encountered a male shaman, she might very likely end up being knocked out and taken back as a wife. This kind of behavior needs to be firmly resisted in modern civilized society. Sui and the others played at the Hot Spring Hotel for a full 3 days, and Lao Yang couldn't hold back and called Gu Tongtong to inquire about the situation. Emperor John still didn't make a move. Darn, no more fun. Gu Tongtong expressed helplessness after receiving Lao Yang's call. Sui didn't mind and had crossing Jia and How Long lead the way into the depths of the original forest in Changbai Mountain with Gu Tongtong. Are you really a friend of our shamans? Crossing Jia How Long had chatted a lot with Sui in these 3 days. Although he had been beaten several times at first, when he heard Sui speak the purest shaman language, he clearly felt closer to Sui, because he knew that only their great shamans and deities could speak that language. Sui chuckled. Consider us friends. Do you think anyone would dare to impersonate a friend of the deity? Crossing Jia How Long's head shook like a drum. Blaspheming gods is a capital offense. Exactly. Since you understand this, why would I pretend to be a friend of the gods? Sui looked at Crossing Jia How Long. This guy was truly straightforward. Even though the great shamans in the tribes had extraordinary abilities, they couldn't prolong their lives like immortal cultivators. Moreover, when the great shaman in their tribe saves someone, it usually costs them their own life force. So, their lives were actually shorter than those of ordinary people. After 3 days, Crossing Jia How Long's attitude towards Sui underwent a drastic change, constantly asking questions and chatting with Sui. Gu Tongtong could hear them chatting non-stop, initially curious, but eventually not caring anymore. With her personality, she wouldn't even be curious about why Sui could speak such a strange language. Sui and the others headed deeper into the forest, and from Crossing Jia How Long, they learned that he wasn't the only one who had left the tribe this time. He just happened to end up in Qingzhou, a gathering place for 13 employees. He happened to take a liking to a well-built woman, and so forth. Is there no law and order left? Immediately, someone called the police. He knocked down a group of police officers and prepared to take the woman away to a cave to fulfill his reproductive duties. The police department could only report it to the 13th department, prompting Gu Tongtong to personally arrest and bring him to justice. If Lao Yan didn't recognize the totem tattooed on him, this guy would probably have spent a few months in the dark cell. So he didn't intentionally speed up their pace. He had visited Yishak Suan at the bottom of the cliff these days, but the girl was completely immersed in her practice and couldn't be pulled out. They camped in the mountains for 2 nights before arriving at an inconspicuous cave. This cave was clearly a large formation, as the shaman tribe had hidden from the world for thousands of years. Externally known as the Blood Shaman sect, they weren't actually a sect, but a large ancient tribe. As they walked towards the cave, a group of men armed with bone spears and painted faces rushed out from the darkness to surround them. Crossing Jia How Long quickly spread out his arms and shouted, "Stop! He is a friend of the deity." That's right. It's him. In Crossing Jia How Long's eyes, only the man who had beaten him multiple times was a friend of the deity, while Gu Tongtong was a despicable outsider. With Crossing Jia How Long leading the way, Sui and company encountered no obstacles and entered the cave directly. Stepping into the cave, Sui couldn't help but think of Dao Yuanming's Peach Blossom Spring. Through the cave, it felt like entering a whole new world. The land was spacious, with houses, fields, ponds, mulberry trees, and bamboo. The paths interweaved, and roosters and dogs could be heard. However, before they could settle in, they heard a voice saying, "Little demons, this deity never expected you to dare to come." Crossing Jia How Long's expression changed drastically upon hearing the voice. Demons? He stared fiercely at Sui, hate filling his eyes, despicable demons dared to impersonate a friend of the deity. The men holding bone spears were on high alert, ready to poke Suyi and the others with their weapons at any moment. The last time those demon bastards attacked, they killed many brave warriors. If not for the deity's unexpected reincarnation, their entire tribe would have been slaughtered. Dan Taiyue and Longwen were ready to fight. After so many years, their demon tribe and the shaman tribe seemed destined to be enemies. Although the men before them didn't have the bloodline of the deity, they were still shaman tribe members. Even Dan Taiyue and Longwen didn't dare to underestimate the bone spears in their hands, which emitted a mysterious shamanic aura and a terrifying breath. If struck, even a peerless demon wouldn't come out unscathed. Children, stand down. You're no match for them. Emperor Jian's voice rang out, and the shaman warriors cautiously backed off. The space where Suyi and the others stood seemed to freeze. Dan Taiyue and Longwen's faces turned extremely unpleasant. Were these to go in to confront the deity directly? It was uncertain whether Suyi would make a move. The power of spatial rules has rarely been mastered since ancient times, and Emperor Jian is considered a rather special existence. In the immortal realm, hardly any god king was willing to oppose Emperor Jian. Those who couldn't beat him were basically defeated instantly, and those who could were still unable to catch up with him. Currently, Dan Taiyue and Longwen have already realized they are facing Emperor Jian. Even though he is just a god born from impure soil, as long as he still wields the power of the rules, it is difficult to counter him. As soon as Emperor Jian spoke, Dan Taiyue and Longwen felt their bodies become immobile. If Suyi didn't intervene soon, they would almost not be able to resist releasing their true forms, hoping to barely contend with him. Without any sound, the surrounding light distorted and folded before returning to normal. Dan Taiyue and Longwen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Without needing to consider it, it was ultimately Suyi who intervened. As for how he did it, they didn't see and didn't need to know. Emperor Jian, don't you recognize me? Suyi smiled softly, looking towards a distant stone house. They were conversing in the ancient language of the witch clan, leaving Gu Tong Tong beside them looking confused, feeling that something was off but unable to articulate it. Well, perhaps nothing had happened after all. After Suyi finished speaking, Emperor Jian, who was originally seated in meditation inside the stone house, eyes shining, could still see Suyi even through the walls. This face, although Suyi now had short hair and a changed aura, it was undeniably him. The next moment, Emperor Jian appeared before Suyi, looking at him with excitement. Dan Taiyue and Longwen beside him were startled. Although Emperor Jian at this moment didn't exude the terrifying aura of an ancient god, his sudden appearance was frightening enough. Even the so-called teleportation by those demon emperors was merely transforming their bodies into molecular structures, then reassembling at a different location to achieve a pseudo-teleportation. However, Emperor Jian's ability was directly traversing space or folding it to achieve teleportation effects. Obviously, Emperor Jian's method was more advanced and faster. Additionally, no one would be foolish enough to attempt pseudo-teleportation or body molecularization in front of Emperor Jian. It would be suicidal. He could simply fold the surrounding space or exile those molecular structures into spatial turbulence. Even a sage would likely take thousands of years to reincarnate under such circumstances. Meeting someone he couldn't defeat, Emperor Jian could simply fold space and escape. Trying to pursue him would be extremely challenging because even those stronger than him wouldn't dare to use pseudo-teleportation in his presence. This was why Emperor Jian was nearly invincible in the immortal realm. Gu Tong Tong stood next to Suyi, vigilantly watching Emperor Jian, ready to act at any moment. Master, you have returned. You have finally returned. Emperor Jian looked at Suyi with tears of joy, exclaiming excitedly in ancient witch language. The witch clan juniors around them were dumbfounded, with several dropping their bone spears onto their feet. Something was wrong with their ears. Their witch god was actually calling this young man their master. Emperor Jian was about to kneel before Suyi, but he was stopped by Suyi, who said, "We are just bringing back people from your tribe. No need for that." Suyi was powerful, but most of the time, he was amiable. Except when he was emperor, he didn't like others bowing to him immediately upon seeing him. It was like truly wealthy people, who were generally pleasant. Only the nouveau rich would behave recklessly. Perhaps Emperor Jian could be considered an old acquaintance. Looking back now, fortunately, his original appearance didn't seem very appetizing, or he might have perished long ago. "Please have a seat inside," and I'll perform a dance for you. Emperor Zhang had spent a substantial amount of time by Su Yi's side. Back then, Su Yi would search for various delicacies, ancient immortal herbs, divine-level exotic beasts. Whatever he couldn't finish, he would share with Emperor Zhang. Despite the unappetizing appearance, Emperor Zhang's dances were quite excellent. No, I don't want to watch. Su Yi knew Emperor Zhang had reincarnated from impure soul and borrowed a body, unable to transform into a bird form. Given his current appearance, draped in beast skin, a 2-meter height, how could he possibly dance? That's how Su Yi and the others were welcomed into the tribe by Emperor Zhang, who loudly declared that they had the most distinguished guests from all around the world, asking the tribe to bring out their best wines and meats. The tribe was filled with various sounds of joy and laughter as a variety of fine wines and meats were arranged on the central stone table in the open space. Master, are these 2 little ones your pets now? They look quite good. Emperor Zhang had already noticed Don Taiyue and Long Wen's illusory bodies. Despite harboring deep enmities against the demon race, if they were Su Yi's pets, it would be a different matter. Don Taiyue and Long Wen dared not speak, uncertain of their status beside Su Yi. If Su Yi said they were pets, then they were pets. Since witnessing Su Yi's strength, the 2 little ones no longer dared to resist. Apart from anything else, even if Su Yi didn't use any divine powers, just a whack from his fan would leave them in ruins. No, it's not trendy to keep such pets nowadays. Su Yi tried his best to integrate into modern society. When it came to keeping pets, having a few cats and dogs were more than enough. Raising a blood flame fire phoenix and ink jade killin was just too extravagant. Emperor Zhang's eyes lit up. Well, they seem quite tasty. Having been beside Su Yi for so long, Emperor Zhang could read Su Yi's preferences. In front of Su Yi, any fierce or divine beasts were simply a question of taste. Clearly, the blood flame fire phoenix and ink jade killin looked appetizing, especially as they were still young. As he spoke, Emperor Zhang had already started drooling. Don Taiyue and Long Wen could understand some ancient which language and trembled upon hearing Emperor Zhang's words. Their primary concern was not fear of Emperor Zhang but more about what Su Yi would decide. If Su Yi truly intended to eat them, what would they do? Even fleeing seemed impossible. Furthermore, they already heard Emperor Zhang referring to Su Yi as his master, hinting that Su Yi was on the side of the witch gods. The demon race was in dire straits. Don Taiyue and Long Wen looked at Su Yi in terror, afraid that Su Yi might reveal the same expression as Emperor Zhang did. In the immortal realm, they might be considered first-rate demons, but before Su Yi, they were nothing. Su Yi found it headache-inducing. In Emperor Zhang's eyes, was he really just an unswerving gourmet? I don't have that taste anymore. Su Yi changed the topic, asking, by the way, why did you go to such lengths to reincarnate and come to the origin world? The topic of consumption was no longer suitable for discussion, lest Su Yi lost control. He remembered eating a rainbow divine phoenix before and found it quite delicious. The blood flame fire phoenix probably tasted just as good. Well, enough. He couldn't think about it anymore. Why did you choose to reincarnate in the source world at all costs? This question was asked, and Emperor Zhang fell silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, I had heard in the immortal realm that their Yao tribe members secretly enter the source world, and I was already wary. I never expected that they not only came to the source world, but also found our last tribe, wanting to exterminate our witch tribe people. With that said, Emperor Zhang looked unkindly at Dan Taiyu and Long Wen. If these 2 little guys weren't Su Yi's pets, Emperor Zhang really wanted to reveal their true forms, then devour their flesh and drink their blood. Not long ago, Ziqin and other Yao tribes came to Changbai Mountain, just to massacre the last remnants of the witch tribe's heritage in the source world. The witch gods in the immortal realm were already isolated, with not many fresh blood entering besides the Yao tribe. Now the Yao tribe wanted to sever their roots. How could Emperor Zhang tolerate it? Because of this, a new great war has broken out in the immortal realm. The 12 ancestral witches are furious, collectively coming out of seclusion, crazily slaughtering the Yao tribe. Due to the fierce fighting, some innocent Taoist and Buddhist followers were also involved in the melee. In the eyes of the Taoist and Buddhist, both the Yao and witch tribes were not good. A meeting meant battle. Your affairs between the witch and Yao tribes, I am aware of some of them. Stop glaring at these 2 little guys, Su Yi said again. How are your witch tribe people in the immortal realm now? Emperor Zhang sighed and said, Our witch tribe people were already few in number. Over the years, Taoism and Buddhism deliberately suppressed our witch gods to absorb people from the source world, leaving us with little energy to carry on our legacy. Now only the 12 ancestral witches are left in the immortal realm. So he knew the witch tribe had it tough, but he didn't expect it to be this dire. Once highly respected by the people, the witch tribe had been reduced to such a state. So he also understood the matter of legacy. Once Taoist and Buddhist disciples ascended to the immortal realm, they would naturally find their organizations. Although the immortal realm was bloody, Taoism and Buddhism were powerful, with disciples ascending as new forces, most likely with strong protectors. However, the situation for the witch tribe was truly bleak. The witch tribe had long been in decline, and now only one tribe remained. Moreover, mortal learning of witchcraft led to short lives. Aspiring for ascension was increasingly difficult. Under pressure from all sides, the witch tribe in the immortal realm was almost finished. Emperor Zhang gloomily said, "Master, the 3,000 small worlds will collapse soon, all returning to the source world. I came down first to protect the people." Su Yi said, "Don't call me master. Call me Mr. Su. Now, it's all about equality for everyone. Don't worry. As long as your witch tribe doesn't provoke wars, I guarantee that even if the 3,000 small worlds collapse, peace will prevail." Emperor Zhang's eyes lit up as he said, "Our witch tribe loves peace the most. If it weren't for Emperor Chun's brats causing harm back then, why would we have gone to war with the Yao tribe?" Su Yi asked again, "So, if you're sending your people out now, what exactly do you want to do?" Emperor Zhang grinned. "Of course, it's to promote witchcraft, recruit more disciples. Otherwise, once they arrive in this world, won't our witch tribe be at a disadvantage again?" Quite visionary, Su Yi couldn't help but smile and ask, "Will your great witches going out now know the language of humans?" Emperor Zhang raised an eyebrow. "Isn't that important? When we go out to promote witchcraft, it should be the common folk learning our language, not us learning theirs, don't you think? You big dummy. If you can't even communicate well, how can you spread your teachings? Can people understand what you're saying?" Su Yi sighed and said, "One of your tribe's young men knocked out a woman on the street and took her away. How do you view this?" Emperor Zhang glanced at crossing Chia Haolon, sending approving looks, saying, "Our brave warrior." Su Yi wanted to take off his shoes and throw them in Emperor Zhang's face. Yet, this guy is considered their brave warrior. How can you preach like this? How can you promote witchcraft? No wonder you were suppressed in the immortal realm. There is a reason for it. With their behavior, misunderstandings with disciples from Taoism and Buddhism due to language barriers might arise. By relying on strength to win favor from the opposite sex and knocking them out to take them to a cave, if such incidents occurred once or twice in the immortal realm, the reputation of the witch tribe would be completely ruined. These habits need to be changed. Su Yi couldn't hold back and said, "If you truly want to spread your teachings to the outside world, the first thing you need to do is learn the common language of people, and secondly, abide by the laws of the outside world. Otherwise, you're better off staying in the mountains." Although Emperor Zhang didn't understand why Su Yi made these demands, since it was Su Yi's words, he agreed without questioning. Su Yi took out his phone, intending to call Lao Yang and have him send someone to teach the witch tribe. However, he found that there was no signal here. Blocked. Forget it. Let me teach you first. Teach your people later. Su Yi raised his eyebrows, imprinted some basic Chinese and written characters he had learned into Emperor Zhang's mind, then casually threw the Chinese criminal law and Chinese constitution in front of Emperor Zhang, saying, "Learn by yourself. Teach your people. After learning, if you can't, then go elsewhere." Emperor Zhang's intelligence was without question. He quickly assimilated the words and language Su Yi had imprinted in his mind, now able to speak Chinese. "Mr. Su, I'll look at these books later. Let's drink and eat meat first." When Emperor Zhang mentioned eating meat, he instinctively glanced at Dan Taiyu and the others. This look made them all feel uneasy. How can one believe Emperor Zhang would say the words peace, considering the ancient times when they used the Yao tribe as food? Without any politeness towards them, Su Yi agreed and began drinking with Emperor Zhang, leaving out Gu Tongtong from the equation. Throughout, she had not sensed any particular danger. The journey was smooth, with a guide and without any detours. Upon entering, there was good food and good wine for hospitality. Although she couldn't understand what Emperor Zhang was saying, judging by his actions, she thought he should be the leader of this primitive tribe, and was quite amiable. If Dan Taiyuan Long when Nugu Tontong's thoughts, they would definitely be astounded and call her a foolish woman for considering this guy amiable. Back in the immortal realm, they had heard of Emperor Zhang's fearsome reputation. It was said that Emperor Zhang could eat 100 great Yao beasts in a day. When they were younger, their elders used to scare them, saying if they didn't practice diligently, they would be handed over to Emperor Zhang. Su Yi and his companions stayed in the witch tribe for 3 days. Every morning, they could hear strange sounds coming from the various stone houses. Emperor Zhang was teaching the witch tribe's people pinyin. Starting directly from elementary school curriculum, Su Yi never expected Emperor Zhang would personally teach these barbarians. Teaching people a new language is so difficult, but here, Emperor Zhang showed an extraordinary amount of patience. Emperor Zhang did not reveal Dan Taiyuan Longman's identities to the tribe, and the witch tribe people also could not tell that Dan Taiyu and the others were demons. After a few days of getting along, the children in the tribe always came to play with Dan Taiyu and the others.